Others crossed over to the War of Resistance with Dongfeng missiles, while I ended up as an antique old hunting rifle. Not only am I not human, but I also stop bullets. However, the collapse of the sky at the beginning did not make me feel despair. I still firmly believe that this time I will definitely be able to counterattack Tokyo. Just as I felt overwhelmed by the daunting task ahead, a young man with a face covered in blood emerged from the pile of corpses and then helped me up from the ground. Mom, Dad, uncles, aunts, and cousins, open your eyes and look at Shunzi. However, no matter how the young man shouted, no one responded except for the sound of rain and thunder. More than 200 people in the whole village, men, women, and children, all died under the enemy's guns. Fellow villagers, I, Wang Shunzi, swear to the heavens that as long as I am alive, I will avenge you. With that, Wang Shunzi, holding a hunting rifle, did not linger any longer. He was about to take on the regular Japanese army with just a hoe, but at that moment, Zhao Fan, who was possessing the gun, was dumbfounded. Hey, buddy, I know you're eager for revenge, but this is just seeking death. However, Zhao Fan's inner shout went unanswered. Watching the first host heading further down the path of self-destruction, Zhao Fan grew anxious. If this kid died, he might end up as nothing but useless scrap metal. At this moment, Wang Shunzi acted very quickly. Half an hour later, he found the ringleader who had killed the villagers. He saw a small group of invaders taking shelter from the rain in a dilapidated temple. These invaders were eating food stolen from the people, speaking vulgar words one after another. Kimura, that woman just now was simply too comfortable. I really miss that feeling. Ha ha. Okamoto, you are too weak. I have fought with 5 of them. These devils were insulting the victims they had persecuted. In the corner of the ruined temple, Wang Shunzi was glaring fiercely at the door. Coming from a family of hunters, he had sneaked into the temple under the cover of thunder and rain. When he saw a devil coming out, the anger in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Beasts, a bunch of beasts, I'll kill you all. Shunzi looked up at the fleeting lightning in the sky and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! The thunder almost coincided with the gunshot, perfectly masking the sound. A blood hole instantly appeared on the forehead of the devil who had come out to urinate. The lead bullet firmly embedded in the little devil's brow. With a thud, the devil shot fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, all of this was completely masked by the thunder. Wang Shunzi's move truly stunned Zhao Fan. Wow! This is possible too. Perfectly hunting down an enemy under the cover of thunder. At first, he thought this kid was here to deliver a head, but he unexpectedly had some skills. Right, just now this kid killed an enemy, and I can finally unlock the function to communicate with the host. As long as he continues to kill enemies, he can evolve into a stronger weapon. However, considering the current situation, Zhao Fan did not act recklessly, as it would be all over if he scared the other party. He watched as Wang Shunzi quietly approached the Japanese soldier's body, removed 3 grenades from the soldier, and walked towards the main hall of the dilapidated temple. You're really bold. With just a gun and 3 grenades, you dare to take on 12 devils. Who gave you the courage? Unable to bear the thought of the first host dying on the first day of binding, Zhao Fan couldn't help but speak up. Kid, are you really going to charge out like this? The voice that suddenly appeared next to Shunzi startled him, but luckily his mental resilience was decent, or else he would have been scared to death. Don't be afraid. Look down. I am in your hands. Wang Shunzi instinctively looked at the hunting rifle in her hands, her face full of confusion. Could it be that the blessings of the elders and fellow villagers are truly at work? Yes, I am the gun in your hand. Although things are a bit unbelievable, that's the reality. But you, kid, you're really not afraid of death. Do you know how to use the hand grenade in your hand? Before using it, pull the pin and knock it somewhere to make a sound. If you don't know how to pull the pin, just throw it away. It will definitely be useless. Zhao Fan didn't want to see his first binder die so soon. Wang Shunzi looked at the laughing and joking foreigners in the main hall. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer, the images of over 200 lives lost in a pool of blood appeared before his eyes in an instant. He could never forget what had just happened. Revenge! I will have my revenge. Wang Shunzi continued to approach the main hall with a hand grenade in hand. Peeking through the window gaps, he noticed that out of the remaining 12 devils, only 5 were still eating, while the rest were resting in a corner together. It was impossible to take on all 12 devils head-on, but with just 5, there was a chance. He carefully observed the positions of the devils in the main hall, and if 2 grenades were to explode above their heads, it would definitely kill several of them. Zhao Fan seemed to sense Wang Shunzi's thoughts and reminded him again. If you want to throw the grenade at the devils, you can wait for a breath or 2 before throwing it out. This way, they won't have anywhere to run. The Japanese Type 91 hand grenade has a fatal weakness, which is the 7 to 8 second delay in the fuse. If you throw it directly, the chances of it being dodged are too high. However, before you act, shouldn't you think about your escape route? The devils are not easy to deal with. Shunzi had great trust in the gun he believed was blessed by his ancestors. He carefully detonated 2 grenades and waited quietly until the voice sounded again. Throw them now. The grenades arched through the air towards the main hall. Bang bang. The hand grenade made an intimate contact with the ground. The 5 devils who were eating lamb legs with oily mouths directly widened their eyes and instinctively dodged to the side. However, Zhao Fan had a great grasp of the hand grenade's explosion timing. With 2 loud bangs, the grenade exploded, and the 5 devils died on the spot. The remaining ghosts were also injured to varying degrees because they were so close to the fire, and by the end of the day, there were only 3 ghosts left in a detachment that could move. Baka, who dares to sneak up on the Imperial Army of Japan? The 3 ghosts got up in a mess and rushed out into the rain outside with their guns, looking at their own people who were killed by the shotguns and the open door. The 3 ghosts directly chased after them, not caring that there were people in front of them and no one was shooting at the front. And Shunzi Wang, who had done all this, was now hiding in a shady place. His eyes were dead set on the ghosts running out before he turned his head once and entered the main hall. For the grunting brats on the ground, Wang Shunzi lifted the shotgun he was holding and named them one by one. He saw panic on the faces of the demons, like the look on the folks' faces back then, but who was there to save them? Why kill them when it's obvious that everyone has done nothing, when everyone has begged for mercy? Wang Shunzi felt that the anger in his heart was about to spurt out, and the wood knife in his hand was the sharp blade of revenge. Put! The wood chipper slashed at the neck of a seriously wounded brat on the ground, and because the wood chipper was a bit dull, it didn't kill the brat with a single slash. That was just stuck on that ghost's neck. The ghost tried to touch the stuck on his neck, but the flow of blood left him without any strength. Wang Shunzi picked up a handful of ghosts' bayonets one by one to those ghosts to fill the knife. 3 or 2 work. In addition to running out of 3 ghosts, other ghosts were all eliminated. Kid, keep 1 gun for yourself. I'll take the rest. As long as the host killed an enemy, the guns in their hands could be devoured and evolved by Zhao Kai, but the shotguns were still much worse for the Type 38 rifles. It's better to use another weapon to work for yourself in the initial stages now. Fortunately, a light machine gun had actually directly allowed Zhao Kai to level up. Host, Zhao Kai. Form, double-barreled shotgun. Range, 50 meters. Effective range, 20 meters. Next evolutionary form, pistol, 6/30ths. Looking at the new information interface, Zhao Kai nodded. The pistol was good. The pistol was of great use at critical moments. However, the sudden disappearance of the weapon as well as the sudden change of the weapon in his hand, Wang Shunzi was shocked and his hand let go of the gun and it fell to the ground. Hey asshole, what are you doing? Why did you throw the old man away? Pick it up. Hearing the previous voice again, Wang Shunzi then reacted. Ancestor blessing. Don't ancestor bless. Call me Kai. I have to say that Wang Shunzi's psychological quality is really strong enough. He did not ask more questions. Directly back up the only one on the ground 38 type rifle towards the outside to run. Before leaving the ghost grenades he is also packed away. There are 3 more ghosts running away, and he's going after those 3 now. Chapter 3, Here Comes the Prey. No need to go out, just wait here. Those 3 brats will be back. Zhao Kai's voice once again in Wang Shunzi's ears, this time to chase out in case of overturned. How to do. Those brats can be people eaters, do not spit out the bones of the guy. Wang Shunzi even if a bit of skill, but the face of the 3 prepared ghosts is not a rival. So it's best to stay put and engage in a sneak attack. Listen to me. You'll crouch at the door, and when the time comes you'll wait for them to come in. Wang Shunzi now has 2 guns in his hand. A ghost's 3/8 Steigai. A smoothbore double-barreled shotgun. This shotgun is still playing the bulk of the bullets. Close-range 2 shots sprayed on the brats can definitely lift them directly away. Wang Shunzi is listening to persuasion. Directly hiding in the shadows not far from the door. The hand of the shotgun is already aimed at the door. As long as the ghosts come back, then they will die. As Zhao Kai expected, soon the angry curses of the ghosts rang out from outside the door. Baka! It must have not been killed cleanly before. It's the pariahs from that leaning village. Out of fear the 3 ghosts still did not chase down. The enemy is really too evil. This time or stay in the temple safety. If you go out in the trap that is really going to be wiped out. The moment the 3 ghosts entered the center of the temple, Wang Shunzi in the shadows pulled the trigger. Double-barreled shotgun that contains iron sand loose bullet sprayed out. 4 or 5 meters away instantly sprayed 2 ghosts fly out. The rest of the ghosts because of too close together was also iron sand heavy injury. On the spot loss of combat power. Baka! What do you want? Hearing the wailing of the ghost, Shunzi pounced like a cheetah and cleanly wiped the ghost's neck, wiping out the entire ghost squad. Shunzi also flung himself to his knees. Father and mother and the folks. Shunzi has avenged you. Tears mixed with rainwater flowed down his cheeks. At this time like a helpless child, Zhao Kai looked at this scene was also a little heartbroken. Wang Shunzi's age in the latter part of the world is also a high school student. It is a carefree age, but now he has been the brat to break his family. Damn the little devils. Species like them should be wiped from this world. Now that he's crossed over, he can't make things easy for the ghosts. Revenge? You've only killed so many and you're taking revenge. Don't you want to kill a few more ghosts to honor your folks? Zhao Kai's voice rang from Wang Shunzi's ears, and he was really afraid that this kid wouldn't have any fighting spirit left. It seemed that his voice had an effect. Wang Shunzi wiped his tears and stood up. You're right, Kai. I'll continue to kill the devils. I'll use their heads to worship my folks. 3 or 2 words. Wang Shunzi once again full of fighting spirit. He entered the broken temple to pick up the ghosts' roasted mutton to eat. Until the rain stopped he then returned to the village. At this time the villagers' corpses are still in place. Wang Shunzi is ready to dig up and bury more than 200 corpses by himself. In the ground, these folks can't just die in the wilderness. Seeing that the sky was getting light, Zhao Kai began to urge Wang Shunzi to leave. Hurry up and go. The brats didn't return all night. Their people will definitely come out to look for them. We're far from the county. The devils aren't that fast, and I have to get folks in the ground. Wang Shunzi is still insisting on digging a hole, and the blood blisters on his hands have broken several times, but he is still shoveling the soil one spade at a time. Zhao Kai couldn't argue with him, and could only pray in his heart that the brats wouldn't find him so soon. From the latter part of the night until 12 o'clock noon, more than 200 bodies were finally buried. The heads of 13 ghosts were thus laid out before the great mound of earth, and Junko once again paid his respects to his loved ones. From now on he was a sword hanging over the heads of the demons, and the slightest inattention to this sword would cut it down. Brother Kai, you said the ghosts will come for them, right? Wang Shunzi's voice was hoarse, like an emotionless robot. Perhaps from the moment the whole village died, Wang Shunzi went with it, and now he was nothing more than a hunter of ghosts. You want to take on them? It's not impossible just with your marksmanship, but the location must be well chosen so that even if you can't beat them, you can still make a safe exit in time. I know. I haven't killed enough ghosts yet. 1 ghost for every townsfolk. Not 1 less. Shunzi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Killing ghosts was his motivation to live. As the two of them exchanged their efforts, Zhao Kai suddenly caught a distant sound. Since he had leveled up, the range of his hearing sight was getting bigger and bigger, and he was able to pull it in closer and zoom in. When he zoomed in, he saw a dozen yellow-skinned pseudo-military and 3 ghosts heading this way down the mountain road. The ghosts are coming. Just down the hill. Zhao Kai warned out loud. Wang Shunzi hurriedly hid at the sound. He followed Zhao Kai's gaze and saw a dozen silhouettes. The moment he saw the ghosts, there was a gleam in his eyes once again. The action of setting up the gun and aiming it is done in a single motion. The distance is at least 200 meters. Can you hit it? Zhao Kai said with some skepticism. Wang Shunzi did not say anything. Directly aimed at a ghost below. Bang, a bullet out of the chamber. Is ready to go up the mountain of the ghosts. One of the chest shot on the spot did not move. The pseudo-soldiers who were kneeling to the ghosts in the last second were frightened by the gunshot. Taijun. There's an ambush. 15 pseudo-soldiers and the remaining 2 ghosts rushed to find cover to hide. But the surrounding 10 meters, not to mention the trees, not even a large stone cannot be found. Wang Shunzi stood tall and began to take names one by one. Shooting, pulling the bolt, shooting, pulling the bolt. Wang Shunzi's gun hair made Zhao Kai very surprised. Didn't see that this guy's gun hair was even more accurate than he imagined, and he could hit from so far away. Worthy of a hunter's birth, this is an innate sniper. After taking out 5 enemies in a row, Junko quickly changed bullets in preparation to continue the hunt. Who would have thought that the pseudo-army ghosts below had also spotted his position? Baka! He's on that hill. Shoot! Bang! 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 The bullet hit the rocks in front of Junko, splattering debris and leaving a bloody trail directly across his face. Switch places and fight. Take out that last ghost first. He's behind that dead tree, Zhao Kai reminded. He knew very well the virtue of the pseudo-army. The one who discovered Shunzi's position was definitely not the pseudo-army but that ghost. The most threatening enemy must be taken care of at such a time. Without the ghosts to command them, the pseudo-army is a pile of scattered sand. Wang Shunzi ran while changing bullets. The ghosts see no movement above began to anxious. Baka! All give me on. He is only one person. Catch him greatly rewarded. As soon as he heard that there was a reward, the pseudo-soldier felt that he was good again. Brothers, the Imperial Army has a reward. This heaven-breaking wealth has finally come to our brothers. Just at the moment when the pseudo-army squad leader got up, Wang Shunzi crouched down and fired a shot. The bullet spun and accelerated to send that pseudo-army squad leader away. Condescending plus a handful of good shots. The rest of the pseudo-army and ghosts do not dare to move. Who dares to show his head absolutely seconds to die. Chapter 4, Seeing an Injustice in the Road, Pulling out the sword to help. Damn, that shot is too accurate. What to do? The rest of the pseudo army one by one all panicked. What, the Imperial army has a reward? Now they just want to leave this ghost place. The ghosts hiding behind the tree also realized that something was wrong. This is a sharpshooter. We have to find a way to expose each other. Wang Shunzi's marksmanship was good. And the kids' marksmanship was also very accurate. They can be specially trained. Gun hair are bullet fed. Not exaggerating. Wang Shunzi, and he is not safe at a distance of 200 meters. You too. That way. The ghost commanded the pseudo-soldiers in his not-so-fluent Chinese. Seeing that the pseudo-army didn't make a move, Ono Ichiro got angry and aimed his gun directly at the pseudo-army. Baka! You guys, drop it fast. Tending to the threat of Ono Ichiro, those two pseudo-soldiers could only run out of the bunker with their heads held high. Just the moment one of the pseudo-soldiers got up, a bullet pierced his neck, blood spurting from his aorta, his eyes filled with resignation. Ichiro Ono followed the angle of the bullet shot up the hill and his eyes landed on a tree. Baka! Found you! In order to confirm the enemy's position more precisely, Ono Ichiro once again forced the two forgeries to show their heads. Wang Shunzi on the hilltop aimed and fired. And just as he fired his first shot, a bullet flew past his ear. Careful! That ghost is a good shot. You need to get him in a hurry. Keep moving forward. Run a little ways ahead and you should be able to watch him. Zhao Kai voiced a reminder as he realized that the tree the ghost was hiding in wasn't able to completely shield him. And with the right angle, he could definitely finish him off with a single shot. Wang Shunzi was very obedient to the advice and ran all the way toward the front. And the sudden cessation of gunfire still made Ono Ichiro think that he had hit with that shot. You drop. Go out and look. The heart of the pseudo-army that was named sank to the bottom at once. Not moving to eat the ghost's gun. Moving to eat the gun. Either way is a death. The pseudo-soldier held his breath and ran ahead. The expected gunfire did not go off, which gave him a thrill. Taijun. That guy was almost killed by you. Or Taijun is great. The other pseudo-military also began to show their heads at the news, and all breathed a sigh of relief when they realized that they were indeed safe. Yoshi, you guys, go up the hill and bring the people. Ichiro Ono spoke and gestured. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the sound of gunfire rang out again and a bullet pierced through his chest. He stared blankly at his chest, incredulity in his eyes. Nah, N.I. Then his neck gave out and he didn't move. Run, run, that guy's still alive. The remaining pseudo-military could not care less when they saw that Ono Ichiro was dead, and ran towards the back in all directions. For these pseudo-army traitors who aided and abused the enemy, Wang Shunzi hated them equally. Dog traitors? All of them die for me. A sound of gunfire. The remaining pseudo-army was quickly resolved. After confirming the safety, Wang Shunzi then went down the mountain. This time, he killed a total of 18 enemies, almost allowing Zhao Kai to upgrade. Host, Zhao Kai. Form, double-barreled shotgun. Range, 50 meters. Effective range, 20 meters. Ammunition reserve, 11-13, grenades, 60. Next evolutionary form, pistol, 24/30. Let's see if there's anything useful on these guys and pack it all away. Wang Shunzi nimbly groped on the pseudo-army ghosts, and by the time he reached the back, he had almost stripped them all naked. It was a good thing that the system space could store trophies, otherwise these things wouldn't really fit. After touching the body, Wang Shunzi put his gun away and went down the mountain road as if nothing had happened. He was ready to go to the town. He heard there were a lot of ghosts and traitors there. Bored on the road, Wang Shunzi chatted with Zhao Kai. Brother Kai, what kind of fairy are you? And why don't you fairies exterminate all the little devils? Hearing this, Zhao Kai are speechless. I count what kind of gods, but also all destroyed the brats. Why do not you go to heaven? Ugh no. Since the system can evolve itself, can it also evolve into a nuclear bomb? And then a trip to the ghost's old home wouldn't be out of the question. Oh, I'm not a god. If I were a god, I'd definitely sink the brats along with their broken island. Hatred for the ghosts, that is engraved in the bones of every Chinese. You may not believe me when I say this, but I'm from another world, and before I came here I was just an ordinary person. Zhao Kai sighed. This crossing can become a gun that is no one, but the good thing is that at least you don't have to worry about life. At least the gun is in the person. Another world. Brother Kai, can you tell me about it? Wang Shunzi was after all a youth of 16 or 17 years old, and was most interested in some bizarre and strange things. You want to hear it? Then I'll tell you all about it. Zhao Kai began to blah blah blah. To the back, listening to Wang Shunzi froze, especially when he heard that the invaders had been chased away. How he wished at that moment that what Zhao Kai said was true. Without the invaders, he couldn't even begin to think what a wonderful world it would be. Kai, how long do you think it'll take us to chase off the invaders? I'd love to see that day. It will be. Our Chinese nation can't be crushed, and don't we still have me? Sooner or later the little devils will be driven away by us. Look out. There's movement up ahead. Zhao Kai's tone changed. And Wang Shunzi also hurriedly hid at the roadside. And when he looked up, he saw rolling smoke rising not far away. It's Wangja village. Why is it on fire? It's not good. Could it be that the ghosts have entered the village? At that time, when the ghosts entered the village was not just burning and looting. So when you think about it, it is likely that something happened in Wangja village. Wang Shunzi took out his weapon again. This time he took out his shotgun as well. Zhao Kai knew what Wang Shunzi was up to and warned out loud. Be careful. Don't be impulsive. I know. Wang Shunzi directly cut a shortcut toward Wangja village wildly. Wait until the place is really as he thought it was the ghosts. Looking at the villagers who were driven together one by one, Wang Shunzi remembered his parents who had been massacred by the devils before. Damn. These all deserve to die. I want to kill them. Seeing that Shunzi was getting on top of things, Zhao Kai hastily reminded. I reckon that this group of ghosts are in the same group as the three just now, and if we count them as one squad of ghosts, that means that there are at least 10 more ghosts in the village. Zhao Kai looked around. The ghosts were now busy scavenging for things. They were all spread out. It would be best if they used their knives to catch the fallen. After all, you certainly can't fight hard, and the ghosts probably have machine guns. Zhao Kai spoke his thoughts over, and Shunzi nodded. Brother Kai, I'll listen to you on everything, whatever you say. With his previous experience, Wang Shunzi had long since taken Zhao Kai as his backbone. Relying on his familiarity with the surroundings, Wang Shunzi entered Wangjia village unnoticed. Looking at the ghosts in front of him who were running after the chickens, he also silently drew out his bayonet. Chapter 5, Pistols. Wang Shunzi's skill at hiding his breath was outstanding because he had followed his grandfather up the mountain since he was a child. At this moment, he was like a lone wolf that was hibernating and waiting for its prey. As long as the prey was close he would immediately finish the other party off. After about 2 minutes, an Oni came out of the yard carrying a gun full of joy, with 3 old hens hanging from his gun. Junko's grip on the knife in his hand tightened at the sight. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, the body of Shunzi, who was hiding inside the haystack, tensed up, and just as the ghost passed by, a huge force pulled him into the haystack. Before he could react to what was going on, the bayonet in Junko's hand stabbed into his chest. Junko stabbed the ghost several times while covering his mouth until the ghost was completely still. Watch out! There seems to be someone else in there. As soon as Zhao Kai's words fell, the voices of the ghosts rang out from the house. Nakamura-kun, come on, there's a flower girl here. Another ghost's voice rang out from the courtyard where the ghost had just come out, accompanied by a woman's scream. Let go of me and off. Hearing the commotion, Junko couldn't care less and ran towards the earth house in 3 steps. Nakamura-kun, come along. At this point, the ghost thought the visitor was the one from before, not realizing that he was about to die. Put! The bayonet stabbed right through the back of the ghost's chest, splattering the woman below with blood. Wang Shunzi came closer before realizing that the woman, no it should be the little girl, was actually an acquaintance. Ingzi, the little girl who was incredibly frightened in the last second snapped back to her senses, especially when she saw Wang Shunzi wowed and cried, Brother Shunzi, there are ghosts. I advise you not to waste your time here. The longer you delay the more likely you are to be found out. It's not that Zhao Kai is not humane, but now we must hurry up and kill as many as we can while the brats aren't assembled. Otherwise everyone is doomed. Shunzi sniffed and did not nag, whispered and explained. Ingzi, hurry to hide. I do not come to find you, do not come out. Understand? Wang Ying nodded his head in agreement. Shunzi out of the house began his hunting moments. Zhao Kai listened to the sound defense at the same time can also provide Shunzi 360 degrees of perspective. Out of the door not far Zhao Kai heard the movement. The front corner someone, most likely the ghosts. Junko crouched down to speak the knife in his hand, and the moment that ghost showed his head, a sharp knife was thrust into his heart. Host, Zhao Kai. Form, pistol. Effective range, 50 meters. Ammunition reserve, 1, 200 rounds, 69 grenades. Next evolutionary form, bolt action rifle, 0/100. Turn on the form switching function. You can switch between double-barreled shotgun and pistol at will. Please select the model of pistol you want. You can change the model once in 3 days after selection. The system showed Zhao Kai hundreds of pistols. In the end, Zhao Kai still set his eyes on the Glock 17 pistol, which was not only lightweight, but also had a lot of bullets. 19 rounds in a magazine, which was definitely enough. Junko, ever shoot a pistol? Words just set out. Zhao Kai felt that he made a fool of himself. This kid a hunter how to have the opportunity to shoot a pistol, so he began to teach Wang Shunzi began how to use a pistol, how to aim, some tips on using a pistol he explained in short language. Junko was a quick learner, and he was able to learn pretty much everything when Zhao Kai finished speaking. Not bad, you kid is really talented. Use your pistol when you get closer later. Pistols can fire in bursts. Just as Junko was getting ready for a big fight with his pistol, a couple of ghosts trotted towards the threshing floor. Keep up. Something's going to happen. Junko scaled an earthen wall to a house that had a perfect view of the threshing floor, only to see a ghost officer is sitting on a chair looking at the people not far away. A pair of narrow triangular eyes in addition to that beard. At a glance is not a good thing. Folks, if you will give me the truth about whether there have been any strangers in your village lately, the 10 pieces of ocean will be the property of whoever tells me, and you will be a friend of the Imperial Army. Kobayashi Tadayoshi placed 10 silver dollars on the stone mill of the threshing floor and looked at the trembling people with a smile on his face. However, after waiting for a long time, no one still came forward. A flash of hostility flashed through the previously smiling Kobayashi Tadanori's eyes, but he remained patient too. Not enough, is it? Then I'll add 10 more. 20 is enough for a family to eat for a long time. Some predators like to torture their prey, some like to tease their prey, and unsurprisingly Tadamaki Kobayashi was both. He wanted to tease his prey before torturing the other. He thought that 20 pieces of ocean would make traitors appear among the villagers, but he didn't realize that no one would still come forward. The people were unmoved, and there was a strange look at the ghosts. It seemed that the look was uncomfortable, or that singing a solo act made him lose face. Kobayashi Chunichi sneered twice and nodded. Very well, you guys are choosing to fight against the Imperial Army to the end. Cheng Feng, I know you guys are here. I'm going to give you the last 10 seconds. If you don't come out, I'm going to shoot you. The machine gunners loaded their guns at the sound, and the commotion frightened the people into leaning in closer. Zhao Kai spoke Kobayashi Tadayoshi's words to Wang Shunzi, and when he heard that he was going to shoot, Shunzi was already aiming at Kobayashi Tadayoshi's dog's head. It seems that this brat isn't aiming at nothing. They're looking for someone named Cheng Feng, and I guess that Cheng Feng is most likely in the village, not far from the threshing floor under a house. Heard the shouts outside. A man covered with wounds struggled to get up. Old folks, let me go out. The brats are going to start a killing spree. As long as I go out, they won't continue to search. Underneath the hole in the ground, there were dozens of people still hiding. It turns out that Cheng Feng is a nearby guerrilla, on a mission wounded by the people of Wangja village to save. Do not expect so soon to the village to invite disaster. He's right. Maybe the ghosts will leave if they catch him, but if they push the ghosts too far, not only will the townspeople up there die, but these hiding ones underground may also be discovered. This kind of thing was not something Cheng Feng wanted to see, and if he had the chance, he would rather not be saved. No, what if there are ghosts out there? All stay put. The ones caught up there, that's their lives. By the end of the day, Cheng Feng was still stopped, but Shun Zi was ready to make his move. There are only 7 ghosts in the threshing floor right now, so it's not a problem to take them out without any surprises. 3, 2, why? Before Tadashi Kobayashi could shout the last word, Junko finished him off with a single shot. As soon as the gunshot rang out, the remaining ghosts were instantly alert. Baka! There's an enemy! Bang! Another shot. The ghost's machine gunner was shot in the head, and Junko wouldn't give him a chance to fire. The threshing floor had no hiding place at all, except for the stone mill that could stop bullets. Junko used the height and view of the house to snipe the ghosts above the threshing floor with a single shot. Seeing a ghost trying to run, Junko jumped down from the roof between them and switched to his pistol and chased after him. 20 meters ahead on the left. He's crouching you. Watch out. Right hand side. Head down. Zhao Kai voiced a reminder as a bullet grazed the top of Junko's head. Junko sniffed and raised his hand to finish off his opponent with 2 shots before pulling out a grenade and throwing it towards the corner in front of him on the left. Chapter 6, Late Arrival of the Guerrillas. Boom! There was an explosion, and the ghost crouching around the corner was taken care of by a grenade before he could even probe. Taking care of the ghosts near the front, Junko switched to his pistol and advanced. The village is full of small paths and earthen walls, and it is very inconvenient to use a long gun at such times. It is not as good as a short one. Not far behind the wall, the remaining ghosts' hearts beat faster. They hadn't anticipated the current situation at all. Baka! Where comes the marksman? Before the other ghosts could open their mouths, Zhao Kai reminded Wang Shunzi that there was someone on his side, and the two of them were now working in unparalleled harmony. At the first moment he heard the direction of the ghosts, Wang Shunzi removed the pull ring of the grenade at his waist and knocked it against the wall next to him, waiting a few seconds before throwing it. The grenade exploded in the air completely, did not give the ghosts a chance to run away. A grenade bloomed in the air, bursting shrapnel. Of course, that ghost did not move. Done. They should all be dead. Hearing no movement not far away, Zhao Kai voiced a reminder, but out of caution, Shun Zi still added a few shots forward. Take the time to clean up the battlefield. If the townspeople can leave, it's better to persuade them all to leave. If the ghosts die here, they will surely be retaliated by the little devils in the future. Junko nodded and began to quickly collect the loot. From the broken temple until now, he had killed more than 20 ghosts, and things like touching corpses were already a behavioral habit for him. In 3 or 2 tries he gathered up anything useful from the ghosts. Just as he was about to find an unoccupied place to absorb these weapons, Zhao Kai alerted. Someone's coming. A 360-degree field of vision enables him to detect movement and respond in a timely manner. Footsteps at the entrance to the village were getting closer, accompanied by the voice. Hurry, I hope we can make it. Zhao Kai froze at his words. Not the ghosts but his own people? Soon a few people dressed as ordinary people with guns in their hands appeared not far away. Zhao Kai saw where they were coming from at a glance. There was no need to guess with this kind of dress. It must be the guerrillas. Wang Shunzi had also spotted the men, and the pistols were already aimed at each other. Either the ghosts should be guerrillas or they came too late. If Zhao Kai Wang Shunzi hadn't come in time, I'm afraid the whole village would have been finished. What should I do? Should I go out? Junko asked. At a time like this he still wanted to ask Zhao Kai's opinion. Wait a minute, you want to join the guerrillas? Hearing this, Wang Shunzi shook his head. Although he hadn't read much, he understood his current situation. Other than that, Kai was destined not to join the guerrillas with his gun-swallowing ways. He had heard that the guerrillas were very short of weapons, and if he joined the other side, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get a gun in the future. I have you enough with Kai. Joining them is rather troublesome. Seeing that Wang Shunzi was so on board, Zhao Kai was very satisfied. The two were bound to be destined to be a lone wolf later, at least for now, and Zhao Kai has an obsession in his heart. He wants to evolve towards a higher point. Even if he crosses over into a gun, then he wants to be a gun with ideals. Evolving into a nuclear weapon is a long way off. Okay, I'm relieved that you kid thinks so. But don't worry, with Kai here, I guarantee nothing will happen to you. You first go out to take a look at it. Can't not say hello at all. Just from their mouths to set out some news. We kill ghosts also have to have rules and regulations and plans. Can't be a reckless. Shunzi didn't go to the threshing floor but went to Wang Ying. And when he did, Zhao Kai also checked his own information. Host, Zhao Kai. Form, pistol. Effective range, 50 meters. Ammunition reserve, 1, 200 rounds, 69 grenades. Next evolutionary form, bolt-action rifle, 60/100. When he saw that half of the experience slot was still extra, Zhao Kai let out a cry. Good man, how did you grow so much experience at once? Could it be the ghosts just now? With that thought he opened the hit list and looked at it. One of them is, killing a ghost squad leader rewards 50 experience points. It was at this point that Zhao Kai realized that he didn't know too much about the system yet, and he discovered that the system also had a hit list. Killing ordinary ghosts or enemies rewarded 1 point of experience. Sub-captains and special soldiers rewarded 5 points of experience. And when it came to the squad leader, this gave more experience. Directly 50 points of experience. As for the back of the squadron leader, captain or whatever gives more experience. At first Zhao Kai thought that he would need at least 100 ghosts to upgrade. But now it seems that if he can kill the ghost officer to upgrade and evolve is not difficult. Regarding the matter of the system swallowing guns, Zhao Kai also got an answer from the system heir. And it turned out that these weapons were all evolutionary materials. In the meantime, Wang Shunzi was already finding Wang Ying, who was hiding inside the boiler's hole in the ground. Eiko, the ghosts have been fought off. You can come out now. As soon as Shunzi took away the big iron pot, a girl with a dark face came out from it, her face still with some panic and fear. It seems that what happened before caused a great psychological shadow to the little girl. Junko consoled him before walking out with him. On the threshing floor, looking at the dead bodies on the ground with guns, Guerrilla leader Wang Chanxian exclaimed, "The person who shot this is definitely a master. The gun is deadly." Without a little bit of procrastination, if it weren't for this man, I'm afraid folks' lives would be lost. Wang Chanxian stood up and inquired, "Old folks, you said that the one who just did it was a young man. Do you know which way he went?" For such a marksman, Wang Chanxian didn't want to miss out. The village chief Wang Shan pointed in a direction. "Just now that young man went after the devils. Captain Wang, didn't you guys run into them?" As soon as he heard this, Wang Chanxian understood. It seems that the other party does not want to get entangled with their own people. Thinking of this cannot help but sigh. Pity. Just as Wang Chanxian was pitying the loss of a talent, a voice rang out from behind him. "Keep the change. I'm coming." As soon as he saw the savior coming, the old village chief was about to bring the villagers to kneel down to thank him. Only when Shunzi Wang approached did Wang Shan see the visitor clearly. "Shunzi, why you?" Previously did not pay attention. Now a look at the old village head, this only reacted. Engaged in half a lifesaver is his grandson. But it's not right. Is his oldest grandson that powerful? Second grandpa and everyone else, what are you doing? Get up. Wang Shunzi told his own encounter. And when he heard that the village of Leaning Mountain had been slaughtered by the brats, many of the people cried there. Goddamn brats. My daughter-in-law. My son I said visiting relatives how did not come home. Goddamned brats. For a while, the threshing floor was full of wailing. How many other families in Lining Village and Wangja Village are in-laws? And how could they not be saddened to hear that Lining Village was massacred by the devils? Even Wang Shan, the old village chief, had his body trembling and leaned against the stone platform as if his strength had been drained. A bunch of. Chapter 7, Preparing to Snipe the Ghost Captain. Wangja Village is very distressed about the tragic situation in the Lining Village, and Wang Chanqian has similarly reddened his eyes. We all share the same roots and are all Chinese compatriots, and he knows that it was the guerrillas who victimized more than 200 people in the Lining Village. The ghosts are here for the intelligence officer who ran away, or they wouldn't have come to such a remote place, much less carry out a bloody village massacre. Cheng Feng heard the tragic situation of the Lining Village when he was carried out by everyone, and ignoring his injuries, he came up to kowtow to Wang Shunzi. He understood more than anyone else that it was his own reasons that caused the up and down of the Lining Mountain Village, and even more so, he almost caused the up and down of the Wang Clan Village, but there were things he had to do or more people would die. Looking at Cheng Feng who was going to kneel down, it was impossible for Wang Shunzi to say that he didn't hate. If it wasn't for the man in front of him, at the very least, the village of Lining Mountain wouldn't have been slaughtered, and his family wouldn't have been tragically killed. I'm sorry for what I've done to everyone. Seeing Cheng Feng's gesture, Wang Shunzi finally reached out to help the other party. This is not your fault. It's all those ghosts. I will sooner or later kill them clean one day. Thinking of the tragic situation of the villagers in the mountain village, Wang Shunzi felt the blood rushing up to kill a few ghosts on the spot to relieve their anger. Alas, some things are not up to us, and in the end we are too weak. Zhao Kai similarly sighed. He knows more than anyone about Cheng Feng. During the war years, this kind of thing happened less. How many intelligence officers and people were persecuted by the devils? The more times like this, the less we can afford to have problems internally, and it's only true that we are united. Wangja Village is temporarily out of danger, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that it's not safe here anymore. And guerrilla leader Wang Chanqian is also urging everyone to go into the mountains. This site is backed by the Changbai mountain range, so as long as you enter the mountain, it's not to say that you can guarantee safety, but at least it's better than staying here. The mountains are the home of the guerrillas. Faced with the threat of the ghosts, the whole village of Wangja finally decided to leave. Before leaving, Wang Chanqian also approached Shunzi. Little brother Shunzi, really don't follow us. If we have a sharpshooter like you in our team we can definitely add wings to our team. Wang Chanqian thought that it would be good if he could train a few sharpshooter seedlings, so that it would be easier to fight the devils in the future. No, I won't trouble Captain Wang. Wang Shunzi shook his head. From the beginning he had no intention of getting involved with the guerrillas. Seeing the other party's refusal, Wang Chanqian sighed in his heart. He knew that Wang Shunzi wanted to do great things, and he couldn't stop him. Wang Chanqian dug into his coat pocket and handed over the simple map he had drawn. Little brother, you asked for a map of the Ghost's troop deployment. These are the ones we know. But of course there are some places we're not sure about. Little brother, do you really don't want to join us? When the time comes we can fight the devils together to avenge our old folks. Wang Chanqian still wants to stay. Gone. Wang Shunzi left without looking back, thinking that he might be able to make it to the place while it was still early. His target was Yanglu Town, 20 miles away, where the ghosts and pseudo-soldiers were stationed, and their numbers were not too large, so it was a good opportunity to make a move. Squat during the day to see what's going on and wait until nighttime. By the time he arrived at Yanglu Town, the time was already coming to noon. Into the town will also be the entrance of the pseudo-military searched and questioned. See that the pseudo-military flaunted to the ghost's flattery. Wang Shunzi almost did not hold back to pull out the gun to the pseudo-military to a pike. You find a place to eat first. Just go to the front, where there's a wide view. Entering the town, Zhao Kai realized that the situation here was not right. Especially the ghosts, hurrying around not knowing what they were going to do. Thinking about what he had overheard Wang Chanqian and Cheng Feng say earlier, that the ghosts were massing their troops, Zhao Kai then reacted. It's now June 20th, and if nothing else, next month is when the ghosts will strike. The July 7th incident and then the Battle of Songhu. Thinking of this, Zhao Kai already had a plan in mind. Had to go to Shanghai, just in case it would change things, though he knew better than anyone that it couldn't. But what if? If I can snipe a few of the ghost's top officials, not to mention, the evolution bar is going to skyrocket. But before that it is still necessary to be well prepared. How to leave the northeast to go to Shanghai is a big deal. Zhao Kai's brain hurt from thinking about it, so he just didn't think about it and started to look around at the situation. Originally, he and Wang Shunzi thought the same thing. Kill a few ghosts and traitors and then run away. Then change the place to continue to kill. But just now he actually saw a ghost major. Major, that is what? Ghost Captain. The system is even given out to kill to give 500 experience value of the high price. Instantly let him evolve to the next stage. Zhao Kai's eyes were glowing the moment he saw the Ghost Major. Kid, there is a big fish. Today is not in vain. Go, find a place and let's talk in detail. The two of them casually found a store and stayed there. And after half a day of discussion, Zhao Kai and Shunzi unanimously decided to get each other killed outside. But the question arises, how to know the course of action of the Ghost Sergeant Major? And they have to find sniper points outside the city and an exit route to make sure it's safe. Kai, why don't we find Captain Wang? They can know about the Ghost's deployment, surely they have a way to get information. Shunzi suggested. Once he heard this, Zhao Kai somewhat regretted rejecting the other party so quickly. There were times when he still took things for granted. This kind of thing like intelligence really wasn't something that could be played out and understood by one or two people. It seems that it can only be like this. Let's do it this way. You rest for a while, and then we'll go back in the afternoon. I don't see that the Ghost's stance is like he's going to leave right away. Wang Shunzi hadn't rested since last night and slept until the afternoon. It was also a coincidence that Zhao Kai and Shunzi saw the shadow of an old acquaintance in the town before they even moved. Shunzi, it's Captain Wang. See the man pulling the cart with the felt hat in front? That's him. Wang Qianxian was well disguised, but acquaintances could still see each other at a glance. Shunzi followed his footsteps out of the town. Wang Qian forward deliberately circled around there and dug out his pre-hidden weapons. Just as he was about to do it, a voice sounded behind him. It's me, Junko. Hearing this voice, Wang Qianxian then put down the gun in his hand. Seeing that the visitor was indeed Shunzi, he was also relieved. Why are you still whistling with me, kid? I'm going to shoot you if you don't open your mouth. This kid came up on his own. Is he trying to open up? Thinking of this, Wang Qianxian was in a much better mood, and had already begun to fantasize about having an additional great general under his command. However, the next second it hit him in the face. Captain Wang, I have something to ask you. Do you know that there is a ghost officer in town? Ghost officer? You're talking about Sakata Ryoyo. You kid wouldn't want to make a move on him, would you? Wang Qianjin looked at Wang Shunzi in front of him with a face full of shock. That is a ghost captain. Is it something that can be easily messed with? How dare you go forward with this? Don't you want to die? Do you know how many men are in a brigade of ghosts? Chapter 8, Upgrading. I think your kid is crazy. That's a ghost captain. Just the ghosts under him have more than 1,000 people, and they have motorcycles in their hands. What can you do even if you kill each other? Wang Qianjin is really surprised that Shunzi's courage is so big, which is to kill a few ghosts floating off. He thought that after saying this Shunzi would give up, but he didn't think that Shunzi on the opposite side would not be afraid to say, of course I know that there is a danger, but Captain, don't you want to kill the ghost's big officer? You provide me with information. I'll make the move. The ghost wants to catch me. They don't have that ability yet. I have Kai, I'm afraid of those ghosts. Even if the ghosts transfer troops, so what? As long as we find a good ambush point and set up a good retreat route, even if 1,000 more ghosts is nothing. Seeing that Wang Qianxian didn't say anything, Zhao Kai reminded Shunzi, this Captain Wang still doesn't seem to believe us. Forget it, he'll cooperate if you scare him. He said something to Junko, who immediately lit up. Or Kai was smart. Captain Wang, you don't think the ghosts came over here to walk around, do you? They've lost a lot of people in the past 2 days. Do you think they'll put the blame on your heads? When this word came out, Wang Qianjin was not calm. He did not expect Shunzi to be so rigid, which is determined to touch the ghosts. Thinking of the tragic death of more than 200 mouths in the Leaning Village, Wang Qianjin nodded. Good, I promise you. I'll think of a way to help you monitor the ghost captain. As long as he has a movement, I'll find someone to tell you. By the way, where do you live? Don't be unable to find someone when the time comes. Blast in. Okay, I'll get someone to tell you if I have any news. And it's getting late, so I'm going to head back. Go back to the road. Wang Qianjin has been worried. Shunzi said is not unreasonable, although these ghosts are passing, but in case they do it, go back to the future, still have to plan. After Wang Shunzi returned to the inn, he wanted to take advantage of the night to kill a few ghosts and pseudo-military to relieve his anger, but fortunately he was persuaded by Zhao Kai. Hold back for 2 days first. Our target is the ghost captain. Those small fishes will have plenty of chances later. Shunzi is very obedient to advice. If the ghost captain ran away, he probably cannot sleep for days. And so the time passed. 3 days Shunzi has been squatting in Yanglu town. During this time the ghost captain did not even show his head. Sometimes he suspected that the other party had already left Yanglu town. On the evening of the 4th day, a strange man handed in through the door a slip of paper with the traveling route of the ghost captain. Today is when the other side leaves. Kai, the old geezer is running away. Let's do it. The two of them didn't waste any time during the 3 days. As long as it was on the road leading out of Yanglu town, they looked for ambush points. No matter which road the ghosts took, they could evacuate without any problems. Let's go. Definitely can't let this old geezer get away. The two of them hit it off and went straight out of Yanglu town. Junko ran furiously all the way to the road where the ghost brigadier had left, one step ahead of schedule. This is a small hill with a river behind it, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi planned to jump directly into the river afterwards to evacuate. The two of them waited for 2 hours, by which time the sky was slowly darkening. Zhao Kai couldn't help but worry. Can you hit it in such darkness? Don't worry, Kai. I have good eyes. I can definitely send that ghost on his way. Saying that, the distant dirt road lit up with light. It was the ghosts' trucks, followed by a few three-wheeled motorcycles, and the number of ghosts looked to be 40 to 50. From the moment the truck appeared, Junko was fully focused on aiming at the vehicle. Inside the convoy, the ghost brigade leader Sakata Ryoyo was resting his eyes, not realizing in the least that danger was coming. This time they were transferring troops to prepare for the next invasion of China, and it wouldn't take long for Sakata's brigade to be the spearhead of the invasion of Kansai. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night. Everything happened so suddenly that all the ghosts didn't react. Ryoso Sakata was awakened by the sound of the shot. No! It should have been by the crumbs of broken glass. This glass is broken. If he still does not know is ambushed, then simply find a piece of tofu hit dead. Baka! Damn gorillas! It must be them! Against! Before he could finish his sentence, 2 more bullets broke through the window, and this time Sakata wasn't as lucky as before. 2 shots, one in his chest and one in his head, dead as a doornail. The ghost driver looked at the tragic death of the first captain. The man was dumbfounded. The first captain is shattered. On the other side, Zhao Kai directly reminded Junko to run after receiving the experience value from Sakata. Retreat! That ghost is dead. As soon as Shunzi heard this, he turned his head and ran to the back, waiting until he had run a long way before the remaining ghosts angrily chased after him. The ghost squad searched the entire area, not to mention the people, and didn't even find a ghost. On the other side, Junko had long ago jumped into the river and ran away, and he didn't even return to Yanglu town. Sniping the ghost captain. The experience value skyrocketed by 500 points, which made Zhao Kai happy. Not only has the bolt-action rifle evolved this time around, but the system is more fully refined. Form, bolt-action rifle, Mauser Kar 98K rifle. Effective range, 800 meters. Ammunition reserve, 197 rounds. 69 grenades. Next evolutionary form, semi-automatic rifle, 0/1000, 440. The mall function is open. The host can purchase gun parts in the mall, and can carry out gun and ammunition modifications. Zhao Kai took a look and called the system black-hearted. *******. You are really daring to sell a red dot scope to 200 experience value. This has to kill 4 ghost squad leaders. As for the back of the 4x mirror 8x mirror, Zhao Kai did not have eyes to see. A 500 1,000. A short period of time certainly cannot afford to buy. Taking another look at the next stage of upgrade experience, Zhao Kai felt that he had overthought things before. He needed 1,000 experience to upgrade now, and he was afraid that it would be tens of thousands in the future. The more I think about it, the more headache. This will rely on Shunzi to kill the ghosts have to kill until the monkey. While Zhao Kai had a headache evolving his experience, Junko was in love with the 98K in his hand. Ghosts of the 3/8 cover is also good to use, but the effective range of the 98K is farther and more powerful. When paired with a multiplier lens is a sniper rifle, and the Ghost's 38 large cap was too long, and sometimes it was very inconvenient to move. Zhao Kai Shunzi sniped Sakata to death, and the two of them were comfortable. But the ghosts in Yanglu town exploded. Baka Yalu, I asked you to protect Captain Sakata, and this is how you do it. Do you know that General Sakata has only this one son? When the ghost co-captain Takeshi Murakami learned that Ryoso Sakata had been shot halfway through the battle, his entire body was dumbfounded. That's the son of a major general. Is that something a colonel like him can handle? Chapter 9, The Return Shot. Baka Yalu, we must catch the murderer. Do you hear me? I'll give you 2 days. Takeshi Murakami's voice growled, and his anger could be felt through the phone. It would have been fine if it was an unusual captain, but the other party was the only son of a major general, and from the moment Ryoso Sakata was sniped to death, the whole area was going to be in turmoil. That night, the ghosts of Yanglu town and its vicinity began to gather troops to prepare for a big search of the neighborhood. Murakami Takeshi, the joint commander, did not have good fruit to eat, and these men of theirs do not want to be good either. Needless to say, if this one is not properly resolved, I'm afraid the entire garrison of the region will be implicated. After Ryoso Sakata's death, a squadron leader under him took over the entire brigade. Seeing the ghost giants assembling, the town's guerrilla eyes and ears also realized the seriousness of the problem. And this time they were afraid that they had stirred up a hornet's nest. It was too late to think about it. The team scattered back. When Wang Qianjin learned that the Ghost Brigade leader Sakata Ryoyo died was also shocked. Good boy. Really let him do it. This is a Ghost Brigade leader Agu, my captain. Don't lament here. We're in big trouble this time. We're being screwed over by that kid. Fuyang will Yanglu town ghosts assemble to sweep the matter said again. Especially the ghosts cannot catch the murderer put the pot on the head of the gorillas said in detail. That kid is a troublemaker. My intestines are remorseful. I should have known that I didn't pass a note to that kid in the first place. Who knew the ghosts would react so strongly? Fuyang's face is green, but the gorillas can't afford to be tossed around now. Alas, Lao Fu, you're not a horse's ass. Anyway, things are like this, we can't change anything. Hurry up and arrange for the comrades to retreat. The big deal is that we'll head for the mountain forests over in North Korea. Wang Qianjin is, after all, the head of the gorillas, and his mentality is still very good up to this point. As long as I run fast enough, the brats can't catch me. What's the essence of gorilla? If you can't beat them, run. Alright, relax. Except for the individual intelligence officers who stayed behind, everyone else grabbed and moved. The gorillas were in a hurry to pack up and run away. And Zhao Kai and Wang Shunzi, who started it all, were now huffing and puffing. The two had only closed their eyes for a short while before Zhao Kai was awakened by the commotion outside. Search me, don't spare a single place. No good, it's the ghosts coming. Junko, hurry up, the devils are coming. Zhao Kai rushed to wake Junko up, and the moment Junko opened his eyes, the pistol in his hand was already loaded. This group of turtle grandchildren is really able to find we have run out so far they still chased over. Old me is killing their father. Zhao Kai cracked his mouth. Is not just killing a ghost captain as for such a big commotion. Coming. With a creak, the door to the room outside opened, and two ghosts came in, left and right, guns at their sides, with no movement at all at their feet. If Zhao Kai hadn't been alert enough, I'm afraid he would have flipped tonight. Use your knife. There are ghosts out there. If you shoot, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave tonight. Shun Zi held his breath. In his hand at some point more than a bayonet. As long as the two ghosts enter the door he will immediately swing the knife to finish each other, and also cannot let the other side have the opportunity to shoot. Soon, one of the ghosts approached towards the room. The door of the room was open. It was dark inside. Nothing could be seen at a glance. However, this ghost smelled the smell of food in the air. There must have been people here, and immediately his heart was alerted. The ghost checked the room with full attention, feeling the still warm cooler, and his heartbeat slowed by half a beat. Someone was there. And they hadn't gone far. Just as he realized something was wrong and wanted to get out, Junko, who was hiding in the corner, came behind the ghost with an arrow step. A pair of large hands snapped the ghost's neck with lightning speed. Matsui-kun, Matsui-kun. Another ghostly voice came from outside, and the footsteps came closer. With no time to think, Junko gently dragged the ghost's body to a corner and waited silently for another ghost to arrive. Just in the moment of that ghost's initiation, a bright bayonet stabbed towards him, instantly piercing through his heart. After killing so many ghosts, coupled with being a hunter by birth as well as Zhao Kai's reminder, the current Shun Zi's assassination methods are getting more and more powerful, and his moves are deadly, not giving the enemy any chance at all. Hurry up and change into the ghost's clothes. We have to get out of here now. Zhao Kai voiced a reminder. He just probed a bit. Just listening to the footsteps outside, there must be more than 20 ghosts. In case there are still following behind. Tonight want to leave this place will not be simple. Must use a bit of means to do so. In 3 or 2 tries, Junko changed into his ghost clothes, then walked out towards the outside with his gun as if nothing had happened. He also ran into other searching ghosts on his way out, but fortunately the other ghosts didn't notice him. With the presence of Zhao Kai, a radar for hearing voices, Shun Zi left this deserted village without any danger. Running out for some distance, the two men decided to give the ghosts in the village a run for their money when they realized that there was no one else outside the village, although it might only be 20 or so experience points. But a mosquito is meat even if it's small. Zhao Kai, he lacked experience points. The hunt is on. By the time the two returned to the village, the rest of the ghosts still hadn't discovered the 2 ghosts that had been killed, which gave Zhao Kai and Shunzi the opportunity. Relying on Zhao Kai's precise positioning, Shunzi began to catch those ghosts who had fallen behind, one by one little kid at a time. In just a few minutes, Shunzi stabbed 4 ghosts to death under Zhao Kai's guidance. With so many people missing all of a sudden, even the other ghosts should have reacted even if they were slow to react. Assemble. When the remaining ghosts were assembled, the small captain of the ghosts leading the group had a grimace on his face. Baka, where are the others? Are they deaf? As the words came out of his mouth, a bad feeling arose in the heart of the ghost squad leader that there was someone inside the village and that he had silently killed 6 Imperial Army soldiers. At that thought, The junior captain drew his gun with a hint of panic in his eyes. There's an enemy. Everyone search forward, leave the village at once. He must still be here. Just as the dozen or so ghosts were carefully leaving toward the village entrance, Junko in the shadows was already preparing to strike. In his hand he clutched 2 grenades, wooden-handled grenades that he had previously acquired from the forgeries, which could be blown up by pulling the ring, and wouldn't even have to be stone like the ghosts' grenades. If you make a commotion at this time of night, you're not giving the brats a chance to react. Looking at the smoldering grenades in his hand, and then looking at the ghosts not far away, Shunzi's big arm swung far away and directly threw the 2 grenades in his hand. 2 explosions. 2 grenades exploded over the heads of the ghosts, and shrapnel instantly swept down 8 of them. Chapter 10, Running Away. 2 grenades killed 8 ghosts. The remaining situation is not much better. One by one on the ground wailing. Only 5 ghosts still have the strength to fight back. The 5 ghosts who walked at the front quickly concealed their gazes, constantly scanning the surrounding area in an attempt to find who had sneaked up on them. However, the ghosts searched for half a day and found no sign of the enemy. Baka. Retreat. The ghost squad leader made a snap decision to have his men pull out of the area. And just as the 5 ghosts were cautiously advancing, one of them tripped over something under his foot. Get out of the way. There's danger. The other ghosts heard the sound, want to dodge, but Shunzi will not give them this opportunity. The distance between the 2 sides is already very close. See the ghosts to avoid the explosion of the grenade trap. So directly shoot. Bang. 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 Block 19 to the front of the ghosts shot continuously. The distance of more than 10 meters directly let the pistol power maximization. Shunzi's gun hair would have been very accurate. Hit the bullets, killed 3 ghosts. The rest also hit each other. Boom boom. The grenade that had been tossed away by the ghosts exploded, and the force of the explosion swept around, lifting the remaining ghosts right off the ground. Just in case, Junko threw 2 more grenades towards the front with Zhao Kai's reminder until the front was completely silent. This should be safe now. Hurry up and clean up and evacuate. This time, killing a total of 24 ghosts plus a ghost squad leader directly provided Zhao Kai with 73 points of experience. Although he didn't upgrade, but it was better than nothing. Form, bolt-action rifle, Mauser Kar 98K rifle. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, semi-automatic rifle, 0/1000, 513. Looking at the nearly half of the experience value that was still available, Zhao Kai sighed. Only killing ordinary ghosts, I don't know how long it will take to kill them, or killing ghost officers to get experience faster. With his previous experience, Shunzi's corpse touching speed was fast, plus there was a system space to be able to store the loot. More than 20 ghosts were quickly touched clean. I was thinking of hurrying to leave this place of wrongdoing, but I didn't realize that this time the ghosts were moving fast and hard. Not long after Junko left the village, a series of footsteps sounded on the road. Quick! It must be the guerrillas. We must catch them to avenge Major Sakata. The pseudo-army platoon leader ran forward towards the deserted village with more than 30 pseudo-armies, as if the ghosts in front of them were their own fathers. Looking at the anxious pseudo-military, Shunzi stopped. Kai, why don't we take care of these dog traitors as well? I'm getting angry just looking at them. Asterisk 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 it. It's just up against the mountains back there anyway. We can't beat it. We'll just go into the mountains. Speaking of traitors, Zhao Kai also hates them very much. Anyway, he has just shot them. It's not bad for a while. The big deal is that he will let Shunzi run faster later. The 2 men started chasing the forgeries with a single shot. With the physical strength to improve this gain, Shunzi just ran a few miles of mountain road, also did not feel tired. Those pseudo-army's footsteps cannot catch up with him. Under the moonlight, a figure followed the pseudo-army like a ghost. Perhaps the sudden quietness frightened the pseudo-military. A pseudo-military stopped and said, "Platoon commander, why do I feel a cool chill around me? And how did the gunfire stop?" When he said this, the pseudo-army platoon leader Lu Jin Kai also stopped his steps and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It can't be that we've run into a tough opponent. Can it be that we've met up with the main force of the guerrillas? Hiss. This isn't right either. The Imperial Army couldn't have been so quiet so quickly even if they ran into the ghosts. It was no exaggeration to say that more than 20 ghosts were perfectly capable of chasing after 3 or even 4 times the number of guerrillas. Yet the sound just disappeared so quickly that it didn't even look like an encounter with the main force of the guerrillas. For a while, Lu Jin Kai hesitated to say that just now he was not afraid, but now when he thought about it carefully, there was always a bad feeling. It's still nighttime here in the wilderness, and if we run into the main force of the guerrillas, there's no place to cry. Before he could make a decision, Junko, who was right behind him, was already aiming at him. Under the bright light of the torches, Lu Jin Kai, the platoon leader, looked very conspicuous. Dog traitor, go to hell. Junko glared angrily at the pseudo-army not far away and pulled the trigger. The moment the gun went off, all the bodies of the pseudo-military looked back in unison, and when they turned back again, they realized that their platoon leader was no longer moving. It's the guerrillas. Take cover! Take cover! The platoon leader died violently, and the other pseudo-soldiers were instantly scared out of their wits. Just then, 2 more shots rang out, and 2 pseudo-soldiers fell to the ground in response. 3 shots killed 3 men, and the rest of the pseudo-military came back to their senses. One of the veteran soldiers yelled, "It's the sharpshooters! Hurry up and put out the fire!" The pseudo-soldiers who were still playing with their torches hastily extinguished them, but that didn't affect Junko's ability to fire. Zhao Kai had memorized the location of the pseudo-army long before they put out the fire, and with the bright moon tonight, the writhing figure could be seen faintly. Without waiting for Zhao Kai's reminder, Shunzi changed his position and fired 3 shots in a row, taking out 3 more pseudo-soldiers. The tree at 11 o'clock. Yes, there are 2 hiding behind it. Bang bang, aiming in the right direction. He fired 2 more shots, the bullets hitting the deadwood, leaving the 2 hiding pseudo-soldiers in a cold sweat. "Boss, what should we do? It seems like we're being watched." One of the pseudo-soldiers looked at the squad leader next to him with a face full of panic. To be honest, he wanted to run away right now, but when he thought of his own people who had just been shot down, the thought was extinguished in an instant. If you ask me, who am I going to ask? I still don't believe the other side can break this tree. Chen Gui's face was pitch black, and he didn't have the good sense to say this situation to run for fear of not showing his head to die. He looked up at the waist thick like a withered tree in front of him and his heart settled a few points. The other party wants to knock the whole tree through. That is impossible, unless the shot can hit a point in succession. But is that possible? It's the middle of the night. How is it possible to see this way from so far away? However, the next second Chen Gui couldn't laugh anymore, because he realized that the guy on the opposite side was really shooting this dead tree in front of him continuously. Listening to the movement that seemed to be punching a hole, Chen Gui panicked. What the hell? How is this possible? Run! Run! The pseudo-army next to them didn't even think too much about it when they heard this and ran straight to the other side. Unsurprisingly, the guy was locked on by Junko as soon as he showed his head and shot him in the chest. Chen Gui, on the other hand, grabbed the shooting gap and ran towards a large rock not far away. Looking at the pseudo-army that was more slippery than a loach, Shunzi also cursed in his heart. Dogs are really something, even using their own people as shields. Losing the target, Junko can only continue to change the target, and shot 5 more pseudo-army to see really no chances also in the opposite direction away. The unsuspecting pseudo-military were still shivering in place, and they didn't dare to move until they heard the support coming from the commotion. Chapter 11, this time it's a superfish. Your Excellency, 25 Imperial warriors were all killed, except for those killed by grenades. The rest were killed by a single blow, or by a sneak attack by the enemy. And we found out that there should be only one other person on the other side. A person destroyed nearly 2 squads. This is tantamount to the face of the Guangdong army severely pumped a few times, put in the past where they were so stifled. Although the guerrillas were also annoying, it was mostly them chasing them all over the mountains. Hearing this, the new first captain, Ichiro Sae, didn't say anything, but crouched down to check the body. And seeing the fatal stab wound, Ichiro Sae seemed to see a picture of what it was like back then. First they sneak up on 2 Imperial warriors, then they hunt throughout the village. Interesting, it seems that we have underestimated the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, the 2 times in Leaning Village and also in Wangjuan were also moved by this guy. And the ambush suffered by Major Sakata before was also this guy. Tell Colonel Murakami at once that we have found enemy tracks and that it would be best to intensify the search. After saying that, Saji Ichiro directly led his men with military dogs began to search the mountain. Carpet search in exchange for other people may be panicked. But Shunzi, that is what a person, bent on avenging the townspeople of the ruthless. For the ghosts he is completely without the slightest fear. And with Zhao Kai, an outstanding graduate of the police academy, counter-surveillance to avoid pursuit was just too easy. Just as the brats were coming towards this side of the encirclement, Zhao Kai had long since run out of sight with Shunzi. Yang Lu Town. Looking at the street coming and going of the ghost pseudo-army, Zhao Kai laughed out loud. This group of turtle grandchildren did not think that we are right under their noses. Right. Look for it. Look for it. Today we'll give them a good lesson on what is under the lights. Form, bolt-action rifle, Mauser Kar 98K rifle. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, semi-automatic rifle, 0/1000, 550. Looking at the experience needed to evolve, Zhao Kai couldn't help but sigh, while secretly praying that he could run into another ghost big fish. Nothing else, just another captain. 500 points of experience, just enough to evolve to the next level. Just as he was thinking about where to find the ghostly first officer, a car passed in front of him, and his eyes lit up when he saw the ghostly man in the car with the rank of Osamu. Junko. Here comes the big one. Junko, who was still sipping his tea, swallowed it in one gulp and looked at the car like it was a big baby. Can you kid be more steady? Come. Don't get the ghosts on your ass at this point. When Zhao Kai reminded him of this, Junko then withdrew his gaze. Murakami Takeshi in the car seemed to sense that something was wrong and subconsciously glanced behind him, but didn't find anything wrong. For Sakata's death, the old geezer finally decided to take matters into his own hands, and the people above him had given a death order that if he couldn't find the murderer within 3 days, then he could go home and farm. It took 20 years to climb to the position of first sergeant. How could he just give up? In order to find the murderer, the old ghost brought another brigade. He had thought about it. If he couldn't find the murderer within the time limit, then he would pull this side of the guerrillas down with him to hell. He couldn't just be jerked off to the end like that. Just as soon as he arrived at the place, Murakami Takeshi called the 2 first captains over. Ichiro Saki didn't say anything. He knew better than anyone the result of not finding the murderer. He, a lieutenant attached to the Sakata brigade, will definitely have no good fruit to eat at that time. Don't look at his current temporary captain as very glamorous. If he didn't find the murderer after 3 days, it is inevitable that he will be dealt with. Saki-kun, tell me the situation. Hi. Ichiro Satsue stood upright and looked up as he began to tell the story of his investigation. When he heard that the sharpshooter also killed dozens of imperial warriors in a row and still retreated in one piece, the old Murakami Oni was filled with disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking? Captain Saki, are you kidding me? When did the imperial warriors become so bad? Murakami Takeshi's face became even more ugly, with a look that said, you're messing with me. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Saki Ichiro could clearly feel the anger of the other party, like the crater that was about to erupt, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. Hi, Ichiro Saki continued with a nod. According to our investigation it is, and the murderer is very cunning, should be a professional soldier. That guy also escaped from our search many times. I request that the first sergeant can send me some more men. Looking at Ichiro Saki's very serious expression, Takeshi Murakami knew he wasn't lying. Sakai-kun, Major Suzuki will assist you. I have only one request. The murderer must be caught in the shortest possible time. After saying that, he even patted Ichiro Sai's shoulder with a look of I'm watching you. He had long been familiar with this kind of buying people's hearts. Hi. I will definitely catch the murderer of Captain Sakata. Once Murakami Takeshi, an old ghost, arrived, the entire Yanglu town became tightly guarded, during which Xiao Kai and Shunzi still wanted to sneak and run far away to kill a few ghosts as they had done before, but they realized that they didn't have the slightest chance at all. Having no choice but to look for something to do in the town in their idleness, the two men set their sights on the town's fallen pseudo-military in the evening. Now that he couldn't go to Wang Chanshan with martial law around him, Zhao Kai could only think of capturing a pseudo-army to provide himself with information. Gao Liang, a common big-head soldier. Originally at this time he patrolled the completion of the camp to return, who had thought halfway by the top boss captured the strong man. Let him go to give to buy some meat and wine back. Just buy something, and the other guy hasn't paid a dime. Asterisk. Cho Puppy, why don't you go out and get killed while you're at it? Originally, a big-headed soldier like him didn't have much military pay and had to be exploited by his top boss, so a couple of curses were good enough. Zhao Kai couldn't help but say when he heard the other parties muttering, good lord, this guy doesn't have a small amount of resentment. This kind of scolding of the boss is best controlled. Shunzi in the corner was already ready. Just as Sorghum turned the corner into the box, a big hand covered his mouth, while he also felt the cold coolness on his neck. It's over. It's a knife to the neck. Woo woo. A whimper escaped Sorghum's struggling mouth. Be honest or I'll cut your neck. After Shunzi's scare, Sorghum was instantly honest. The two of them just entered inside the alley, and Junko just carried the knife on the other's neck. You know what to look for, don't you? Sorghum shook his head. Lending is to beg for mercy. Good man, spare your life. There is a head of injustice. You want to go to find, just go to find the brats. I'm just a little minion. Sorghum is very smart. Immediately guessed the identity of the other party. No surprise that the man in front of him is the murderer that the ghosts are working hard to find outside. To be honest, Sorghum really admire each other a little bit. This is a ruthless person who killed dozens of ghosts. Even the ghost captain was slaughtered by him. Chapter 12, Shooting an Oni Osamu. Good man, don't do anything, let me do whatever I want. Gao Liang's body trembled. He really didn't want to die, and he was already extremely dissatisfied with his boss now. If he could use the person in front of him to get the other party killed, that would be great. Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't know what he was thinking, so they just assumed that he was a guy who was greedy for his life. But the two men who should have been cautious were still there. Zhao Kai gave Shunzi an idea and said, you tell him to find a way to go out with you, and then he won't be able to get off the boat if he gets a few ghosts killed. Not to get some cash. Zhao Kai will not be assured that the traitor in front of him. The other side can be a traitor or to be on guard. Find a way to get me out of here or I'll cut your head off, said Junko. The bayonet in his hand shook a few times, with a look that if you don't cooperate I'll get you killed. Where has Sorghum seen this situation? Immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. Okay, as long as you spare my life, I promise everything. Gao Liang. This guy is also enough pit. Directly led Shunzi to find his platoon leader Gu Jinchang. When the knife on the other side of the neck, Gu Jinchang, the dog traitor, is also scared of two legs shivering. Taijun, my mother is sick at home. I have to go back. Gu Jinchang took out money to directly bribe the ghosts in front of him. Take money to do this kind of thing. Not to mention in the future. Now also good to make. The two ghosts got the benefit of searching the three and let them go when they saw nothing wrong. This time Zhao Kai and Shunzi became more cautious and ran out for more than 20 miles before making their move. He grabbed two ghosts in a town and threw them in front of Gao Liang and Gu Jinchang. What are you waiting for? Do it. Get on the old man's boat, then don't want to go down. Looking at the two ghosts in front of them, the two traitors both swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There is no way to be afraid. They were seeing that if they didn't do something today, then they would be lying on the ground like the two ghosts. They both know the difference between immediate death and salvage. To this time hesitation will only pull down the impression. So Sorghum, hands very decisive, poof, two knives on the death of one of the ghosts. Blood splattered his face. Good man. I'm going to be good. Good man. Gu Jinchang followed suit and got one of the ghosts killed as well. Two people just like this into Zhao Kai's set. Want to run, want to betray, that also have to weigh their own weight enough. A straggler and a platoon leader plotting against the Imperial Army. They'll be dead if this gets out. Good. You two have passed the test. Your job is to keep an eye on the new Oni first sergeant, and you'll have to come and tell me when he goes out. Hear this, two eyes full of shock. Good guy. This is really ruthless. Ghosts Osamu. That is a joint captain. This all dare to do it. This person is to eat the guts to grow up right. It's over. It's completely over. Let's not talk about whether or not this is going to work out, but in the future, he's definitely on the Guerrilla's pirate ship. The two men at this point thought that Junko was a gorilla, so their faces were very ugly. There are times when the gorillas are even more ruthless than those of them who are traitors. For the next 2 days Zhao Kai and Junko waited for Murakami Tabu, the joint commander, to go out, during which time the two ran into Wang Qianqian again. You kid really will give us trouble. You do not know that now the ghosts are looking for us all over the mountain. Wang forward to meet is to pour bitter water. Sometimes he is really want to strangle this lawless brat in front of him, but the kid getting the ghost captain killed did give the gorillas a boost. So when he heard that Shunzi was going to get the ghost co-captain, Wang Qianqian threw up his hands in favor of it. Anyway, having gotten a ghost captain killed, it wasn't impossible to get another ghost co-captain killed. If this one came to fruition, it might buy the gorillas a moment's respite. Murakami Tabu, the old ghost, as the person in charge of this area, usually didn't find a lot of trouble with the gorillas. Wang Qianqian is worthy of being an old gorilla on this side, and in just half a day he has figured out the preferences of this old ghost. Murakami Tabu, the old ghost, is very cautious not to go out of town at all, but he likes to listen to music. And Wang Xianjin got the news that tonight Murakami Tabu will go to the opera house in town to listen to music. Looking at the note in his hand, Shunzi asked, Kai, this is our chance. Why don't we get this old geezer tonight? But the thought of a layer outside the outside layer of ghosts in his heart is still a little worried. Today is different from the past. Today is really in the eyes of the brats under the hands of the time. I'm afraid that not so easy to get out of this side. Go find Gu Jinchang first. You still need to rely on them if you want to get out. Zhao Kai does not know what method Wang Qianqian used. Anyway, now the two people have completely reversed. Now this situation wants to go out, still have to rely on the two pseudo army. By the time Junko approached Gu Jinchang, the guy pulled him into the room with one hand. Egu, my lord, you can pay attention. The devils are watching outside now, and you just waltzed in like that. Look at your guts. I'm avoiding the devils. Well, I have something for you today. Find a way to get me a set of skins. I'm useful. When the time comes, you will meet me at the city gates, and I will leave the city with you. As long as the old ghost is dead, the whole town is bound to be in chaos, so it shouldn't be difficult to mix out in the clothes of a pseudo-army at that time. Things have come to this point. Gu Jinchang could only agree, but he also made a condition. When you guys do it, can you get that dog Fan Jie killed? He will definitely follow to protect the old ghost in Murakami tonight. After I get him killed, I will be able to take his place. Yes, as long as you don't drop the ball. It's not impossible to be a battalion commander, not to mention company commander. After following Zhao Kai for so long, things like drawing big cakes, Shunzi, an honest crop farmer, has also learned. With the retreat issue finalized, it's just a matter of waiting for the night to strike. At 7 o'clock in the evening, The sound of singing resounded from the town theater, and Tabu Murakami nodded his head as he watched the performances on the stage, and every now and then a ghost came by and whispered, "Your Excellency Colonel, isn't it too risky? That guy is very accurate with his gunfire. What if something happens to you? Baka, do you see that I still have time? We must catch the murderer tonight no matter what," Murakami Takeshi said with gloomy eyes. He was told to catch the murderer in 3 days, but there were no clues in the first 2 days, so Murakami had no choice but to risk his life to lure the murderer to show his head. However, it was obvious that he had underestimated Shun Zi's strength, and although the entire theater building was surrounded by a dense airtight area, Shun Zi was not in it at all. 2 blocks away, on a water tower, a figure was lying on the top, with the center of the theater entrance just visible inside the scope. From the inside of the scope it was just 1 or 2 body lengths apart, which was a great test of one's reflexes and marksmanship. Zhao Kai and Junko were also betting that the old geezer Takeshi Murakami would go see, or else they'd squat for so long tonight for nothing. Murakami Takeshi, who waited for a long time in the theater without any movement, was completely frantic. The murderer had not yet shown his head after the opera was over, and this was not another 2 hours of wasted time. Baka, coward. The old geezer got up to leave, and the very moment he stepped out of the theater building, Junko on the water tower across the street couldn't care less about who came out and shot first. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in old Murakami's chest, and he still had an incredulous expression on his deathbed. Nah, N.I. Chapter 13, Escape from Life. After the gunshot, Zhao Kai's side received an experience value from Murakami Tabu. Good lord, 2000 experience value. That's a lot more than a captain would give. Previously, Zhao Kai was still heartbroken for emptying his family's assets to purchase a triplex mirror, but now at a glance, this income is far greater than the expenditure. Ah, blood earns no loss. Junko, pull back. You got the old geezer. Hearing that the old geezer was dead, Shun Zi was like a spirit monkey going down from the rope of the water tower, directly joining Gu Jincheng, who was patrolling on this side. The entrance to the theater was already a mess at this point, and the 2 captains were furious as they watched the sudden and violent death of their co-captain. Baka, blockade the entire town at once. Not a fly can be let out. Search me, he must be here. All the ghosts and pseudo-military were instantly busy, and seeing that they couldn't get out, it was the guerrillas who finally stepped forward. Fu Yong found Shun Zi from the crowd and pulled him toward the alley. Hurry up and follow me. The brats are crazy. Within a short time, the 2 came to a deserted yard, and Fu Yong led Shun Zi to the corner, which was a deserted well with weeds all around it. Hurry up and follow me. The captain is outside. It turns out that under the wellhead are tunnels that lead right out of town. At this time, Zhao Kai silently thumbs up for the guerrillas' means. The critical moment is still the old comrades. This means of escape is simply, it was about a distance of 200 meters before the tunnel came to an end. Fu Yong pushed away the boards that were blocking the way, and when he came out again he was already at a graveyard. The 2 ended up burrowing through the grave. Who would have thought that the entrance to the tunnels led to a graveyard? The ghosts and pseudo-soldiers in the town searched one house at a time, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi were already walking forward to meet. When I heard that Murakami Tianwu, the old man, was killed, Wang Chanxian almost laughed out loud. Good boy. You can really be a god. Hurry up and follow me. With a retreat route planned in advance, the crowd was out of danger without many twists and turns along the way. Looking at the bland face of Shunzi, Wang Qianjin secretly nodded in his heart. This kid is extremely strong no matter whether it is psychological quality or personal ability, but it is a pity that it is a lone wolf. While on the road he tried again to recruit Wang Shunzi to join the guerrillas, even coaxing him without success. Kid, you said you were going to Shanghai. Do you know how far Shanghai is from here? Junko doesn't know where Shanghai is, but he goes wherever Kai says to go, and Kai says there are ghosts over there for him to kill after a while. Seeing that Shunzi didn't say anything, Wang Qianjin didn't have any way at all. Okay, if you don't say anything, just don't say anything. This time you helped us get the old Murakami ghost killed. I'll think of a way to send you on your way, but once again before that you'll have to stay for a period of time. Junko nodded in agreement. A group of people all the way to the dawn of Shanghai directly to the North Korean side. Zhao Kai finally understood why the ghosts couldn't do anything with the guerrillas. It was a real run. Taking advantage of his free time, he also checked his panel. Form, semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Effective range, 400 meters. Next evolutionary form, automatic rifle, 0/5000, 1213. The moment he saw the experience value required for evolution, Zhao Kai's excited heart was instantly doused. 5000 experience value. To kill the ghost co-captain have to kill 2.5. This upgrade is not too difficult. But luckily this time the system was very helpful and unlocked the shotgun along with the semi-automatic rifle, up to the semi-automatic shotgun as well. Nowadays, with semi-automatic rifles at long range and a big spray plus pistol at close range, it's a full complement of equipment. Going by the system's pissy nature, I'm guessing that the next time you unlock an automatic rifle, you'll also unlock an automatic shotgun. The thought of taking poof even sprayed the big spray. Zhao Kai mouthed to smile crooked. This if sprayed on the little kid. That picture think about all beautiful. By the time Wang Qianxian brought Shunzi to their base, the time had already come to noon. The crowd walked so far up the mountain legs are tired. And then look at even the atmosphere are not gasping Wang Shunzi. A few old gorillas are thumbs up. Good boy. You are that. And really do not want to join us. If you join us, we can certainly make the ghosts look good. No, I'm fine on my own. Junko was as high-strung as ever, as if he didn't have a smile on his face. At the back or Wanging, these Wangzhuang village folk leaned over, and only then did Shunzi get a little more smile on his face. Brother Junko, you're back. We've already made dinner just waiting for you to come back. Make way. Our big hero is here. Wang Ying shouted, and all the daughters-in-law and children of Wangzhuan came together. Although being uprooted from their homeland didn't put them in a good mood, they were happy that the clan could produce such a great hero as Wang Shunzi who killed the devils. All the good things that people saved from eating before were taken out, and the gorillas were considered to be in the light. During the meal Wang Qianxian also told Shunzi about killing the ghost colonel, and heard everyone clapping and shouting, good killing. This group of people should go to the 18 layers of hell. The old village head Wang Shan glared angrily with an expression of hatred that he couldn't wait to eat the ghost's meat directly. At first, everyone was cursing the devils, but at the end, they all cried. The tragedy of the leaning village was close at hand, not that it could be forgotten. Looking at the sad Wang Shunzi, Zhao Kai was also very heartbroken. Hey, they are all poor people. In the future we will kill more ghosts to pay homage to them. In the end, Junko couldn't stand the scene and just turned his head and left the place. Looking at brother Shunzi who was full of sadness, Wang Ying also got up and left, and when she followed her, she also made a trip back to the house, with 2 more pairs of insoles in her hands. By the time he finds Junko, he sees the other man alone and sat under a tree. Brother Junko. Hearing the voice behind him, Wang Shunzi looked back. Ingzi, why are you here? Nothing. I just came to see brother Junko. I heard you were leaving. Is that true? The girl twisted the corners of her coat a little restlessly. If there were no ghosts, maybe the two of them would have gotten married in a couple years. Now Shunzi is thinking about fighting the devils. How can he be in the mood to care about these children's personal feelings? And he understands his situation, that it's a knife's edge, and that something might happen one day, alienating Wang Ying. That was also a necessity. He had lost enough, and he didn't want to watch his beloved girl shed tears. Brother Shunzi, this is the sole I've been knitting for the past 2 days. Try it to see if it fits. The young girl handed over the 2 pairs of insoles in her hand. How she wished her Junko brother would stay. Brat, we don't have to go to Shanghai. I think this girl is interested in you. Zhao Kai and Shunzi exchange. Going to Shanghai is just a matter of chance. Want to rely on their own power to change the war situation. How to think this is impossible. For this reason the sacrifice of Junko's happiness, he is still a bit unable to do. Junko didn't reply to him and said directly to Ingzi, if you want to leave, this is for you, keep it for protection. He handed over the previously captured ghost pistol. The Southern 14 pistol is a garbage gun, but it is better to have it than not to have it. Chapter 14, Uninvited Ghosts. Junko left on the 3rd day after following Wang forward back. Everyone move faster. Someone will meet us when we get to the front. Fu Yong, dressed as a successful man, led the way in front. Zhao Kai didn't know what this person who was doing political work inside the gorillas was doing on the boat, and because it was on the way they went together. This time there were a dozen gorillas along for the ride, and they looked as if they were up to something big. Fu Yan led the way in front, and Shunzi just followed, and after half an hour's time was finally connected. Old Lu, this is a new comrade. Look familiar? Fu Yang's current name was Lu Tao, so the man called him Old Lu. A middle-aged man walked forward and looked at Shunzi and sized him up. He always felt that the young man in front of him was a little different, obviously looking not too old but very mature, giving people an indescribable feeling. Sort of. Why don't you leave him alone for now and get some food for the guys? They're all starving up to their necks. Fu Yang and Wang Qianxian the same. He is also a dead eyes on Shunzi, not let go of the person. Like Shunzi, this talent, do not pull together, that would be a pity. If you can't do it once, then you can slowly grind it down, and you can always pull the youngster into your own camp. Sun Tian saw Fu Yang is not willing to say more. He did not ask. Do their line of business, remember not to ask around. Within a short time, Sunta arrived with a basket containing vegetable nests. There's nothing good, so let's all make do with a meal. Fu Yong picked up 2 nests in his hand and handed them to Shunzi. Eat first, don't have enough and then get your own. Bastard. I still don't believe I can't penitentize you. It just so happens that this time when I go to Shanghai, by the way, I must pull your kid over. For Lao Fu. After getting along for a few days, Junko didn't be polite with him and took the nest and ate it. A mouthful of nests and a mouthful of water. And just like that, the line was full of food. AI. What a pity. I'll just have to watch you guys eat. Zhao Kai sighed a little. How it had become a gun. Before crossing over he was a foodie. These days letting him watch other people eat was really worse than killing him. Junko was used to all of Zhao Kai's complaints. Just as the group was eating, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and the person who came was Sun Tian, whose expression was very ugly at this time. It's bad. There are ghosts coming. You guys hurry and leave through the back door. Hearing this, Fu Yong and the others subconsciously pulled out their guns, and Shunzi also placed his hands behind his waist. As long as the situation was not right he would immediately take action. Don't even eat. Hurry up. Led by Fu Yong, the group ran towards the back of the courtyard. Careful. There are footsteps outside. Your whereabouts may have been revealed. Zhao Kai voiced a reminder. He heard the footsteps outside were dense. Obviously not an unusual walk. Junko stopped dead in his tracks straight away. Fu Yong looked at him, who stopped and did not go, and urged. What are you doing? It's all on fire and you're still not hurrying. You're not still thinking of killing the devils. Are you? Are you crazy? This side is not Yanglu Town. This side of the ghosts is a sea. As long as you dare to make a move, I guarantee that you will not live out. With that he was going to pull Junko. There are people outside. Going out is the only way to get killed. When these words came out, Fu Yong and the others didn't question them. They knew Shunzi's ability. If he said there was someone outside, then there must be someone outside. Sun Tian, who followed, saw that they hadn't left yet and hurriedly urged. Why haven't you guys left yet? The devils are coming. There's an ambush outside. We seem to be exposed. As Fu Yong's words left his mouth, a man ran over from the door. It's no good. Xiao Yu has disappeared. What? Someone's missing at a time like this. Sun Tian was also a veteran intelligence officer who had worked for several years, and instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. Xiao Yu might have defected. His expression became very serious all of a sudden. Listening to the footsteps that were getting closer and closer, everyone's heart was in their throats, and that's when Shunzi tumbled out directly from the courtyard wall, leaving a sentence before he left. I'll draw the ghosts away. You guys hurry up. His movements were so fast that Fu Yong couldn't stop them in time, and by the time he reacted gunshots rang out outside. Damn it, get him. Let's go. Hurry up and go to the pier. Old Sun, you follow along. With Shunzi going out to draw fire, soon the ghosts outside had their attention drawn away. Bang, bang, bang. Junko fired behind him as he ran, and the ghostly agents were put down before they could take more than a few steps after them. Baka, give chase. Never let them get away. A dozen black-skinned ghosts with pistols were in hot pursuit, and the ghost soldiers on the other side were rapidly approaching this way. If you were in God's view you could see that Junko was going to be blocked if he ran any further. Luckily, with Zhao Kai, the instrumental spirit that listens to voices and recognizes positions, when the two sides of the ghosts were about to meet, Zhao Kai directly let Shunzi roll over several walls to avoid the ghost's pursuers. Relying on the physical strength enhancement as a gain-in, scaling a few big walls in a row was nothing for Junko. However, Zhao Kai still underestimated the danger of this one. Just the moment he appeared on the street, a few ghost soldiers popped up not far away. There was no one on this side of the room, so Junko's appearance was a bit of a surprise. Baka Yalu, shoot, don't let him get away. The ghosts met and fired, and Junko ducked behind the wall with a low roll. What should we do, Kai? We won't be surrounded. Junko changed his bullets and fired several shots at the incoming ghosts, and the pursuing ghosts fell to the ground in response. Run east. Don't worry about that for now. I'm sure nothing can happen with me. Saying this with his mouth, he was already greeting Fu Yong and the others in his heart. If he can't see the situation at this point, then why don't he just go to hell? The ghosts are raising a large number of people to send people to surround and intercept Fu Yong. They are afraid that there is not something important in their hands. Themselves and Shunzi, this is being dragged down. But now he didn't have the heart to think so much. It was better to save his life first. Shunzi took out 7 or 8 ghosts in a row, and was directly targeted by the other side, and all the ghosts followed the sound of gunfire and leaned this way. This time Zhao Kai could be said to be 12% focused. As soon as he heard a different footstep he had Shunzi detour. During the period, although he also ran into a few ghosts, but they were all solved by him. After leaving the town, Zhao Kai also let Shunzi drill into the forest. However, he was underestimating the ghosts, and that was completely tightly bitten. Martyr brats really think we're so easy to bully. and still dare to chase it. Shunzi, the mother being chased and sweating. Shunzi was also anxious. The Glock pistol in his hand directly turned into a 56.5. The 10-round magazine was the biggest plus for him as a sharpshooter. The ghost chasers behind them with their flashlights are not living targets. Junko could take them out by simply shooting at the bright lights. Chapter 15, How dare you chase after me? Bang! 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 Junko fired 3 shots at the bright light behind him, and 3 ghosts fell to the ground in response. Baka! They have reinforcements. Machine gunners give me fire suppression. The ghost squad leader leading the group commanded his men to open fire at the forest in front of them. Bullets were shot towards the forest like they didn't have any money. It's good that Shunzi heard Zhao Kai's reminder to lower his head in time, or else he probably wouldn't have been able to save his life. After changing position, Junko continued to shoot. His out-of-this-world marksmanship was completely using the pursuing ghosts as targets, and looking at the torches lit up around him, Sasaki Makoto realized something was wrong. Put out the torches. The other side is a sharpshooter. The first and second detachments will outflank them on both flanks, and the third detachment will continue the fire suppression. I'd like to see where they can escape to. If Shunzi was just an ordinary person, he might not be able to avoid the ghost's encirclement, but he had Zhao Kai as an almighty helper. The moment the ghosts started to move, Zhao Kai discovered the other party. Hurry up! The ghosts are encircling. Shunzi collects the gun to take out the grenade, directly in the woods to cloth up the mixing mine too. Zhao Kai see him this look is also do not know what to say. The bullet is going to bite the ass. There is still mind bray. This guy in order to kill the ghosts is really enough to put up a fight. Laying down 5 sets of grenades in a row, Junko then ran towards the front. At this time the ghosts were only 50 meters away from him. See no movement, the little kid began to speed up. Just into the forest 2 explosions sounded. Walking in the forefront of the ghosts were blown up on the spot. 6 other ghosts are also too late to react to the successive triggered Shunzi layout of the mixing mine. 5 sets of mines killed 15 ghosts. The war performance is not bad. Sasaki Makoto, who was following closely, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at the tragic situation on the ground, and angrily cursed, Baka Yalu, keep chasing, and pay attention to your footing while you're chasing. At this time the ghosts had to continue to turn on the flashlight to check the soles of the feet in case there is still mixing mines. Once the bright light appeared they once again became a living target. Junko ran to the back with the speed of a 100-meter sprint while shooting behind him. In just a few minutes, the ghosts died several more times. This time Sasaki Makoto was a little afraid to chase. There is no way. The enemy's shooting is simply too accurate. Walking 2 steps on their side, someone was hit by a bullet. If they continue to chase, I'm afraid that the deaths and injuries will be more serious. The pursuing ghosts all leaned behind cover, and a tree blocked the incoming bullets. Seeing that the situation was about to stalemate, Zhao Kai reminded, switch to shotguns and solo rounds. I still don't believe that they can't be killed by spraying them at such a close distance. 7. 62mm caliber is not enough, then increase the caliber. The power of a single bullet, that is not a joke. And this time he is not using a normal single bullet, but the FRAG-12 high explosive shotgun shells that can explode. This thing could be a private pleasure ammo in the latter days. After all, who would buy a FRAG-12 with little bang for the buck when there are 40mm caliber grenades out there? Although the system upgrades were pretty ed up, the things unlocked with each evolution were truly awesome, especially the assortment of ammo, which could be converted from the accessory mall into such high-powered bullets by spending only a little experience value. Nowadays, high-explosive shotgun shells are loaded with little kids, but they are blessed. After switching shotguns, Junko fired a shot straight ahead. The high-explosive shrapnel instantly snapped a tree 30 meters away, and the shrapnel from the explosion incidentally carried away the ghosts hiding behind it. He, the launcher, froze for a moment when he saw the power of the high-explosive shotgun shells. Kai, what kind of bullet is this? It's so powerful. High-explosive shrapnel is certainly powerful. Why are you waiting? Keep fighting. Let the brats know that we're not something they can chase just because they want to. Several rounds of high-explosive shrapnel in quick succession directly to the little kid dare not look up. Baka, what is that thing? Why is it still exploding? Does he have an imperial bomb thrower in his hand? Sasaki Makoto was puzzled. Looking at the increasing losses on his side, he didn't care about the order to capture the live ones, and directly ordered his men to frantically strafe the front, and the barrels kept firing at the front as well. This is a dead hand. Hurry up and run. Do not fight. I hope that the old pay them to run far away, otherwise really cannot save them. Junko and I did our best to hold off the ghosts for so long. Shunzi closed the gun and ran toward the back. Good thing the terrain here is not a glance at the flatland. Otherwise the ghosts strafed Shunzi did not dare to move. By the time Makoto Sasaki came this way with the remaining ghosts, Junko was long gone. Looking at the shell casings on the ground, Sasaki Makoto's face turned blue. Baka, I can't believe I let them get away. No, we can't let it go like that. Keep chasing them, we must catch them. On the other side, Fu Yong and the others weren't doing very well. Although Shun Zi had lured the main force of the ghosts away, there were quite a few pursuers on their side as well. As opposed to an unreasonable duo like Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, in a moment's time they had already sacrificed several people. Even Sun Tian had been shot, and if it continued I'm afraid more people would die. Old Lu, you guys hurry up, this time it's me who's gotten you guys into trouble. I'll stay and lure the devils away. You guys go. He didn't wait for Fu Yong to reply and ran in the other direction with the 4 men under his hand. Fu Yong knew that the other party was using his life to buy time for himself, and that absolutely nothing could happen to what he was holding. He also clenched his teeth. Withdraw. Hurry up and withdraw. Sun Tan's side lured the ghosts away in the exact direction that Junko ran. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi were the ones who heard the gunshot. What should we do, Kai? It can't be old Pei and the others. Convinced. We really owe them. First go over and take a look. If the situation is not right we cannot control. There's a wolf in front of us and a tiger behind us, so we can't even go over there without it. Soon, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi arrived at the place. Looking at the several people who were being whisked away by the ghosts, they still couldn't save them from death. Luckily there aren't too many ghosts coming after us, so it's better to save them. It was only without Zhao Kai's words that Shun Zi skillfully pulled out his 56.5 and aimed to shoot directly at the ghost pursuers. Bang! 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 Gunshot people fall to the ground. Sun Tian, they originally intended to die. Who would have thought that there are still helpers at such a time? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Junko shouted down from above. And Sun Tan, who had heard the commotion, followed directly. When he saw that it was Shun Zi, Sun Tian was in tears. Little brother, thank you so much. Otherwise we would have been planted over here today. Okay, cut the crap. I'm followed by dozens of ghosts. Run with me if you want to live. Captain, you guys hurry up. Don't worry about me. I'll break your back. It was at this point that Junko noticed that one of the men had been shot in the leg and crouched right down. Get up here. Don't dilly-dally. Seeing that the other party did not move, Shun Zi also directly carried the other party like a sack, obviously carrying a person. He ran faster than Sun Tian and them. Chapter 16, Climbing the Boat. Shun Zi led Sun Tian and the others all the way to a big stride. 7 turns and 8 turns finally to shake off the ghost pursuers behind them. Hoo. Little brother. You can really run. I really can't run anymore. Sun Tian felt like his old bones were going to break. This continuous running for more than an hour. This is not to make it difficult for him. This old comrade. The others weren't doing so well either, each one breathing heavily. Zhao Kai glanced behind him and realized that there was indeed no one left. Then he reminded. It should be safe, but now it's better to hurry up and go to the pier. Old Pei must be waiting for us. Hearing this, Junko didn't go straight away. Instead he turned his gaze to Sun Tian. I'm leaving. Do you guys continue to follow or what? Junko knew there was a spy in Sunta's ranks, and this time he was afraid it wouldn't be as simple as that. As expected, the last second also had a good expression. Sun Tian's face became ugly. Thank you for saving the life of the little brother. I'm afraid that the back will have to go separately. There are things at home that still have to be solved. When he thought of this desperate escape, Sun Tian's hatred for the spies grew deeper and deeper. If not for the little brother in front of him, I'm afraid that this time the entire intelligence station would have suffered. Without further ado, the mole must be dealt with, for no other reason than to avenge our fallen comrades. Junko nodded, putting the wounded man behind him down. Well then, I'm in a hurry too, so let's part ways. Junko ran towards the front and was gone in no time. By the time it reappeared it was already at the dock by the sea. With Zhao Kai's reminder, Junko didn't rush to get closer. After all, they could be blocked by ghosts before, so maybe there are ghosts blocking the docks now. As expected, Zhao Kai looked around and found many sneaky people looking around. No need to guess. These people must be the ghost agents. He counted. Good lord. There were 15 of these people on this side of a dock alone, and there would be even more if there was a fight later. Today is different from before. You can listen to the footsteps to distinguish the location of the enemy. Here our people are mixed eyes. The enemy hides in the crowd is not good to find. This time it is best to be a little more stable. Better. Zhao Kai told Junko the location of the 15 men, telling him not to look around lest the enemy find out the end of the story. Kai, why don't we just climb the boat? They definitely can't spot us at this late night. I just don't know where this boat leads to. He said this just finished was Zhao Kai denied. No, we do not have many contacts. If we sit on the wrong boat in the future will not be less trouble to waste time. First wait a minute, wait for the old pay them. Speak of the devil. Zhao Kai noticed a man in disguise not far away, and if he was right, It was the ones Fu Yong had brought with him, and Fu Yong called him Deji. Junko, head for the northeast corner. There's a familiar face over there. Shunzi didn't hesitate after hearing this, and directly advanced towards the northeast. At this time, Sun Daji was still carefully watching, when he suddenly felt that someone behind him patted himself. Don't move, it's me. It was only when he heard that familiar voice that Sun Daji stopped moving and almost pulled out his gun. Turning his head to see it was Junko, his face beamed with excitement. Follow me. The two made their way around, finally stopping by a shack. There are many small houses situated here, which are the dwellings of fishermen by the sea. When he went in, he saw Fu Yong sitting there with a sad face. Still haven't found Shunzi, that kid? Keep looking. That kid belongs to the cat's 9 lives, will definitely be fine. Fu Yong tone anxious said. If Junko hadn't lured the ghosts away at the critical moment, I guess everyone would have been doomed. Just then, the sound of the door opening sounded behind him. Found it. Found Junko. The people heard the words directly get up. Their eyes all fell on Shunzi. One by one on the hands of the bara. Mouth also worried about. All right. Not hurt, right? Junko couldn't take this and took 2 steps back. I'm fine. But when are we leaving? Looking at the unharmed Shunzi, Fu Yong breathed a sigh of relief. Then began to sigh again. Depends on the situation. Outside are all black dogsy. We may have been exposed. Wait for the connector. When he thought of this mission, Fu Yong's entire body was silent. And now things were going in the right direction, but he was afraid that the connectors would defect as well. This is not once bitten by a snake and 10 years afraid of a well rope. This is a must-have caution. This is all to the place. Absolutely cannot have another accident. Soon, the team members who had gone out to check out the situation returned. As he looked at Junko, he also asked, Junko, is everything okay? It's okay. We must leave at once. The situation has changed. We are being watched by the devils. We must leave at once. First to Lu province and then to Shanghai. Where's the connector? Why haven't we seen him come? Fu Yong said with great vigilance. Oh, the connector went to get a boat. It should be here soon. It's not a good place to stay. Hurry up. From the time he came to the pier, Fu Yong felt inexplicably irritable. He always had a bad feeling. Always felt that something was going to happen. The rest of the team knew what he was worried about and followed him out this way without saying much. It was because of Fu Yong's caution that everyone dodged a bullet. And just 5 minutes after they left, that connector came with a ghost agent. Open the door and it's empty. Baka, where is everyone? One of the ghosts touched the oil lamp. It was still warm. They must not have gone far. Give me chase. Zhao Kai had been watching this side, and he knew something was wrong the moment he heard that Baka. Hurry up. The enemy is coming after us. Damn it. This is an entire line of people who have gone rogue. Don't let me know who the traitors are. Fu Yong cursed in a low voice and continued to run towards the outside of the pier with his men. I did not expect that this time the ghost's reaction was very fast, and was already having people blocking the door. The hearts of the crowd were in their throats as they watched the ghosts still pouring in. You look at me. I look at you. What to do at a time like this? Or just climb aboard? We won't have the slightest chance when the enemy comes over. At a time like this, Junko didn't dare to draw fire like before. Hell knows how many people were ambushed here. In great distress, he was ready to climb aboard, no matter what Fu Yong and the others did. Then climb aboard and jump. Fu Yong took the lead and jumped into the water, diving headfirst without a shadow. Junko followed close behind, swimming towards the boat not far away. The ghost agent's attention was on the shore and he didn't notice anyone in the water at all. Soon, Junko swam near the ship that was loading its cargo, looking at the crew of the cargo that was being transported upwards one by one. Zhao Kai had a plan in mind. Find a way to blend in. I have to change my clothes. As soon as Zhao Kai had finished speaking, Shunzi set his sights on a crew member walking back, and went up for a handshake. By the time Junko reappeared, he had changed into the clothes of a crew member, and that crew member was stuffed into one of the crates that held his cargo. Chapter 17, The Haunted Ghosts. Not long after Junko got on the boat, Fu Yong and the others also managed to get on the boat. In a moment of trepidation, the freighter was finally underway. Zhao Kai glanced at the ghosts on the shore who were in a hurry to find someone, and couldn't help but sneer. Find it. You guys have a good time. We'll all be far away by the time we find it. Estimated that the ghosts could not have imagined that Fu Yong they are so bold. Knowing that there are people in front of them will still drill inside. What is this called? The opposite of what they do. Seeing the boat moving away, Fu Yong and the others were finally relieved. This road twists and turns is really enough to remember, but also good to listen to the words of the old king took Shunzi together. Otherwise I'm afraid that we cannot come to this side. Daichi, go out and see what's going on while the others rest for a while. Without Fu Yong saying it, Shunzi began to take a nap. Tired for so long even an Iron Man cannot top, and get refreshed for what comes next. By the time he woke up again, It was well into the latter part of the night, and the ship was just sailing smoothly over the ocean, and no one cared that there were a few extra people on board. This is a cargo ship with some guests along with it, and Fu Yong didn't attract much attention when they boarded the ship. Just now Sun Daji has inquired clearly. This ship is going to Qingcheng, Lu Province. To the place will also be loaded with a batch of goods, and then we'll take the goods to Shanghai City. Fu Yong and the others had gotten on this ship completely by mistake, and if nothing happened, it wouldn't take them more than a few days to reach their destination. Zhao Kai also wanted to take advantage of this rare peace and rest, but someone wouldn't let him have his way. He was in the cabin, but he could still hear things outside. Like just now he heard a faint dripping sound that sounded like someone sending a telegram. If I heard the voice correctly, it was right above the cabin. Who has nothing better to do than send a telegram in the middle of the night? And it's not always safe now, even at sea. Junko, get up and get to work. There's movement overhead. Today's situation cannot let down their guard. This if in case the ghost agents blocked that can only jump into the sea. If possible, Zhao Kai still wanted to preemptively and silently get the other party killed. As soon as he heard that there was a situation, Junko hurriedly got up and headed outside. Fu Yong woke up at the sound of his footsteps and whispered, "What's your boy up to again?" "Nothing, hot and bothered. Went out for some air. Now that it's summer, it does get a little stuffy inside the cabin." Fu Yong was also unable to sleep, so he simply followed him out. He realized something was wrong when he saw Junko heading towards the upper floors. Did this kid find out what was going on again? Zhao Kai followed the sound all the way to guide him, and finally, he was able to find the room where the dripping sound was emitted. It was the middle of the night and there was no one else in the cabin at all, so Junko dared to eavesdrop here openly. Soon the dripping sound in the room was gone, and Fu Yong, who had followed him, listened for half a day and wondered what Shunzi was listening to there. "Shoo, there's 4 of them in there, and 2 of them are asleep, so you'd better move fast." Shunzi made a silent gesture while signaling Fu Yong to join him later. Fu Yong nodded. With his previous experience, he had long since stopped treating Shunzi as an average person. Maybe there's something really going on in the room. Inside the room, the 2 ghosts whispered, "Inoue Kuan, I've just gotten word that the enemy is most likely on this ship. We have to find them before the ship docks or it will be hard to find them when it does. Kamita-kun and I will go to the lower cabin, while you and Yamamoto-kun find a way to check our level out." The 2 ghosts shouted their sleeping partners awake, and just as the 4 were about to come out, Junko gestured twice more, meaning that there were 4 people inside, and that they would have to split up. "So I'll take care of 2 of them later, and you can take care of the rest." Fu Yong nodded his head and went straight out of the cabin with a soft voice. Junko, on the other hand, ducked into the cabin restroom. He was waiting for an opportunity, and 2 brats were no problem for him. Soon, 4 ghosts went out back and forth. 2 went out of the cabin, and 2 began to sneak up on this floor. Watching the ghosts pry the door open, Zhao Kai could not help but sigh. "TSK, this little kid will also be this work. Shunzi, you have to learn a little later. This in case if you use it later that is life-saving." Junko made a secret note that there was one more thing to learn. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 ghosts had checked out all the rooms and were shaking their heads. "Let's go meet up with Kamita-kun and the others." Just as the 2 were about to leave, there was a commotion from the restroom at the end of the cabin. "Someone." The 2 ghosts looked towards the restroom in unison and leaned towards it, rather than miss it by taking 2 more steps. This one was a very serious matter, and no matter what, the enemy's intelligence officer had to be killed. Watching the 2 ghosts enter the restroom, Junko made his move. The fist carried a strong wind, and by the time the 2 ghosts reacted, the fist had already struck, and with it came a brightly shining bayonet. Bang! Junko's large fist slammed into one of the ghost's temples, dry humping the ghost on the spot. The other ghost was not as lucky as him. White knife in, red knife out, not even a chance to scream. While the Oni was dazed by the punch, Junko drew his knife and gave his opponent a refill. The intense pain caused Ken Inoue Harakiri's eyes to whiten and glaze over as he struggled to shoot, but the man in front of him didn't give him a chance at all. After a couple of struggles, Ken Inoue Hara followed suit. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one at the scene, Junko carried 2 ghost corpses to the deck. "Kai, do you need to go help old Pei and the others?" Hearing that the lower cabin was no longer moving, Zhao Kai knew that Fu Yong and the others had finished as well. "They'll be here soon." Just after the words were said, 2 people were seen coming out of the cabin entrance, and it wasn't exactly Fu Yong. As soon as the 2 sides met, Junko spoke first. "These are ghosts. They're supposed to be here to capture you." Fu Yong nodded his face with a look of aftermath. "If it is not Shunzi heard the movement, I am afraid that something is going to happen. Even if you can kill the ghosts in return, then you have to pay the price. It's a good thing you're here with Junko, otherwise it would have been dangerous tonight. You guys take care of the bodies first. I'm going to go over to the ghost's side to take a look. Fu Yong and Shun Zi came to the cabin where the 4 ghosts were. A secret language book. And there was the small book with the identities of the 4 ghosts. Why there's no radio? Because Chokai already let Junko take it. A good thing like radio is a bonus when you get it. The 2 men looked at the small book and frowned. The 4 words of the special high-level division can explain the situation. And then look at Fu Yong. What kind of person has this messed with? How come the ghosts' special high-level division are chasing after them? Meeting Junko's eyes, Fu Yong didn't say much. There are times when the more you know the more dangerous it is. We must leave before the ship reaches the shore. I suspect the enemy will block us on the shore. Chapter 18, Getting to the Place. For Fu Yong's words, both Zhao Kai and Shun Zi have no doubt. Some things must be careful. In case if something goes wrong then it is going to be a small life. The next day was just after dawn. And already the shore was faintly visible. At this time, Shunzi did not care what Fu Yong and the others were going to do. Directly jumped from the boat. And when he was leaving, Zhao Kai also asked Shunzi to take the ghost's radio. I don't need it now but who can tell later. Shunzi's move to jump into the sea also gave Fu Yong and the others a fright, which is still a distance away from the shore. So they are not afraid of halfway to exhaustion. Alas, let's hope the boy can get ashore safely. Da Ji, you guys get ready too. After a while we'll go too. Relying on physical strength enhancement, Junko in the sea a burst of swimming. A few kilometers of the sea he swam for a full hour. The unfamiliar 2 didn't pick a place. They just found a random shore and climbed up. Changing into clean clothes, Junko also headed towards the small fishing village not far away. This swimming in the sea is a waste of energy compared to running on land. And Junko, who hadn't eaten since last night, was already hungry. At dawn, the village fishermen were already laboring. Looking at Shun Zi who came over, the fisherman also came up enthusiastically. Young man, what are you doing here? Looking for relatives? Seeing someone come to strike up a conversation, Zhao Kai's heart rejoiced. He was worried about not having a reason to do so, and now someone had come to his door. Sorry homeboy, I'm looking for my sister here. Who knows I got lost halfway. Hearing this, a few old fishermen laughed. Haha young man, I see that you're dressed like this to come from the city. Our side is still a distance away from the other side of the great city of Qingcheng. Yeah, I told you how I couldn't find the place. Junko scratched his head in embarrassment causing the crowd to laugh even more. Just then, an untimely stomach growl caught the attention of the crowd. And the old fisherman who was leading the group looked at Shunzi. Young man this is not yet eaten. If you don't mind it you can follow a few of us old things to eat together. A couple of old fishermen pulled out a few dry biscuits and a few salted fish from their pockets and handed them right over. Junko didn't mind and took the cakes and salted fish and ate them. Looking at the dark fisherman, Zhao Kai remembered his own family. He is the seaside people. Know the hard work of being a fisherman. Leave them some money later. You can't let people down for a while. In 3 or 2 strokes Junko had finished the dried biscuits and dried fish, and proceeded to slam 2 mouthfuls of the water gourd handed to him by the old fisherman. Alright lad, we have to get to work too. Aren't you going to the city? Go west from this side. A 30-mile walk should get you there. If that's not possible you can go to the village and find a guide. This time people are still very simple. See people in trouble that are able to help a hand. Uncle, thank you so much. I can walk by myself if I know the direction. Before leaving, Shunzi left a piece of ocean in the old man's cloth bag, and waited until he walked out of the old man saw. Gu, how come this city boy is so honest, leaving so much money for 2 cakes and a salted fish? Leaving the small fishing village, Junko didn't waste any time and ran all the way towards the city. The rest of the way will have to go on its own. I just don't know if I can find a boat going towards Shanghai. Facts prove that his luck is not bad. Wait until noon to arrive at the harbor. Just when there is a ship will pass by Shanghai. After paying the boat fee Shunzi directly on the boat, without Fu Yong and the others by his side. He didn't know what to do for a while. I don't know if they got out of it yet. Shunzi shook his head and turned his head into the cabin. This time Zhao Kai had let him pay for a room. Now he was finally able to get some rest. Form, semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Effective range, 400 meters. Next evolutionary form, automatic rifle, 0/5000, 1300. Although he had killed a lot of ghosts before, he had wasted a lot of experience value by modifying the high explosive shotgun shells, so his experience value didn't rise much. Experience value is a good thing, but it's a shame it's not spent. Just thinking about all those strange accessories inside the mall made Zhao Kai feel itchy. Now he is not a human being, what fun can he have? In addition to killing ghosts is not the transformation of weapons. After all, it is his body. Take advantage of the free time or rub some special bullets out. What high explosive shotgun shells or dum-dum bullets? As long as it is special bullets he has prepared some in case of emergency. Looking at the consumed 200 experience points, he felt his heart dripping blood. In the future, I have to urge the Shunzi kid to kill a few more ghosts. This experience value is a bit insufficient. Seeing that there was nothing else going on, there was the sound of intensive footsteps outside. It sounded like a chase. Hearing the commotion, Junko was just about to go close the door when a woman flashed in sideways. Before Junko could speak, he felt something hard against his waist. It's a gun. Close the door. It happened so suddenly that Junko didn't even react for a moment. Who would have thought that a weak woman would suddenly pull out a gun? After slamming the door behind him, a couple of men came in after him. Where are the people? Search them for me. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sharp knock on the door and shouting outside. Who are you people and what are you doing? Bang, bang, bang. The door of the room in front of Junko was also knocked. Open the door. Open the door. If you don't open the door, I'll kick it in. Open the door. Just say you didn't see anything. And if you dare to talk nonsense, watch out for your dog's life. The gun in the woman's hand was aimed at Junko, and she backed up and ducked inside the closet. Junko opens the door and a man is about to rush inside. Asterisk 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 off. The man shoved Junko a little, and Junko didn't move. I'll you up. Shunzi won't spoil the stink of the person in front of him. A big flying foot kicked over. Come on people. Someone is robbing He shouted this directly to the people outside. Shouted in. Was pinned down the face of the little kid. He wanted to pull out a gun but did not dare. Can only endure the pain by Shunzi kicked 2 feet. To the point where a couple of black-skinned agents who came in after them were thrown out by the men on board. At this time Xinjiang is not an enemy-occupied area. In addition to the ghosts outside there are Revolutionary Army agents. At this time the ghosts dare to venture. They absolutely nothing good to eat. After driving the ghostly agents away, Junko then returned to the room. As soon as he entered, the woman's gun was at the back of his head. Kid, don't do anything rash. Watch out for guns going off. If it were in the past, Zhao Kai would have let Junko do it, but now he didn't want to cause trouble. Most of all, the woman in front of me is most likely. If you can be chased by the ghosts, your identity must not be simple. The next part of the journey went well, until the woman left when the ship was about to arrive in Shanghai. Standing looking at the bustling city standing on the shore, Zhao Kai secretly swore in his heart, a bunch of foreign devils. Sooner or later one day I'll chuck you out. Chapter 19, Meeting Old Fu again. After getting off the boat, Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't rush off. It's better to get a clear picture of what's going on here when you're not familiar with the place. Now, although the Great War has not broken out, it is important to be well prepared. Zhao Kai had Junko rent a room in Hongkou district, not far from the Ghost's Special Operations Unit command. The thick concrete wall looked like it couldn't be shaken by an unusual shell. In the near future, this will become a battlefield for the two armies, and the Chinese army will fall on its face here. Rent a house in Hongkou this side. There is another reason that is here: Japanese people. When the time comes, if the ghosts make a small action, he can also let Shunzi kill a few ghosts to increase the experience value. Those who can live on this side must be the families of those ghost soldiers. For killing them, the two of them are not a little psychological burden. It's still early. Why don't we take a stroll around the tenement? Zhao Kai took the initiative to open his mouth. He also wanted to see just how prosperous the foreign concessions of this era were. Hate the Yankees all you want, but you have to figure out what's going on around you. We may have to go back to the concession in the future, so we can't afford not to make preparations. In order to enter the rented world, Zhao Kai also asked Shunzi to find a tailor store to prepare for a change of clothes. However, when he entered the tailor store, he saw 2 people who surprised him, only to see the old Pei and the woman who was on the boat before were talking about something. When they heard the footsteps, the 2 of them turned their heads in unison. Junko, it's you! The 2 spoke in unison, then gave each other a look that meant you knew each other before. Shunzi was also a bit confused, or Zhao Kai reminded. It seems that this little chili is in league with old Pei, and the 2 of you are sort of not fighting. Acquaintances meet that there is not so much to talk about. Fu Yong directly hung up the sign of closure and took Shunzi up to the 2nd floor. The 2 exchanged information, which clarified the situation. Ha ha, Comrade White, so you 2 still have this experience. It's just not a family that doesn't enter a family. Bai looked at Shunzi's cold face a little embarrassed. He was holding the other side hostage before, and he was half of his own people. I'm sorry, I had no choice before, and I'm here to apologize. Shirai gave Junko a very sincere bow. It's okay. Zhao Kai and Shunzi originally did not intend to hold on to it. People have apologized for this even if the past. Unraveling the lump, Fu Yong also inquired. How did you kid come over here? Didn't you say you came to join your relatives? Did you find them? Looked. People moved away. Junko blurted out the pre-prepared reason. So, have you found a place to stay? Do you need me to help you find a house? He hadn't given up on bringing Junko into the fold, and he didn't want to let go now that the opportunity had presented itself. Especially this way experience. Shunzi, this kid that is born to be an intelligence officer material, can run and fight. Than any of them. The most important thing is that this kid on the brat hatred is very big. Found it. Just 2 streets ahead. Okay. Not to mention this. I came over here but to buy clothes. Do you have any spot on your side? Seeing that Shunzi is not willing to say more, Lao Fu also did not force. When the time comes, naturally this kid can be pulled over. Come with me. There are ready-made clothes right in the store. See if any of them fit. Shirai took the initiative and stepped forward, finding 2 suitable outfits for Junko. A pair of very suitable. The old pay as a store manager a wave of the hand to give away. Along the way, if it is not Shunzi cover, they have no life to live to this side. Prolonged by E also gave Shunzi a hairstyle. Zhao Kai took a look at the handsome teenage boy in the mirror, also sighed. Did not see out. You kid long not bad it, but then your Kai brother I'm still a few points worse. But don't get cold feet. You kid. If you didn't know better you'd think someone owed you money. Junko grinned, except that smile was a little creepy, and Zhou Kai was very speechless at the sight of it. Forget it, you'd better stop smiling. It's easy to scare people. While it was still dark, Zhao Kai and Shunzi turned around in Honko district, where there were alleys, where they led to, where they could climb over the wall. They memorized all of these. Without realizing it, Junko walked near the ghost command, and a group of ghosts strutted in as if this was their home. Looking at the hordes of ghosts, Junko's heart was already pressing. If it was possible, he wanted to draw his gun and give the ghost 2 shots now. Hold back for a while and see if you get a chance to strike in the evening. Zhao Kai tried to calm down too, but he got angry at the sight of the ghosts, and to be honest he was even more anxious than Shunzi, and he couldn't help but look at the walking experience packs. The time came to evening in a flash. By dressing like a successful man and using the words provided by Zhao Kai, Junko manages to enter the French concession. Where can I gather the situation the fastest? It must be the cabaret. There are all kinds of people gathered here, and with patience you can always hear something. It is said that people rely on clothes and saddles, and Junko changed his outfit and branched out. Even the man at the door didn't stop him. The first time he came to this kind of red light place, Junko was very uncomfortable. The flashing lights and the stage dancer all attracted his eyes. Kai, why are these women wearing so little? Is it bad to wear less? Look at those big white legs. TSK. No wonder they all like to come to this place. Just take a good look. We're paying for it. Think did not cross over before he was an upright people's police. That is shouting crouch down and don't move people. Just don't know if there is no pornography over here. Junko over here was blushing as he watched, but Zhao Kai was good, commenting on the dancers one by one there. Suddenly he heard a different voice, the voice of a Japanese man speaking. Major Hanjo. He's up there. Osamu. When he heard the word Osamu, Zhao Kai was not in the mood to watch the dancing, and was directly ready to call Shunzi to go on an errand, which was a whopping 2,000 experience points. The meat that was delivered to his mouth he could not resist. Junko's working. There's a big fish. As soon as he heard that there was a big fish, Shunzi's eyes changed. Nothing could make him more excited than killing ghosts. What dancers? Could not raise the slightest interest at all. See the man in the black suit and hat on your left? That's him. Stay close. Junko kept a safe distance and followed all the way to the second floor. Watching the group enter the room with 2 doormen still at the door, Junko asked, "What about Kai?" "Don't worry. Here it is. Let's sneak backstage and get a waiter's outfit. Then pretend to deliver the drinks. Just get close enough to the door so I can hear what they're saying. In order to be able to take the ghost big fish, the 2 are also enough to fight. Halfway in order to save time will be a toilet attendant knocked out and stripped naked." Changing his clothes, Junko dragged a bottle of wine and a few glasses straight up to the second floor. Chapter 20, Meeting a Pike. The wine you asked for, sir. Junko came to the door again with the tray, and as soon as he got close enough to Zhao Kai, he heard voices inside. "No, the tenements are not safe. You must send me out of China afterward, or I will not give you my things." The male voice inside carried a bit of urgency and a bit of anger, so it looked like this wasn't going to work out. "Wine? We didn't ask for wine. Off." The 2 ghosts at the door drove Shunzi away in broken Chinese, giving absolutely no face at all. But now that Zhao Kai was listening, he wasn't going to let it go just like that. "Junko, find a way to stall for time," came when the 2 have combined how to say. See the door of the ghosts rushed people. Shunzi still stayed to laugh. "2 gentlemen, we absolutely no mistake. Or you go in and ask." The 2 ghosts had impatience on their faces. If it wasn't for the fact that this belonged to the tenement they were afraid of getting into trouble. They probably would have opened fire by now, but in the end they were impatient and went to inform. "Mr. Lee, would you like a drink?" "Mr. Lee." These 3 words were accurately heard by Zhao Kai, knowing that the traitor's surname was Li. Today was not a wasted trip. No, where do I still have the heart to drink? Hurry up and let them roll. Li Tianlu's tone was very impatient. This talk is good, you guys come to interrupt what? On the opposite side, Hanjogo waved his hand when he saw this, and the informing Oni then left. Then he turned his gaze to Li Tianlu. Yes, as long as Mr. Li hands over that list to me, you are a friend of our great Japanese empire, and we can guarantee to safely send you out of the country, to Japan for retirement or to another country. We can agree to it. On the eve of a war, there are always undercurrents, so we can't just focus on the ground and ignore the underground intelligence. This time, the purpose of Hanjogo was to clean up the enemy's intelligence agencies in Shanghai. Fine, just send me out of the country and everything will be fine. By the time he heard this, the ghosts at the door had already begun to kick people out. I'm sorry sir, it was a mistake on our part. I'll leave right away. Right away. Junko bowed his head and apologized as he walked towards the back. And by the time he got down the stairs, Junko's face, who had been smiling before, turned serious. Just having him give the ghosts a nod and a wink could have made him sick. Well, not without a little gain. This should have been heard. And Zhao Kai wasn't going to go on like this. After going to the restroom to change back into his clothes, Junko came out again as if nothing had happened. We didn't come here in vain today. A ghost colonel and a traitor. We'll do them later. Someone who strays outside the rules won't attract the attention of their enemies. And it's doubtful that either Hanjogo or Li Tenryu could have imagined that they'd be targeted by a stranger. Kai will just get them when the time comes, or what should we do? Junko asked for advice with an open mind. It was always right to ask Kai about everything. First find a way to dog traitor take away. He has a list in his hand. Find a way to get his hands on it. As for that ghost is not bad for a while. They dare to touch the head once, then dare to touch the second time. Listen to the tone of that ghost. That dog traitor in the hands of the list seems to be very important to the Japanese. Good. Junko silently responded, already being ready to fight. Not long after that, Hanjogo and his lapdog went downstairs, and waited for a long time but didn't see the one surnamed Li go out. Based on years of reconnaissance experience, Zhao Kai realized that something was wrong and that the other party might have already left. Hurry upstairs. The guy might have gotten away. As soon as the two of them went upstairs, they saw a figure sneakily leaving from the previous room. Without thinking, it must be the spy surnamed Li. Follow him. Shunzi maintained a safe distance to follow the other party. This guy is also cautious enough to climb the wall from the back and leave. When he left, the man also intentionally or unintentionally looked towards the back. If Zhao Kai hadn't told Junko to keep his distance, he probably would have been discovered by now. That son of a is so good at counter-surveillance. He almost found out. Zhao Kai's side called out the murmurs to capture Li Tianlu's footsteps, and Shunzi also flipped over the wall, seemingly hearing the sound of landing. Li Tianlu accelerated his pace. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That guy found us. Get after him. On the left. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need to cover up. Shunzi began to take big strides to chase after him, and Li Tianlu in front of him cursed in his mind. Damn it, how the hell did I get caught? Never get caught. For the traitor's fate, he knows better than anyone. That really can't beg for life and can't beg for death. Not to mention the people, even if it is an Iron Man caught, it has to open its mouth. Li Tianlu's feet accelerated and the gun in his arms was pulled out. A murderous intent surfaced in his eyes, and he was already preparing to lay his hands on him. Running at a time like this was definitely out of the question, and there had to be a way to get the other side killed. Yes, I can go to the Japanese. They're the only ones who can save themselves now. Li Tenroku ran towards the address given by Hanjogoku, but the footsteps behind him were getting closer. Just then, two men in black appeared in front of Li Tianlu. Mr. Li, it looks like you're in trouble here. Hanjogo's subordinate, Ueda Kanzuya, looked at the wretched man in front of him with a smile on his face, and his admiration for his officer deepened in his heart. Hanjogo is uneasy about Li Tianlu, which is why he secretly sends someone to follow the other side. You guys are following me. Li Tianlu looked at the Japanese in front of him with an ugly expression. You can't be saved, but you can't say nothing. It will only make the other person look down on you even more. He understands the Japanese very well. The weaker you are, the more the other side does not treat you as a person. You must put on an attitude so that the other side will take it seriously. Ueda Heya smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Li, it's better to think about you right now. It looks like you need us very much right now. Li Tianlu was suffocated by this sentence. His face reddened. It was really an old fox. The moment he opened his mouth, he went straight to the heart. Help me get the people in the back, and tell Officer Hanjo that I'm leaving Shanghai right away, the day after tomorrow at the latest, and I'll give you the list with both hands as long as you get me out safely. Zhao Kai, who was following closely, heard the faint sound of conversation in front of him, and although he couldn't hear it clearly, He knew that the other party was coming to help. Junko, watch out, that guy's coming to help. Shanzi, who was originally ready to continue accelerating, slowed down, and the gun in his hand was aimed at the dark alley in front of him. Zhao Kai's perspective rose and he saw 5 people hiding inside. If he showed his head now, he was afraid that he would be beaten into a sieve. He roughly estimated the distance. The distance between the two sides was no more than 30 meters at most, and it was definitely better to use a shotgun than a pistol at this distance. Not to mention, a Glock pistol's suppression is definitely not as powerful as a Magnum that shoots high explosive rounds. Switch guns. Those guys are squatting you right out front. Use the shotgun. I've got all the bullets for you. In the blink of an eye, the Glock pistol in Junko's hand was transformed into a shotgun, loaded with high explosive shotgun shells that could explode. Ueda and Li Tianlu were fully focused on the front. They wanted to see who had the guts to be so bold. Just then, not far from the gunshot accompanied by a bright light, before they could react that high explosive shrapnel hit in front of them. 3 ghosts on the spot, no movement. Ueda and Li Tianlu froze and looked at the body not far away. People were dumbfounded. Where have they secret agents ever seen such evil weapons? Who in their right mind would dare to fire a gun in the tenement? This is nuts. Not waiting for the 2 men to fire, Shunzi fired 2 more shots in a row, directly pressuring the people on the other side of the room not to dare to show their heads. Chapter 21, say, where is the list? Assholes, are all your people this crazy? Ueda and cursed, and all they could do was reach out and shoot randomly at the outside. Li Tianlu's brain was also blank. He couldn't understand what the opposite side was using even if he tried to run his head. What sounded like a gunshot came out as a shell. No, I should say a grenade like a catapult. Who do I ask if you ask me? You get me out of here now or you guys don't want the list. At a time like this Li Tianlu couldn't care less. He wanted to leave this Thai place now. Run. Hurry up and run tomorrow. Although he was annoyed in his heart, Ueda and could only bite his tongue and agree. Okay, I'll cover you. You hurry. Our men should be here soon when they hear the noise. Zhao Kai, who heard the entire conversation between the two, sneered. Run. Where to run? If I don't dislike the barrel of my gun on your faces today, I won't be Zhao Kai. Shunzi, be careful. There are people on both sides in front of us. The ghosts are on the left and that Li guy is on the right. He's going to run. As soon as he heard that the dog traitor was going to run, Shunzi's eyes became even more fierce, and he pushed forward with his big spray. A single shotgun shell scattering beads of lead completely just closed the not-so-wide alley, and shot after shot brought the two sides closer and closer together. Ueda and prepares to get down and roll over to shoot, not realizing that he's been recognized straight away. With Zhao Kai reporting the point, Junko was already pre-aiming the position of the opponent's flip, and before Ueda and shot, the spray of loose bullets had already pushed straight to the face. Looking at the illuminated muzzle, Ueda Kazu knew that he was finished, but he couldn't figure out how the enemy was able to accurately predict his movements. Bang! The unstoppable Ueda and his head was beaten into a rotten watermelon, and this time Junko didn't even do anything to add to his bag and chased after him in the direction of Li Tianlu. This guy is also a smart person, knowing that he cannot run away directly towards the crowded enemy to run. As long as they run into the rent, police will be safe. He knew Hanjogo would fish for him for the list. Help! Killing people! Li Tianlu shouted as he ran, seeing that he was about to run out of the alley. What he didn't notice was that a blackened muzzle behind him was already aiming at him. 2 shots rang out. Li Tianlu was shot in both legs, shot and fell to the ground. He shot behind him while crawling forward with one arm. The desire to survive simply pulled full. The patrolman who heard the sound quickly approached this place, while the ghost's men were also speeding towards the side. Someone's coming. Hurry up and grab him and get out of here. This Li Tianlu is also unlucky, looking to climb out. The pistol is out of bullets. Stay back. I'll shoot. Junko completely ignores him and rushes up and knocks the dog traitor out with a single punch. By the time the patrolman came this way, there was nowhere to be seen but a little blood and bullet casings on the ground. Bastard. Find me, alive or dead. I want to see who has the guts to make a move in the tenement. On the other side, the ghost's men also saw the corpses in the alley that had been beaten into a hornet's nest, and such a tragic situation also made them spurt with anger. Baka, find them for me. We must catch the murderers. How dare they kill our great Japanese Imperial Army? Sir First Lieutenant, the patrol is here. A ghost ran over and said, retreat first. Facing the pursuit of the 2 groups of people, Shunzi carried Li Tianlu all the way through the alleys and over the walls, and it took a lot of effort to get rid of the 2 people. Patrolling around to see that it's safe, Zhao Kai hastily voiced a reminder. There's no need to run. Wake this guy up first. I'm afraid he'll bleed to death. For traitors, Shunzi will not be soft. Snapping 2 slaps up to wake up Li Tianlu. As soon as he woke up, that heartbreaking pain came from his legs, and bean-sized beads of sweat instantly soaked Li Tianlu's forehead. Where's the list? Li Tianlu looked up to meet Junko's murderous eyes and played dumb. What list? I don't know. He now thought the ghosts and rangers would find this way, and he was stalling. Both Zhao Kai and Junko had little patience for his refusal to cooperate with this behavior. With a puff, the bayonet stabbed directly into Li Tianlu's wound. You shall not die. Another slash. This time Li Tianlu's shouts were much weaker. With the blood flowing, he had long since lost much of his strength. Shout. Shout louder. See if your wild Japanese father will come to your rescue. My patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the list? Junko shook his bloodied bayonet. His 16-year-old face bore a ruthlessness that didn't belong to that age group, and at this moment he looked like an executioner at an execution. If you don't want anything to happen to your family, you'd better be smart about it. You don't think they're going to get away. When he heard that his family members had been arrested, Li Tianlu's face completely lost its previous lightness. He didn't expect that his family members who had been arranged early had been arrested. You asshole. Woe to your family. Zhao Kai was originally thinking of swindling the other party, but he didn't expect it to come true. Oh, you dog traitor and sellout still have the face to say this. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the list? Li Tianlu pointed out to himself that he would surely die, but he still wanted to struggle a bit. Ha ha, want the list? Release my family, wait until they leave safely and I'll give you the list. Otherwise even if you kill me, you won't say anything. This is really tough. Kai, why don't we just get them dead? That list is of no use to us anyway. For a moment, Zhao Kai really wanted Shun Zi to shoot Li Tianlu to explode his experience, but he always felt that that list was of great use. But the problem came. He simply did not know where Li Tianlu's family, let alone send the other party out of Shanghai, before purely fraudulent each other. Now it seems that we really can't let this die so quickly. After a moment of silence, Zhao Kai said, Shunzi, you're still young. A list that can make a ghost colonel come to his door to get it must be very important. It might be able to affect the lives of thousands of people. Don't underestimate intelligence work. Find a way to leave with the guy. The list we have to get. Zhao Kai was ready to go back to find Lao Fu to help. This has tools people do not use for nothing. He did not believe that the other party is not interested in this list. It took a lot of effort for Junko to find a way to bring Li Tianlu back to where he lived, and by the time he got back it was already 2 in the morning. Looking at the pale Li Tianlu, Junko can only knock on the door in the middle of the night to seek help. Bang! 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 Bai Yi, who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by this knocking on the door, put on her clothes and ran towards the stairs. Who? Is Lao Lu there? Hearing that it was Junko's voice, Bai Yi hurriedly removed the latch, and as soon as she opened the door she smelled a strong odor of blood. You killed someone? One of her eyes was dead set on the man in front of her, trying to see through the other. Chapter 22, which laid the smackdown. Is old Lu there? I have something for him. For Bai Yi, Shun Zi is not very familiar with it, and it's better to find an acquaintance like Lao Fu to save people. Why did you call each other Lao Lu? That's the other person's alias. Not in. Don't know when I'll be back. So let's get ahead of what's going on. Perhaps guilty of pointing a gun at his comrade before? Becky is very concerned about Junko's affairs. After waiting for a long time and seeing that he couldn't wait for Fu Yong, Shun Zi exchanged words with Zhao Kai. Kai, why don't we just look for her first? I see that he was close to old Fu before. She should be able to help us with our troubles as well. It's fine for you to make your own decisions on this matter, and you shouldn't ask me about some trivial matters in the future. Zhao Kai also figured out that it wasn't necessarily good to always hold Shunzi up. He had to develop his independence, and he had a feeling that one day the two would be separated. Hearing this, Shunzi didn't have so many scruples in his mind and told him about having a wounded man in his family, but he didn't say much about Li Tianlu's identity. It's a good thing Bai Yi isn't the type to break the ice, and when she hears that Junko's family has a wounded man, she does offer to help. Is it shot? I've had experience as a doctor before. I might be able to help you. Wait for me. I'll get some tools. Whitey went up to the second floor, and in a short time he came down with a small box. Let's go. I'll check the situation first. If I can't cure it then I'll have to think of something else. The two left through the back door, not the front door. The distance between where the two sides lived was not too far, and they arrived quickly. This is where you live. Why don't you find a more spacious house? Looking at the somewhat crowded alley in front of her, Bai Yi was concerned. It's just a place to sleep and live. The two of them just chatted with each other, looking like friends who had known each other for a long time. Who could the two of them had almost gotten into a fight before? Before she even entered the room, Bai Yi's eyebrows furrowed, and before she even went in she knew that the person inside was badly injured. She didn't dare to be slow in saving her life, and took out her tools and headed towards the inner room. Under the dim light, Li Tianlu's face was pale, looking at him as if he was about to die. 2 shots in the leg and a stab wound, which who hit him so hard. At this point, Bai thought that the person in front of him was also his comrade, so he didn't have much of a good mood towards the originator of the injury. Hearing the woman scolding herself, both Junko and Zhao Kai were speechless. Ha ha, laugh me to death. This woman is scolding you. Zhao Kai gloats, and Junko's face darkens. I made it. 3 words were said. The atmosphere of the room was suddenly awkward. Bai manipulated the knife and uncontrolled stabbed into the inside of Li Tianlu's thigh. Although the dog traitor didn't wake up, the furrowed brow could tell he should have felt it. Sorry, I don't know. I'm not scolding you, Bai said with some embarrassment. It was fine if he didn't explain, but Junko's face turned green when he said it. He's no good. Never mind. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Just tell me if he's still saved. Bai looked at Li Tianlu's injuries and nodded. It's bandaged quite well, and there's no blood loss, so as long as the bullet is removed there shouldn't be much of a problem. Are there any more lights? It's so dimly lit in here I can't see a bit. Junko understood and took out 2 flashlights out of his hand. What about this? You can see, right? Yes. You can just shine it on me while I take the bullets out of him. At first, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi thought Bai was just a 2-timer, but they didn't realize that this woman did have 2 skills, and in an hour's time she was able to remove the bullet from Li Tianlu's body. When it was over she wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Junko. I see you don't have any anti-inflammatory medicine on your side, so wait here for me. I'll go back. I'll join you. It's not safe at night. Bai had always thought that Junko was one of those cold-faced people who were not good at communicating with each other, but she never thought that she could also say such caring words. The 2 of them turned back to the tailor store again, and on their way back they happened to see Fu Yong pacing back and forth at the back door. Where did this go? Lao Lu. Hearing the movement in front of him, Fu Yong answered, It's me. Where are you running off to? After the 3 people entered the door, Fu Yong poured a bowl of water for himself and fiercely irrigated a mouthful. Tonight almost cannot come back. I do not know which is in the lease to do things. I heard that it is directly in the lease to open fire. Dead a number of Japanese. Now those guys are full of the lease to find the murderer. When he thought about how he was almost targeted when he came back, Fu Yong felt that he hadn't read the yellow calendar when he went out. Ha ha, can't help it. Someone's calling you names again. Zhao Kai couldn't help but look directly at Junko's face that was darker than the bottom of a pot. Obviously did the good thing of beating traitors did not want to be scolded one after another. Alas, how did you kid come over here? No, you're injured. Fu Yong that was also an old intelligence officer, and was also very sensitive to the smell of blood. Taking another look at the black-faced Junko, he seemed to think of something, and then said with a face full of dismay, It can't be that it's you kid who's messing things up tonight. The small eyes are greatly puzzled. When he heard this, Bai was also staring at him. No way. It is really you who did it. So bold? Life is not familiar with the direct start. She heard that Shunzi and the ghosts have a big grudge. I did not expect that this revenge is also a little too anxious. Right. The lease will dare to kill. Junko was so uncomfortable being stared at by the 2 that he simply admitted it outright. It happened by chance. No big deal. Both of them want to roll their eyes at the words. Are we talking about this thing? And how did you manage to be calm like nothing? The French concession kills people and runs away. Ruthless. Quickly tell me what amazing thing you kid has done again, to be able to be targeted by both patrolmen and ghost agents. I don't even know what to say about you. Fu Yong heart some speechless. This brat proper trouble bag before coming to dare to kill the ghost co-captain, and now just landed on the kill ghost agent. You just have 9 life is not enough to play so. Having no choice, Junko looked at the 2 men who were full of anticipation and had to give a short account. At first Fu Yong and Bai thought that the other party was really a simple happenstance, and as they listened the 2 became serious, especially when he heard such keywords as Osamu, list. Fu Yong instantly associated a lot. Where is the man? Show me. We can't let that guy die. Originally, Zhao Kai had planned to dump the pot on Fu Yong and the others, but now the other party had taken the initiative to send it up. Bai also realized the seriousness of the problem and took the good knife wound medicine as well as anti-inflammatory medicine. Fu Yong recognized the other party at the first sight of Li Tianlu. How could it be him? Chapter 23, Fishing. From Fu Yong's behavior, he could tell that he was aware of Li Tianlu, and probably knew the other party's exact identity. Your kid is really tough enough. Come up and give me a hole so big. You know this guy who he is? Deputy Section Chief. Forget it till you say you do not understand. Forget it. It is better to look at the situation first, no matter how to save people back. Originally, it was difficult for them, intelligence officers from all over the country, to start their work, and now there is a big gift package delivered to the door must be grasped. If done correctly, 1 Li Tianlu would be enough for them to gain a foothold over here. Intelligence work is like that. It's easy for something to happen when one person stays in the same place for a long time, so replenishing fresh blood becomes essential. Fu Yong looked at Shunzi again. He didn't even know what to say. This kid can cause trouble, but he can also do things. To be honest, since experiencing the previous things, he has long taken Shunzi as his own. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to this side with him. In that case, you can have the people. There's not much room on my side anyway. Zhao Kai and Junko were both ready to send this big trouble out. Neither of them wanted to interfere too much about getting involved in these intelligence efforts. What they wanted was to be able to get some intelligence help from the other side, so that it would be easier for them to kill the ghosts. As for defecting to the other side, from the beginning Zhao Kai and Shunzi had never thought about it. There was nothing more than mutual utilization. After helping Fu Yong and Bai Yi send Li Tianlu away, Zhao Kai discusses what's next with Shunzi. The two of them didn't want to let go of the big fish that was Benjo Go. It was 2,000 experience points. Since turning on the weapon transformation function, Zhao Kai found that the experience value was becoming insufficient. Form, semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Effective range, 400 meters. Next evolutionary form, automatic rifle, 0/5000, 1308. Shunzi, we have to find a way to get that Oni Osamu killed. Tell us what you think. Zhao Kai was ready to test the other party. He wanted to train Shunzi to be an all-round talent. Kai, I think we can make use of which one surnamedly. Isn't he making a deal with the ghosts? We can totally use his identity to get close to the ghosts. And you also said before that the ghosts value that list, so I just need to disguise myself as Li Tianlu's beloved one, and I'm sure we can catch that ghost. After listening to Shunzi's idea, Zhao Kai was very satisfied. Well, not bad. The idea is very good. But there is one thing you have to pay attention to. This matter must be fast. If the ghosts or others find out something, I'm afraid that this would be a death sentence. Then I'll go find that Li tomorrow. As long as I know where they're meeting, everything is fine. The time passed, and in a flash it was noon. Li Tianlu woke up and looked at Shunzi. When he came, his body was trembling. Last night's things, even if it killed him, he could not forget. The young man in front of him is a big devil. What are you going to do? I told you my family wasn't safe and I wouldn't talk. Oh, I don't have the patience to break it up with you. Tell me where you and the Japaneses met and what the signal was. Looking at the brightly shining knife in Shunzi's hand, Li Tianlu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. New Century Hotel. 3rd floor, room 305. Forced by the threat of the Shunzi, Li Tianlu brain all accounted for. This time he did not dare to play tricks, because then he will die. On his injuries, not a month or two, do not want to get out of bed. Want to run is pure nonsense. Junko, who had gotten the news, didn't stay too long, changed his clothes and headed for the French concession. With last night's incident, the patrolman's search became more severe, but fortunately, this successful man of Junko's made a move to bluff the patrolman and managed to enter the rented area. He went in one foot and Old Pei came the next. The two men exchanged a look at the same time and went into a remote corner. Fu Yong scanned a circle to see the surrounding security, which only lowered his voice. You kid, and to engage in which? This side is not the northeast, there are mountains and forests for you to drill. You, if the ghosts are targeted, that can only be jumped into the sea. Fu Yong's serious care. Shunzi bluntly, no forest, I will enter the building to drill the alley. The same, the brats, that three-legged kung fu, they can catch me, counted them great. Hearing these somewhat arrogant words, Fu Yong was speechless. Okay, you cow, you're good. You want to look for ghosts today, right? Forget it, I'll lay down my life to accompany you on a trip. Getting a helper for nothing, Zhao Kai and Shunzi naturally wouldn't refuse, and Fu Yong, an old intelligence officer, might actually be of great use. Both know that both sides are utilizing the relationship, also did not say much. Anyway, both sides get the benefits. White helpers have to be used. In the afternoon, Fu Yong took Shunzi around the entire rented world, sort of letting him familiarize himself with the place. Fu Yong didn't doubt Shunzi's words. This kid that really dared to take on the ghosts over here. It's also the end of the good times for the little devils to be targeted by such a man. Until the sky slowly darkened, the two of them then entered that Century Hotel. In order to cope with the unexpected situation, the two still decided to split up. Lao Fu in the bottom of the building to watch and receive. Shunzi went upstairs to meet with the Japanese. Junko had just entered 305 and was approached half an hour later. Bang, 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 bang. Hearing a rhythmic knock outside, Junko opened the door to his room. The ghost agent who came in saw that it wasn't Li Tianlu and turned his head to run. One of our own. He's hurt. Junko dispelled the visitor's concerns with a single word, and he wouldn't even give the other party a chance to react if he wanted to make a move. Looking at his somewhat unfamiliar face, the ghost agent still turned his head and sat down. I need your people to take care of all the people who are looking into this, and I trust your abilities. Junko was preoccupied, and the ghost agent completely let his guard down when he heard this. Yes, but conveyedly saying that the list must be handed over after this incident, and our patience is limited. The loss of one of his major generals last night had infuriated Hanjo-go, and he had originally wanted to capture Li Tianlu's family to threaten them, but it turned out that the other party had long since run away early. Okay, everything is fine as long as you can guarantee that you can get us out safely. Two people before and after but said 3 or 2 words. That ghost agent purpose achieved also did not stay too much. This time there was a ghost leading the way. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi were both very excited in their hearts. As long as they followed each other, they might be able to find the ghost's lair, and it wasn't impossible to kill them all in one go. Although it's easy to go wrong with direct tracking, but this time there's also an extra Lao Fu, and the two-handed preparation really let Zhao Kai and Shun Zi find the place. This guy is pretty cautious. He knows it's safe to stay in the tenement. Did he forget about last night? Zhao Kai smiled coldly. As long as he was sure that Hanjo-go was over here, he didn't care if it was a rented area or not. He would kill it first. Looking at the glowing eyes of Shun Zi, Fu Yong slapped his head. You kid won't still want to make a move, right? Yesterday's matter hasn't passed yet. You're making things happen again. Old Pei, I advise you to hurry up and leave. I'm not in the mood to care about you when we fight later. As he watched, Junko pulled a hat out of nowhere and put it on. And his pistol was loaded. Bastard boy. You can die all you want. Fu Yong took a look at this guy and did not dare to stay, cursing and walking away. Chapter 24, Baka. We must catch him. Under the night, a tall, thin man with glasses stepped out of the building, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi, who had been squatting for 2 hours, were already getting a little impatient. At the first sign of Benjo-go's appearance, Zhao Kai sent out an alert. Here it comes. The big fish is showing its head. This time Junko didn't rush into action, but carefully followed his opponent. It wasn't until after he got out of the neighborhood with a lot of patrolmen that Junko pulled out his big sprayer. And the one-handed cocking motion was a cool move. Hanjo-go felt a chill behind him as he walked, and the moment he turned his head, he saw a man wearing a monkey mask with what looked like a burning stick in his hand. Years of intelligence work had him sidestepping in an almost instinctive reaction, and just then the masked man across from him fired. Bang! The sound of gunfire stung in this night, and Hanjo-go's eyes widened at the sound, his first feeling being that he was going to be finished. The next moment he felt his entire body fly straight out. The distance of more than 10 meters is the time when the power of the shotgun is maximized. Not to mention the people. Even if an elephant ate such a shot can't hold up. Junko watched as Hanjo-go fell to the ground and ran forward ready to reload. Looking at Benjo-go, who had blood coming out of the corners of his mouth and was full of panic, Junko kicked the gun straight to his head. Click. Bang. Jet dislikes his face. And one shot turns Benjo-go's brain into a rotten watermelon. What with 2 shots to the heart and 1 to the head? It's not as straightforward as a big squirt lock. Ding! Killing an Oni first sergeant. Rewarded with 2,000 experience value. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Kai was ecstatic in his eyes. Cool. 2,000 experience value in hand. Form, semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Effective range, 400 meters. Next evolutionary form, automatic rifle, 0/5000, 3358. It's almost 1,700 experience points away from upgrading and evolving. So it shouldn't take a month for it to evolve into an automatic rifle. When the time comes to add an external grenade, when the time comes to kill the ghosts, do not dare to think how cool. The gunshots here quickly drew the attention of the patrolman. But Junko was an old hand at this, putting his weapon away while walking in the other direction as if nothing had happened. As long as there were no weapons in his hands, who would notice him as an ordinary man? By the time the patrolman came this way, he saw a headless body lying on the ground, and judging from the other person's dress, he should not be an ordinary person. The lead patrolman's face turned green. 2 consecutive days of murders in the tenement. His police career was afraid to come to an end. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't let me catch you. Search. Give me an inch-by-inch search. Must catch the murderer. Su Renjie completely lost his mind. He did not dare to think of how to live after losing this job. The family can wait for him to feed it. The patrolmen were the first to arrive. And later the first were the ghosts agents. When they saw the familiar clothes on the body, their hearts thumped. It couldn't be His Excellency the Osamu. It couldn't be. It definitely couldn't be. However, when they saw the police pulling out identification from inside the corpse, all the ghosts were confused. Osamu is dead. Baka, you must give us an explanation. This is not over. Kojima Taro looked angrily at Su Renjie, who was leading the group, with an I'm going to eat you stance. Before, Su Renjie was worried that the people who died had come from someone else, and now the fact that the Japanese have shown their heads already explains the situation. This gentleman, we will definitely give you an answer. For now, Please also move out of the way and don't delay our search. Came over to watch the show. Fu Yong looked at the headless body on the ground. The heart is very surprised. Good guy. That kid moves so fast This is just how long past the people arranged to understand. TSK. A shot to the head. Good ruthless means. Looked at the patrol. Began a large search. Fu Yong is not ready to stay. Have to go back to find that bastard boy to ask about the situation. If the kill is really the head of the ghosts, that's good. It's just the right time to take advantage of this time to develop properly. Fu Yong left Zhao Kai and Shunzi. The two of them were not just simply ready to let the ghosts go. After this incident, the ghost agents will probably have to come out of the rented area. The command of the ghosts is in the Honko district. They want to find help. They will definitely have to go to the command. Times like these are the times to ambush these devils. As Zhao Kai thought. 15 minutes after Hanzhou's violent death, a ghost agent came out of it. Baka. I now seriously suspect that there is an internal problem. Otherwise, how could the enemy know the whereabouts of His Excellency the First Sergeant? Kojima Taro analyzed in a serious manner, not realizing in the slightest that it was he himself who brought the enemy back. Everyone must be vetted now. I want to catch the traitor to avenge His Excellency the First Sergeant. Not far away. Zhao Kai and Shunzi almost died laughing when they heard this. You're really a good henchman. I just don't know if your Lord Osamu will thank you in the 18 layers of hell. There were 7 ghosts plus Kojima Taro coming out of the concession. And 7 enemies were no pressure at all for Junko. Just like this all the way to keep the distance to follow. With Zhao Kai's teaching, Shunzi's tracking and reconnaissance skills have been a small success. Although it can't be said to be much powerful. But for some ghosts agents enough to use. Once they were out of the bounds of the tenement, the pistol in Junko's hand was aimed ahead. Bang! 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 Emptying their magazines without warning didn't give Kajimaro and the others a chance to react. A dozen rounds of Glock pistol all hit Kojima Taro them accurately. Just in case, Junko ran and changed bullets. And when he got closer, he gave 2 more shots to the 7 ghosts. Junko was there to add to the bag, while Chokai checked himself out. Form, semi-automatic rifle, Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Effective range, 400 meters. Next evolutionary form, automatic rifle, 0/5000, 3414. Not bad. A small ghost leader gave 50 experience points. Not bad. One step closer to evolution. Zhao Kai looked around and realized there was nothing going on before he let Junko go home. As soon as he got back, he saw Lao Fu and Bai Yu waiting for him at home. Brat, good job. You don't know it yet, do you? The rented world has gone crazy looking for you now. A colonel died in the concession. The police department and the ghosts are looking for the murderer. That really want to catch each other and shoot for 10 minutes. Although I don't know how you did it, but the next period of time you'd better calm down a little bit. Always walk by the river where there are not wet shoes. You are still young. While Lao Fu sounded concerned in a tone of a man who had been there before, Zhao Kai's attention was not on him as he realized that the bond with Shunzi had surprisingly deepened. It had been said before that a deeper connection with the bound person would unlock new abilities, and I didn't expect it to reach 30% so soon. Zhao Kai rubbed his hands together and opened the extraction interface, and in his heart, he said, but you have to come with a good talent. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Gain Silent Hunter. Effect, the user will drastically reduce their own presence while in a lurking state, while increasing their shooting accuracy by 30%. Chapter 25, like a tiger with wings. As long as you don't shoot or make a move on the enemy, the entire time you are in the Silent Hunter enchanted state, at the end of which the holder enters a 2-minute focus phase, with a drastic increase in shooting accuracy. At the end of the focus phase, Silent Hunter will have a 10-minute cooldown. This 10-minute cooldown is perfectly acceptable compared to the bonuses that come with the traits. Originally the combination of the two was a proper combination of treacherous people, and now with the addition of the Silent Hunter trait, it was already possible to imagine how miserable the little kids would be in the future. After 2 consecutive ups in the French concession, the two didn't develop that avoidance mentality. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as the two wanted to make a move, no one would be able to catch them at all. So while everyone's attention is in the rented area, Zhao Kai urged Shunzi to go to a big wave. Honko, this place has a lot of ghosts. There is a commanding officer, that means there are big fish. Tonight before bed, pick a lucky person at random to send him back home to the east. After leaving the door, Shunzi also made a special effort to do a disguise. With Zhao Kai, a professional police officer, doing some disguise is not difficult. Even though it was well into the night, the streets were still sparsely populated with people walking. Looking at the Japanese in their clogs, Junko tried to suppress the fire in her heart. He didn't understand why a bunch of ghosts could be so arrogant over here. It seemed like they still hadn't been taught enough lessons. Just as Junko crossed the mouth of the alleyway and was about to head towards the location of the ghost command, he realized that he seemed to be being watched, and that feeling of being watched by prey was a feeling that he had been raised to feel since he was a young hunter. Kai. Something's wrong. I always feel like someone's staring at me. Yes? Zhao Kai unfolded his viewpoint to take a closer look, and sure enough, he saw a silhouette behind an inconspicuous window, and he also vaguely saw a flash of something that looked like the reflection of a telescope. Zhao Kai, who had been incomparably calm before, realized that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent a little bit, and no matter who the other party was, this kind of surveillance behavior would show that he wasn't a good thing. Serious people who look around with binoculars in the middle of the night. It's also a coincidence that the window is facing the exact same spot where the old pair is. You keep going, don't spook him, and I'll take you to him. Junko just walked along giving the impression that he was an ordinary passerby, not attracting the attention of the watchers at all. Soon, under Zhao Kai's guidance, Shunzi arrived at the loft. Looking at the closed door, Junko decided to go around the back and over the wall. Under the cover of the moon, Shunzi was as nimble as a monkey, and the 3-meter-high wall could not stop him at all. When he got inside, the watchers hadn't noticed anything wrong. Just then, a voice came from upstairs. Matsu ******** Kekuin. It's your turn. I'm going to take a break. Is there anything wrong? No, but I always had a feeling that something wasn't right about that tailor store. So you can focus on that. Outside the eavesdropping, 2 people heard this are alarm bells. Really did not expect the doorway squatting ghosts. Listen to their words, seem to be monitoring for a long time. It is good that these ghosts did not find the situation. Otherwise it would be dangerous. Kai, just get them or what? Can't be killed. Zhao Kai decisively refused. Killing these ghosts is certainly a relief. But isn't this just a disguise non-strike? There's a good chance it'll draw the ghosts in. Do you think there's a possibility that Old Pei and the others knew about the situation and didn't tell us purely because they were afraid we'd screw up? When they were together before, he could sense that Fu Yan was a very cautious person. And to be chosen to run from the northeast to this side, he must have some skills. When Zhao Kai said that, Shunzi also nodded in agreement. Then whatever. Let's go and step on it first. Going to the Ghost Naval Command to step on the spot was more troublesome than expected. If not for the fact that Zhao Kai had taught Junko a few phrases of pure Japanese before, he probably would have been noticed by someone else when he approached. Don't look at Junko's lack of schooling, but Zhao Kai realized that he was extremely gifted in languages, or else he wouldn't have been able to learn Japanese in a short time. The closer we get to the commanding officer, the more ghosts there are and the more Japanese there are. I don't know what the reason is, but in recent times the patrols around the headquarters have become tight. Perhaps the ghosts are preparing for the next big battle. Relying on the silent hunter's augmentation and the 2 men's cautious vigilance, they finally found a good spot at 10 o'clock at night. That is a church. Zhao Kai cannot figure out why the brats also like to engage in these things. Perhaps it is the wrong thing to do, too much fear of retribution. Seeing that it was late into the night, the church was also very quiet. After turning around and realizing there was nothing wrong, Junko then went over the wall and entered inside. There was a bell tower inside the church, and at that height you should be able to see the entrance to the Ghost Special Operations Command. Zhao Kai roughly estimated that there was a distance of 400 meters from the headquarters here, and using a semi-automatic would definitely be enough. But the 98K plus the triplex lens from before would definitely be enough. 2 people are ready to squat here. First squat on a day or 2 to feel the situation. Anyway, the clock tower is not a place of concern. Then if you are lucky enough to squat to 1 or 2 ghosts big officials, that is blood money. Other than that, the previous Ghost Osamu that provided 2,000 experience points. Besides, where's the fastest way to fight small monsters than to fight elite monsters? The 2 said to do directly in the bell tower nest. Daytime Shunzi squatting, night Zhao Kai squatting, to the back squatting experience value squatting no. 3 times the mirror is still too garbage. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth and came directly to an 8 times the mirror with night vision function, by the way, with a silencer. This is good. Even at night can clearly see the entrance of the Ghost Naval Headquarters. A day and a night passed, and except for a couple of ghost sergeants who had been in and out, there were none further up. What made Zhao Kai wonder was that the searches in the neighborhood became tight, and at one point during the period the ghosts almost went up to the bell tower. Good thing the ghosts didn't come up after their luck. A good hunter has to be patient enough. It's only been a day. They can afford to squat. With great success, an automobile pulled up in front of the commanding officer's office the next evening. Ghost Major drove the door. Ghost First Sergeant personally came to the door to welcome. This is what contains no need to say. Big fish. Junko, come alive. Junko, who was eating canned food next to him, didn't even eat his dinner when he heard this and returned directly to his position to set up his gun. At the entrance to the command headquarters, Hiroichi Nagano, the co-captain of the Ghost Special Operations team based at the Naval Command Headquarters, was saluting a rear admiral who had gotten out of his car. General Mitsugu, welcome. It's not even August yet, and the kiddies are starting to send out layouts to make preparations. Hirokazu Nagano was also rowdy enough to be eager to welcome his new boss. Just the doorway of the ghosts are dozens of them. This is afraid that others do not know the coming person is very important or feel in this area they Japanese will be safe. Just as Mitsuya Osei got out of the car, Junko, who was 400 meters away, was already aiming at him. Pust. After a crunching sound, the bullet shot out of the muzzle and kept spinning towards the entrance of the Naval Command, which was 400 meters away. With Joukai's sniper crash training, Junko's marksmanship, and Silent Hunter's improved accuracy, the bullet hit Mitsuya Oshiro without incident. Chapter 26, Furious Ghosts. Transfers. It happened suddenly, and the moment Mitsuya Oshiro fell to the ground the surrounding ghosts all stared in disbelief. What had just happened? The general he had welcomed so warmly was gone. Hirokazu Nagano froze, somewhat in disbelief of what was happening in front of him. Before the ghosts could react, Junko from the opposite bell tower fired 3 more shots in quick succession. Put. Each of the 3 bullets hit Hirokazu Nagano and the 2 demons standing beside him. Retreat. Hurry up. Joukai reminded in time. Although the opposite side of the ghost is very tempting, but if this is caught then it would be a disaster. No accident if it will not take long, this area will be in chaos. Junko didn't get attached to the fight, gathered his weapons and ran down below. There weren't many people in the church at all at this point, and the 2 had planned their escape route before they arrived. Out over the wall from the church, then a quick run across the back of the street. By the time Junko fired his 4th shot, the doorway to the Ghost Naval Command had exploded. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The General and His Excellency the First Sergeant have been shot. Hurry and bring them back. Dozens of ghosts plugged in and approached by the car, yet they realized that their General and First Officer had already hiccuped. The assassination of the newly assigned General on the Commandant's doorstep was a hard slap in the face of the brats, so to speak. The remaining Ghost Officer's face turned blue as he roared, "Baka! Blockade the surrounding area at once. Don't let a single fly out." The next moment, the ghosts inside the headquarters began to pour out, and the motorcycles and trucks were all out. As the masterminds of all this, Joukai and Shunzi were already running a few hundred meters away, and as they left, they clearly saw the ghosts surrounding the area. Looking at the ghosts behind him, Joukai sneered, "Still want to catch us? Next life. They say that joy brings sorrow, and that's what's happening to Joukai and Shunzi right now." Seeing that they were about to get out of danger, a dozen ghost agents dressed in black came this way. They fired straight away as soon as they saw the fast-moving black shadow. "Baka! Get him! Snap!" This group of ghosts is also unreasonable, shooting on mere suspicion. Now at a time like this it's just better to kill by mistake than to let go. A general and a first sergeant dead on the doorstep. That kind of thing was something they couldn't tolerate. Almost as soon as the little kid shouted, Junko dodged it with an early roll, the bullet hitting the wall and launching a thud. This group of people, this time the reaction is quite fast. Shunzi, give you a good weapon. Catch it. He had just finished off a general and a colonel and 2 majors of the ghosts, which gave him 13,000 experience points at once, directly allowing him to upgrade to an automatic rifle. In just a blink of an eye, Joukai had added many more accessories to himself: infrared aiming device, grenade launcher, magnifier, silencer, and expanding magazines, instantly making the automatic rifle fully loaded. Form, automatic rifle, 416 Hong Kong dollars, effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, machine gun, 0/20,000, 8,000. Unlocks automatic branching evolution. Optional upgrade branches, sniper rifle, submachine gun, automatic shotgun. Each branch requires 10,000 experience value. New features Joukai was not in the mood to bother with. The main thing now was to settle the chasing brats. Receiving the changed weapon, Junko also froze for just a moment, picked up the 416 Hong Kong dollars and pointed it at the pursuing ghosts. And the night vision sights made the pursuing ghost secret agents have nothing to hide. Poof poof poof. With the sound of a gunshot, the pursuing ghost agents fell to the ground one after another. See that thing under the muzzle? That's the grenade launcher I was telling you about. There's a trigger underneath. Key it and it fires. At the moment of life and death, Joukai must let the modified gun play the most useful role. A 40mm high explosive grenade is enough to send the pursuing ghosts to the sky. Junko sniffed in understanding and fired a high explosive grenade directly at the ghostly pursuers in front of him. Boom! The grenade hit the ghosts and exploded instantly. The one hit was blown to pieces on the spot, and the scattered shrapnel continued to kill and injure the remaining ghosts. In an instant, all of the ghosts who were previously in hot pursuit fell to the ground. I've got some smoke grenades here. Let's shoot a couple more so we can make a run for it. Knock knock. A puff of smoke rose up after 3 crunching sounds, and with the cover of the smoke Junko quickly disappeared into the night. Waiting for the ghost captain Yoshida Shigeru to arrive at this side with his men, they saw 8 corpses lying on the ground, and one was blown up and covered in blood. Looks like he won't live for long. Yoshida Shigeru grabbed the ghost on the ground and questioned, "Where are the men? Which direction did they run in?" "Front, front." The ghost agent spat out 2 words with difficulty from his mouth, and his neck lolled without moving. "Baka, give chase." Because of the 2 of them, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, the entire Honko district was in chaos, and the sound of gunshots and explosions from the commandant's side was heard even by E inside the tailor store. The old payer who had originally returned from his busy schedule was about to rest for a while when he was woken up on the spot by that explosion. "What's the commotion? Is it gunfire?" At this moment, Bai was already taking out a pistol, a Mauser pistol that looked a little old. Her brows drew together in a tight frown. For some reason, she always felt that the commotion just now was made by that Wang Shunzi guy. After all, that was a ruthless person who had the guts to kill people in the foreigner's concession. "It seems like the commotion is coming from the side of the Ghost Command. Should we leave for now?" Bai spoke up. "Speaking of which, the tailor store is just one of the contact points, or a place left behind by the last batch of intelligence officers, and the neighborhood is full of Japanese, not to mention people watching this side. Fu Yong has long wanted to abandon this place, the new site he is looking for, just waiting for an opportunity. It is clear that now this time is very appropriate. Then withdraw and take the back door. You go and join the other comrades. I have some business to attend to." Old Pei's eyes looked at the broken attic on the opposite side of the tailor store. Now it's all running away. The enemy must be solved, or it will be easy to go wrong. After taking his weapon, Lao Fu approached towards the broken attic like it was nothing. On the other side, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, who had escaped from life, were also approaching towards the broken building. Both sides met with a very tacit agreement to pull out their guns. "Who? It's you!" The 2 sides that heard each other's voices put away their weapons, and once they met, they were indeed acquaintances. "Brat, the commotion just now couldn't have been caused by you again." "Well, squat to an old geezer. The speaker has no intention of listening. Since the discovery of Junko missing, Fu Yong knew to be bad, and as expected, let him guess right. But he didn't have the time to talk about such things now. It was better to get the ghosts killed. There are ghosts in there. Did you know that too?" Junko nodded again while pulling out his pistol. "There should be 3 of them in there. I'll go in and get them. You go to the back door and block it so they don't get away." Chapter 27, The Unlucky Su Renjie. The ghosts inside the attic seemed to have gotten the message as well and began to walk towards the stairs. "Something's wrong. General Mitsuya as well as Colonel Nagano were ambushed by the enemy in front of the commanding general's headquarters and have been decimated." "Nani? How is this possible? You can't have heard wrong." The other Oni was filled with incredulity. How could such a thing sound impossible? With the guard force near the commanding officer's headquarters, not to mention 1 man, even a few hundred regulars wouldn't dare to come over. "Can't be wrong. Didn't you just hear the explosion outside?" Just after the words were said, the ghost agents realized that the door on the first floor was open, and suddenly a bad feeling rose from their hearts. Entered Shun Zi completely did not give the 2 agents a chance. With a silencer pistol-proof 2 shots to solve each other, the 2 ghosts died in peace. "The other one has taken the side door and run away," Zhao Kai warned. Shun Zi sniffed and quickly went up to the 2nd floor. The Glock pistol in his hand switched to 416 Hong Kong dollars, and from the window he could just see the ghost who had gone out the door. Blocking the back of the Fu Yong is also found sneaky ghosts. Did not wait for him to make a move. Shun Zi shot the results of the other party. The end he also waved at the old Pei. "Good boy. That was fast." Fu Yong habitually felt around the ghost's body. There was nothing special except a pistol. After putting the pistol away, he too pressed his hat down and left the place at a quick pace. Almost as soon as the 2 left in front of them, the ghosts behind them came after them. Looking at the bodies in the attic and the back street, the ghost squad leader leading the group felt like he was going to explode. "Baka Yalu, this is provoking us. Don't let me catch you. Search every house for me." The irrational ghosts began to launch a carpet search in the entire area, while Zhao Kai Shunzi as well as the old Pei side has long been out of danger. 3 days later, the new site is in the tenement, and Junko, the man who turned the tenement upside down in 2 days, just appeared on the streets. Looking at the patrolling police officers, who were now more than 5 times stricter than before, Zhao Kai wondered what it would feel like for the other side to know that the murderer was walking right in front of their eyes. It was not easy to be able to take a break from idleness, and Zhao Kai also scanned the bustling tenement. Although he opened his mouth to curse foreigners all day long, he had to admit that this rented world was many times more prosperous than other places. "Take it easy. Those who are in our line of work should take a break. Don't strain your face all day long." Zhao Kai knew that at first the things in the leaning village had a big blow to Shun Zi. He hoped to bring the other side out, instead of turning into an ice-cold machine that only knew how to kill ghosts to take revenge. Think of it as seeing the world for everyone else, don't you? Well, it's all up to Kai. The expression on Shun Zi's face changed. A little less serious. Zhao Kai saw his change and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a change. Having a change means that there is still salvation. He didn't want to end up raising a killing machine. Want to understand the Shunzi also no longer constrained. He also began to try new things. Once a year cannot eat a few times of dim sum snacks. He ate a one time enough. Even the new clothes are also at once to buy several sets. With the money seized from the devils, it was perfectly adequate. Just as the two men came out of a ready-to-wear store with large bags, they saw a man full of despair being driven out of a store next door. Boss, I can really do anything. Just do me a favor and take me in. Go go go. Where to come, where to cool off. Still think you are before I tell you. Before from the old side of the things taken to the old son of the old son to give the old son originally handed back. Otherwise you will wait to be knocked off the leg. Su Renjie looked at the man in front of him, his fists creaking. He was actually feeling what it means to be bullied by a dog. Although he was just a patrolman with a little bit of power before, but everything had changed since that night. With 2 pieces of human life in the area, the Japanese were already pressuring toward the top of the concession. After a few days of looking for the murderer could not be found. No surprise Su Renjie became the one who came out to take the blame. Nowadays, he is not only opened by the inspector's office. Those who were previously charged by him for benefits are also one by one door to find trouble. And now his whole family is afraid to go out. The worst thing is that the Japanese are also on him. Looking for the real murderer cannot be found, but does not prevent them from taking revenge on Su Renjie. If Su Renjie hadn't been slow to alert the police, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses, much less the direct loss of a young first sergeant. It could be said that the current Su Renjie was a punching bag, and anyone could come and step on him. Even the little brother who had previously held him up to the sky came over and stepped on him. The disoriented Su Renjie looked around blankly, and for a moment he wanted to die. But he held back when he thought of the children and old people at home. Older brother. What was that just now? Junko asked as he came to a cigarette vendor and took a box of cigarettes. That peddler see him out of the big money is also set up. You say that person Su Renjie, before the patrol room of a small head. The first 2 days this side is not dead if you Japanese it. He was jerked because of dereliction of duty, and now a number of people are staring at him. Brothers, I advise you to ask less. I heard that the Japanese put down harsh words, said that if the other side dares to go out of the concession, he will be killed. You do not go blindly to join in the fun. Originally Zhao Kai but want to eat a melon did not expect to eat directly to their own body. This is not considered to be a disguised person to the pit. To be honest, Zhao Kai didn't even think about it that much at first. Who would have thought that the foreigners would be so irresponsible and spineless that they would directly choose to bow down? Come to think of it, quelling the anger of the ghosts with a small squad. If he'd have done the same. What should we do, Kai? It seems like we're the ones who got him into trouble. Alas. Let's see what happens first. If this guy is a good guy then we'll help him. If this guy isn't something, we'll be doing God's work for him. Let's go. Let's go around and ask around first. The two had gotten quite a bit of news in an afternoon's work. Overall, this Su Renjie is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong, although the previous use of the position to make money, but people are to provide protection, so that these stores to avoid other harassment, and now those stores fall into the well is really a flip-flop, and from Su Renjie's style of behavior this guy is still a talent, otherwise it is not possible to become the head of the class without a background. It seems like we have to find a chance to help this Su Renjie. Speaking of which, he's also been implicated by us. Just as the two were discussing how to give Su Renjie help, Su Renjie was carried back by 2 people. Old Su daughter-in-law. Your man was beaten. Is anyone home? Thumping knock on the door startled the people inside trembling. Just these 2 days, already is a lot of people to come to find trouble. Now they do not dare to go out at all. Mother, it seems to be Uncle Wang outside. Su Renjie's youngest son, Su Changkai, said in a trembling voice. Wang Guifeng heard the commotion outside, as if it said your man was beaten. At this time she could no longer hold back. If her own man had an accident, she did not dare to imagine how she and a few children live. Success, you stay here and watch your brother and grandma. I'm going out to check it out. Chapter 28, Uncomplicated Identity. Wang Guifeng heard the knocking outside and fished out a wooden stick and headed towards the door. Out of the room she also heard clearly. Her own man seems to be really in trouble. Couldn't think too much, she directly ran fast to the door. The moment she was at the door she saw Su Renjie, who was beaten and covered in blood. Old Su, it's a sin. Which goddamned person has done such a cruel thing? Looking at Wang Guifeng, who wiped her tears there, the surrounding neighbors hurriedly reminded. Su family daughter-in-law first stop crying. Hurry to send people to the doctor. Thank you all. Please give me a hand to carry my man to the hospital. I kowtow to you. The crowd that was concerned in the last second almost subconsciously dispersed. No one wants to get involved with Su Renjie at a time like this now. After all, this is the person that the Japanese are targeting. No one wants to be implicated and thus targeted by the Japanese. Even the two that carried Su Renjie back earlier were two strangers. Sister-in-law Gue Feng. You also know what kind of people old Su has messed with. We really don't dare. The two young neighbors looked unsightly and took 2 steps back in great fear. Seeing that no one got on board, Wang Guofeng cried even harder. And finally the Su family, who heard the commotion, came out of the house. There was some more crying, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi, who were watching the situation from the sidelines, couldn't stand it any longer and directly stood out. I'll do it. Someone give me a hand. Neighbors looked at the young man who emerged and sucked in a breath of cold air, and some whispered a reminder. Little brother, don't be kind. You'll be in trouble if you mess with the Japanese. Shunzi didn't pay any attention to the woman and squatted down directly in front of that wooden frame. You guys lift the back and I'll lift the front. Save the people first. Watching Su Renjie die in front of them with their own eyes, the two couldn't do it. And to put it mildly, Su Renjie had also suffered an undeserved disaster. Thank you. Wang Guifeng thanked her. If not for the emergency situation, she wanted to kowtow to the young man who took the initiative to come forward. With Junko's help, Su Renjie was taken to the hospital without any danger. After paying Su Renjie's hospitalization and medical bills, Zhao Kai and Shunzi left the hospital, came to Su Renjie's shoulder-beaten place, casually inquired. The hands of a group of green-skinned mongrels. Damn, these guys are even madder than we are. They dare to make a move right in front of the lease. Although the people who made the move were the youth gang social people, Zhao Kai always felt that this was directed by the brats, and they did not want to cross swords with the rented community, so they could only think of other ways to deal with Su Renjie. The two didn't bother wasting time getting to the bottom of this kind of crap. Just being suspicious was enough. Avenging Su Renjie is incidental. Killing the ghosts is the proper thing to do. Want to find a ghost agent in the rented world is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so the two are ready to return to Honko again. There are ghosts all over the place. It is just that these 2 days the hand is raw to kill 2 ghosts to familiarize themselves with the feeling. Since the assassination of an important ghost figure 3 days ago, the neighborhood has become more heavily guarded, and even on the outskirts you can vaguely see a few sneaky plainclothesmen. Fortunately, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, 2 people, have some preparation. 3 days Zhao Kai to Shunzi remedial Japanese. And now let Shunzi and the ghosts to simply exchange 2 sentences is not the slightest problem. It was because he spoke Japanese that none of the Japanese here suspected him. Zhao Kai and Shunzi went back to their previous residence and found many more raw faces in the neighborhood. Looks like we're being watched by the ghosts. Good thing we made a disguise when we came. Nowadays, the Junko is not to say that he is 100,000 miles away from his original looks, but it is also impossible to tell that he is the same person. And it is never wrong to be more careful in everything. Kai, lure them out to finish them off. Just make up your own mind, just so I can see if you've grown in your skills. Zhao Kai didn't say a word next, not even a word of reminder. Without Zhao Kai's help, Shunzi realized that the situation was a bit more troublesome than he thought, but relying on his hunting experience and intuition from his childhood, he was still considered a good hunter. As Zhao Kai thought, Shunzi's appearance caught the attention of the ghost agents, and the 8 ghost agents saw Shunzi leave and directly followed him. As he continued to follow up, the ghost leading the group realized that something was wrong. The man in front of him was very alert and did not look like an ordinary person at all. Baka, this guy is definitely related to the murderer. Odo-kun, go back and call for someone. We'll keep following. Hey! One of the ghosts turned to leave and the others continued to follow. After leading this group of ghosts for so long, Junko felt that it was about time and disappeared from the other side sight with a flash. The rest of the ghosts followed to where he disappeared, their faces full of questions. Where is the man? Why is he suddenly gone? Not waiting for these few ghosts to react, a black shadow appeared not far from them. A red dot appeared on the chest of the foremost ghost. Put! The pistols with silencers kept firing at the ghosts, and 3 of them were killed on the spot. Baka! Counterattack! Snap! The ghosts pulled out their pistols and fired in front of them, not daring to show their heads at all, because the shunts on the other side had already changed their guns. A dozen large shotguns sprayed 2 shots in a row at this side, and the scattered lead bullets even crumpled a ghost hiding behind a wooden table. By this time the ghosts have been able to determine that the person in front of them is the murderer who killed his own people in the rented area before. Whether it is captured alive or capture each other, this is a great work. Stall him? Our reinforcements will be here soon. These ghosts thought the other side did not understand Japanese, so straight communication. Heard a reinforcement when Junko then realized the seriousness of the problem. Must be halfway back when someone turned back to shout. Thinking that, he wasn't going to waste any more time and pulled out a grenade and threw it. Snapped. The grenade rolled to the ghosts, and the smoking grenade instantly scared the piss out of the 4 remaining ghosts. Boom! With an explosion, The 4 ghosts were also carried away, counted the bodies on the floor, and sure enough, one was missing. Junko had watched the situation behind him through his night vision scope before, and he knew that there were 8 ghosts following him. Counting the time, the other party should not have gone far. Switching back to his pistol again, he began to chase back down the same path. Hearing that there was no more movement, Oda Kazuo accelerated his pace and ran in the direction to which he had come. And as he ran, he cautiously looked toward the rear, fearing that someone would come after him. He thought he would be fine this way, but he didn't know that when he was 200 meters away Junko pulled out his rifle and aimed it at him. "Kid, go to hell." Pust. 416 Hong Kong dollars bullet shot out, and Kazuo Oda, who was still running inside the scope, fell to the ground with a sound. Just in case one shot didn't kill him, Junko ran over and added 2 more. Zhao Kai, who was watching the whole show, nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, quick enough to react and ruthless enough to strike. But remember next time, poor enemy is not to be chased. Anyway, we did the disguise. As long as we are not caught by them, they can't do anything about us. Yeah, I know. I'll run the next time it happens. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi help Su Ringjie with his breath, and Su Ringjie on this side of the hospital wakes up. He called Wang Guifeng over and explained. "Guifeng, go find your cousin and borrow some money to cover the emergency first." "Yes, I'm on my way. Surely my cousin won't look at us and leave us alone." Inside the grocery store, Fu Yong had a headache looking at the crying woman. "Old uncle, you have to help us. My old Su is about to die. My nephew-in-law. Don't cry first, take me over there to take a look first." "Xiao Bai, keep an eye on the store." Fu Yong gave Bai Yi a greeting and directly followed Wang Guifeng to the hospital. Chapter 29, Informants. When Fu Yong arrived at the hospital he saw Su Renjie, who was wrapped up as a mummy, and couldn't help but sympathize. Previously, the last group had to leave for uncontrollable reasons, and almost all of them had pulled out of Shanghai, except for the single informant they had developed. From the moment Wang Guifeng came to his door, Fu Yong knew it was the informant who was contacting him, and this informant is the same one that it says he can trust 100%, or he wouldn't have come alone. News that would bring an informant to your door is certainly not trivial. "Nephew-in-law, take this money and use it. I have 2 words to say to my great-nephew. Guifeng, take it, go outside and buy some food. I'll talk to my old uncle while we eat." When Wang Guifeng walked away, all of them lost their previous kindness, and one looked more serious than the other. "Why didn't cousin come?" "Your uncle died of a crane, and he went back to mourn." A word Su Renjie know the story. It seems to be their own connector has something to leave. The old uncle in front of him is the new connector. The 2 of them again verified each other's identities, and after confirming that their identities were fine, Su Renjie then whispered, "I've gotten word that early next month the Japanese have a large ship that will pass through Shanghai, and it's said to be ordnance." This news is still he overheard. Seeing that it is about to be the end of June, he is trying to do everything he can to get the news out. A shipload of ordnance. That's not a simple thing to hear. When he said this, Fu Yong was instantly nonplussed. What was the point of transporting weapons? Northeast side of the ghosts on the sneaky mobilization of troops. How this side also began. How to see is not like a coincidence. Although he didn't know the exact vein of it, he always felt that something wasn't right. Fu Yong nodded. "I know. You don't need to worry about the things behind you. Feel at ease and recuperate. Time waits for no one." Fu Yong is ready to go back to investigate this matter. If what Su Renjie said is true, that really means something big is going to happen. Fu Yong left the hospital in a hurry, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi came on the back foot. "Wasn't that old Pei just now? What's he doing in the hospital? It's hard not to prescribe medicine for that guy," Zhao Kai muttered. When he thought of Li Tianlu, who had his legs broken by Shunzi, he sighed that this guy's life was hard, and it was true that good people don't pay for the scourge of 1,000 years. He didn't want to think too much about Li Tianlu's crap. Anyway, the people had been given to Lao Fu and the others. How to get the list was their business. Now it was better to care about Su Renjie. In the end, this guy is still being dragged down by the 2 of them. If you don't care about it, there is something on your conscience, and it's definitely not possible to meet with the other party directly. So now we can only think of ways to pay the other party's hospital bill for a few more days. Let the other party recuperate from their injuries first, and then find a way to send the Su family away later. When he returned to the grocery store, Bai was the only one in the store. "Where's old Lu? Why don't we see him?" Just then a voice rang out from behind. "Brat, what have you been doing again? You've been quiet lately." Junko raised the snack treats in his hand. "What else can I do? Go out for a stroll. You guys haven't eaten yet, right? Come over and have some together." Bai Yi smelled the smell and came over, smelling the tantalizing aroma. His mouth watered for a moment. "It smells so good, then I'm not going to miss it." She picked up a piece of rice cake and ate it, looking at the old payer on the side who also had a craving. Yo, there's still roast duck, but this doesn't taste as good as the one in the old capital. Taking advantage of the time to eat, the old payer began to nag again. Kid, you have to stop for the last period of time. You are killing a good time. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Earlier he was talking about Su Renjia with his neighbors. Who would have thought that the other party is one of their own? This is good. Not only the identity of the patrolman is gone, but also hated by the ghosts. And look at the culprit in all this still acting like nothing happened. It's a good thing that Zhao Kai and Junko didn't know about the relationship. Otherwise that would have been really embarrassing. I'm giving my word that the brats can't be underestimated. So watch out for the gutter. I know. Don't nag me. My ears are getting calloused. I'll stay and watch the store with you these days, okay? Fu Yong nagging is right, but it is to let Shun Zi feel the taste of care. After the previous time together, he has long been the other party as a family. The more you lose something, the more you desire something. Zhao Kai is very happy to see Shun Zi's current change of heart. It seems to be the words of the previous words listened to. Unlike before, the 3 sticks cannot come out of a fart. It's a good time to give this kid some knowledge. What with the foreign language and all the combat essentials, there's a lot to teach. Zhao Kai was ready to pour out what he had learned from the police academy. Shun Zi became powerful in order to kill more ghosts, so that he could also upgrade and evolve faster. Maybe we'll get back to being human again when we get to the back. Shun Zi and Lao Fu's side looks smooth, but in fact the whole rented world is surging with dark currents. Ghost officers were killed one after another, and they weren't going to let it go so easily. Cannot be found on the surface, then spend money to find people. A major general and 2 major generals are the cornerstone of the future action. It is not an exaggeration to say that the violent deaths of the 3 largely slowed down the progress of the Ghost's plan. In order to be able to find the murderer, the Ghost's high-ranking not hesitate to offer a bounty in the black market. Who can provide information on the murderer? The benefits greatly. In addition to the Ghosts, the blue agents are also looking for Junko. Inside a secret room somewhere, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was sitting on a chair listening to his men report the situation. Has Li Tianlu found it? This guy is making a disappearance at a time like this. Is he not aware of the seriousness of the situation? There was no knowledge of Li Tianlu's defection on the blue side now. The guy did it covertly. The Ghosts didn't say anything. And who would know if Fu Yong's side didn't say anything? Reporting, sir. No luck yet. Bastard. I think this guy doesn't want to mix anymore. He's not afraid that Laozi will remove him from his post. After throwing a tantrum, the man's tone slowed down. Did you find out about the person I asked you to check before? Daring to assassinate a Japanese on the street in the French concession. I'm afraid this person isn't a rash person. Cursing the rash on his mouth, Chen Guanhan's face was with appreciation. 2 consecutive strikes and still back in one piece. This rash is not simple. We are now precisely the time of lack of talent. If we can find this guy and pull together, it is no less than like a tiger adding wings. And I also heard a news recently that someone killed a general and a major and 2 majors of the Ghosts in front of the Ghosts' headquarters. Do you think this thing is also done by the mysterious person? At this time the opposite side of the marching song has frozen. The commanding general in front of the door to kill the Ghost. This is a human can do things? It's simply too much. Didn't they say that the Ghost's commanding officer couldn't even be blown up by a cannon? And just like that the general was killed by someone else at the door. Sir, it can't be a mistake. If it is, then this man is really powerful. Is there anyone in this world that he can't kill? Chapter 30, Trouble. This is your kid, see less. The world is so big, out of a few people how ancient Xiangyu force can carry the tripod. Now there is a from the self-sufficient to kill the ghosts of the ruthless people is normal. As he said this, Chen Guanhan's face was tinged with excitement. He didn't even dare to think about what a sight it would be to find and recruit that person. What red party, what ghosts? That is not a casual solution. This is the promotion of the road to prosperity. Tell the people under your command to be on the lookout for news of this mysterious person. As long as there is any news you must report it immediately. As long as that person makes a move he will leave traces. Ma Ching-san nodded. Yes sir. I'll go make arrangements. Anything else? Yes. Because of the murder of Hanzhou Go in the concession, one of our informants was caught in the crossfire, and was also targeted by the Japanese. Oh, it can't be that little mouse. I did hear that this guy is quite cautious. How did he get implicated? Chen Guanhan questioned. He knew the other side, and the man was a good henchman. Not only was he a good hand at intelligence, but he was even a very good shot. He was all set to turn the other guy around in the near future and then recommend him to study in the back. But he didn't expect this to happen. Let's put it this way. You find someone to go and take a look at him and see who moved him. Dare to touch my Chen Guanhan's people, I think he's tired of living. Inside the grocery store, Junko is acting as a clerk at the moment. completely unaware that she is already being watched by someone else. Bai Yi was cleaning the store, and just as it was about to close in the evening, an acquaintance came in from outside in a hurry. Seeing that the visitor was Sun Daji, Bai Yi instantly became alert. She moved nimbly to close the doors and windows, before she whispered, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Since coming to Shanghai, the people Bai Yi brought with him and Lao Fu's people they split into two. One way while collecting intelligence to stand firm, the other to find the clues left by the last wave of comrades. That's right, the last wave of people was cleared by the Blue Party's people, and it was Chen Guanhan who made the move. To be exact, his methods were extremely bloody, and any underground party he captured did not end well. Proper enemies. The main thing is that this guy is very flexible in his thinking, or else he wouldn't have been able to almost uproot the red intelligence officers on the Shanghai side all at once. Before, when Sun Daji took his men out for a long time and didn't return, it was because he had secretly gone to fight with Chen Guanghan's men. Although they were also very cautious, they still underestimated Chen Guanghan, the old fox. The other side used a piece of false information to trap Sun Daji's men, and now they are sending people to surround it. Sun Daji is risking his life to run out. In 3 or 2 sentences, Sun Daji finished his words, and the purpose of his coming was also obvious. That is, to call for help. That old thing is simply not human. The news he threw out at the beginning was all true. We thought it was our own hidden dark line comrades, but we didn't know it was all a trap for the enemy. I was careless. Sun Daji slapped his thighs full of chagrin. That is a dozen comrades. If not faster, I am afraid it will be too late. But the matter of personnel mobilization has to find Lao Fu. But now that Lao Fu is left to check on the matter of ghost ordnance, Bai Yi also wants to find someone to go to the rescue. But she doesn't have any way to contact the others. Old Lu is not here. What to do? A white face showed anxiety, and Sun Daji on the side was about to jump. Can you find a way to contact them? Bai Yi shook her head. When Junko, who was on the side, spoke up, why don't I go and save the people first? Watching these people who had followed them all the way here get killed by someone else, neither Zhao Kai nor Shunzi could do it. As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of the two men all converged. Yes, we still have Shunzi. This guy that is in the pile of ghosts 7 and 7 out of the ruthless man. Good. Time waits for no one. Brother Shunzi, let's hurry. Bai Yi also wanted to follow her, but Sun Daji stopped her. Comrade Bai, you'd better stay here and wait for old Lu. The two of us are just going to check out the situation, and we won't take any chances if the situation isn't right. Sun Daji's face was tinged with heartache and self-blame. If it wasn't for himself, those comrades wouldn't have been ambushed. The words were all said and done. Bai Yi could only nod her head in agreement. Then you guys must be careful. The situation is not right, make sure to withdraw in a hurry. The figures of the two men disappeared into the tenement, heading straight for a residential area 2 kilometers away from the tenement. The two heard gunshots as they ran out some distance. Zhao Kai couldn't help but sweat for those intelligence officers. I hope you guys can hold out. Junko, use a different weapon when we do it later. Our identity can't be exposed so early yet. It was one thing to kill the ghosts before, but it was another thing to kill the Blue Fang agents now. And since they intended to help Old Pei and the others, they would make a cameo appearance as an underground party, and maybe even share the firepower for them. The distance of 2 kilometers is no different from a walk for Junko, who has improved physical strength, and he can hear the gunfire in front of him before he reaches the place. Inside the residential area, the two sides were shooting at each other right there in the street, though it was clear that the underground side was at a disadvantage. Facing the besieging secret agents, they were already sacrificing several comrades. Come 2 people with me to break the back. The other comrades hurry to withdraw. Team leader Lu Jin's face is ugly. Now this situation can only break off the tail to survive. If no one drags the enemy, I'm afraid that none of them can run away. Go, don't let these guys get away. There were shouts of fighting from across the street, and straight away they started using submachine guns. The dense firepower pressed down on Lu Jin and they didn't dare to raise their heads, and the Blue Party agents were still rapidly approaching towards this side. Looking at the increasing number of enemies coming over, Lu Jin and the others had despaired. At this critical moment, a gunshot rang out from behind them, and one of the agents chasing in front of them fell to the ground in response. It's our men coming. Everyone retreat. This time Junko used all conventional weapons, a Mauser pistol naming each of the men chasing him, scaring the pursuing agents from moving forward. This is someone coming from the opposite side. Where are our men? Why haven't they come yet? The man in the lead cursed and continued to shoot towards the front. In the face of the Blue Party agents who do not speak of martial arts and virtue to take a submachine gun, Shunzi is not fond of fighting and withdrawing, until Lu Jin and his entourage have withdrawn. He then turned around and left in the other direction. Before he left he threw down a women's large-brimmed hat to bait the enemy. Zhao Kai have thought about it. In the future, let Shun Zi's second identity to pretend to be a woman. Outside the identity is given by himself. Anyway, the embarrassment is Shun Zi. It's none of his Zhao Kai's business. Looking at the ground was pierced by the bullets of the hat. Su Li angrily dropped it on the ground. Bastard! This all let them run away. Where is Zhang Peng? Wang Bang crawling faster than him. I must report to the police to do his dog days. But where the other side support timely, has long been able to encircle the enemy, how can let the enemy run away from under their noses? This can be all credit surname Su. Who are you cursing? I almost died halfway. Do you know that? A man with a messy face staggered over. It was Zhang Peng. His arm was still dripping blood, obviously shot. It turned out that after Sun Daji and Shunzi both left, Lao Fu came back, and it was he who led the people to ambush Xiao Wen halfway. Otherwise Su Li and the others would have come over a long time ago. In order to capture the underground party, they had deployed more than 50 people this time, but they didn't expect to fail. Chapter 31, Distress. Inside the office, Chen Guanhan, who got the news, pointed at Ma Qingsong's nose and scolded. This is the guarantee you gave me. This is your Ma Qingsong's henchman. More than 50 people can't get rid of a dozen of other people. Is the gun in your hand a burning stick? Waste. They are all waste. Ma Qingsong was sprayed with saliva and froze, not daring to say a word. Mobilize all the informants to check for me. I still don't believe that this group of rats can hide so well. This time the red party must be wiped out. If these guys don't die, Chen Guanhan, can't sleep. By the way, that guy could use a hand. I still don't believe they can hold back this time. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That person could definitely catch a big fish as soon as he appeared. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away. Ma Qingsong left and went straight to the criminal law room. How's Livan? Has the guy made any noise lately? The gatekeeper saw that the visitor was Ma Qingsong and hurriedly greeted him. Good day, sir. That guy has been quite honest lately. Except for yelling to see you during meals, there's nothing else. Take me to him. Yes. Coming to the door of one of the innermost rooms of the punishment room, Ma Qingsong pushed the door in. The man who was still lying on the bed suddenly stood up and questioned in a stern voice. Officer Ma, this is what you said would keep me safe. This is the credibility of your blue party. In the face of the man's duty, Ma Qingsong just smiled lightly. Mr. Li, you have to understand our difficulties. And isn't this the safest place to be? With us around, who can threaten your life? Li Wen's face flushed red, and only after a long time did his mouth stifle 3 words. You're shameless. Oh, it's all about work. Mr. Li has to be considerate of us, and I've brought you good news this time. Ma Qingsong had a smile on his face, but no matter how you looked at it, it was the kind of smile that wasn't meant to be. Don't you want to go out? Mr. Li, as long as you promise us one thing, from now on you'll be our friend. Oh no, I should say close partner, one of our own. To be honest, I regret it. If I had known that you guys were so shameless, I should have crashed my head into the ground in the first place. Li Wen turned his head away, his tone very angry. Hearing this, Ma Qingsong want to laugh. If you have that courage, will not hesitate to betray your superiors. Now hardened up, really went and stand. But these words he will not say. After all, the next thing to be done in front of the people. For Li Wen's kind of bargaining words, they would naturally be anxious if they didn't take them on. Ma Qingsong didn't say anything and just looked at him with a smile. Finally Levin couldn't help himself. Say it. What is it? It's not a big deal. Ma Qingsong whispered in his ear, and Li Wen's face clouded over as he listened. But in the end, he agreed. Okay, I promise you guys, but I hope you'll keep your word this time. A gentleman's word is a team of horses. As long as Mr. Li helps us clear out our enemies, you are one of our own. Fame, fortune, glory, these things are within your reach, and you will be glad of your choice today. The reappearance of Li Wen will surely set off a new round of fights. Facing the impending danger, Fu Yong's side was still oblivious. Ever since he and Shunzi had rescued Sun Daji and the others from the Secret Service siege, they had been investigating the issue of the ghost cargo ship carrying ordnance that Su Renjia had mentioned. 2 days had passed and things were looking up a bit, and the higher-ups were also giving orders to find a way to stop the ghost freighter from docking or destroying the ordnance on board. No matter which one, it was an impossible task for Fu Yong and the others. When they first came here they did not have a firm footing at all, and many of the people they could use they could not contact, and they wanted to rely on dozens of people to stop the ghost cargo ships, and they did not dare to dream of that. Although comrades from other places were arriving one after another, time was running out. Let's all say what we think. According to the news we've gotten, the brats are making a big move here, or else the higher-ups wouldn't have let us risk it. Their principle has always been to be outward-looking in the face of national danger. But unfortunately, someone is trying to get them in this situation. Since I can't convince anyone else, I'll have to do it myself. Hearing Lao Fu's words, Zhao Kai said to Shen Zi, "Remember what I said before about the Shanghai War? This will be the ghost sneak delivery of weapons and ammunition is estimated to be for the preparation of the war. These guys are really difficult to deal with. So early to start." There were times when Zhao Kai was really worried about the world. And there were times when he felt pathetic when he thought back to what had just happened. This enemy has hit the door. This side is still internal conflict. No wonder the brats are so arrogant. So what do we do, Kai? According to you, a big battle is already unavoidable. As soon as he thought of what was going to happen next, Zhao Kai sighed. Alas, take a step and see what happens. But the little devils want to smooth out the layout. That's impossible. This is going to come to the ghost cargo ship. We have to find a way to give it a blow up. And then no matter what, the two of us will have to kill a few ghosts to discuss them. The old pay is also when Zhao Kai think a piece. Straight said, now we have few people. Direct hard contact certainly not. I'm ready to form a special action team to do this. Zhao Kai didn't want to hear more about what was going on behind the scenes. He knew better than anyone that there was definitely no way to stop the freighter from docking by relying on Fu Yong and these people. What with sending people on board or sending people to set up ahead of time to wait until the ghost weapons are in to blow up the warehouse. There were too many uncontrollable factors in these matters, and Zhao Kai couldn't believe that the ghosts weren't the least bit prepared. At the critical moment, it was still up to him and Shen Zi to do it. As long as he could get on the ship, he would be able to put the ghost's ordnance into the system space. I just don't know if the system will jerk around when the time comes. That said, the system rule is that loot goes into storage. So if it's decided that the ordnance on the ship isn't loot, then you'll just have to endure the pain and blow it up. So now Zhao Kai's task was to make some explosives out as much as possible. Everything has to be prepared for both. If the system space can't be collected, then just blow it up. To blow up a ship, the explosives needed are massive. It's just a shame about the value of your experience. There's no way to get explosives through normal means, so you'll have to buy stuff from the remodeling mall to make your own. A serving of high explosives that could create a 40mm rifle grenade would require 5 experience points. Zhao Kai estimated that the explosives he wanted to blow up a ship at the minimum were simply not something he could afford to purchase. It seems that when the time comes, we can only find a way to detonate their ammunition. As long as it triggers a chain of explosions, the brat's shipload of ordnance will be considered ruined. Before that, it's better to find a way to kill some ghosts to build up experience points just in case. Zhao Kai was ready to make another trip to the Ghost Command tomorrow. Rich and powerful. Sleeping at home experience value will not be delivered to the door. Chapter 32, Dinner. That's enough about the big ghost ship for now. Let's talk about another thing now. I've got information that there's a banquet at the Grand Hotel in the concession tonight, initiated by the Concession Board of Public Trustees, and it's said that quite a few celebrities have been invited, and I'd like to take a couple of men with me tonight to spy out the information. After saying that, Fu Yong put his eyes on Bai Yi and Sun Daji's faces. There are a lot of people. So tonight, just Daji and Bai will be with me, and the other comrades will stay put. Understood. Good. It's getting late. Daji and Xiaobai, hurry up and get ready. The banquet starts at 6. We have to get ready in advance. Originally, Zhao Kai was planning to take Shunzi out to kill the demons tonight, but he changed his mind when he heard Fu Yong's words. The banquet, still initiated by the public council. This should come to quite a few people. Is it that the ghosts are among them? Thinking of this, Zhao Kai told Shunzi about the situation. We're not going to the Ghost Command tonight. Let's go to the Century Hotel, where there might be a surprise. It's not too late. Let's set off right away. Zhao Kai hand in hand to teach Junko makeup. Not to mention, this kid was born to do the life of a secret agent. Whether it is a foreign language or a variety of skills that are taught on the spot, this would be an absolutely outstanding graduate of the police academy in the latter days. Almost as soon as Fu Yong and the three of them had left in front of him, Zhao Kai Shunzi was out the door. If they wanted to go to the banquet, they definitely couldn't get in without an invitation. So the two of them were also prepared to find a way. But this time was different. It seemed that the people here were scared twice before, so there were very many patrols around the hotel. If that was all it was, Junko also found many sneaky people from all around. No need to think. These people are definitely secret agents. Just don't know which side they are on. Looks like things aren't going to be easy tonight, and the more we do, the more we have to check it out. As the two of them looked around, a well-built woman ran towards this side in a bit of a panic, followed by several strong men who looked like they were coming from a bad place. As the woman got closer and closer, a smell of blood pushed right into his head, and Junko almost subconsciously turned around just in time to meet up with the burly men. Coincidentally, the woman fell headfirst directly in front of Junko. Help! Help me! What? Zhao Kai and Shun Zi were both stunned. What was the situation? How could they come out and have women throwing themselves at them, as if it wasn't a good thing? It happened suddenly. The strong men following behind didn't see the situation clearly. They thought that Shunzi and the woman were in the same gang, and that their eyes became fierce at once. Junko kills demons all the time. He can tell at a glance who has murderous intent towards him. He clearly saw the other man's hand move back, a maneuver he was all too familiar with. It was pulling out a gun. Realizing that something is wrong, Shunzi hurriedly hugged the woman to drill inside the alley. Seeing this action of his, the 8 strong men behind him are looking at the corners of their mouths as if they were dead. Looking at Shunzi, this guy is out of his mind. Isn't heading into an alley at a time like this giving them a chance? The man in the lead waved his hand. Chase, as long as we get that killed, the boss will have a lot of benefits. The 8 men chased after them, not realizing that they were about to be in big trouble. Drilling into the alley, Junko was a complete fish out of water. The Glock in his hand already hungry for more. With the silent hunter's enchantment, his form was almost merging with the shadows. Where are the people? Why are they gone? The man in the lead scanned the surroundings, and the two were nowhere to be seen. Big brother, they're not hiding, are they? Snap! The man slapped his own little brother's head a bit. No hide, still do not give me to find. I still do not believe that this fart place they can hide. A passerby, a coma. Do not need 8 people. A person can be very easy to get them dead. As he watched the 8 people disperse, Zhao Kai all but laughed. Looks like they haven't realized the severity of the problem yet. Almost at the same time, Shunzi had an extra bayonet in his hand. The brightly shining bayonet carrying a chilling light under the moonlight. The hunt is on. A man approached this way alertly, and before he could react to what was going on, a large hand covered his mouth, and the pain that drilled through his heart made his eyes glaze over. Shunzi out extremely ruthless, stabbing people to stab the heart, which are stabbed out of the experience. Stabbing the knife to cover the mouth simply do not give the enemy a chance to struggle. That person's last thought before dying is to play. This is to meet a hard opponent. People, which is nothing. This is to treat them as prey. In less than 5 minutes, the 8 people who came in were broken by him one by one, and at the back of the small leader Yu Chang realized that something was wrong and wanted to run, but it was already too late. Just as Yu Chang turned around, the long bayonet was already across his neck. Don't move, or I'll kill you. How arrogant before now Yu Chang is how wretched. Facing the bright bayonet, Yu Chang wimped out. Good man, spare your life. I won't move. I won't move. Junko grabbed the gun out of his hand and asked, who are you and why are you after that woman? Previously, Yu Chang had initially thought that the man behind him was in league with Lin Xiuyu, but now it didn't seem to be the case, and he seemed to be able to salvage a little bit. Good man, you don't know. That woman's name is Lin Xiuyu. She's no good. Her brother robbed our goods. We're just trying to catch her to get his brother to spit out that shipment. As long as the good man master hands over that woman to us, our boss will definitely benefit a lot. Yu Chang thought that he would be able to live this way, but he didn't realize that the man behind him wouldn't eat this at all. What kind of goods? Say it clearly. It's soot, tobacco and soil, 2 words said. Zhao Kai's face immediately cooled down. Good even a drug dealing? As a people's police, this can still be tolerated? Shunzi got some more information from Yu Chang, and after realizing that the other party did not have any information that he could extract, he also sent the other party on his way decisively. Kill it. This guy is useless. Shunzi's hand rose up and finished Yu Chang with a knife. The woman is awake. Maybe we can get something useful out of her. Gorgeously dressed and still running in the direction of the Century Hotel, the woman was most likely invited. Shunzi was also thinking the same thing as Zhao Kai. After following Zhao Kai for so long, he was long gone from the hunter boy he was before. Arriving in front of Lin Xiuyu, Shunzi first checked her wounds and found that it was merely a stab wound, and that the fainting before was purely due to blood loss. In a matter of 3 or 2 strokes, Shunzi had given Lin Xiuyu good first aid, and although the wound was still bleeding, it was obviously much better than before. Just then, Lin Xiuyu woke up. Seeing the person in front of her with a pressed brim who couldn't see her face, she almost subconsciously stepped back. The movement tore at her wound, nearly giving her pain to faint, but she quickly calmed down as she thought about the commotion she had just witnessed. I'll give you 500 Dayang. Help me go to the Century Hotel and find Lin Chunxing to pass a message. She pulled an invitation straight out of her arms and handed it over, then fainted again. Looking at the invitation in their hands, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were very satisfied. This was delivered to their door before they even opened their mouths. To be honest, they were ready to just grab it. With an invitation, the rest is easy. Chapter 33, Dinner? This is a meeting of traitors. Relying on the invitation, Zhao Kai and Shunzi easily entered the venue. Looking at the upper-class people inside in 2s and 3s, Shunzi had already begun to look for tonight's target. Previously, Zhao Kai had thought that this was just an ordinary banquet. After all, these celebrities had 2 sessions in their spare time. This kind of thing was not something special in the rented world, but the Lin Xiaoyue that he ran into earlier made Zhao Kai sense a hint of something wrong. Let's go to that Lin Chunxing first. We are also considered to be receiving favors for our work. In the center of the banquet hall, a man who looked like a scholar was saying something to a foreign noblewoman, when a person whispered 2 sentences in his ear, and the man's face instantly changed. Mrs. Mary, if you'll excuse me, but I think this bracelet is something I think you'll like. Even after hearing that his sister had disappeared, Lin Chunxing kept a smile on his face and gave the gift in his hand. An inspector's wife was worth making friends with. Oh Lin, I love it. Go ahead and go about your business. Mary took the jade bracelet and looked at it with joy in her eyes. Lin Chunxing's face instantly changed when he and his men arrived at the corner. It must be the Yin family's doing. The old thing is trying to give me a hard time. What to do, big brother? They definitely won't admit it. Eldest, you immediately take someone to find little sister, and leave the rest to eldest. He knows what to do. Killing intent surfaced on Lin Chunxing's face, obviously moved to anger. Looking at the waiter who came over, Lin Chunxing picked up the wineglass and took a hard gulp. He suddenly realized that there was a note pressed underneath the glass. Only a few short words were written on it. West Street Alley, Lin Xiaoyue. Looking at his sister's name, Lin Chunxing reacted, and when he tried to find the waitress again, the other party had long since disappeared. West Street Alley. Could it be that his sister is over there? It was too late to think about it. Lin Chunxing recruited a few of his men and told them to go find someone. Soon, someone came back to report. We've found the young lady, but she's got a knife wound, so we've sent her off for treatment. Okay, go find Lao Er and tell him to bring someone to protect little sister. He doesn't need to worry about this side of things. Looking at the dance floor in front of him, Lin Chunxing was puzzled as to who was helping him. Not far away, Junko was already busy in the banquet hall by being a waiter. He realized that there were a lot of people over here tonight, people from all countries, and the ones that caught his attention the most were the Japanese. He was also pushing a cart around the venue in order to find someone, pouring drinks and surreptitiously listening for information. Mr. Yen, at the beginning of the month we will have a batch of goods to be shipped this way, in which we also need you to turn over from it. Well said, well said. If Mr. Yoshida is free, he must come to my house as a guest. I've prepared a lot of good things. Hearing the conversation between the two, Junko had silently put the 2 at the top of his must-kill list. Walking around the venue a few times, Zhao Kai already did not know what to say. Where is this a celebrity banquet? This is a meeting of traitors. It had only been less than half an hour, and Junko had already silently memorized a dozen faces, including several of what he assumed to be ghostly big fish. It was a good way to find the desired target, but it still gave Junko enough gas. This group of dog traitors are really unconscionable. They even messed with the ghosts to scourge their own people with tobacco. Shun Zi cursed angrily, hating to just get those guys killed. Alas, there's no way. These dog traitors only have money in their eyes. Sooner or later they'll pack them up. Keep an eye on those ghosts tonight and pack them up first. Zhao Kai likewise abhorred the traitors, but these people are local groundlings. Sooner or later to find them are the same. But the ghosts are not necessarily. These ghosts big fish after tonight cannot be easy to find. Let's find a place to rest first. We've come all this way. Let's see what's different about this upper-class banquet. Junko was going to go to the back to change his clothes before coming out, but he didn't expect to run into anything just by walking away. Inside the restroom, 2 men muttered something. I've reached out to my other informant, and I'll see them tonight. Mr. Lee, I hope you won't let me down. We let them get away in the outer city last time. We can't let them go this time. Our patience is limited. It's your business if you let it get away. Don't hold your blue party incompetence against me. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Kai felt as if he was involved in something again. This one is thinking of leaving the country. It's hard not to be a traitor again. No, listen to the 2 men's conversation, how so familiar it. The last run, the blue party, the incident is still the outer city. Is it before to save Sun Daji them that time? Is it a coincidence or are those 2 people connected to that incident? Junko, remember what those 2 look like later. They're not simple. Looking at Li Wan and Ma Qingson, who walked out of the restroom, Shunzi silently memorized the looks of the 2 men, and 2 more people were added to the top of the death list. After changing his outfit, Shunzi once again returned to the venue, and this time he was surprised to see both Lao Fu and Bai Yi. I thought they weren't coming. Why don't we go over and say hello to the 2? Zhao Kai thought that tonight's things are almost over. Traitor ghosts, he let Shunzi write down a dozen, and then more they are estimated to be unable to kill. Not waiting for Shunzi to move forward, the man with glasses who came out of the restroom earlier came over towards the 2. which made Zhao Kai's heart lift up directly. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that Lao Fu and the others are being targeted again? Kai, it's that guy from before. Are we still going through? Shun Zi also sensed that something was wrong. He felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. Scanning around, he realized that quite a few people's gazes were staring at the three of them. Because of the distance, Zhao Kai didn't hear what the three said, but he could tell that something was wrong from the way old Fu and Bai Yi hurriedly left. It's bad. Something's going to happen. Zhao Kai thought of the conversation between the two men in the restroom. The blue party was going to make a move on Lao Fu and the others, and the man with the glasses was from the blue party side. Thinking of this, he also urged Shun Zi to hurry up. The two of them now had to rely on the underground party to provide convenience. They could not afford to have anything happen to them. Follow them. We can't let them out of this door. Although the possibility that the other party would dare to make a move right here wasn't ruled out, at least it was safer inside than outside. Listening to the conversation between the two men in the restroom earlier, the other party was probably setting up a dragnet outside, just waiting for the mole to find someone. The two of them, Fu Yong and Bai Yi, were quick on their feet, and Shun Zi was even faster than them. There's something wrong with that guy just now. You can't go out there. Follow me. Junko pulls the trio away around a corner, but the men following behind are panicking, realizing that the man they were to follow has lost them. Damn, it was just here. Where did it go? Chapter 34, Resulting Traitor. Junko, what's your boy doing here too? And what's with that face? Looking at this very unfamiliar face in front of them, the old pair Sun Daji and Bai Yi were also confused. Just now they heard the voice and did not resist, but did not expect to meet, but it was not at all the person they thought. The face thing will come later. Did a man with glasses just say something to you guys? Hearing this, Fu Yong and Bai Yi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. You saw it all. And what do you mean by what you just said? Who's got a problem? Shun Zi did not dilly-dally, and directly told what he had heard in the restroom before. And when they heard about the blue party, the two instantly felt a wave of cool air rising from the soles of their feet to their heads. Damn, if Junko heard correctly, then what that guy just said was all a lie. He's sowing discord within us, and is trying to get us out and then get us killed. And that guy's the real traitor. Fu Yong's face was incredibly ugly. For Shun Zi, he chose to believe unconditionally. He didn't expect that he was almost trapped. Now that I think about it, what I found out before was probably also deliberately put out by the enemy, in order to throw dirty water on the real comrades, and to cover up for that real spy. Fu Yong's mission in Shanghai is not only to establish a new intelligence network, but also to find out the truth about how the Shanghai intelligence network was uprooted by the enemy in the first place. Now it seems that the enemy is much tougher than expected. Bai Yi carefully patted out to look behind her, and saw 4 people approaching this way, obviously looking for someone. No good. They're following us. What to do? Looking at the approaching agents inside the building, Junko took the initiative to speak. You guys figure out a way to get out of here. I'll take care of the rest. Saying that, he also threw a set of clothes to the 3, since they had already been discovered. The best thing to do was to change their clothes and leave. Without waiting for them to react, Junko headed outside, and he intentionally bumped into one of them, directly knocking the other's pistol out. The sound of the gun landing was extraordinarily distinct. And there were more than just the 4 agents in the hallway. The others instantly panicked the moment they saw the pistol on the floor and cried out, "Guns! It's a gun!" Their shouts instantly made the 4 agents' faces harden, with the one who had his gun knocked out by Shun Zi looking at him even more viciously. Seeing that the surrounding security guards were leaning towards this side, the 4 secret agents did not hesitate for a second and directly accelerated towards the door. The person who was receiving at the door looked at the 4 people running out in a hurry and thought that something had happened. Where is everyone? Why just you guys? Boss, we lost them, and we got spotted by security. Bastards, what are you guys doing? You can even lose me here and get caught. You're giving me a hard time, aren't you? The man looked up at the security guards and patrolmen who came out with guns and instantly panicked. You guys get the hell out of here, as far away as you can. The presence of someone with a gun at the party instantly put the entire venue on edge. The one who is here is not a man of honor. They are more afraid of death than anyone else. Seeing that the situation is not right, is already someone trying to get out of here. At this time a white-bearded man stood out. It looked like he should come from a good place. Ladies and gentlemen, just now it was just a small hiccup. Don't worry, our people will ensure your safety. The banquet will continue. Just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Shun Zi was already finding Li Wen and Ma Qing-song in the crowd. Damn, did you just say something to those two? Why are they nowhere to be seen? Hearing the news that he had lost the followers, Ma Qing-song's face turned green. The action he had planned with great difficulty had ended just like that. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion now, he would have wanted to shoot Levin in the head. It was true that other people couldn't be trusted. Li Wen was completely confused by his expression. Then he cursed in a low voice. What did I do? Didn't I follow your plan? Your people didn't learn their craft well and lost them, and now you're turning around and blaming me. Seeing that the two were about to strangle each other, Shunzi was already coming close to the two, and while everyone's attention was on the foreigner above, he also took out the pistol under the tray and fired directly. Put! The southern pistol with the silencer fired 3 times at Levine, knocking him to the ground dead on the spot. Shunzi still wanted to shoot at Ma Qingsong, but he didn't expect the guy to react fast, sidestepping Shunzi's shot in advance, and the muzzle of the gun hit him on the shoulder. Baka! Junko cursed in a low voice, turning and disappearing into the crowd. Dead man! Dead man! Ma Qingsong shouted as he ran, with panic in his eyes. Where did the assassin come from? How did he target himself? And did that guy just say Baka? Japanese? Now there were 10,000 question marks in his mind, and he couldn't figure out when something had gone wrong. When the others heard his shouts and looked at the gunshot wounds on his body and Levin not far away, the scene was instantly out of control. Dead man walking. Mr. Yoshida. It's dangerous. Get out of here. Many of them ran towards the door under the protection of their own bodyguards, while Junko blended in with the crowd and continued to search for his target. He soon sets his sights on the fleeing Junichi Yoshida. Found you. With so many ghosts protecting you, it must not be easy. With a clear target in mind, Junko approached through the crowd towards Junichi Yoshida, as everyone was so busy pushing their way outside that no one even noticed him. When they left the hotel, Junichi Yoshida got into the car, surrounded by a group of ghost agents, the bodyguard with a car. This reinforced Zhao Kai and Shunzi's guess that the other party was definitely a big fat fish. Follow it up and find out what this guy is all about. Although he was getting into a car, it wasn't traveling very fast, and Junko was able to keep up by jogging all the way. Soon, the car out of the lease. See the other side to accelerate. Shunzi cannot care so much. Pull out the 416 Hong Kong dollars and aim at the other side. The lower hanging grenade aimed at the moving car. Thud. The grenade shot off and boom. With an explosion, Shunichi Yoshida went up into the sky along with his car. Zhao Kai checked the system kill log and almost didn't laugh after reading it. The host kills the traitor Li Wen and is rewarded with 1,000 experience points. The host kills the ghost colonel, Yoshida Junichi, and is rewarded with 2,000 experience points. Surprisingly, it is a major, and the traitor even gave 1,000 experience. Tonight did not come for nothing. I just don't know if tonight's events will provoke a fight between the two sides. Why did he let Shunzi use the ghost's weapon before? Why did he say that Baka? Wasn't it to make that blue party agent think more? And from the beginning he didn't intend to get the other party killed. Otherwise even if the other party can't hide, he can't hide. Chapter 35, You Give Me Danger. Ma Qingsong left from the hotel with a very ugly face. A nearly perfectly planned plan. According to the original plan, this time we'll certainly be able to capture the key people of the underground party. But who would have thought that the result would be like this? Not only did Levin, the pawn, die, but even he himself was injured. Damn! What step went wrong? Ma Qingsong roared angrily, and the men around him all lowered their heads. Come on you four, was it a man shouting earlier that exposed you? The 4 henchmen shivered and nodded. Yes, sir. Originally we were chasing after those 2 men and a woman, and that guy just came out of nowhere and bumped into him, directly knocking the gun out of his hand. The man pointed to the one who had been hit earlier. A time like this was surely a time to shirk the blame. A dead friend of the road. And if the other man hadn't failed to hold his gun properly, there would have been no such thing as what happened later. Ma Qingsong's gaze instantly looked towards the man. His eyes were icy cold, and he directly kicked over. Wastes who can't make things happen. This is how you repay the party state. After cursing, Ma Qingsong stood up and took a deep breath. Did you see what that person looked like? Hearing this, the henchman nodded his head in a hurry. I saw it. That person is quite white, about 1 meter 8 in height, and at that time, he was wearing the clothes of a hotel waiter. When he thought of the person who had met and shot towards him, he was completely out of place, as the other person was only 5'7", and the other person was not wearing waiter's clothes at all, so the two are not the same at all. Asterisk. Check for me. Even if you have to dig up the ground, you have to find this person. Mobilize all connections. Find me. Dare to spoil my good deed. I'll make your life worse than death. The men in the room dispersed in a flurry. Ma Qingsong hung one arm with a grimace on his face, wondering when he had been targeted by the Japanese, and that Baka with the accent sounded Japanese at first glance. The average person couldn't speak Japanese that accurately even if they had learned it, and he had interacted with quite a few Japanese before, so he heard it right away, and just now he'd had someone check. and the bullets that had been fired at him were the bullets that came with the Japanese's southern pistols. After thinking for half a day, Machingsong suddenly thought of something. Could it be that those Japanese have counted what that madman did before on us? If that's true, it's a problem. Being targeted by the Japanese is not a good thing. At this time, Machingsong didn't know that a big black pot had been snapped onto their blue party's head. When the man sent by the Japanese dispatched army to Shanghai to carry out trade wars dies at the door of the concession, the Japanese high command is furious, counting the one general and two colonels who were sniped earlier. This is now the third colonel. They can't help it even if they have a good temper. The blue party's ambush at the Grand Hotel tonight was blown out of proportion after someone with an axe to grind spread the word. Baka! These guys are bullying people too much. Attacking the talents of the great Japanese empire one after another. Are they trying to declare war? Although the Japanese high command also felt that something was wrong, they couldn't tell what was wrong, because as far as they were concerned, only the blue party's people had that power in the rented world. As for the underground, they have despised these people since the beginning. Your Excellency the General, I suggest an immediate purge of the blue party. Whether they did this one or not, they can use it to apply pressure. Soon, the brats began to target the blue party, applying pressure head-on while secretly relying on the intelligence network to solve the other side's intelligence points in Shanghai and also in the rented world. And as the two who started it all, Zhao Kai and Junko, are planning their next move? Anyway, the war could not be avoided. How much chaos was not important to Zhao Kai? In his opinion, the more chaos the better. The more chaos, the more chance he had to make his move. Most importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to remind Blue to be wary of the brats. But of course, if they still didn't think so, then it couldn't be helped. Zhao Kai and Junko had already prepared for the worst. As long as the war started, the tenant community in the surrounding area is his hunting ground. Want to upgrade and evolve, but also need to have more enemies to kill the pain. Upgrade faster. Form, automatic rifle, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, machine gun, 0/20,000, 11008. Alas, at this rate, I'm afraid the next upgrade will be on 50,000 experience. And those branch upgrades, what a huge amount of experience required. Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the door outside caught Junko's attention, and his eyes snapped open from where he had been sleeping the previous second. Who? It's me. Old Lou wants to talk to you about something. Got it. Coming right up. After getting dressed, Junko went downstairs, only to see Fu Yong looking at something with a newspaper. You didn't make this too, did you? Fu Yong handed the newspaper over, and the headline on it read, Japanese businessman assassinated at the gates of the concession. I can't read. Fu Yong and Bai E2 people are speechless. You kid, look at half a day original illiterate. Then you see what strength. A ghost traitor was blown up in front of the concession. Did you do this? Shunzi didn't answer directly and changed the topic. That dog traitor was killed by me. So you guys be careful from now on. Although he didn't say so, the two had already tacitly agreed that this incident was his doing. After all, that's a tough guy who dared to squat the ghost commanders. Well, this time, your kid saved his life again. By the way, we have already found Li Tianlu's family through the help of comrades from other places, and also got a letter from the other side. I believe it won't take long for that guy to hand over the list. This period of time had also shown old Fu and the others how difficult it was to re-establish the intelligence system. But with Li Tianlu's help, this matter would be much simpler. So Fu Yong was prepared to let Li Tianlu go back once he got the list. As long as you pinch this guy's handle, you're not afraid that he won't cooperate. Junko nodded, clearly not interested in the matter. There's one more thing you might be interested in. I've already sent people to check on the matter of the ghosts preparing to transport ordnance and ammunition on a cargo ship earlier, and there's a good chance that the matter is true. So what? You guys aren't really going to blow up the ship? Not that I look down on you. You're just going to die if you go. Just after the words were said, Shunzi regretted it, because he found that the opposite side of the old pay the corners of the mouth hooked, like an old fox that had gotten away with it. As expected, the next moment the old fox started to be shameless. Isn't there still you? With you kid around, our chances of success will definitely increase greatly. No, I refuse. This is too dangerous. I'm not going. Hearing the word danger, Fu Yong rolled his eyes in his mind. Danger? You also know danger? It wasn't dangerous to squat on the ghost command before, and it wasn't dangerous to do it in the rented area. Now you're starting to talk to me about danger. Chapter 36, Meeting Lin Shoyuet again. Unable to stand old Pei's nagging, Junko was quickly defeated after being ground for half a day. Okay, I'll definitely help when I can. But if I'm really in danger, I'll definitely run faster than you guys. Previously, although the two acting styles seems to be dancing on a tightrope. In fact, Without a fully developed plan, Zhao Kai will not let Junko hands. But it's different when you're helping the old payer. The more people there are, the more uncertainty it's naturally filled with. Even if both sides are friends for life, then they can't completely give their lives to each other. Good. Just wait for you, kid. You will no longer think about joining us. When there is an organization to help, you can also get more help. When you kill the ghosts is also simpler. Fu Yong seized the opportunity to be a fool, but unfortunately, the current Shunzi is not the same mountain boy as before. No plus, I'm used to being alone. Shunzi decisively refused. Before he had agreed with Zhao Kai that at most he would help each other with the underground party. Joining that was impossible to join. Or sooner or later the other party would find out the end. And after this period of time, he realized that this underground party's work was not too reliable. How long had it been? And how many times had he saved the other party? Junko had already thought about leaving for good when the matter of the ghost cargo ship was settled. There's no way. It's too dangerous to follow the old payer. And in the case of the previous situation, there's no place to cry in case he's implicated one day. Seeing Shunzi's refusal, Fu Yong sighed. Hey, okay, I won't force you if you don't want to. Fu Yong got up and left, as he still had a buttload of bad things to sort out after finding the real mole. The previous batch that went away said there were informants available, but now it seems better to ditch them. Reorganizing the intelligence network is a waste of time, but it's better than losing your life. After Lao Fu left, only Shunzi and Bai Yi were left in the store. Perhaps due to last night's incident, Bai Yi was more interested in the somewhat precocious teenager in front of him, especially the other party's godlike disguise. Miss White, is there anything else you need? Being stared at by a woman all the time, Shunzi felt a little uncomfortable. Nothing, I was just wondering how you managed to do that last night. It was a complete change of face. Zhao Kai had warned Shunzi before that these people from Laofu might be interested in the camouflage thing, and he didn't expect it to come so soon. Oh, you say that? I saved an old man singing opera when I was small. All the old man taught me. If you guys want to learn, I'll take the time to teach you. Really? Bai Yi's face revealed excitement. That kind of skill, even if she learns a third of it, can save her life in critical moments. The main thing is that she didn't expect Shunzi to agree so directly. Is it so easy to learn this kind of watchman skill? Of course I do have demands. If I am in trouble you must help me. Hearing this, Bai Yi secretly nodded his head. This is the right thing to do. Which has the skills of the family to teach others casually. As the two whispered, the door to the store opened, and looking at the visitor as a woman, Bai smiled and greeted her. This young lady, get something, I'll get it for you. Looking at the face somewhat pale Lin Shoyue gaze scanned the grocery store. Looking at Bai Yi in front of her, she did not open her mouth to speak, but her nose was gently sniffing. To the end of the day is actually toward the counter behind the Shunzi walked over. Hearing footsteps, Junko looked up almost subconsciously and was shocked when he saw the visitor. It was her. How did this guy find his way over here? That's not right. I didn't show my face from start to finish last night. Or did the woman just happen to come by and shouldn't she be resting with such a serious injury? Shunzi was looking at Lin Xiaoyu. Zhao Kai was likewise secretly observing. Through the other party's micro-expressions, he found that the other party should have recognized Shunzi. So he spoke out and reminded, Kid, this woman seems to have recognized you. Think of a way to take her out. Or if not, just get her killed. Being recognized by others. This was something Zhao Kai didn't want to see. Identity exposure that meant a much higher level of danger. In order to prevent accidents from occurring, he could only play a hard hand. However, to the surprise of the two, Lin Xiaoyu merely glanced at Junko and went to look at the shelf goods. Don't you have any snow cream here? Lin Xiaoyu asked. I'm very sorry, miss. We're out of stock of snowflake cream. The next batch may take a few more days. Oh yeah. I was thinking of coming over here to buy some more to bring back with me. Looks like this fufu is going to be cheap for someone else. Hearing this, Bai Yi's expression changed slightly, and the words hardened at the end of her mouth and changed to, I'm really sorry that I didn't let you find what you needed. If Miss comes to our store to buy snowflake ointment in the future, I'll give you a 95% discount. Hearing Bai Yi's words, Lin Xiaoyu was a little disappointed, but this expression was covered up by her in time. But it still didn't escape Zhao Kai's scrutiny. There was a problem. Both of them had a problem. There was a subtle change in their expressions just now. Bai Yi looked like she had something to say but didn't say it in the end. Lin Xiaoyu was expecting something. Bai Yi's words disappointed her. As a veteran police officer, or one who had worked as a criminal police officer, Zhao Kai, the two men's little expressions could not be hidden from his eyes at all. Boy, did you notice anything wrong? Hearing Zhao Kai's words, Shunzi voiced his thoughts. I feel that woman is a bit off. She can have an invitation to a banquet before. Her family must not be simple. Why would she come to a grocery store that isn't very well known when she's injured? I feel as if she's doing it deliberately. Hearing Shun Zi's answer, Zhao Kai nodded with satisfaction. Your kid is thinking with me. This woman is not right. And judging from the expression on her face just now, she didn't come to find you on purpose. It should be by chance. She should have recognized you though. I don't know how she did it, but I must be careful. Follow her later and see what she's up to. On the front foot of Lin Xiaoyu's departure, Shun Zi directly followed. He didn't expect that just as soon as he went out he saw two men not far away looking this way. Zhao Kai looked around and found that Lin Xiaoyu, the woman, had actually run away. However, in order not to scare the snake, he did not let Shun Zi act rashly, ready to change the direction to continue to chase. Since the chase lost, then go directly to the other party's home and wait. If it wasn't for the news about the Lin family siblings from Old Pei last night, the two of them really wouldn't have known where the other party's gang was. Lin Xiaoyu thought she was cautious enough. Who would have thought that she could run into Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, two duos who would not stop until they reached their goal. On the other hand, Lin Xiaoyu, who was in a hurry to rush back, was full of gravity. Now she had important news in her hands that she couldn't get out, and even the previously agreed upon hidden site was empty. The first thing she did when she got home was to approach her brother. Lin Chunsheng. Brother, trouble, still can't get in touch. Lin Chunsheng, who had been waiting for news, instantly looked ugly. Then what should we do? Just relying on these people of ours to touch with the brats is just looking for death. Should we really just watch them transporting things this way? 10 days ago he discovered that the Yin family dock was helping the devils to transport things. Without looking at it, those warehouses are all weapons and ammunition. Even the assembled cannons have. And all this time the other side has been sneaky about shipping little devils transporting ordnance this way at a time like this. Just think with your feet and you can figure out that the other side is not holding their farts. Chapter 37, Infiltration of Warehouses. Brother, what should we do? I'm so distracted. Do you think the brats are going to make a move? Lin Chunsheng was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the room without saying a word. Brother, you don't shake. You take an idea. Lin Xiaoyu is also anxious. If the ghosts directly hit Shanghai City, it will be a big deal. Then they will definitely follow the bad luck. Alas, it seems that we can't get in touch for a short time now, and if we don't have any help, then we'll find someone else to be our help. The more Lin Xiaoyu listened, the more confused she became. In the end, it was Lin Chunsheng who explained. I spread the news before. If the Blue Party's people weren't little cuties, they will definitely investigate the situation. As long as they find out that something is not right with the Yin family's warehouse, we don't need to worry about the things behind it. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is a good way. But did those guys really go and investigate? Lin Xiaoyu worried. Those people were afraid that they weren't looking around for the underground party. Just a short while ago she had heard that there had been a gunfight between the two sides in the outer city. If they really wanted to know this information, I'm afraid that they would have already known about it. That's why we have to make some noise to get their attention. I've gotten word that the Yin family has more ships coming the day after tomorrow, or 3 at a time. They're in such a hurry to ship weapons and ammunition. I'm afraid the other side already can't wait. Lin Chunsheng looked gloomy. He was originally a smart person, combined with some recent happenings and things in the north. No surprise if the brats really want to make a move. If things are as imagined, then by all means blow up those warehouses where the ammo is stored. Let's do it this way. I'll personally lead a walk tonight. As long as I can make some noise out of the Yin family warehouse, those guys will definitely be attracted. And then even if they don't want to check it out, they'll have to check it out even if the truth is in front of them. The Lin family siblings discussed making some noise to the Yin family's warehouse, and Zhao Kai, who had sneaked in from outside the room, listened in awe. Good guy. I called out good guy straight away. I put away what I had said earlier myself. This underground party is really something, and it turns out to be one of theirs after all. Although the Lin family gang was not considered big, they had thousands of people under their hands, and these people would be no small force if they could unite. However, Zhao Kai knew clearly that this Lin gang numbered 1,000 people, of which those who were with the two siblings would be good to have 100. Otherwise they wouldn't have tried to contact the top to find helpers. Shunzi, you may not believe me when I tell you that the head of this Lin gang is also an underground party, and they also know about the ghost cargo ship, but the dock they are talking about is different from the one we know. There is a Hongkou pier and a Yinjia pier, and the two piers are quite a distance apart. Did the ghosts double up or was there a trap in it? Listening to Lin Chunsheng, the real landing point was Yan's dock. Zhao Kai told what he had just overheard, and Shun Zi understood. Brother Kai, are we going to Yan's house tonight as well? That's right. Go and see if you can make some money. There was not much left of the ammunition stockpile that had been obtained from the ghosts earlier, and modifying the special ammunition required the consumption of several times the number, if not 10 times the number, of bullets. He had gotten more than 1,000 rounds when he first arrived, but it wasn't enough for Zhao Kai to modify the ammunition to consume. If there's a chance to get some ammo out of the ghost warehouse tonight, it would be a relief. Come on, let's get out of here first and step on the Yin family pier. Having gotten the news they wanted, the two didn't intend to stay on the Lin gang side, in case it would be interesting if they were caught. By the end of the night, Lin Chunsheng then brought his men closer towards the Yin family pier. Doing it personally was definitely impossible. If he pissed off the Yin family and the brats, it would be the Lin gang that would be in bad luck. So Lin Chunsheng spent money to find a group of gangsters to go to the Yin family dock to do things. This time is to give enough money. There is always not afraid to die to do. At the same time, he also sent credible people pretending to be Blue Party people sneak close to the Yin family warehouse, is to put the black pot to the Blue Party head buckle. Boss, there's been a fight outside, but there's still a lot of people watching near the warehouse, and they still have guns in their hands. After listening to his men's report, Lin Chunsheng cursed, these guys are quite cautious, send a few good men to see if they can sneak up and take out the people near the warehouse. If they can't, then we'll have to do it the hard way. In a corner not far from the Yin family's warehouse, a silhouette flashed by. Kai, something's not right with these warehouse watchers. I just heard them speaking ghost language. Well, I heard it too. Looks like this Yin family is with the brats. Find a way to finish them off. Let's go into the warehouse and take a look. With the cover of the night coupled with the silent hunter's let's ignore effect, Junko very easily circled around behind the two ghosts. There's another shipment coming in at the beginning of the month, so we should be back by then. Incoming shipment at the beginning of the month? It seemed that the ghosts' plan was not the same as what they had heard before, and they were very careful. Zhao Kai silently noted down that this matter must be told to Lao Fu and the others. They had to make preparations in advance. 3 cargo ships were not that easy to solve. The two ghosts were there gulping down clouds, not realizing the danger that was about to come. Shun Zi approached them noiselessly. 2 military spikes directly stabbed through the hearts of 2 ghosts. The 2 ghosts were resolved without even having the chance to scream. Without the ghosts blocking the way, Shun Zi continued to walk ahead. Looking at the locked warehouse door, Zhao Kai spoke. The time for the show has come. Just do what I gave you before. Just a few broken locks in the district want to stop us. Junko took out his pre-prepared lock-picking kit and operated it. Click, click, click. With a crunch, the lock that held the warehouse door was opened. Junko sidestepped through the doorway, and when he turned on his flashlight, his entire body was outright stunned, only to see not far away placed neatly 1092 type infantry guns. Kai, it's a ghost gun. Then what are you waiting for? Let's see if we can get it all away. When the two of them approached that infantry gun, Zhao Kai received a system alert. Good news to have all those infantry guns in the bag, but it's a bit short on the remaining compartments as far as the system backpack is concerned. One item occupies 1 square and there is a limit to the number of items that can be used, and when the number reaches 999, a new square will be occupied. The system backpack now had 6 compartments left, and it was unrealistic to try to pack a warehouse. By the way, the system also had a function to recycle loot. Zhao Kai tried it and found that it didn't work at all. What kind of garbage system is this? It even suggests that the enemies are not all resolved. Forget it. Take as much as you can. Blow up the rest. I can't come here for nothing. Zhao Kai let Shun Zi put 10 Type 92 infantry guns into his backpack, followed by shells and bullets. In less than 5 minutes, his backpack was full. The harvest was more than expected, because he realized that an ammo box even counted as a unit. So it seemed that the system was still very conscientious. Taking a look at the harvest, Zhao Kai was about to burst with joy. 10 infantry guns, 500 rounds of artillery shells, bullets and grenades were also pulled full. Tens of thousands of rounds of bullets and thousands of grenades. No need to have a headache for ammo next. This take also finished. The rest is to blow up the rest. In any case, cannot be left to the brats. Chapter 38, The Unquiet Docks. After learning that the backpack was full, Junko began to arrange the pre-prepared explosives inside the warehouse. With the modification parts all in place, it wasn't a problem for Zhao Kai to synthesize some bombs, and they were still timed. This warehouse was huge. Even if the two had taken a lot of things away, there were still a lot of weapons and ammunition here. If it wasn't impossible to take them away now, Zhao Kai really didn't want to blow up the place. Knowing what you have is enough with those. Zhao Kai consoled himself and began directing Shunzi to place improvised time bombs in the various ammunition boxes where the weapons were stored. This was someone else's territory after all. And the fact that there were ghosts at the entrance meant that there were likely to be ghosts in the vicinity as well. It's easy to hide from a gun in the open, but it's hard to guard against arrows in the dark, so you still have to be careful. Originally everything was going according to the two men's plan. Who would have thought that before Junko could finish setting up the bomb, gunshots would ring out outside? The sound of thumping guns was extremely harsh in the night, and it sounded like there were quite a few people. Zhao Kai hurriedly expanded his view to check the situation, and somehow, There was a group of people outside fighting with the people at the docks. Why the fight he didn't want to know, but why someone was coming this way towards the warehouse. This time, there was no need for Zhao Kai to remind him. Shunzi also sensed something was wrong. Brother Kai, should we withdraw first? The explosives we set off could probably blow this place to the ground as well. The locations of the explosives he had just placed were near those explosive munitions, which would also be detonated by high temperatures as soon as they exploded. Let's pull out then. But alas, there's no time to go to the other warehouses. According to the information received, the weapons and ammunition shipped by the brats are far more than this one warehouse. It seems that we can only find the opportunity to come back. The lights went out and Junko's entire body disappeared into the night, and Lin Xuanqing's men came this way the foot before he left. The commotion just now was them fighting with the ghosts and the Yin family guarding the pier. Compared to someone like Shunzi, who had a lot of experience in infiltrating and escaping, Lin Chunsheng and the others were, in the end, still a few points behind. Boss, strange, why is there no one here? One of the henchmen wondered. It was obvious that the outside was heavily guarded. Why was there no one near the warehouse? Was it on purpose or something else? Lin Chunsheng sniffed and frowned. He also felt that there was something wrong, but it was all here. Even if there was a trap inside the warehouse, then he had to take a look. Otherwise tonight would not be in vain. Send 2 men over to check it out first, while the others prepare to retreat. As long as the contents of the warehouse were confirmed, the night hadn't been wasted. By the time Lin Chunsheng entered the warehouse, his entire body was trembling from anger. Full of boxes, all of which are weapons and ammunition. This surnamed Yan's old dog traitor. Does he know what he is going to do? Such a large amount of weapons and ammunition is enough to see that the brats are trying to do a lot. Baka, search, definitely can't let those guys go back alive. Just as Lin Chunsheng was furious, gunshots rang out again outside, and the sound was rapidly approaching. There was no time to think. He had to get out of here now. He wanted to blow up the warehouse, but there was no time. Everyone withdraws first. Word must get out about the Yin family's collusion with the brats. Lin Chunsheng led the men back as they fought, and just as they neared the dock and were about to jump straight into the water, a heavy machine gun swept up not far from them. The sound of dig guns came suddenly, instantly sweeping down 7 or 8 people. If not for Lin Xuanqing's quick reaction, I'm afraid that the one who fell to the ground will be added to him. Take cover, boss, you go. I'll cover you. The scarred man who had been speaking before stepped forward. He had been saved by Lin Chunsheng in the beginning, and today he intended to repay the favor. No, you're just going to die if you go. Give me the lance and I'll take care of that guy. When they ran before, the people more or less took some weapons and ammunition. Machine guns and rifles everyone had to take, and now they used them. Here, boss. Receiving the rifle handed over by his men, Lin Xuanqing's eyes were dead set on the machine gun that was still spitting fire not far away. The action of raising the gun and aiming it was a single movement, and after a single shot, the machine gun on the other side of the room was silent. The crowd rejoiced at the sight. This was no need to die. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Without the machine gunners to stop them, Lin Chunsheng and the others jumped straight into the water. They all make their living by the water, and being in the water almost always means being safe. After Lin Xuanqing's side left, the gunfire at the pier not only didn't stop but instead became more intense. Has been hiding in the shadows of Zhao Kai and Shunzi too, although did not witness all through. But the two also know that tonight's Yin family pier is not general. From the movement to analyze, tonight to this side of the people are considered them at least 3 sets of people. Interesting, could it be Old Pei and the others? Zhao Kai muttered. He wasn't going to stay any longer. Counting the time, that time bomb was about to be blown up. He just didn't know if the little brats would be directly pissed off after the warehouse was blown up. Not far from the dock inside a small dark room, 2 men were talking about something. Are you sure you don't want to do it? You're not afraid of losing yourself by playing like that? You don't have to worry about that. This time I have to clean up this side or you'll have your hands full later. Oh, I have to thank you for hearing you say that. The man's smile was a bit cold, and what could be heard of his mood was not very beautiful. No need for thanks. Special means at special times. The brats are stupid. We can't afford any more internal problems. You really stand and talk without waste pain. Do you know that you do so the risk is too great? A little careless that is full of loss. And I remind you of one thing, that thing in the outer city I do not know beforehand. Hearing this, the man across from him paled slightly. You mean that man is starting to suspect you? I don't know. Anyway, let me warn you, don't get too big. The other side is far more powerful than you or I think. By the way, just to remind you, the Lin family is credible. Okay, I got it. Let's go. The man lowered the brim of his hat and left this way. And in a short time the other man in the room was also up and leaving. Asterisk is nuts. Let's hope he makes it. The man cursed in a low voice and whirled away into the night. Didn't wait for him to walk out far. Behind him suddenly resounded with earth-shattering explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Yin Family Doc's big warehouse flames rose. That scene directly to the man looked dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed to just probe the situation? How come it just blew up? Realizing that something was wrong, the man's steps quickened. If the warehouse across the street was really weapons and ammunition, then it was really something big. Chapter 39, The Disappearing Lin Shouyue. Watching the explosions at the pier, Zhao Kai's gaze was filled with fervor. It was true that explosions were the art, especially the stuff that blew up the little devils. After tonight so screwed up, the little kid only two options, either directly showdown to lift the table, or continue to hold back. But as far as his understanding of the little kid, hold back is estimated to be unlikely. With so many important people dead in front of them, they would truly be ninja wankers if they could still endure. Junko's eyes were equally fixed on the docks. He knew he'd done a great job for once, but unfortunately he just hadn't been able to blow up all the warehouses. Kai, are we coming back here? Zhao Kai shook his head. Come on. For sure. Topping off is our style. After what happened tonight, the brats will only become more cautious. The stuff in the other warehouses the brats won't move. There's no way. The target is too big and an extreme waste of time. And transferring the stuff that's not a no-brainer. The best way is to take advantage of the explosion to increase the deployment at the same time to find a way to put things off. That means the brats have this dummy they're eating. To put it mildly, if the blue party knew that the kiddies were sneaking around in the shadows delivering ammo, this would be a straight shot to war hands down. Next time we'll take the water and catch them off guard. Seeing that more and more people were gathering at the pier, the two of them didn't intend to blow off steam here, and first went back to inform the old pair about the Lin family's affairs, so that he could also be prepared. It's always better to have two through and through than to split. What Zhao Kai didn't know was that not long after they left, something happened to the Lin family. Inside the Lin gang grounds, Lin Chunsheng, who had just returned, hadn't had time to change his clothes, and his entire body was like a furious lion. Where is the man? Such a big man is gone. Are you all blind and deaf? In the face of the gang leader's reprimand, the crowd of people didn't dare to breathe, each burying their heads like quails. They didn't know how their young lady suddenly disappeared, and by the time they realized it, it was already too late. Speak up. Are all of you dumb? What are you waiting for? All of you go out and look for it. If you can't find it you don't have to come back. Lin Chuanqing's roar echoed around. This time he was really angry. His loved ones were inexplicably taken away. It was a person who couldn't calm down. Waiting until everyone had left, Lin Chuanqing's face became serious. His sister's disappearance was definitely not a coincidence. Although the Lin gang was not comparable to a big gang like the Green Gang, it was also not something that ordinary people could mess with, which meant that the person who made the move was not ordinary. Suddenly Lin Chunqing seemed to think of something. The whole face directly collapsed. If it was really as he thought, then it was really something big. Yeah, the grocery store. The problem is the grocery store. Without much time to think about it, Lin Chunsheng left the Lin gang through the underground passage after changing his set of lines. The time was 8 o'clock in the evening, and at such a time the grocery stores were long closed. Lin Chunsheng came to the grocery store and closed the door and went directly around the road to the back street. He did not choose to go over the wall to go in but waited quietly in the distance. After a long wait it was finally someone. Brother Kai. Someone over there is staring at this side. Shun Zi and Zhao Kai exchanged words. Well, I spotted him too. Find a way to catch him. I'd like to see which one of the ungrateful ones came looking for trouble. Coming to squat in an alley at a time like this when you're not sleeping is not a good thing at first glance. Not far away Lin Chunsheng watched as Shun Zi was trying to come up. Yet in just the twinkling of an eye he realized that the figure had disappeared. What's going on? Am I seeing things? No, I definitely didn't read it wrong. He had absolute confidence in his eyesight. Just as Lin Chunsheng was about to move forward to check out the situation, a strong sense of crisis rose from behind. Years of wandering on the edge of life and death made him dodge out of instinct and strike at the same time. Just as Lin Chunsheng swung his fist towards his back, a brightly shining bayonet crossed in front of him. And just now, if he hadn't opened his head sideways, I'm afraid that the bayonet would have been on his neck. It was too late to react as the person on the opposite side continued to attack towards Lin Chunsheng. The sound of bayonets breaking through the air and the sound of collision echoed in the alley, and the two fought hard for a while, almost at the same time. The two pulled away at the same time to pull out their guns and aim them at each other. Don't move! As soon as Lin Chunsheng opened his mouth, Shunzi on the opposite side heard it. A familiar voice. Surely he had seen it somewhere. Groups of images continued to flash in his mind, finally settling on the banquet. Kai. He's Lin Chunsheng. During the daytime Lin Shouyue had come. This big night how this Lin gang leader also came. No need to think much. Must be a big deal. Thinking about the conversation he overheard earlier, Zhao Kai spoke up. We can't fight. Find a way to ask him what he's here for. There must be something going on with this guy coming over here in the middle of the night. Shun Zi secretly nodded, his eyes sharply looking at Lin Chunsheng, who was not far away. Master Lin, is there something going on uninvited in the middle of the night? His words instantly put Lin Chunsheng across from him on guard, but Lin Chunsheng did not say anything, as if he was waiting for Shunzi to continue speaking. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Shunzi was also confused. For a time the two were in a stalemate, one holding a gun on the other. Neither one dared to slacken off. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the alley, and it was none other than Old Pei who came back. Out of an intelligence officer's vigilance, or perhaps for other reasons, Lao Fu did not return directly to the grocery store, but instead drilled in towards the alley where Shunzi and Lin Chunsheng were both located. Seemingly sensing that it was different from the norm, Old Pei also became wary, pulling out his pistol and advancing carefully, until a voice sounded up ahead. It's me! The sudden sound made Old Pei's heart flutter, and only after hearing that it was Junko's voice did he put his heart down. If there was anyone he could trust the most right now, Junko was definitely one of them. But when he entered the alley and saw the two men facing each other with guns, he also froze, but quickly aimed the gun at Lin Chunsheng. But Fu Yong put the weapon in his hand down again when he saw what the man looked like. It's you! Junko saw that it was about time, also put down the gun in his hand and turned to leave. This time he did not go back to the grocery store. After this time, non-essential circumstances will not go back again. Zhao Kai is a veteran police officer. He always felt that things are moving in his unpredictable direction, whether it is Lao Fu or Bai Yi. He always felt that the two have something to hide from Shunzi. Regardless of the truth of the matter, being taken advantage of very much annoyed him, and the uncontrollable element represented danger, and he would not put Junko in harm's way. Kai, where do we go? Stay in the tenement or what do we do? Whatever. It's the same place to go, but it's a place to sleep. Looking at Shunzi's back as he left, Lao Fu sighed, then turned his gaze to Lin Chunsheng. Come with me. Half an hour later, Lin Chunsheng left the alley. His hat pressed down on his face so that he couldn't see his expression, but he could guess from his hurried footsteps that he was in a hurry. Chapter 40, Targeted. Zhao Kai told Shunzi to leave the grocery store quietly, not realizing that the incredibly cautious two were being watched. A few gazes swept over them as they were about to exit the tenement, a feeling that made someone with a strong sixth sense like Junko turn back almost subconsciously. Luckily, Zhao Kai stopped him in time. Don't mind them. Keep going. Go farther to exterminate them. Junko nodded darkly as a pistol appeared in his arms at some point. The men following behind the curtain were very cautious and kept a safe distance from Junko. They seemed to know Junko somewhat. They were afraid of their opponent's marksmanship. The more these stalkers did so, the more Zhao Kai frowned. Having defenses that meant that the other party had most likely gotten more information in their hands, which was very dangerous for the two. Zhao Kai wondered what had gone wrong. Before, when he let Junko go out, that was all disguised. If not acquaintances, it was almost hard for someone to follow with a purpose. His mind tightened at the thought, and an answer cried out. Mole. Now there is an enemy eye in the team. And this person is very familiar with Shunzi. Not to say very familiar, but also must have 7 or 8 points of familiarity. Old Pei check? No way. Anyone can be a mole. Old Pei is definitely not. Whitey, the woman had specifically asked Junko about the disguise during the day, and although she had acted normally at the time, it was doubtful. As for the others who followed them from the northeast are also suspect. Zhao Kai's thoughts continued onward, thinking of the scene when Bai Yi had boarded the ship and why a woman would somehow be chased by secret agents. Either someone gave away their whereabouts, or the woman herself is a problem. At this moment, Zhao Kai felt like his mind was in turmoil. Sensing the danger, this was the reason why he was in a hurry to let Shunzi leave. He would never let Junko in back until he found the real Black Hand. Junko, see if you can grab a live one and ask about it. Being so passive isn't an option. Okay, I'll do my best. The agents in the back thought they were safe by keeping their distance, not realizing that for Junko, trying to get them killed was a casual matter. After approximately determining the location of those people, Shunzi's figure directly disappeared around a corner, and by the time he reappeared, he had already silently arrived behind the enemy. Baka, where is everyone? The ghost who led the way cursed in a low voice. Zhao Kai was shocked at his words, but he was still a little kid. At first he thought it was someone from the blue party. Since it's a kid, then there's no worries. Kill it first. Cannot find the people of the little kid began to let his men 3 groups of people to split the search. The result is the gourd to send grandpa one by one. If they clung together they might live for a while longer. But if they separated, it could only be said that there was a way to take death. Looking at the already knocked out ghost in front of him, Zhao Kai reminded, peel open this guy's mouth to see if there are any poison sacs in his mouth. Although Zhao Kai knew that it was very unlikely for these minions to be hiding drugs, it was always better to be cautious. Junko checked around in this ghost's mouth and found nothing. After confirming that there were no dangerous items on this ghost, Junko then led the other party to find a remote place. It would be bad if the noise from the interrogation alerted the others. Snap! After arriving at the place, Junko 3 big nose pockets flung in the face of that ghost agent, directly to the other side to wake up. Baka! Snap! Bar Nima! Another big nose pocket flung across the room, barely slapping the waking ghost into unconsciousness. Looking at the man in front of him, Kobayashi Kazuo's murderous gaze burst out. Baka Yalu! Offending our great Japanese empire! You're looking for death! Shunzi sniffed with a cold smile. The bayonet in his hand plunged into the opponent's thigh without hesitation. I don't have the patience to talk nonsense with you. Who are your superiors? And where are all your men? Facing that cone of pain, Kobayashi Kazuo grimaced in pain. Cold sweat soaked his back. How arrogant he was just now, how wretched he was now. Obviously he did not expect the other side of the means so direct and ruthless. Which interrogation directly on the knife. Looking at Kobayashi Kazuo, who was gritting his teeth, Junko nodded. Very good. Hard bones. I like it. Said another poof, a knife stabbed over, this time replaced a leg. Almost did not give Kobayashi Ikkyo fly up in pain. Asshole, can't you just give me a break? How can I talk when I'm in so much pain? Kobayashi Kazuo greeted Junko's entire family in his mind, forcing himself to shiver through the excruciating pain. Little Shima sir, number 70 in the rented area. What with a stiff upper lip and no mouth? Not many captives can stare down torture if the tactics are tough enough, and as long as they are human, then they will feel fear. Hearing the desired news, both Zhao Kai and Shunzi were stunned. Wasn't this the place where they shot the Oni Osamu before? Are these ghosts so brave that they don't move their positions after being killed by a colonel? Or are they already well prepared? Kill me! Kill me! Pust! Junko lifted his hand to settle the squealing Kobayashi Ikkyo, and he was ready to fold back to see what was going on. To his idea, Zhao Kai did not deny it. I'd like to see which mole is so powerful that he'll skin you if he catches you. Thinking back to the experience of this way, the mole traitor to do things accounted for most of the time. Sometimes he was thinking, if there is no these traitors traitor, the original war will not fight easier. Junko, who had once again turned back to the French concession, changed his outfit and headed directly toward the place Ikkyo Kobayashi had told him about, just as the two men approached the public house, but found that inside the front and back out of the ghosts, adding up to dozens of them. That look gives the impression that it is like pouring out of the nest. Kai, what are these brats up to? They're up most of the night. Go ahead and follow them and see what tricks they pull. The scene shifts and Taro Kojima quickly leads his men out of the concession. Their target a residential neighborhood outside the concession. Be quick. We must catch them this time. Just now he had received news that a contact stronghold of the underground party had been discovered, and that there was a radio, and with a radio that would explain a lot. For the underground side, the presence of a radio station often means the presence of an important person. Otherwise Kojima Taro, a major, couldn't have led the operation himself, and in the end it wasn't about the credit. And if we can catch the leader of the underground party, it will be very helpful to clear the underground intelligence network in Shanghai. After losing so much before, I was finally able to get back in the game today. As long as he found Li Tianlu's figure again to get that list from the other party, then there would still be room to make up for the previous losses. Chapter 41, The Played Both Sides. Kojima Taro was so overexcited that he didn't realize he was being watched. The two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, just followed each other to a residential area. This place is a bit remote, but there are quite a few small houses. If nothing else, the enemy's target is here. Kojitaro immediately had his men surround a small building when he arrived at the place, while Junko found a house with a good view and climbed up. Originally, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Junko, were trying to see what Kojima Taro was going to arrest, but without knowing what was going on. The ghost agents who were originally acting vigilantly were suddenly exposed. They engage in a fierce battle with the people inside the silo, and the fight breaks out instantly. Baka, get them on me. Seeing the men rushing out of the back door, Kajimaro waved his men to charge. In addition to the men brought out from the public house, on the way here there are also many ghost agents to join in. Now on this side of the ghost agents, less than 100 people, is already a group of several intersections blocked. Just when Zhao Kai thought that the person who was blocked was going to be finished, an accident occurred. Outside, there was another set of people running towards this side in a hurry on their feet, and the number of people was 40 or 50. Vaguely, Zhao Kai heard the words of the leader. What's going on? Didn't he say to wait for someone before doing anything? Who's squatting here? No, that side is our territory. Brethren, copy the weapon and give me on. Absolutely can't let those guys run away. A few days have not seen these guys really ate the bear's heart in leopard's gall. Dare to make a move against us. Suli was burning with anger. Originally thought that this time he could wipe out that group of underground party. Now it is good. People are beating the door to the door. This is crazy. Unsurprisingly, the group and Kojima Taro, who had arrived earlier, fought straight away, and one hit harder than the other. Baka. The intel was wrong. There's an ambush here. Looking at the well-armed people on the other side, Kojima Taro realized that it was a trap. This wasn't an underground party stronghold at all. From the beginning this was a complete trap. Zhao Kai, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, this is counting both sets of people all together, letting the little devils and the secret agents fight. This person who made the move is very smart. Although Junko was not as good as Zhao Kai, he could guess a generalization after witnessing what happened. Kai, do we still need to do it? Or should we go back first? There's so much commotion over here. I'm afraid there'll be more coming later. It would be fine if he were to deal with some scattered enemies, but it would be a big headache to deal with dozens or even hundreds of enemies. And the terrain over here is very narrow, so there's no place to run when the time comes. Wealth and riches. We can't afford to make a trip for nothing. Hearing Zhao Kai even say that, Shunzi also aimed his automatic rifle at the ghost agents below. Bang! 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 Taking advantage of the fierce battle between the two sides, Shunzi seized the opportunity to shoot, and soon put down more than a dozen ghosts. The other wave of people he did not do it, mainly for fear of accidental injury. With a dozen people being sniped one after another, Kojima Taro realized something was wrong even if he reacted slowly. Baka Yalu. The enemy still has ambushed sharpshooters. Everyone retreat. The remaining ghost agents retreated as they fought, relying on their numerical superiority. The opposite side of Suli completely took them completely helpless. Don't look at them well armed, but the overall quality of personnel really can't compare to those ghost agents, and in the end can only watch each other slip away from under their noses. Damn it, we can't just let them run away like this. Find a way to contact the brothers in the other groups. We have to get the other side dead this time. Suli clenched his fists, and suddenly one of his men ran over with an ugly face and said, "Sir, we seem to have killed the wrong person." Suli, who was already in a bad mood, turned his head directly to look angrily at the other party when he heard this. "What did you say?" The henchman brought over the weapon and some identification from the body. Looking at the southern pistol in front of him and some identification cards with Japanese names on them, Suli's face went straight to black. Good calculation. This is using us as a gun, really ruffling the tiger's feathers. Looking for death. What with the discovery of the underground party liaison strongholds, all the information was false, in order for them to fight the Japanese. Although he didn't know how the Bratz people came to this side, it didn't stop Suli from hating the underground party's people. Another batch of the men he had managed to cultivate was gone, and it was killing him. Have the bodies taken care of and the rest of you come with me? Right now Suli wanted to have a good chat about life with the informant who had passed on the information, and this matter couldn't just be left alone. Kojima Taro on the other side is the same, full of excitement to come out to look for people, to the end of their own side of the loss of Heavy, if not withdrawn quickly enough. I'm afraid that people will be folded here. If he couldn't realize at this point that he was being used, he could simply find a rope and hang himself. Baka, something must have gone wrong over there. Miyamoto-kun, tomorrow you find a way to contact the other side. He may have been exposed. Hi, the subordinate will make contact first thing in the morning. Kojima Taro thought he was safe, not realizing that he was followed by a ruthless man bent on killing demons. Looking at the figure not far away, Junko, who had already switched to a fully loaded automatic rifle, was ready to strike. With night vision scopes Kojima Taro and the others were completely exposed to view. With the tech in place, instead of saving his life, Blackout is giving Junko a chance to hunt. At first, Zhao Kai had picked the best accessories from inside the accessory mall, and even at night muzzle flames were hard to see. But a few tiny gunshots rang out, and the ghosts walking behind them were directly shot and fell to the ground. A few ghosts getting shot instantly caught Kojima Taro's attention. Take cover. The remaining ghost agents sought cover and several more died as they ran. Kojima Taro was already sweating as things unfolded. It's him, it's that guy, he's coming. Thinking of the sight of his officer, Hanjo Go, getting his brains blown out earlier, Kojima Taro panicked. Damn, where the hell is that guy hiding? Kojitaro probed and looked around in an attempt to find the enemy's shadow. Who knew that this action would directly kill them? Under the night vision scope, Kojima Taro has nothing to hide. And it's also this guy's bad luck that he was targeted by Junko right after he showed his head. Pust. A bullet flew in and hit him squarely in the center of the eyebrow. Before he died, Kojima Taro's expression was all full of confusion as to how on earth he had been found out. As soon as Kojima died, Zhao Kai's side received an experience value from the other side. Killing the Ghost Major, rewarded with 500 experience points. Chapter 42, Intertwined Roots. Who's the hunter? Form, automatic rifle, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, machine gun, 0/20,000, 11,100. Zhao Kai glanced at the experience slot. Putting aside the experience value consumed by transforming ammunition and explosives hadn't risen much at all. At this rate, it would take a while to advance to the machine gun. But the good news is that now the automatic rifle is also enough. With the existence of a large bullet drum, the rifle can also be turned into a machine gun, and more than a few times better than the Ghost's machine gun. As far as that crooked machine gun of the kid is concerned, the big drum of 70-odd rounds is totally crushing. With regards to advancing the machine gun, Zhao Kai wasn't in much of a hurry. After settling Kojima Taro, Junko moved nimbly to clean up the battlefield, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Both the kid and the blue party side have lost a lot of people tonight, and the two sides are considered to be completely on each other. Originally, Kojima Taro might have used some time to find out what was going on when he went back tonight, but now he and his men were all dead. The truth is that even if Zhao Kai and Junko both don't make a move, Kojima Taro won't be able to make it back, and from the start tonight's operation was a trap. As the driving force behind all of this, Old Pei has had everything ready to go for a long time. The Ghost secret language book obtained when he came by boat before, plus the presence of this guy Li Tianlu. The originally disadvantaged underground party has been standing on the upper tier of the enemy. What should we do, Captain? The enemy is not coming. Is it a detour? Why don't we retreat? On the way of Kojima Taro's retreat, there are still dozens of people in ambush. Seeing that the other side does not come for so long, they are already ready to retreat. Sun Daji looked at the man beside him with some other emotions mixed in his eyes. But in the night, the expression under his eyes did not attract the attention of those around him. Alright, then Xiao Wang, you can lead the retreat first. I'll wait over here for a while. Okay, I'll head back then. Wang Huizhi waved his hand and a dozen people followed him out of this side. When they were far away, Sun Daji's face also lost the previous smile. Tiger, go, follow that guy closely, don't let him make a mess. While enemy spies are certainly a great threat, if the identity of the other party is known, then the spy can also be commanded to use the spy for his own purposes. Lao Fu was the use of relying on intelligence to command the brats and blue party people to do things for themselves. If you rely on the power of the underground party and the entrenched enemy to fight, it is estimated that it would have already overturned the car. But even for an old fox like Lao Fu, there were still places where he couldn't count, like the current Lin Chunsheng, who was looking at him with an anxious face. My sister has been taken. Hearing that Lin Xiaoyu had disappeared, Fu Yang's face also flashed with a trace of doubt. It was obvious that Lin Xiaoyu's disappearance was not something he had expected. Could it be that the Yin family is doggedly retaliating? Lin Chunsheng shook his head. Impossible. It's impossible for the Yin family to make a move against me at a time like this. Even though my Lin gang is no match for his Yin family, but if the fish dies, they're going to have a hard time. It was obvious that the person who had taken Lin Xiaoyu at such a time was someone else, and to be able to take her, it was highly likely that she had been exposed. Lin Chunsheng seemed to have thought of something, and said in an anxious tone, by the way, my sister seemed to have gone out to meet someone before. She and the people she brought out that day were gone. Something definitely went wrong when she came out. A short sentence but made Fu Yong's entire heart lift up. Met someone and then disappeared. Is someone cannot help but do it? The more this kind of time, the more you can't be in a hurry. The old payer snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and said in a low voice, you go back first to see if you can ask a little something. My side will also try to find a way to look for it, but you'd better be well prepared. Lin Chunsheng opened his mouth as if he had something to say. The words still changed. Okay, I believe you. After the two-parted old pay's expression became grave. It seems that some plans will have to change. Alas, we have to find a way to contact that boy. Before he was thinking of fooling Shun Zi to do things for himself, but now it seems that he still underestimated this mountain boy. And Shun Zi's intelligence is far higher than imagined. The other guy's departure had been telling. It was a bit of an annoyance. Alas, the young are still young and have tempers. The old payer sighed and couldn't sleep anymore. After thinking about it, he was ready to go out. On the other hand, Zhao Kai and Junko didn't return to the concession after taking care of Kojima Taro, and the two of them decided to keep an eye on Yan's dock for the rest of the day. The warehouse where the weapons and ammunition were stored was bombed, and the next brat was bound to make a move. Yin family dock. At this time the place is already martial law. Before to say that the Yin family is still sneaky, now they are blatant. The few remaining warehouses were filled with people inside and outside, including a number of kiddies. Although it was late at night, some of the warehouses were still lit up. Looking at this situation, Zhao Kai let out a cold laugh. He, This group of dogs reacted quite quickly, but they can't stop me where I want to go. Junko thought he was going to do it and chimed in. Kai, are you going to do it? Let's feel them out first, and we'll do it in the latter part of the night. With the presence of night vision binoculars, it wasn't much of a challenge to figure out the enemy's patrol deployment. Yet Junko saw a familiar face as he observed. The image shows a woman being pressed into a warehouse. But it's the missing Lin Xiaoyu. It's her. How did she get caught? Brother Kai, did you just see that woman? It's Lin Xiaoyu, the miss of the Lin gang. Why was she arrested? Should we save her? Well, I saw it. How did this woman get caught? Is it Yan's revenge? It shouldn't be. If the Yan family were smarter at a time like this, they definitely wouldn't cause trouble. They wouldn't be afraid of the Lin gang flipping out. Observe for a while, and if we get the chance we'll do it. This observation lasted an hour, and it was not until the latter part of the night that the two dared to pass. It's a good thing that place is off the beaten path and there are no patrols on the road. The two made it all the way to the place safely, and Junko moved neatly to take care of the gatekeeper, confirming the safety before daring to go inside. The door opens and a strong smell of blood hits his nose. Shunzi frowns. These people will not be on the woman to torture it. This Yin family is really not afraid of Lin Chuanxing's face. With suspicion, Shunzi turned on the flashlight. However, he did not find anyone in this warehouse, and finally sought the smell of blood before finding an underground passageway entrance. The appearance of the underground passage made Zhao Kai and Shunzi feel that something was wrong and acted more vigilantly. The flashlight was turned off and adapted to the dark environment for a while before they dared to go down. 10 minutes later, the underground was figured out by Junko, and it was a punishment room that held others besides Lin Xiaoyu. Junko doesn't know who they are and can only pin his hopes on Lin Xiaoyu. Wake up! Wake up! Junko lowered the beaten and bloodied Lin Xiaoyu on the torture rack and gently patted her face. Only after a long time did Lin Xiaoyu weakly open her eyes. It's you! For the arrival of Shunzi, Lin Xiaoyu was very surprised. She all thought that she was bound to die, but she did not expect that there would be someone to save her at the critical moment. There's something wrong with that woman. Chapter 43, Old Pei's Request. A woman? Zhao Kai and Shunzi were also confused by Lin Xiaoyu's words. Which woman had a problem? Wait, it can't be Whitey. Zhao Kai instantly made things clear. To say that the two have seen which woman in common, but it is not Bai Yi. Junko's reaction was also quick, and he too thought of Bai. Kai, could she be talking about Whitey? Well, you and I are thinking of the same thing, but let's not rush this matter first. Let's see what's inside this torture chamber first, then we'll leave. After looking around, Junko found some half-dead people inside the torture chamber in addition to some lists and interrogation records. From the records, it appears that the people who were captured here were all underground. This group of brats are really heartless. Killing them directly before was really cheap. Zhao Kai looked at those people who were tortured beyond recognition. A nameless fire rose in his heart. It's definitely impossible to take all these people away. Look at their injuries, they can't be saved even if they are taken out. At the back, other than Lin Xiaoyu, the rest of the people Zhao Kai didn't care about. He couldn't care about that many people. By the time Lin Xiaoyu woke up it was already noon, and he had heard what happened from the other side. Why she suspected Bai was purely because something happened after she went to the grocery store. So naturally she had to suspect Bai. Well, what you say does make sense, but things can't be done lightly until they're investigated. You stay here and recuperate. You don't have to worry about the rest. Shay is suspicious, but what happened seems a little too deliberate. If he were someone else, he definitely wouldn't be in such a hurry to make a move. And it's only true to put in a long line to catch a big fish. The other side was in a hurry to make a move. And there were likely other reasons. Under Zhao Kai's teaching, Shunzi's thinking logic is also transformed a lot. Just like judging the case that has to pay attention to the evidence. But he didn't want to worry about that. It was the old payment that should be worried. The old thing was thinking of using him as a gun. And this was going to give him a bit of a headache as well. Out of affection, Junko still reveals some information to Lao Fu. And upon learning of the situation, Beihee is put under control to avoid accidents. Kid, keep an eye on someone for me. No help. You have too much heart for an old fox. I'd better stay away from you. Hearing this, Fu Yong's hand that was lighting the cigarette shivered a little, thinking, how did you kid change so fast? You weren't like this before. But he also had a thick skin and didn't care what Shunzi said and continued to talk to himself. This man you recognize. Remember the man you injured earlier at the party? The man who was injured at the party? Isn't that the Blue Party? Zhao Kai sniffed with some surprise. How did this start spying on the Blue Party's people? What is this old fox doing spying on the other side? Interesting. This underground intelligence business is really interesting. It's no worse than fighting with those criminals. Kai, should we say yes? For something as big as this, Junko would still ask Zhao Kai's opinion. Promise first. but we can't work for the old fox for nothing. You find a way to get some favors out of his mouth. Junko understood and spoke. Yes, but what's in it for me? Seeing Shun Zi loosening up, Lao Fu would smile. Benefits. Naturally there are benefits. In the future, free to provide you with intelligence enough. Yes, what about news of the man? Where does he frequent? Fu Yong said a few places where Ma Qing-song frequented, and Shunzi silently memorized them. By the way, there is one more thing. On July 3rd the Japanese will have 4 freighters passing through the docks, and it's likely that the ones on them will be carrying weapons and ammunition as well. If nothing else, the more ships the little devils come the more it shows the seriousness of the matter. For at once I'm afraid it's really going to be a war. Got it. We'll talk about this when the time comes. On the other hand, the Blue Party had also gotten the matter of the kids' cargo ship transporting ammunition. And inside the office, Ma Qing-song was respectfully looking at Chen Guanhan. Sir, Japanese ship number 3 is entering the Huangpu River. Should we do something about it? There is no hurry. How about what I asked you to do before? This time we must sweep those underground parties. The Japanese will be taken care of by someone else. No, that guy is hiding too deep and still very cautious. I used many ways to make that guy show his head. Ma Qing-song lowered his head, already being prepared to be reprimanded. However, today's Chen Guanhan is a rare case of not scolding him, but with a smile on his face. Can't find it, then find a way to make him jump out on his own. Planting evidence will not be. Now is the time to make those underground party internal chaos, so that we can have the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. When it comes to venomous means, it has to be an old secret agent like Chen Guanhan. Whether it's his control of the human heart or something else, few people can match him. Otherwise the last batch of intelligence officers wouldn't have been forced out of Shanghai by him. Understood. I'll go and make the arrangements. And I'll be sure to live up to the officers' trust. Ma Qing-song left from the small foreign building, not realizing in the slightest that he had been watched. Inside the corner, looking at the man walking out of the doorway, Junko followed. Tracking things are a bit boring and tedious. The two followed the day also did not find anything wrong. Until the evening, Ma Qing-song in the roadside in front of a cigarette vendor stopped for a while more. Shun Zi was far away and couldn't see clearly, but Zhao Kai was able to see clearly that Ma Qing-song handed the other party a small note when he took the cigarettes. When Ma Qing-song left, the cigarette vendor soon disappeared into the street as well, without Zhao Kai's reminder. Shun Zi also sensed something was wrong. Brother Kai, there's something wrong with that peddler. Follow up if you have questions. Zhao Kai was very satisfied with Shun Zi's reaction. After all, he hadn't wasted this period of teaching. The two of them followed the vendor all the way, during which they were almost spotted by the guy several times. Fortunately, the silent hunter state could make the enemy ignore it, or else today's tracking wouldn't have been so easy. If Ma Qing-song didn't have some skills, he couldn't have become Chen Guanhan's beloved. The vendor first went home to change his clothes, and only after changing his outfit did he go out. What Zhao Kai and Shun Zi didn't expect was that the place the peddler went to was in the direction of Hongkou district, which was now a gathering place for the little devils. Good guy, here to play a game of Ouija board for me. Shun Zi, follow this guy. If that surname Ma has contact with the Japanese, that would be really interesting. Before the old pay to let Shun Zi monitor Ma Qing-song when he felt something wrong. Monitoring the enemy, this behavior although also understandable, but the old pay personally find up that is worth looking for. At that time Zhao Kai suspected that Ma Qing-song identity is not simple. Now well, before his suspicions could be verified, a new situation had arisen. Chapter 44, Shooting Ma Qing-song. Junko had been following the peddler and had seen the other man finish the handoff with a ghost agent. This is the latest intel and must be given to the chief immediately. The jointed ghost looked at the information in his hand. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Baka, these guys are really looking for death. They still want to attack our transport ship. Hearing the conversation of the brats, Zhao Kai knew that it was the Blue Party's people who were going to make a move against the brats. Still have some brains. It's not really possible to rely on old pay and the others at a time like this. Do it. Don't let these two get away. Junko, who had long been ready to fight, sniffed and walked directly towards the two. The surrounding situation Zhao Kai had checked long ago. Even if he killed two ghost agents, he and Junko were able to withdraw. Looking at the oncoming man, the two ghosts didn't care in the slightest. Just as the distance between the three drew closer, only to hear the sound of two poofs of gunfire. The two ghosts didn't even react to what was going on before they were put down. Looking around at no one, Junko dragged a body in one hand toward the alley. He left the place as if nothing had happened after the settlement. By the time the ghost patrols found the bodies, they had long since disappeared. Since he knew Ma Qing-song's bottom line, he should tell old pay as early as possible, and how to solve the other side that was not something he had to worry about. After finding Lao Fu, Shun Zi talked about what happened today when he followed Ma Qing-song. and when he heard that the other party even colluded with the Japanese, his face became very ugly. Obviously this matter did not occur to him either. Originally he thought that Ma Ching-song had already defected to the blue party, but he did not think that this guy was still a three-faced person. That's right, Ma Ching-song is also a member of the blue party, and the person Old Pei met at the pier in the first place was his informant. You've done a good job, but you'll have to keep watching each other for the rest of the day. Junko nodded his head when he heard this. I knew you old fox's favor wasn't that good. By the way, do you need me to take care of that guy for you? Kill ghosts plus experience. Kill mole traitors also add experience. Ma Ching-song, this person can be seen by the Old Pei. This guy's position is definitely not low. Not for now. The time is not ripe. Since he has gotten the message, he can still continue to operate next, and with Junko around, Ma Ching-song can't run away. Well, then, no killing for a while. Junko turned to leave, and just before he did, Sun Daji arrived. Captain, it's been confirmed that it's Wang Huaiji who's the mole. He's one of the brats. Before, Sun Daji deliberately only opened the other side, just to confirm that the other side will report to the brats, and later he led the people to catch the other side a square. At the time he almost didn't shoot the other guy straight. Settle it when you catch it, and pull up the whole line. By the way, traitors don't deserve to be sympathized with. Yes, our men have followed the trail and it won't take long to get rid of these traitors. Time passes by, and in a flash the time comes to July 5th. The kids' cargo ship came 2 days later than in the intelligence, and the ships that came were also more than the previous intelligence, totaling 7 ships. Inside the contact point, Old Pei and the others were discussing tonight's action. We're doing the best we can with this operation, and it's not the enemy freighter we're aiming for. It's covering the blue party's movements. Hearing this, Sun Daji stood up in surprise. What? Captain, are you wrong? We are going to cooperate with those murderers of our comrades. No way. I won't do it. Looking at the somewhat sharply annoyed Sun Daji, Lao Fu waved his hand to signal him to sit down. Can you hear me out? I'm not talking about the kind of cooperation you're thinking of. Then he talked about the blue party going into action, and when he heard that the brats were going to ambush the other side, Sun Daji's mouth was quick to speak. Then let them dog eat dog, and in the end we'll go and wrap it up. Bang! Fu Yong slapped the table angrily at his words, and his tone became incomparably harsh. Comrade Sun Daji, don't bring your personal emotions to the meeting. You said we're going to wrap it up. With these burning sticks in our hands, going is still not going to die. Fu Yong slapped the gun in his hand onto the table, a barge that was all wrapped up. Not to mention that they still had the Lin gang at their disposal, but not having many weapons in their hands was the Achilles heel. Trying to go toe-to-toe with the well-prepared ghosts was tantamount to eggs touching stones, and that's as far as I'm going to go to preserve our power. Hearing these words, Sun Daji also did not say anything. He was also back at this time. Want to blow up the ship, really have to rely on those blue party. There are times when you have to admit that other people's weaponry is just better than their own. Captain, I'm a straight talker. I just didn't think of it all at once. Captain, we'll do whatever you say. See him recognize the wrong attitude is good. Fu Yong also did not intend to hold on to. The more this time the more united. He did not want to act when someone jumped out to make trouble. Since everyone is fine with it, I'll arrange the tasks next. While Old Pei's side plotted how to play assist to the blue party while still getting out in one piece, Zhao Kai and Shunzi had already set their sights on Ma Ching-song. After letting this dog live for a few more days, it was time to settle the other side today, so that he wouldn't think about messing things up. Moreover, Zhao Kai had been thinking about getting this guy killed to explode his experience. Looking at Ma Ching-song, who came out of the hotel, Shunzi, who had already been squatting on the opposite building for a long time, directly pulled the trigger. Put. The 416 Hong Kong dollars bullets with silencer shot out. 3 bullets, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, not giving Ma Ching-song a chance to live at all. The pedestrians on the street looked at the body that had fallen in front of the hotel and were in disarray. Murder! Murder! The patrolman who heard the commotion approached this way, while Junko, who had finished killing the man, left the scene as if nothing had happened. Ding! Kill the traitor. Rewarded with 2,000 experience value. Looking at the arrival of 2,000 experience value, Zhao Kai called out, really fragrant. It is not in vain that the two of us squatted you for so many days. This is catching up with the ghosts of a colonel. Form, automatic rifle, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, machine gun, 0/20,000, 13,100. The first half is played. The second half has to be rushed. The little kid freighter to the dock, which must not find a good position in advance. And the brat sparring bayonet, that is certainly reckless operation. Find a place to snipe the ghost is the most correct choice. Upgrading and evolving isn't so bad for a while, and securing it is the real deal. Today's battle could be different from the previous skirmishes. Zhao Kai had a premonition that tonight's battle would definitely be very intense. Chapter 45, Blocking My Door? By the time the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, arrived at the sniping point, the time had already come to 7 o'clock in the evening. This was 400 meters away from the pier. There was a high-rise clock tower, which was built by the foreign missionaries at the time, and now became a perfect sniping point for both Zhao Kai and Junko, passing to the 8 magnification lens to look toward the pier. At this time the Yin family pier has been completely martial law. Inside and outside the guards at least 200. The dark even more do not know how many more people. It looks like the brats are out for blood this time in order to give the blue party a headache. Zhao Kai sighed. And just then, 2 cargo ships sailed into Yin family pier at the same time. After the freighter docked, shore-based laborers began to come aboard to carry the cargo. It was at that moment that gunfire erupted from the pier, which had been fairly quiet before, and the previous laborers actually pulled out their guns, and the same number of people poured out of the cabins of those 2 ships. Judging from their reactions and movements, these were definitely regulars stripped down and disguised as crew members. These brats, they're really all over the place. It's an act that doesn't even play out. There were also the laborers, and it was very likely that the ghosts' men were also pretending to be ghosts, in order to beat the men who had come tonight to an unguarded position at a critical moment. Gunfire continued in the direction of the pier, and the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, were even hearing the sound of exploding shells. Looking at the flaming dock, Junko was ready to strike. The full complement of 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles is already a completed rack. Zhao Kai replaced the lower hanging grenade with a bipod, greatly improving the stability of the shooting, coupled with the automatic rifle's ammunition capacity. The brats are blessed tonight. The brightly lit docks gave Junko the opportunity to snipe for aim, and he took aim at a machine gunner who was firing at the front of the line and shot him in the head. It was an old ghost machine gunner, and a light machine gun was able to consistently suppress the blue party's men on the opposite side of the room, and the pressure on the blue party eased a lot the moment the machine gunner fell to the ground. Brothers, give me on. This group of people. Sully hid behind the bunker and kept shooting at the front. The bullets from the submachine gun in his hand were flying, killing 2 ghosts in one shot, but the ghosts on the other side were no slouches, and without a machine gun fire point, there were machine guns in other directions as well. Under the crossfire of the machine guns, the blue party men lost a number of men before they got close to the freighter. Dog day. This group of is definitely premeditated. Or else where did they get so many machine guns? Sully while changing bullets while cracking up. The submachine gun is certainly fierce firepower, but the other side of the machine gun is not vegetarian. The main thing is that other people hit the accurate. After fighting for a while Sully also came back to his senses. This is not a Yin family at all. The people on the other side are the brats. Otherwise how could they be so powerful? Although they who worked as secret agents could not fight as well as the regular army, they were still trained people. So how could they not even be able to beat a group of houseguests? Just as Sully and the opposite side were in a stalemate, Zhang Peng brought his men to support him. Surname Su, did I come fast this time? Looking at the wretched Sully, Zhang Peng couldn't help but snicker. Roll, it's ing burning ass. You're still talking sarcasm here. Hurry up and cover my old man. This group of dog traitorous brats. Master Su must clean them up today. You cover me. I'll lead the way. Understood. Men watch the 3 points of fire in front of you. Hit me hard. At Zhang Peng's command, the men under his hand attacked the 3 fire points in front of him, and under the suppression of dozens or hundreds of rounds of ammunition, even the ghost soldiers had to bow their heads. Sully seized the opportunity and continued to push towards the front. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi in the distance were not idle. One reported the point and one fired, and one after another of the ghosts on the ship going down fell to the ground. Baka, there's a marksman on the other side. It must be that damn guy. At the thought of the jade-shattered officers and generals, Ghost Captain Yoshida Shigeru felt a surge of anger go straight to his head. Damn rats. I've got you tonight. Immediately contact the ambushed 3rd Squadron and send 1 squad to surround the blue party. The remaining 2 squads will launch a search of the surrounding area. Especially the high-floor buildings must be checked one by one. When Zhao Kai and Shun Zi shot the ghost colonel and general at the church, although the scene was disposed of on their way out, the ghosts could have found something if they wanted to. The ghosts analyzed that the enemy was not only a good shot, but also very patient, and most of all, the other side liked to shoot high-ranking Japanese officers. Today's appearance of Junko was a complete surprise for Yoshida Shigeru. He was glad that he had ambushed someone outside in advance. If he could capture the other party, it would definitely be a great achievement. The brats and the Yen family moved out at the same time, instantly putting Zhang Peng, Sully and the others in a passive position under the front and back attack. Damn! This is a trap for the devils. They're preparing to wipe us out. The two looked at the growing number of people in front of them, and the hearts of all those involved in this operation sank straight to the bottom. This time they came with a lot of men, yes, but they couldn't afford to toss the ghost regulars around. No need for the other side to do anything. They will be finished after the bullets are finished. It was at this critical moment that gunshots rang out from behind. It must be our support. Men, charge. The two thought correctly. Their support did come, but it wasn't one of their own, as it was Old Pay and the others who did it. But against the ghost regulars, Old Pay's side wasn't doing very well either. I knew these brats weren't as simple as they thought. Everyone hold on. As long as those guys get their hands on us, we'll retreat immediately. Lao Fu and their hands are not as good as the ghosts, but they have more people to fight or alley battles. Even if it is a button pistol can give the ghosts a headache. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Kai knew that it was Lao Fu who made the move. He also wanted to support the other party, but after thinking about it he finally gave up. It's better to cover the blue party to rush the ship at such a time. Put. With the gunshots, the ghosts on the pier fell to the ground faster. Coupled with Su Li, they also rushed very hard, looked to be approaching the cargo ship. At this rate, blowing up the ship does not seem to be unable to become. Just at this critical moment, Zhao Kai was quick to catch the voice from downstairs. Quick! That guy must be up there. Search for me. Hearing the approaching footsteps in Japanese, Zhao Kai hastily reminded. Damn! This brat is smelling it. Hurry up and collect your guns and leave. Here we go. People on the stairs below, just throw grenades. Junko pulled out a grenade and threw it towards the stairs, and the eyes of the ghosts who were charging up the stairs widened at the sight of the black dots flying in their direction. Get down! Bang! The grenade exploded in the air. The staircase is already a narrow terrain. The little ghosts have nowhere to hide. A grenade directly to the four ghosts who rushed up to the death. Hearing the explosions from above, the squad leader laughed. Yossi, damn it, let me get you now. The others get on me. That guy's alone. Chapter 46, Opening Fire. Hearing the dense footsteps downstairs, without needing to be reminded by Zhao Kai, Shunzi skillfully switched shotguns. A sidearm shot was fired and the ghost who was climbing the stairs was sprayed out with a shot. Baka! Shoot! The brats pulled out their guns and fired upwards. But unfortunately the building was narrow and all their bullets hit the walls, while Junko started the hunt with the weapon in his hand and his reaction speed. The little devils tried to dodge and fire black shots, but they had nothing to hide under the human radar that was Zhao Kai. And Shunzi acting style is also incomparably cautious. Heard the movement to throw grenades. The little kid can be he blew up badly. Sir Ensign, the enemy is very difficult. Should we just shoot him, trying to catch them alive? It was estimated that even if they were caught in the end, their side would suffer heavy losses. Asakawa Kenji shook his head. No, we must take him alive. This damned guy has murdered an imperial general. Killing him would not be a cheap shot. Tell everyone to stop attacking and surround the entire bell tower. We just don't go up there. What can he do if he's just as powerful as he is? When the battle in front of us is over and our reinforcements come over, it will be hard for this guy to escape with his wings. Kenji Asakawa had a smug smile on his face, as if things were now completely under his control. Facing the brats, the duo won't spoil each other's problems. Zhao Kai, that's what. Excellent police academy graduates. Alley fights and drug dealers shooting against the ruthless. Shunzi as his first student. How bad can it be? Don't dare to move? Just kidding. Two people are only afraid that the ghosts are not enough to kill. If in the battlefield surrounded by dozens of ghosts may have to be finished, but now it is in the building. The opponent's weapons are only pistols and a few submachine guns. On this strength, want to stop the duo who killed the Red Eye is completely a dream. Shunzi one person a gun like a god of war possessed, grenades thrown while walking, shotguns in such a small space, but also a spray a large area. The kid also tried to ambush Junko through the building, with the predictable result that two smoke projectiles were fired and the kid's vision was completely obscured. Baka, why are there so many weapons in his hands? Is he an arsenal? Looking at the endless array of weapons, the little kid couldn't help but crack up. Shoot, shoot, don't let this guy get away. The ghosts on either side fired wildly at the stairway, while Junko took aim at the right side of the building with a roll. A high explosive shrapnel was fired, directly killing the ghosts hiding behind it. High explosive shotgun shells are not as powerful as rifle grenades, but they can be fired continuously like bullets. Unlike rifle grenades, which need to be reloaded after a shot, and can be fired continuously, which is enough. At this time, Shunzi has become the god of war in the stairway. What ghosts ambush? Simply do not bring fear. Hair smoke shells fired and then shotguns open the way. Whoever stops who died. Outside, Asakawa Kenji was still dreaming of his promotion. Just then four ghosts rushed out of the doorway in a lurch. Baka, didn't I tell you to block that guy upstairs? Why are you out here? Sir Ensign, run, that guy's coming. It's horrible. Without waiting for Kenji Asakawa to react, he heard two clanks, then smoke rose from the doorway. Baka, A bunch of losers. Dozens of people can't beat one man. Everyone shoot me and finish him off. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen or so ghosts opened continuous fire on the doorway, covering almost the entire entrance with their firepower. Anyone else might have been beaten to a pulp, but the duo was no slouches. The sound of thumping metal clashing resounded inside the smoke, and a bad feeling rose from Kenji Asakawa's heart. The next moment, a shell was shot out of the smoke from the doorway, and the power from the explosion blew the 5 ghosts in the front on the spot. That explosion was all too familiar to Kenji Asakawa. It was their Type 92 infantry gun. Asakawa, who had been shelled, was also confused, and couldn't figure out where the other side had gotten the artillery. Without waiting for the ghosts outside to react, Junko in the smoke once again fired at the outside before throwing 2 smoke bombs up to the second floor. Outside the door of the situation of the two have seen. Hard to rush that, and looking for death is not much difference. By the brats in different directions, more than a dozen guns aiming. This time is also estimated to be Yen Xuanyin came to be able to make good use of. Asakawa Kenji hid in the corner with the remaining ghosts. It was really hard to spot them without light shining on them, but the automatic rifle in Junko's hand was with night vision aiming. Those ghosts were completely a living target in his eyes. There's 3 in the northeast corner, 3 in the west, and there's someone right across from the front door. Yada yada yada. It's all over the place out there. And these mother asterisk heirs. They didn't just kill a couple of them. Zhao Kai cursed as he watched. While thinking of countermeasures, the ghosts today reacted too quickly, giving the impression that it was as if someone was directing them from behind. Little devils. Originally Grandpa wanted to spare you once, but since you're looking for death, then it's not my fault. Don't let the old man know who's behind this. Kai. I just took a look around. There are at least 20 more ghosts out there. I just don't know if they have any reinforcements. I have a feeling it shouldn't be. They're fighting the blue party while fighting Old Pei. It's unlikely they'll split more against us. Sending a squad to this side, in fact, is already under the hard hand. Normal people who can withstand a squad of ghosts surrounded. Hearing Shun Zi's words, Zhao Kai was satisfied. Your kid is right. The brats can't possibly put any extra energy into us. We must kill our way out as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Let's clear the ghosts out there first. Junko nodded and began to count the ghosts outside through the scope. Put. The rifles with silencers fired continuously, and one by one the little devils who thought they were safe were hit by bullets that did not move. At this point, even if the other ghosts reacted slowly, they should have realized that something was wrong. A ghost subcaptain looked at his own officer in horror. Sir Ensign, that guy seems to be able to see us. This sentence is like a stone dropped into the water. The ghosts who were full of confidence before are now all bottomless. Well armed, with personal qualities exceeding those of their systematically trained veterans. The enemy across the street was simply too strong. Damn it, the rest of you find your own cover and take cover. Yamamoto, you go and give the message to His Excellency the Major. We need support. The second floor shot several ghosts one after another. Shunzi did not love the battle. He came to a room in the back of the shaded side, took out a rope and went straight down the stairs. Little devils like to block doors, so let's give them a surprise. Looking at those devils outside again, Zhao Kai was already sentencing them to death. Baka, why isn't the other side moving? Are they out of bullets? Feeling that he had discovered the truth, Kenji Asakawa beckoned for 4 of his men to come forward and check out the situation. Right behind them, Junko was already locating all of the remaining ghosts, and the rifle grenades from his automatic rifle were aimed at where Asakawa Kenji was. Thud crunch, Asakawa Kenji subconsciously turned back. The grenade exploded on the soles of his feet, and the 3 ghosts who were together with him were all killed. Chapter 47, Covering Evacuation. With the night vision sights, the ghosts hiding elsewhere had nothing to hide from. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, 2 people, cooperated well. One reported the point in one shot. To solve the remaining ghosts did not even use to 3 minutes. I don't know what's going on over at the docks, so I'll keep looking around in a different location. Shun Zi sniffed and hurriedly converted the shooting position. After finding a factory building with a good perspective, Shun Zi directly utilized to the roof of the building. Through the scope, the battle at the pier was still fierce, but the attacking side seemed to be in trouble. The ghosts' cargo ships were no longer transporting goods down the river. Instead, there were a lot more people with guns. They were shooting directly at the blue party on the dock from their boats, and their fire was very fierce. Shigeru Yoshida on the ship commanded the battle, and the people on the other side were no match for him at all. Bunch of stupid guys, really thought we'd bring the ship in like that. It turns out that from the very beginning there were no weapons or ammunition on tonight's freighter, and everything was a cunning plan by the brats to count on the blue party and the underground. Just as Yoshida, Shigeru was happy, one of his men trotted over with an ugly face. Your Excellency Major, something has happened. The team that went out earlier ran into an enemy blockade, and the team that was looking for the mysterious man is asking for help. They have blocked the general's murderer inside the bell tower. That guy is very powerful. The search team doesn't dare to approach at all. Half of the Imperial warriors have already been crushed in each other's hands. At those words, Shigeru Yoshida's expression became brilliant. Yoshi, damn you. Finally I got you. Send reinforcements immediately. We must capture that guy alive. As for half of a squad dying, this was not a problem for him at all. As long as he could catch the murderer, it would be worth it to die some more. They say that joy breeds sorrow, and soon Shigeru Yoshida will feel what despair is. On the roof of the building, the duo who had refound a good position were already setting up their weapons. An automatic rifle and a Type 92 infantry gun. That's right, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, were ready to go straight into the bombardment. The distance is so close, shooting is still too much trouble. Or directly open fire to direct a bombardment of a piece of how painful. Speaking of which, it was still Shun Zi who was powerful enough. Zhao Kai only needed to provide the theoretical knowledge and he was able to integrate it. So it could be said that Shun Zi was a born combatant. Junko adjusted his firing angle while aiming at the two freighters at the pier. And soon he was aiming at the one Shigeru Yoshida was on. The shells were loaded and then fired. All in one motion. Bang! The shells of the little devils flew towards their freighter. And at a distance of less than 500 meters, the 70mm infantry gun was very effective. Boom! The shell landed in the center of the freighter, and the force of the explosion took away 5 little devils on the spot. Hearing the sound outside, Yoshida Shigeru got up and walked out of the cabin. Baka, what was that just now? Why does it sound so familiar? Before he could step out of the cabin, 2 more explosions rang out. A squad leader ran in with a gray head and a grim face and said, "Sir Major, the enemy is shelling us with artillery, using what seems to be our infantry guns." Yoshida Shigeru's face instantly hardened at his words, as if he had thought of something. Wasn't the previous warehouse missing 10 artillery pieces, which now seems to be estimated to have been stolen by the mysterious man? Baka Yalu, get the people to find that damn guy, repeatedly provoking the Imperial Army. He's looking for death. Even at this point, Shigeru Yoshida is still talking tough. On the frontal battlefield, with Shun Zi's artillery support, Suli Zhangpeng's pressure on their attack was instantly much less. Brothers, charge me and blow up the brat's broken ship. The rest of the group swarmed up and quickly rushed to the front of the freighter. The brats saw them coming. The machine gun in their hands swept wildly. The opposite side of the Shunzi by this time had already aimed at the cargo ship. The automatic rifle in their hands once again transformed into a reaper one by one, reaping the lives of the brats' dogs. Without the machine gun's suppression, Yoshida Shigeru, who was dominant in the last second, instantly became the passive party. Baka, shoot me, kill them all. Shigeru Yoshida came onto the deck to join the fight. He seemed to be forgetting the characteristics of his opponent. The marksmen fought those like him who showed their heads. Unsurprisingly, Shigeru Yoshida was targeted by Junko the moment he first came out. With a direct and accurate hit, Shigeru Yoshida was shot in the chest and died on the spot. The commander was sniped to death and the machine gun fire was sustained. The remaining ghosts couldn't stop the charging Suli and the others. Quick, put the dynamite packs in place and just blow it up. Suli got on the boat and let the people place the explosive packages. Just then, 2 of his men ran over carrying a box with Zhangpeng behind them. Old Su is bad. We seem to have been fooled. When that box was opened, it wasn't filled with guns and ammo at all. It was filled with rocks and sand. The moment he saw the contents of the box, Suli's face went black and he punched the iron plate next to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is a deliberate attempt to lure us here. We have been counted by the little devils. Taking another look at the pursuers still pouring this way, Suli and Zhangpeng put their heads together and said, "Retreat." The crowd was forced onto the boat, and they jumped directly into the river. Right after Suli and the rest of them all jumped into the river, the sound of the cannon that had disappeared earlier rang out once again, blasting away at the top of the pier. The Yen family traitors and ghosts who rushed to the scene could be said to have been bombed. After firing 30 rounds of shells, Zhao Kai and Shunzi left after feeling almost the same. A moment before he left, Fu Yong and the others also managed to get out of danger. The battle that lasted for half an hour was declared over, and both the brats and the blue party suffered a lot of losses. Just when everyone thought the night was about to come to an end, a series of explosions rang out from Honko Pier. Zhao Kai and Shunzi forced their patients not to go over there, but finally heard the news from Lao Fu the next day. "You said that last night the blue party's men blew up the Ghost's dockside warehouse and chiseled and sank several of their ships." Zhao Kai and Shunzi were both listening in awe. Other than that, the person who did this was definitely not simple. "That's right, we've all been tricked by the brats. The ship at Yan's dock last night was the bait. That was the brats tricking us into going over there to try to wipe us out. Their real ship carrying ordnance is at Honko dock. You mean the blue party man saw the ghost's ruse, and he's got you guys in on it. Hearing this, the old payer's expression didn't look good. That's right, if it wasn't for your kid's hand, I guess we would have been bitten by the brats last night. By the way, I heard a cannon last night. Where did you boys get a cannon? Fu Yong knew that Shun Zi was capable, but he didn't expect the other party to even be able to get a cannon, which was more or less outrageous. He was now looking at Junko with very burning eyes, as if he wanted to see right through the young man in front of him. If the other side can get guns, then can't they get other things too? Nowadays, the underground party is really miserable, and there is a shortage of everything, weapons and ammunition, or communication tools, and the channels to get these things are troublesome. Chapter 48, turns out to be a backstabber. What do you care about that? What do you care where I got it? Let's go. I'm not playing with you, old fox. I'm afraid I'll be sold by you. Junko left, without looking back, and now that things were sort of over, the next thing to do was to get ready for the big fight. At first, Zhao Kai was planning to hunt ghosts as a lone wolf with Shunzi, but thinking about it, a lone wolf is still a bit dangerous. The most we can do then is to fight Guerrilla in the vicinity of the concession, and we can't rule out the possibility of the little devils flipping out and killing their way into the concession when the time comes. If you want to kill more ghosts, it's better to have people working together. So he's looking for some help for the next little while. Since they chose to not to join, they would pull their own team. And anyway, now that the two had guns and ammo, pulling people in wasn't a problem. Of course it's prudent to be a little cautious about pulling people in. After all, trustworthy people aren't just found on the side of the road. In the next few moments, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi began to make preparations for the battle. Various ambush enemy locations as well as retreat routes, in which even the no sewers were mapped out by the two of them. July 7th, the day still came. The brats stirred up trouble, and the big fight was imminent. Originally, according to the process, it would take some time on the Shanghai side, but Zhao Kai, the butterfly, still set off a big storm. Shooting a couple of important people that the brats had brought up to deploy the operation was enough to make the brats lose their minds. And before the little kid's sneak delivery of weapons and ammunition was discovered, this is already to cause the blue party alarm. This is not good news for the kiddies. If according to the ghost's plan, it is estimated that sneaking still has a month to deliver ammunition, but now they have been hit in the face one after another, they cannot help it. In the middle of July, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, wandered ashore and could vaguely see the warships of the brats at sea. These little devils can't seem to wait any longer. Next I guess there should be devils landing in the neighborhood one after another. Let's go. Go and find old Fu. See what useful information we can get from him. The two find the old payoff, only to get news that isn't considered much better. Kid, the brats are going to start a war. The Shanghai city is bound to be at war then. We're preparing to evacuate. Do you want to leave with us? Are you guys scared? Shun Zi's heart was straight and a direct sentence made old Pei's face redden. Brat, what do you know? Forget it. What am I doing discussing this with you, bastard boy? Say it. What are you doing here looking for me just now? I guess your boy's hands are itching again. Since the separation, Junko couldn't be found at all, except for every 2 days when he came to ask for some news about the ghosts. And after every question a ghost was inexplicably taken out. Fu Yong cannot guess who did this, but today is different from the past. The ghosts of Shanghai city agents that is visible to the naked eye become more. His old Pei also do not want to look at Shun Zi such a talent accident. Though he was unsuccessful in pulling the strings from start to finish, that didn't stop him from continuing. If Junko died, he'd be more heartbroken than anyone. I advise you, kid, to be more restrained lately. If the brats catch you, there's something in store for you, Fu Yong said bitterly. Looking at Shunzi's eyes, Lao Fu sighed helplessly. He knew that today's Shunzi wouldn't rest until he asked something, and in the end he could only open his mouth and say, I've gotten word that a group of ghosts will disembark from the Wishan Pier tomorrow, but that's ghost territory, so don't think about it. Really, looks like they can't wait here. The next target has it. The ghosts that are going ashore tomorrow really think that this is their own backyard garden to come and go as they please. Do not let you out of the blood, you do not know what is cruelty. Zhao Kai secretly vowed to make the brats look good. After asking about the matter, Shun Zi turned around and was about to leave when old Pei's voice sounded behind him. Be careful. Don't not take your life seriously. Got it. My old lady wasn't as talkative as you. Shun Zi waved his hand and disappeared into the street. Unconsciously, he in the time he left from the northeast is already changed a lot. At the very least, he is no longer like the old muddled and silent. Among them, Zhao Kai's enlightenment was credited, and Lao Fu's concern for them was not lacking. The old fox likes to count, but then again, you have to admit he cares about Junko. After parting with Lao Fu, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, once again infiltrated the area under the control of the ghosts. Throwing a rock on this side of Honko today can hit several ghosts. The little Benji here looked like ordinary people, but Zhao Kai knew better than anyone that these so-called township regiments, pioneering regiments, waited until the end of the war opened. They were the first to charge. It is now that these immigrants of the Pioneer Corps are already undergoing military reinforcement training, and it is self-evident what the purpose is. Since they're all brats, there's nothing to talk about, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi are ready to make a big fuss over here. Little Benji recklessly let the warships close. The two are ready to discuss these brats. First buried some explosives to send some brats to heaven. Don't you like to prepare your troops? I'll let you prepare your troops and weapons and make a mess for you. Today Zhao Kai and Shunzi were ready to find a few ghosts to start with, but they didn't expect someone to make a move before them. Originally, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, were preparing to infiltrate those ghosts to plant bombs in their residences while they were training, but as they passed by an alley, they saw a dark shadow leaning towards the passing ghosts. There are masters? Zhao Kai muttered, and Junko followed with a sniff. Just close to the two saw a scene that shocked off the jaw, only to see that the black shadow movement numbed to the single ghost hands. A knife straight stabbed the back of the chest, cover the mouth of the action that is called a skillful. The two of them knew at a glance that the man was a familiar face, and this was definitely not the first time he had killed a ghost. Suddenly Shunzi seemed to have thought of something and exchanged secret words with Zhao Kai. Brother Kai, I finally know why the brats have been clamoring for us everywhere these days. Just tell me if there's a possibility that we're taking the fall for someone else. Recalling the experience of the last few days, Zhao Kai came to a realization. Good guy. Before it was all about us wool gathering other people. I never thought that one day I would be arranged to understand by other people as well. It's really interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in that guy. Interesting? Let's watch what that guy is going to do first, and then we'll see what he's all about when we follow him. The two did not act rashly, so sneakily watched each other kill the ghosts to hide the body, during which the man also looked toward this side. Did not see anything after he left. Zhao Kai and Shunzi followed them all the way and finally stopped at a broken shed at the pier. Brother Blackie, you're back. Well, where are Fishhead and the others? Why don't we see them back? While the two of them were talking, a man who looked rather stout walked in with a face full of urgency. Boss, something's wrong. We've been set up for an ambush by the devils, and Stone and the others have been captured by the devils. Chapter 49, the main man is here. What do you mean? Captured by the brats? Didn't I tell you to be careful? You all turned a deaf ear. Li Haizi uttered a reprimand, and his entire face instantly darkened. Alas, we didn't expect the little devils to be so spooky. They should have been squatting on us for a long time. Fishhead will happen to say once again. Originally they are following the ghosts of a small officer, thinking of figuring out each other's course of action to get to find an opportunity to kill each other. Who would have thought that the brats would have figured out their path and set up an ambush in advance? Speaking of which, Li Haizi, theirs is still too tender. And ghost agents than squatting than tracking and surveillance. This is not looking for death. Brother Blackie, what should we do? Let's hold on tight. We might be able to save Stone and the others. Looking at the anxious fish head, Li Haizi was full of sorrow. Save? What to save? We don't have any guns, and it's not like we're touching stones with the ghosts. Fishhead sniffed anxiously. Then Brother Blackie, you go and find the boss. That's a ruthless man who can kill a ghost general. As long as he comes to the stone they'll be saved. It was better not to say this, but when he heard Fishhead's words, Li Haizi was filled with bitterness. Originally, he was thinking of using the name of the mysterious man to pull people to do something great. I did not expect that this has just begun to experience Waterloo, but also looking for the big brother. The big brother in your mouth does not even know that there are those of us, but this is something that Li Haizi wouldn't dare to say, or else that would really be a tree falling from a sinking ship. Big brother is very busy. He has been planning big things lately. We can't give him a hard time. This way, I and Beard first go to see the situation. See if we can save. I still don't believe it. These people still take the little brats can't do anything about it. Hearing the sounds from the shed, Zhao Kai and Shunzi outside were unable to stop themselves from laughing. Kai, really let me guess right. These guys use our name to make trouble for the brats, and we plan big things, talking as if he knows. Zhao Kai was also amused by Li Haizi's words. Didn't see it coming. This little black guy is quite the Luddite. What kind of face do you think this guy will have when we go in? I reckon this guy's got to be shocked. After all, he's thrown us a lot of blackmail. After listening to half of the two are not ready to stand. Before they are still for the headache of recruiting. Now there is not a ready-made opportunity in front of them. Li Haizi, they dare to take action against the ghosts. At least it shows that they are patriotic. The other two do not care. Patriotism is enough. And from the performance of Li Haizi in their behavior, these people are more or less something in their hands. A group of ordinary people together can give the ghosts a headache. It's not simple. Zhao Kai believed that as long as he trained them properly, These people would definitely be a powerful force in the future. Just as Lee Haizhi and the others were discussing how to save them, the door to the room opened. Junko just appeared in front of the crowd so abruptly that the people inside almost subconsciously made a move to pull out their guns. Especially Lee Haizhi. This guy's eyes are fixed on the door. If the situation is not right, he will immediately shoot. However, Junko's next words took the room by surprise. Why? That's how you welcome your own boss. Blackie, didn't you tell them? What? Lee Haizhi obviously froze for a moment when he heard this. Boss? Where the hell did I come from, boss? Why don't I know? Who the hell are you? Do we know each other well? In the past he would have just pulled out his gun and given the opposite side a shot. But now he hesitated. Anyone who kills regularly knows that the eyes tell the story if they have human life on their hands or not. Otherwise, where would the description of murderous intent come from? Lee Haizhi thought that he was not afraid of the sky and the earth. Otherwise he would not have pulled someone to kill the ghosts. But against the eyes of the person in front of him, he actually gave birth to the emotion of fear. And for a moment he wanted to run away directly. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Junko took a seat directly across the table, looking as if this was his home. Tell me all about it. What's going on right now? What could give you a headache, Blackie? Shunzi looked at Lee Haizhi next to him with a smirk, his eyes seeming to pierce right through him. While others didn't understand the meaning of the look, Blackie Lee read it. If the man in front of you is the same tiger skin that you're pulling on, then this is the main man coming to the door? When he thought of all the trouble he had caused people, Lee Haizhi didn't say anything. His behavior was not what the others saw as a little brother meeting his boss. Unsurprisingly, the others had taken it seriously, especially Fish Head, who was anxious to save his people, stood up directly. Boss, our people have been undermined by the little devils, and we were just about to save them. I think you guys are drifting. You dare to go against the little devils when you don't understand how many pounds you are. I don't even know what to say about you guys. You didn't think to use your brains before you acted. And you little Blackie, you've heard everything I've taught you inside a dog's stomach. Did I ever say think twice before you act? Shunzi a boss style made the crowd froze. Lee Haizhi heard this all confused. No, we know each other well? What did you teach me? I, Blackie Lee, don't want to lose face. Seeing that Lee Haizhi was defeated, Zhao Kai was secretly pleased in his heart. Brat, let you throw black pots for us. Today I will also let you eat a defeat. After scolding, Junko's words changed. Do you know where they've been taken? As soon as he heard this, Fishhead knew that this was the boss going to make a move, and quickly replied back. I know, but there are quite a few ghost patrols over there. Otherwise we wouldn't have come back for help. Junko raised his hand. Alright, it's good to know the place. You guys come with me and get it over with tonight. Blackie, you come with me. Fishhead and his party packed up their things, and Lee Haizhi followed Shunzi to the back. This is no one else. Lee Haizhi is also not pretending. He wants to try the strength of the man in front of him. However, before he could do anything, Shunzi backhanded the gun out of his hand. TSK, the ghosts have all the southern pistols. A bit of stuff. But how about the account of your kid getting me into trouble everywhere under my flag? Shunzi's eyes were cold, and the gun in his hand was already aimed at Lee Haizhi's head. If I don't clean up this guy's act today, I won't be able to lead the team in the future. The sudden scene made Lee Haizhi chilled all over his body. If it was just a guess before, then now he could be sure that the man in front of him was the mysterious person who was on the Brat's must-kill list. He was a practiced man, but he was just taken away from the pistol by someone else, and he could feel that the other party had already moved to kill. Oh, to kill or hang as you wish. I, Lee Haizhi, do things alone. Don't make it difficult for those brothers of mine. They are all good. Humph, kinda take charge. Tell me what's going on with you people. Chapter 50, Taking Over Small Organizations. Facing Shunzi's might, Lee Haizhi gave a full account of what happened. When this guy went through the 128th war, his family died at the hands of the devils. Later, he was injured and picked up by a passing monk and became a monk in a monastery for a few years, practicing kung fu for a few years in the meantime. A month ago, the old monk died. He just returned to his hometown. Did not expect this side has long been the ghosts as a backyard, which he cannot tolerate, so he planned to pull people to find the Brat's trouble. It just so happened that there was a ruthless man who killed ghosts like a hemp in Shanghai. So in order to recruit someone quickly, Lee Haizhi started to play the name of the mysterious man. From what you're saying, you're still a blue soldier. Why don't you just go back to your own unit? Lee Haizhi shook his head. Not going. What am I doing going back as a dead man on the death list? He didn't need to tell Zhao Kai the rest of the story to understand that the bottom soldiers of the Blue Army really weren't very good. However, looking at the expression on Lee Haizhi's face, Zhao Kai estimated that there was still something this guy hadn't said, and it was likely that something had happened in the first place to make him completely disappointed in the Blues. Alright, I don't want to know about but you guys are doing things under my banner. Now you tell me what to do. I'll give you 2 ways. Either you with me or I'll shoot you in the face. After all, you guys have not been giving me much trouble. Boss, I'll do it with you. Lee Heizi agreed without the slightest hesitation. Things had developed to the point where he was able to see the other party's intentions. The man in front of him was just letting himself learn a lesson. And if he did it, then he wouldn't have to talk so much nonsense. And how bad could it be for a man who can sympathetically defend his men? Shunzi handed over the snatched pistol. Take it. You can't lose your eating utensils. You said you have 130 men under your hand now. Do you think they're reliable? Lee Heizi put away his pistol. Reliable. They are all poor people who have been forced into homelessness by the little devils. Many of them have life and death grudges against the devils. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to gather them together. Aren't you short of weapons? You'll come with me later. How can you fight the brats without guns? The 2 men had seized no shortage of weapons before. Other than that, they had no problem arranging for dozens of handguns. As for the long guns, there was no shortage of them, when they hadn't taken them inside the ghosts' warehouses. Hearing the issue of guns, Lee Heizi instantly excited. As long as there is a gun, that is the bottom line. Today is also considered to be a blessing in disguise. This time to save people. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi did not bring too many people. In addition to Lee Heizi, Fish had a few stewardship with other people in place to wait for orders. When the group came to the place, Fishhead pointed to the small building in front of him and said, "Boss, Stone and the others are locked up in there. What should we do? Should we call some more brothers over?" Shun Zi sniffed and laughed. "You really take those little devils as a dish. This is not the devil's command. Why so nervous? Is not just a few little devils. Kill it." Saying that, Shun Zi strutted towards the front, and seeing 3 ghost patrols approaching, he raised his hand and fired directly. Put! After 3 thin sounds, the ghost soldier was shot and fell to the ground. The back of Lee Heizi and Fish had a few people looked dumbfounded. "Brother Blackie, is our boss so fierce? Directly on? What kind of gun does our boss use? How can I hear no movement?" Lee Heizi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, eyes full of consternation. "You ask me who I ask. Hurry up to solve the ghost corpse. The boss did not say that we are on this side to receive." Fishhead and the burly bearded man pulled the ghost's body into the alley and skillfully groped for it. Lee Heizi followed Shunzi toward the silo with 3 men. If what had just happened was surprising to them, what came next could only be described as a big drop. Shunzi, 1 person, a gun on the building to clear the secret agents. Lee Heizi, they watched the whole show. A dozen ghost agents froze, a gun did not open out. Show their heads to die. By the time they rescued Stone and the others, whether it was Lee Heizi or Fish Headbeard, these ruthless men with their own pride were all bowled over. No wonder the old family will be in the black market bounty by the brats. On this means, in their place is estimated to be crazier than the brats. Strong, just too strong. What's killing ghosts? This is it. Boss, you just swooshed the ghosts twice. Can you teach me? The youngest monkey came up. Shun Zi turned his head to look at him. On the way here he heard from Lee Heizi. The monkey's first name is Wei Xiaohai. He is 15 years old, and his only sister in the family was spoiled by the brats, then committed suicide. This kid, in order to give sister revenge, froze squatting 3 days, squatting to the murderer. A fish knife stabbed that little kid dozens of knives, if not run into Lee Heizi. Estimated that the kid was then along the street of the ghosts of the Secret Service captured. Don't look at this guy's age is small. People are very clever. Lee Heizi team intelligence is a large part of Wei Xiaohai around to find out. People send nickname Bao Baojian. If you want to learn, I'll teach you, but you kid is as skinny as a hemp stalk, so I'm afraid you won't be shocked by the recoil of the gun. Hearing this, the stoutest beard in the team also laughed out loud. Little monkey, the boss is right. You're a little chicken look-alike. You'll need to eat more to grow meat in the future. Dead beard, don't look down on people. This master is powerful. Wei Xiaohai crossed his arms, causing the crowd to laugh. Junko, the boss, took the initiative to speak up, and the others joined in, and in a few words everyone had drawn closer. For these patriotic men in front of him, Zhao Kai admired them from the bottom of his heart. In times of national survival, there is always a group of you who stand up. It's true what they say, the rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility, but it will take some training to get these people to actually form a fighting force. Zhao Kai is to see out to come. These people can be a piece of diamond, as long as to give him time to polish a little. Absolutely can be used as a class development. Since I'm not going to join any party, I'll go it alone. 3 words appeared in Zhao Kai's mind. Mercenary. He himself could take Shun Zi and build up a battle-hardened mercenary force, which would be able to eyeball the ghosts and also collect payment to be a fighter for someone else at the same time. Other than that, there is absolutely money in the hands of the blue party. If it ever cost money to bring in a battle-hardened unit, those guys would absolutely say yes without hesitation. Making money while fighting ghosts is totally a two-way street. Of course, this was nothing more than Zhao Kai's wildest dreams, and it would definitely not work for a short period of time if he wanted to achieve what he had imagined. After returning, Zhao Kai had Shun Zi and Li He discuss the establishment of an organization with them. I won't think so much about the name. Let's call it the Salvation Society and I'll serve as president. Salvation Society. That's pretty good. Once you hear that you know what we do. Li He spoke up in agreement, wondering what position he would hold next. Chapter 51, The Money-Starved Duo. The vice president is Li He, who is in charge of all matters in the club when I'm not around. Li He can recruit Fish Head Monkey and Beard these talents in a short period of time. Enough to see that he has a set of fooling people, want to develop and grow. People must be more up. Hearing that the boss had arranged a vice president for himself, Li He was moved to tears. Was this being entrusted with a heavy responsibility? Yes. Don't worry, Chairman. I will never let you down. Don't you be too happy too early. Besides the vice president, the matter of recruiting people in the club should also be solely responsible for it as well. I don't have many requirements. Obey orders and listen to the command. And don't want people with wrong intentions. Li He nodded his head. He understood these things without being told. After all, he was the one who had experienced things. He knew the importance of choosing people better than anyone else. After arranging things for Li He, Shun Zi started arranging tasks for the others. Wei Xiaohai, your mission remains the same. You're still spying on intelligence. Fish Head and Beard, you two are responsible for training the people below you. I'll give you an address. Tomorrow the four of you will go to me and we'll talk in detail. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all rest. Junko got up and left. He had already caused trouble today anyway. He didn't care if he made it worse. He couldn't sleep well without killing a few ghosts every day this day. It was also his decision that led him to run into one of the ghosts' big fish. Above the Huangpu River, a cargo ship was slowly approaching Huishan Pier. The Ghost's Naval Special Operations Marines came this way a day early. Looking at the pier surrounded by the many ghosts, Zhao Kai and Shunzi both sensed something was wrong. An unusual cargo ship couldn't possibly have alarmed so many ghosts, so it could only mean that the people who came were not simple. TSK, are these brats feeling like they can do it again? Isn't it obvious to tell us that the person who comes is important? These don't have a long memory. It just so happened that the evolution experience bar was still a bit short. If I could run into a few ghost Osamus, then I would be able to upgrade to a machine gun ahead of time. And if I could run into another ghost general, that would be even better. 2,000 experience values for a ghost colonel and 10,000 experience values for a ghost major general. That's a difference of 5 times. Kai, these devils must think we don't dare come this way. They're wild. At this time Shun Zi is also on fire. This little kid is completely not to take him seriously. Must give these ghosts another wind up. Let them know not to mess with the people who should not be messed with. Cursing on the mouth to curse. In fact, the little kid's preparation is still very full. All around the high-rise building all alert. Looks completely as not to give the opportunity. But they seem to have forgotten one very important thing. And that was that Zhao Kai had a cannon in his hand. 92 type infantry guns can shoot straight as well as curved. Really think that Zhao Kai and Shunzi both played away before. They have long recorded some important positions. For example, they may know better than the locals how far from the pier they are now. Knowing the location and distance, that's all that matters. Just find a place to crank up the infantry gun and use it as a mortar. As for whether it can blow up the officers of the ghosts, this is not important. Zhao Kai still do not believe that these officers of the brats do not show their heads. As long as these guys dare to show up, sooner or later to get them dead. Today is just to collect interest. Under Zhao Kai's guidance, Junko found a suitable position, then took out the infantry gun. The firing angle is turned up and then the gun is loaded and fired. Bang! A shell flew toward the pier, and the shell smashed into the pile of ghosts, killing 7 ghosts on the spot. The sudden explosion made the ghosts at the pier nervous, all looking for cover to hide. Baka, where are the shells coming from? The ghost major who came to pick up the men was dazed by the sudden shell, and before he could react to what was going on, another shell flew over. This shell directly to the little kid to a precise hit, just off the boat out of not much far from the ghost of the Navy Special Marine captain on the spot. Death is not clear. According to the original plan, the Marines would be an elite force to assist the land-based ghosts in their attack after the war started. And now, well, they just got ashore and hiccuped. Colonel Yoshikawa, Ghost Major Hiroya Nakamura looked at the tragically dead Marine captain and the anger in his heart was going to be suppressed. Assemble, gather everyone at once to surround the neighborhood. The murderer must be caught. Originally there were many ghosts near the pier, and they all moved when they heard the order. Looking at the ghosts coming and going on the street, Junko very skillfully changed into a ghost uniform and joined the search team. This situation no one noticed a mole mixed up. Shun Zi wearing the clothes of a ghost officer still. He not only in the face of these ghosts to get killed they called for reinforcements, even commanded these ghosts to find themselves. You guys go over there and look for it. The commotion just now seems to be coming from over there. Hi! The dozen or so ghost soldiers didn't have the slightest doubt at all when they heard the order, and directly ran towards the front. While the brats were in disarray, Junko quickly left the dock by virtue of relying on his strong mental faculties. On his way out he even stopped by to put time bombs in the homes of those ghostly vigilantes, who will be sent to heaven tonight. Junko was getting better and better, and Zhao Kai was getting happier and happier, and the higher the intimacy between the two, the more benefits there would be. Not to mention, this free view is also getting bigger as the sooner kills more enemies. Form, automatic rifle, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Effective range, 800 meters. Next evolutionary form, machine gun, 0/20,000, 15615. Zhao Kai glanced at the experience slot, putting aside the experience value consumed by modifying the ammunition. He would be able to upgrade after killing 2 more Ghost Osamu. Behind the machine gun should be the cannon, no surprise. I just don't know how much experience value it takes to upgrade. Upgrades aside, let's think about the organization now. Zhao Kai was ready to teach Li He their specialized knowledge based on their different strengths. Since we are thinking about sustainability, then we have to get on track. Personnel, intelligence, logistics, all these issues have to be attended to. The most important question comes up. If you want to develop, then you need funding. Where does this money come from? Zhao Kai, the more he thinks about the more headache. It seems to have to find an opportunity to make a big wave of robbing the little kid a hand. Wait until the war. Go to the bank of the little kid, patronize. Anyway, these dogs' hands of the things are robbed, but before that there were other ways to think about. After thinking for half a day, Zhao Kai thought of a way to come up with money briefly, and that was to go to the black market to pick up bounty orders. Don't think this kind of thing is exaggerated. As long as there is a need, then there is a market for it. Assassination has been going on since ancient times. In fact, the 2 men killed so many ghosts in Shanghai, it is already in the black market accumulated a lot of bounty. Exactly should be the Blue Party people made. They want to use this method to find the person who did it. Whether it's the underground party that Lao Fu was a part of or the Blue Party's Chen Guanghan, they both want to take Shunzi, a ruthless man, for themselves, but the Blue Party's handiwork is just a bit bigger. Of course they wouldn't have the money if they asked the Reds to take it. After all, they weren't rich at this time. Looking at the strength, it still has to be the Blue Party. They are the mainstay at this point in time. Chapter 52, The Money Giver comes. Early the next morning, Li He brought Wei Xiaohai and the others. Shunzi arranged a breakfast for them. A few meat buns were eaten with their mouths full of oil. It smells so good. You still have to be following the boss. Huzi took a bite of half a bun. Even the youngest Wei Xiaohai took 3 bites of one. That smells good. Follow the boss and eat 9 times a day. Hearing the slightly flirtatious words, to be honest, Zhao Kai has some regrets. This Nima are rice buckets In the future, fishing for money shall not exhaust Shunzi. Li He's 4 men ate 40 buns, and Junko's face turned green when he pulled out the money. Alas, it can't be helped. We still have to find a way to make money in a hurry. Zhao Kai, consoled, then started teaching something to the 4 of them. Li He, the vice president, taught him some modern management knowledge. Wei Xiaohai engaged in intelligence that specifically taught him in this area, such as how to track, how to use the psychology of people to pinpoint each other. As for the 2 men, Beard and Fishhead, it was easy. A few random words about some practicing techniques would suffice. A morning time passed. The 4 people are learning well, especially Wei Xiaohai. This guy, no wonder others call him a monkey. This guy is more than a monkey or fine. The ability to learn theoretical knowledge alone. He and Shunzi are not comparable. I'm sure it won't be long before this kid is a nice boost. Okay, that's all I have to say for now. You guys have any more questions? Junko swept a glance at the 4, hoping to hear some good advice from them. After all, brainstorming was the only way to be well-rounded. At first, the 4 of them looked at me and I looked at you and didn't say anything. And finally it was Beard, the big old man, who opened his mouth and said, President, I have a question. If we find you practicing so much, then we have to pay quite a lot of money for our food. Which pot calls the kettle black? Says the bearded guy. But it has to be admitted that the lack of money is the biggest problem in front of the crowd. We need money for food. We need funds for activities. We need to pay rates in the future. And who can do anything without money? Even Li He before that is to think of ways to get benefits for his men. Zhao Kai and Shunzi both have a headache now when they hear about money. Wei Xiaohai looked at his own president's face, not looking good. Stood up and said, President, I heard a news before, I don't know if it's true or not. The brats are withdrawing from the west. I heard that there's still a batch of gold being transported this way. Well, go ahead. When he heard about the withdrawal, Zhao Kai was sure that what Wei Xiaohai said was most likely true. If the little kid wants to make things happen, then he must withdraw his men, or he will be liquidated when the time comes to fight. Wei Xiaohai scratched his head and continued. Actually, I'm not very sure about this matter. It's just something I heard people talk about when I was strolling through the black market, but it seems that the Blue Party's people also have their eyes on that batch of gold. Kai, I think we can the brats for a bit. If we can get that gold, we won't have the funds. Shun Zi is the bright side of the word. No money, he also headache. Now there is an opportunity in front of you. You must take advantage of it. Well, we can grab it, but we have to ask Old Pei about this. This old fox may be wilting, but we have to admit that his information is very useful to us. Junko didn't answer directly. He told the four to go ahead and go back and follow the plan. And on his way out he emptied his wallet, so to speak. Now the only thing worth money on the two of them is the radio that they got from the ship before. They just don't know if they can sell this to Old Pei. The radio should be worth a lot of money. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi agreed that time waits for no one. They have to go to Lao Fu, sell the radio, or if not, sell weapons. Anyway, there are still a lot of weapons in the backpack. It's just a waste of time to keep them. If we can sell them, we'll have the money for the next operation. While it's still early, Zhao Kai and Junko go to the grocery store in the tenement, where Bai is now preparing for the retreat work by lifting the surveillance. Where's old Lu? Is he in? Bai looked up at the sound of the voice. See, the visitor is Shun Zi. Her face is not with a smile. If it is not Shun Zi, get dead Ma Ching Song this tumor. I am afraid that she may not be able to clear the suspicion so early. You're looking for old Lu. He should have just gone out. Why don't you wait over here? Okay, I'll wait then. Junko looks for Fu Yong, who is busy handing over to his informant at the moment. You're leaving so soon? Why don't we go? We're just here to sweep the floor. We have to go to the next place after this one. In fact, Fu Yong and his group were not really intelligence officers. Their name should be called the Hoeing Squad. Now that the mole has been raked over the coals, they've done their job. The man on the other side nodded and turned his words around. I'm curious how you suspected Ma Ching Song. I stayed by his side and didn't even notice that something was wrong. Sort of by chance. This incident was also thanks to Shun Zi making a scene at the banquet. When Shun Zi said that Ma Ching Song was with a traitor, likely one and designed to ambush them, he knew that there was something wrong with the other side. Seeing that the old payer was unwilling to say more, the man changed the question again. Who was the person who had been secretly looking for trouble with the ghosts before? Are all the comrades now so ruthless in their actions? The ghost generals are killed when they say they are killed. The question was asked purely because Junko's behavior is so compelling right now. The ghosts are looking for him, and so are the Blue Party people. Oh, I would like to be one of ours, but unfortunately, people don't even look at us. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about that batch of gold. You also know that our activity funds are at the bottom of the barrel. If we can snatch this batch of gold from the hands of the ghosts, the organization pressure can be quite a bit less. What you said is good, but this time you also have to act carefully. That guy Chen Guanghan is already red-eyed for this batch of gold. Money moves people's hearts. If you guys make a move, it's very likely that you'll meet up with them. Alright, don't be maudlin. Just tell me the location. If I can't beat it, won't I get help? See, the old peso say. The man also does not nonsense. My side of the news is, the brats by then will be divided into two roads. All the way to take the Yangtze River Road all the way through the Tsangsha and then at the pier on the ship. You must be before this to get it. Wait until the ghosts of the ship to the Tsangsha pier. I estimate that by then the brat warships will be deployed. Although the Blue Party is blockading the river area, they really don't have a clue what to do if the brats flip out. As for when the time will be, I can't say for sure right now, so you guys can go ahead and get ready if you make a move. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I'll contact you then if I have any new information. Fu Yong just returned to the grocery store and saw Shun Zi. He was still thinking about how to find each other, but did not expect this kid to send himself to the door. As soon as the two met, before he could open his mouth, Shun Zi asked, to radio or not to radio? As long as you open your mouth, I'll find a way to get it for you. Didn't you say before that you were short of weapons? I can find a way to get a batch of them for you as well. Chapter 53, Reaching Cooperation. Shun Zi's sudden change in attitude caused Fu Yong to freeze. He looked at Shun Zi in front of him with an expression of having seen a ghost, and his hand even waved in front of Shun Zi. What's the matter? You boys are off your meds today. That's not like you. In the face of the old pay flirtation, Shun Zi is not angry. Serious. Alas, you, this person is really, before it is not you looking for to want something. Now I get you. You in the end do not want. You do not want. I can find another person. And Fu Yong got along so long. Shun Zi has long been clear about the old fox's routine. What things that can be quickly resolved quickly, or sooner or later fall into the pit. Maybe sold still have to give him money. You kid, you don't have to provoke me. I know what you're up to as soon as you lift your ass. Tell me, What's the one thing that would make you kid come to my door? Old Pei changed the topic back in a few words, and when it came to it, Shunzi didn't dilly-dally and whispered, "Do you want to make a fortune?" Looking at the mysterious Shunzi, the old Pei some curiosity to measure him. Is this kid really have any doorway? Not to mention really possible. This kid ghostly. Maybe there is really a way to know some of the things they do not know. Oh, tell me, what is it that you boys would come to us for help? For the old Pei Shunzi is not abrasive. Will be the brats evacuated from other cities. When he heard him say that the ghosts had withdrawn, old Pei heard that something was wrong. Good guy. This kid really has a doorway. They also just heard from someone else's mouth. Just do not know this kid is simply robbing the brats, or he is also aware of that batch of gold things. As he thought about it, Junko's words once again rang in his ears. I'll tell you, the brats this time retreat but with a lot of gold. You guys are not lack of money, lack of weapons. Let's gang up on him for a while, not to have everything. Back to the old Pei, a face full of surprise looking at the smooth sun. Line you kid, this can no. I am to see. You kid is to find me to find out the situation for you. If this message is true, you kid is not dare alone on the go. I'll give you that. Don't be confused, you kid. Even if things are true that Brat's protection will be very tight, I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. Who wouldn't be interested in gold? As Junko said, the underground is short on funds and weapons right now. There's no money for any kind of intelligence work. After saying so much, Zhao Kai has confirmed that the gold thing is true in all likelihood. Shunzi, don't dilly-dally with this old fox. Directly talk about the conditions. Talk and leave. I feel that this old thing is going to set you up again. Shunzi sniffed and immediately turned the conversation. Okay, nonsense, let's not say more. You provide me with intelligence. When the time comes, the benefits of 37. I 7 you 3. Here 370. The old Pei while shaking his head while cursing. You kid, a few days to see this is to change his profession as a bandit. 370 how you say out. At least 50-50. I put together. This old fox is really shameless. Their own several pounds and twos do not count it. But also 50-50. He is thinking what good thing it. Just rely on their 3 or 2 still want to rob the gold. For fear that it is not in the past to send a person's head. It wasn't that Zhao Kai looked down on Lao Fu and the others. In fact, they did pull crotch hard. Robbing gold that relies on hard power. Not just moving your lips. Zhao Kai opened his mouth to scold. Shunzi is not before the stupid boy. You want to think that you can do 10 copies of the whole, take away all can. The old Pei I'm looking at us as a friend of mine to find you together with a fortune. You know me. I'm not must cooperate with you. Moreover, we had an agreement before. If I help you guys in front, you have to provide me with information at all times. Do you want to back out? Shunzi smiled and looked at Lao Fu. Originally still calm and relaxed, Lao Fu's face was green and purple when he heard this. And that expression really wanted to strangle Shunzi. Looking at the deflated old fox, Zhao Kai and Shunzi both felt inexplicably relieved. And the two of them knew that this was considered to be holding the old fox. Sure enough, the next second, old Pei raised his hands in surrender. Add another 0.5%. 30% is too little. Okay, deal. Shunzi directly agreed. But Fu Yang is not the kind of lord who suffers. Let's finish this matter. Then let's talk about the radio and weapons. Boy, give me a bottom. How many good things do you have in your hands? After saying that, he came straight over. Take the money. Anything with money. Junko didn't answer, just reached out. However, he still underestimated old Pei's shamelessness. You show me the goods first. I can't listen to your seller about this sale. I have to see it to know. Don't. You also don't play false to me here. I'll tell you the truth. Want a whore for nothing? That's impossible. The radio station 600 taels of gold to sell to you. The weaponry I give you cheaper. Long guns and short guns and grenades. You just want cannons I bite my teeth can also get for you. Can you owe it first? I'll give you an IOU. And with weapons we can also cooperate in action more cohesively. And then with weapons we can still get you more chances. 600 taels of gold. You kids simply robbed. Even if I boiled myself into oil cannot get out of 10 taels of gold. It is simply a lion's mouth. Old Pei to see Shunzi not speak continue to play the emotional card. And finally Zhao Kai and Shunzi really cannot stand this guy crying misery. And finally agreed to let the other side first owed. In the end, the two traded a radio and 20 pistols, which old Pei promised to pay back later when he had the money. Zhao Kai and Shunzi are not afraid of the old fox on credit. If he dares to be shameless, the two have ways to let each other off the stage. Can run away from the monk, cannot run away from the nest. Then the big deal is to take the loan to the base to ask. The two men still don't believe that the account can be rotten. After selling a shipment of weapons, the two men got some more information from the old paymaster that the brats might take the waterways. For this matter, Zhao Kai feels that it is no big deal, as long as he wants to do it. The little kid, whether by water or by land, makes no difference. It is just that when the time comes to let Shunzi bother a little bit of effort, and the water is said to be safe. In fact, the most insecure. As long as the time to mix the ship, gold is not within reach. Although there is a goal now, it is true that there is no money for a short time, and this problem must be solved somehow, or everyone will go hungry. Zhao Kai was wondering if he wanted to sell some weapon parts for money. Other than that, there were quite a few things inside the parts mall. Although there is no gun, but there are various types of weapons and ammunition and auxiliary tools. Scope silencer, as long as the accessories are inside. He didn't know about the other things, but the silencer was something that if he dared to sell, someone would definitely grab it. Chapter 54, Preparation for Departure. Selling accessories can make money, but Zhao Kai is hesitant. He is worried that these things fall into the hands of the enemy. This is if the future is used by others to their own body, that would be a great joy. After a little thought, Zhao Kai was still ready to make a move for the sake of money. Think so much why? Now this time to think of ways to grow their own is true. Other things all to the side. After going back, Zhao Kai asked Shunzi to directly find Wei Xiaohai. This guy doesn't look young. His skills are not small. Otherwise Zhao Kai wouldn't have asked Shunzi to give him the task of intelligence gathering before. Boss, what are you looking for me for? Wei Xiaohai looked at Shunzi respectfully. It's not much. I've heard that you boys frequent the black market. You should know your way around the inside. Wei Xiaohai heard that he knew his chance to come. Immediately eyes a turn with a smile. Boss, not I blow. As long as it is the Shanghai city underground things, there is no I Xiaohai do not know. The boss something you will explain well. Check people or find something. I absolutely give you to do properly. I asked you to come neither to check on people nor to find things, but to sell a shipment. Shunzi took out a small box from behind him and placed it on the table. Wei Xiaohai was a bit puzzled. President, this box is not big and can't hold much. Is there something good inside? Waiting until he opened the box to take a look. It was loaded with some long and short iron pipes. Wei Xiaohai had never seen a silencer, and was puzzled for a while. President, this is? Shunzi didn't have any nonsense and took out a pistol and loaded it with a silencer. Wei Xiaohai seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. Chairman, I know. This is the thing that Brother Hazy said that shoots without a sound. It's a good thing. But Chairman, we really need to sell this. Wei Xiaohai was smart, and he was also afraid that when the time came, this thing would end up hitting him. Sell. Of course to sell. You kid is not in the black market familiar with it. Think about this batch of goods out of the market. The price set to high. Absolutely someone to buy. Seeing that the boss had said so, Wei Xiaohai didn't talk nonsense. Well then, President, I'll go and think of a way right away. There should be news by night at most. As Zhao Kai thought, silencers are very popular in the black market. Listening to Wei Xiaohai said that those silencers were rounded up by the blue party, and now that the blue and red are cooperating, this thing came to the hands of the blue party and ended up being used on the brats for sure. A total of 2,000 silver dollars were harvested, and with this money it was considered a relief from the money shortage. Zhao Kai and Shunzi were planning to sell another batch, when Lao Fu came to the door, and also brought good news. Kai, Old Pei says there's news about the gold. Well, the old fox does not say anything else, but it's great to engage in intelligence. It's only been less than 2 days and he's found out. Let's also take a trip, just to discuss the next action. This time the two didn't meet at the grocery store but chose a remote residential area. The old Pei this guy as see Shunzi directly came up. Some complained, brat, before the black market out of the batch of what silencer is not your hand. You kid is not kind have good things also do not think about us. Silencer, what is this thing? This thing is so good. Not only can reduce the sound of gunfire, can also eliminate muzzle flame. This is absolutely for intelligence officers as a sharp weapon. If you use it well, it can save your life in a critical moment. This time, when he approached Junko, talking about intelligence was secondary. The first priority was to pull some treasure out of Junko's pocket. Hearing this acidic words, Shunzi is afraid of this old fox again to cry misery that set. So I took the first step to speak. I sell other people 100 yang a stick, to give you 30 a stick, package matching, enough friends it. Junko had blocked out what Old Pei was about to say with just one sentence, but he, Old Pei, wasn't exactly a man who wanted a face. Okay, give me 20 first, let's make an IOU and pay you back when we rob the brats. Yes, now can we get down to business? As soon as he mentioned the main event, Old Pei became serious all of a sudden, and he directly took out a map from the corner while pointing and explaining. We have gotten clear news. The brat stuff will be divided into 2 ways. One way through Sioux City to Kuan City and then Datsun City. The other way is the waterway. The brat's cargo ship will go down along the Yangtze River waterway, and finally will dock at the Tsong City pier to bring the gold of the land route also. I guess the brat doesn't have so many ships, so that's why he thought of this way. When Lao Fu said this, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi understood. So you guys are trying to make a move at the pier in Sangshur. Not that I'm saying, where did you guys get the certainty? Shun Zi doubt. But the old Pei is smiling and did not say anything. Do I tell you that we use the people of the Blue Party as a gun? There are some things that are better not to say. And who says we're going to Kurumichi? The brats aren't little darlings. Don't they know they're being watched? You're the smart one. Who said we were going over there? Our goal is here. Lao Fu pointed to the city of Su on the map. Let's wait for the brats here. Su City. This is nice. Even if you miss, you'll have a chance to strike again. When do we leave? It's not too late. Let's leave right away and try to get to the place before tomorrow morning. Zhao Kai knew that the matter was urgent and opened his mouth to remind. Go back and explain things first. We'll leave after that. Okay, I'll go back and get ready. And we'll rendezvous in an hour. Looking at Junko who was leaving, Fu Yong reminded. Kid, don't forget to take the silencer with you. I'm waiting for you on my side. When he went back, Junko called all 4 of Li Hei's men. There's nothing big in finding you 4 today. I'm going on a trip. And for these days when I'm not here, Li Hei, you'll be in full charge. And the others will continue to do as I say. By the way, monkey, is there any access to the cigarette machine I asked you to get before? Zhao Kai thought about selling parts is not a good development after all. Then it can only be in case of emergency. After all, the parts exchange is also consuming experience value. He also want to keep the experience value to upgrade. If it is not really lack of money before, he will not think about selling silencers. Why looking for cigarette machines? Zhao Kai thinking of their own business. The world he was in the beginning of the red side of the world is also selling cigarettes to engage in funding. Pegasus brand cigarettes. At that time, but it is very famous. Hearing Shun Zi's question, Wei Xiaohai got up and said, there is news, but the machines are in the hands of the little devils, and it is said that they have a batch of obsolete machines for sale. Kid? Know the exact location. The little kid, this is not good. Just $0 purchase is good to save another sum. Back to the boss. The information I found out is that the machines are in the Yin family's warehouse No. 5. And it is rumored that this batch of machines is transferred to their hands to be sold out. Zhao Kai smiled. Yin family? This is not an old acquaintance. When the weapons infantry guns are not stolen from their warehouse. This time it seems to be another trip. I hope to catch up. Chapter 55. Going back to Yan's house is like going home. After handing over the matter, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi both prepared to make a trip to Yanjia dock. It's broad daylight. But that doesn't stop the two from getting into things. After the previous 2 times, the Yen family pier was even more tightly guarded, and after walking a short distance, one could see a few people with bad eyes standing by, and these people had bulges in their waists, so it was obvious that they had something. There were even identity checkers at the dock entrance. If it were anyone else they might have backed off. The Yen family as a local snake is also a traitor. This kind of time to get together that really is no different from looking for death. But Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, that is what people. Long ago Yen family as the back garden, where there is a path, where can avoid the eyes to touch in. It is estimated that the 2 of them are more familiar than the Yen family himself. Come on, let's go around. If I remember correctly, there's a trash heap with debris around the north side of the dock, and there's a hole over there that we can drill right into. The reason why he was able to discover the existence of the dog hole was still because of Zhao Kai's perspective. As long as he observed carefully he could always find some details that others couldn't. And he also discovered that within a certain distance he would gain an ability similar to sensing. It seems to be the effect brought about by the evolution of the rifle in the first place. The dog system does not say anything if not for the fact that Zhao Kai is usually bored and likes to research. It is estimated that he will not be able to find out his own changes in a short period of time. Let's put it this way. His current perspective is similar to the god's perspective of modeling. Some of the doorways and holes couldn't hide under his watchful eye. Earlier, he and Junko had circled around the city looking for sewers to use as retreat routes for future battles by relying on that special observation perspective. Soon, Shun Zi lightly arrived at the place Zhao Kai had mentioned, which wasn't much of a distance away from the underground torture chamber that had saved that woman Lin Xiuyu in the first place. When he thought of this woman Lin Xiuyu, Zhao Kai suddenly reacted. He almost forgot about this woman. This girl is the miss of Lin Gang. She shouldn't lack money. I've fallen for old Pei's trick. He's short of money. He's short of chicken money. And he's a bad mother asterisk. And whether the woman should thank herself and Junko for saving her life. Hey, forget it, wait until we get back. Now let's figure out how to get our hands on that batch of machines. With Zhao Kai pointing the way, it didn't take long for Shun Zi to arrive at the 5th warehouse Wei Xiaohai had mentioned. It's the middle of the day, and there are still patrols here. Enough to see that there's something in here. Squatting in the corner for a while, taking advantage of the noon guards to eat, Shun Zi sneaked to the warehouse door. At this time the warehouse door is locked, which is not difficult for Shun Zi, who inherited the skills of Zhao Kai to open the lock. After taking out the wire and pounding it twice, the lock on the warehouse door opened by itself. Shunzi a flash into the warehouse. From inside the space to take out the flashlight to see. A machine just appeared in front of the eyes, but is not the manual cigarette rolling machine they are looking for. Not to mention, this way Shanghai is really good. This kid you have to cultivate properly in the future. Right now, the ability displayed by this little monkey was already terrifying. This would definitely be a good aid in the future if it grew up. Well, sometimes I think this little C is more capable than the old payers. Shunzi while communicating with Zhao Kai, while the warehouse inside the machine income space, to the end of the surprisingly got a full 50 machines. This if the future can be fully utilized. Funding things at least have a doorway. After the 2 people will be 5 warehouse inside the machine away. Shunzi is still a little bit unfulfilled. Unfortunately, the system space has no place, or high and low put to Yen family this dog trader house to empty the warehouse. Someone's coming, let's pull out. Zhao Kai could easily spot characters walking around 100 meters through his free view, and incoming people he could spot in time. Hearing that someone was coming, Junko scurried out of the warehouse with lightning speed, and as soon as he was on the front foot, someone came around the corner behind him. Mr. Son, the machine you want is right in front. We have 50 machines. Are you sure you can eat them? The middle-aged man was leading the way in front, because he was able to sell something. His face would still have a smile on it this time. Good deal. As long as your whatever you do is of high quality, we can eat as much as we want. The 2 of them were already at the entrance of Warehouse 5 as they talked. Looking at the half-open door, Yan Fuhai didn't realize the severity of the problem in the slightest, but the patrol leader next to him was flustered. Something is wrong. The key is on me. How come the door of the warehouse is open? Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. When the 3 entered the warehouse and turned on the lights, they were all dumbfounded, especially Yan Fuhai who subconsciously rubbed his eyes when he saw the empty warehouse. The henchman following beside him shivered as a chill went up his spine. Gone. The stuff was gone. Mr. Yen, are you not poking fun at me? This is what you call having the goods. Where are the goods? Mr. Sun said without a good breath, his eyes looking at Yan Fuhai wanting an answer. That's not right. We just finished checking it in the morning. How could it be gone? It shouldn't be. That patrolling house soldier muttered. Yan Fuhai who heard this face turned green. He growled as he grabbed his man. The machine. Where's the old man's machine? Master Yen. I don't know. They were all still there when we checked in the morning. Did we see a ghost? Bang! Yan Fuhai kicked his henchman to the ground. His eyes were red. It was goods priced at tens of thousands of oceans. Just like that it was gone. Rage on the head, Yan Fuhai directly pulled out a pistol aimed at the foot of the henchman. Next to Mr. Sun saw the scene coldly snorted. Humph. What a show. You guys are playing us like monkeys. Don't worry. Today's matter I will report up as it is. Yen family, you guys are really enough. Mr. Sun, don't go. Listen to my explanation. What happened today was definitely an accident. In the face of the Blue Party's people, Yan Fuhai, a big traitor, also had to lie down. After all, his wild father ghosts have not yet come. This time must be endured. Seeing that he could not stop the other party, Yan Fuhai became even more angry and directly shot the henchman who was watching the warehouse. Looking at the furious boss, the other henchmen, one by one, didn't dare to raise their heads and shivered there. Check for me. I'd like to see who has the guts to be so big. Call the oldest 2 and the 3rd. I have something for them. Can in their own eyes to transport things away? Must be their own people. Yan Fuhai also did not expect their 3 sons in order to fight for those so-called family property fight like this. He felt today to be angry to blow up. If he finds out which one finds out, he'll have to break a leg even if it's his own son. Master, you've forgotten that the 1st and 2nd young masters have both gone to the city of Su. And as you know about the 3rd young master, he's not at home at all. Hearing the old butler's words, Yan Fuhai's brows tightened as he instantly understood the other party's meaning. It's hard to believe it's still a ghost. It's dozens of machines. How can they be transported all at once? Master, do you think it's possible that it can only be that mysterious person who moved? When our warehouse blew up, the things inside were not right. I suspected at that time that someone had transported the things away in advance. Now it seems that there must be a spy planted by that group in our house. Hearing this, Yan Fuhai's complexion instantly chilled. Check. Give me a head-to-toe check. Whoever it is, chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Obviously touching the truth, but cannot find the point. Yan Fuhai think through the head, cannot think of the hands of the people have any means. Yan family this side of the chicken flu. Zhao Kai and Shunzi long ago when the old pay to join the go. This time cannot get rich depends on this trip to Suzhou. Chapter 56, Surprise in the car. By the time Zhao Kai and Shunzi arrived at the train station, the trains were about to leave. and only Lao Fu was still waiting at the station. Looking at Shunzi came, the old pei got up and came over. You kid is pinpointing the time to come, and then later the train will have to leave. It's not gone yet. Get in the car. Ugh, you kids are still talking about me. The two of them squeezed through the crowd to get on the bus, and eventually had to stand when their seats were gone. Standing all the way to Suzhou, Zhao Kai won't agree. He still hearts Shunzi, the eldest disciple. Let's go. Find a steward to change your ticket. It's no good standing around all the time. And there might be a windfall if you go to the higher seating area. People who could afford to sit up in a first-class seat were definitely not ordinary people, not to mention small family assets. Zhao Kai would not let go of this good opportunity to gather intelligence. Shunzi sniffed and turned to go. The old pei quickly pulled him and asked, "What are you, kid? But do not run around." He was now really afraid that the boy Junko would mess things up, and there were times when it was better not to mess things up. This was on a train. If there was a fight then there was no place to even run. And it could easily cause a riot, which was not something he wanted to see happen. Why don't you stand here and I'll go find a seat? Okay, find me one by the way. Shunzi sniffing hard straight roll eyes. You are really a little face do not want. The old stingy one. Junko did not pay attention to this iron rooster, turned his head toward the back, and after finding the stewardess learned that there are private rooms in the back. So he opened one. Before they were teaching Li He their new knowledge and mapping the roadmap for combat retreat. That was busy feet. Just take advantage of this time to rest. After arriving at the private room, Shunzi directly laid down on the bed, while Zhao Kai opened God's view to observe the surrounding. The room he had asked the stewardess to find was the one in the middle of the room, with a viewing distance of 100 meters enough to cover 4 carriages. Meanwhile the 2 rooms next door were completely under his listening ears, and just as soon as Zhao Kai focused his attention he heard a voice coming from next door. "Third master, do you really want to go over there? The first and second masters are over there. If something happens here you won't even have a place to run, and then I'm afraid that not only them, but also the footpads won't be able to spare you." Humph, 2 poisonous tumors, dogs who recognize thieves as their fathers, and that old thing, they're rushing out to be dogs for the little devils. I'll be damned. 3 scum pouring tobacco to harm people in their own country. I hate to get them killed. When he thought of his mother, Yan Hua's eyes were spitting fire. It wasn't his choice to be born in the Yan family for such things, but he could choose what path he would take. Ever since he knew that Yan Fuhai and his 2 sons were helping the brats to transport ammunition secretly he had planned to make a clean break. If it wasn't for a mission from above that required him to go undercover, he would have gone down hard and gotten those 3 killed. TSK, what's this? Get on the car and there's a surprise. Although Zhao Kai couldn't figure out the situation for a while, it didn't stop him from eating his melon. But how does this Grandpa 2 Grandpa 3 Grandpa sound so familiar? It always feels like there is something in my head but I can't think of it for a while. Zhao Kai's side was struggling to find it in his head when the next door started talking again. Alright, you don't have to persuade me on this matter. When we get to Tsung City, I'll give you some money and you'll go back home. It's too dangerous for you to follow me. What Yan Hua did not notice was the flash of a different emotion in the eyes of the old butler he thought was one of his own. Contempt mixed with some murderous intent. Except for the lack of gratitude. In that case, I won't advise the young master. I hope Miss will bless you in heaven. The butler came out of the room, and his whole person seemed to have changed. Where was the kindness on his face that he had before? The steward walked toward the back until he came to the last carriage. Bang! 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 Who? It's me! The person inside opened the door when he heard that the visitor was Butler Zhang. Zhao Kai's perspective followed the butler. He always felt that there was something wrong with this old thing. The 5 people he met with were short with hats and black clothes, and the more they looked like the brat agents they had encountered earlier. This old thing is not simple. I would like to see what you get up to, but the compartment behind him was too far away for Zhao Kai to hear, so he could only distinguish it by reading lips. Watching the mouths of the people inside the room collide up and down, Zhao Kai had already determined that the 5 dwarfs were Little Ben, Mr. Matsu *********** A. The Yen family's oldest is preparing to make a move on our shipment this time. When he read the words Yen family's oldest 3, Zhao Kai then remembered. I told you there was something familiar about it. Sell tobacco soil home and 3 sons in addition to the Yen family and who else? Really is not an enemy is not together. They just rode the Yen family's machine away this again ran into. No, I'd like to see what these guys are up to. Baka, what a sky-high guy. Since he's looking for death then let's settle it. A guy who likes to go against the empire then there's no point in keeping him. By the way, did you find out who's behind him? Butler Zhang shook his head. This kid is too cautious. He does all the important things himself, and I suspect that this guy might just be a minion of the Blue Party. Matsu **********. Su frowned slightly at hearing that, but didn't take offense. Kill it, the Empire has found new help. A pawn isn't worth wasting our time on him. A Shigeru-kun, go and finish off Yanhua, keep the commotion down. Hi. When he saw this, Zhao Kai subconsciously looked his perspective to Yen Laosan next door. Kid, people are coming to kill you and you're still sleeping. I really did not think that this tumor like Yen family can still give birth to a good person. When it is really bad bamboo out of good bamboo shoots bad. Quite rare. Should we bail on this Yen Laosan? So far this guy seems pretty good. Seeing that Butler Zhang was getting closer and closer with that ghost agent, Zhao Kai was finally ready to let Shunzi make his move. For the ghosts and traitors he struck hard, but if they were good people, then they would also get his protection. And that's by the way. What's a kid agent? That's a walking experience pack. It just so happened that I had consumed quite a bit of experience points from purchasing silencers earlier, so I take a few ghosts later to get my blood back. Junko, there's a job. Zhao Kai woke up the resting Shunzi and briefly told him about Yanhua. As soon as he heard that there were ghosts on the train, Junko was instantly energized, got up and headed for the door. He just stood there in the passage looking out, just waiting for the butler to deliver it. Soon, the ghost agents dressed as waiters arrived, and Zhao Kai sneered, these brats are acting quite cautiously. The ghost disguised as a waiter knocked on the door of the room. Your lunch, sir, please open the door and pick it up. The little kid was holding a dinner plate in his right hand, and there was clearly a dagger on it. Yanhua in the room hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem at this point and directly opened the door to the room. The ghost agent walked into the room, ready to backhandedly lock the door. Just at this time, Shunzi an inadvertent fall on the door. The door touched the ghost agent, but also let his right hand loose resting on the dagger and tray fell directly to the ground. The sound of the dagger hitting the ground instantly made Yanhua turn his head back, seeing the brightly shining dagger on the ground. Even if his reaction was slow, he still reacted. There are assassins. Chapter 57, Thanking a Brother for Saving His Life. Yanhua pupils slammed wide open. The opposite side of the ghost agent reaction is not slow. See the line of defeat also do not pretend. The dagger on the ground he didn't pick up directly lunged towards Yanhua. Nishinai. Facing the aggressive assassin, Yanhua was a bit flustered. There was nowhere for him to hide in the narrow space, so he could only fight hard with the other party. Yanhua smoothly fished out the ashtray on the table and threw it over. The ghost on the opposite side swung his head to avoid it and kicked his foot towards him. With a bang, Yanhua, who received a heavy blow to his abdomen, was directly kicked to the ground, and the ghost agent took advantage of the situation and directly choked the other party's neck with both hands. You could tell how much force he was using by the veins rippling up on his forehead. At this time Yanhua was still struggling desperately, but the hands of the brat were like a vice that could not be dislodged at all. Save. He wanted to scream for help, yet he couldn't make a sound at all. For a time, Yanhua was all desperate. Am I going to die like this? Die without knowing even who the enemy shouted. I am not willing to awe. At this moment Yanhua's survival instincts completely erupted. His right hand tremblingly touched up the chopsticks that had just fallen on the ground ready to stab the little brat to death. Before he could do so, however, Junko behind him did. Bang! Junko took the lamp in his hand to the kid's brain. This was a strike that Shunzi had made with all his strength, and it directly confused the ghost agent. This little kid has such a hard head. It's not even dead. Seeing the experience value that was at his mouth fly away, Zhao Kai's heart ached. Although a ghost agent is not worth much experience, a mosquito is still meat. As soon as the ghost fell to the ground, Yanhua was there huffing and puffing. He raised his eyes to look at Shunzi, who was a bit frightened in front of his full face. Brothers, he's from the footbath country. Don't be afraid. Hurry up and help me throw him down. Hearing these comforting words, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were a bit speechless. Do we look like people who are afraid of ghosts? The two men worked together to throw the body of the secret agent off the train, during which Yanhua continued to comfort Shunzi, and seeing that the face of his rescuer looked better for a few moments, Yanhua said, Brothers, you just pretend that this didn't happen today, and that I have some money here as compensation for you, and that you hurry up to figure out how to change the carriages. With that he grabbed a handful of money bills from the suitcase he had brought with him and slapped them in Junko's hand, all in fiat currency that looked like it had to be in the thousands. The fiat currency had not been devalued at this time, and 1,000 fiats would have bought 10 cows. Looking at the money in their hands, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were very satisfied with Yanhua's performance, having this sentimentality and still knowing not to involve their savior. For good people, they never begrudge helping each other. Since they've taken your money, let's help you get rid of the other ghosts too. Out of the goodness of his heart, Junko turned his head and reminded, I just watched a man in his 40s bring someone here, so keep an eye out. Hearing this, Yanhua pulled Shunzi with a frown. Brother, tell me more about that man. Quite a bit shorter than me in height, almost up to my mouth here. Shunzi gestured while talking about the appearance of manager Zhang, and by the end of hearing it Yan Hua's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. How could he not expect that it was the butler who had watched him grow up since he was a child who had betrayed him and joined his enemies to kill him? Could everything before have been a fake? I know. Brother, this is something you just rot in your stomach and pretend it never happened. After sending Shunzi away, Yan Hua changed into a new outfit and went out, taking the dagger that the little kids dropped with him on his way out. Watching Yan Hua go out, Zhao Kai knew that this guy was going to take revenge. Let's go. 2. To finish off the rest of the ghosts. Inside the last room of the train, Hidematsu ****** and 2 other Oni were discussing something else. After we get off the train, Kameku and go to Kara City and look for the Yen family. These greedy guys. As long as we don't watch, they'll try to swallow our goods. If I didn't have to use them now, I'd want to finish these guys off. Hi, Matsuzaru-ku and Ashigaru-ku, and you two go to the docks. You will be given your specific tasks when the time comes. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. Ashigaru-ku came back so soon. Sure enough, that guy is a looker. One of the ghosts went to open the door without even thinking about it, without even looking at it. The door to the room was open just like that, and with 4 eyes. Not only did Zhao Kai and Junko freeze, but the 4 Oni inside also froze. Not as Shigeru-kun. Good thing Shunzi's reaction was quick, not waiting for the little kid to speak, directly pull out his gun and shoot. The quickness of the movement completely did not give the 4 ghosts a chance to react. For shots rang out, 4 ghosts fell to the ground, the sound of the train perfectly muffling the gunfire. After taking care of the ghosts, Shunzi backhandedly locked the door and emptied the 4 ghosts of their belongings before he opened the window and threw the ghosts' bodies off the train. Since it's the last carriage, you don't even have to worry about being seen. Zhao Kai and Shunzi's side solved the ghosts. Yan Hua's side is also into the end. Zhao Kai glanced at the housekeeper. Good guy. Directly stabbed into a blood gourd. This Yan Laosan is also a ruthless person, with 20 years of steward that is said to kill. Not a little bit of procrastination. Originally in a good mood after killing 4 ghosts, Zhao Kai was seeing someone he didn't want to see. Brat. Don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all. Your kid didn't call on me even when he opened the private room there. The old payer cursed as he walked. Zhao Kai's mouth twitched. Sometimes knowing lips is not a good thing. This is not rushing to be scolded. Doggone old pay. What a dog's nose. That's how he found it. Zhao Kai cursed in his heart and viciously condemned old pay for this kind of thought of wanting to whore himself out for nothing. Shunzi suggested directly when he learned that Lao Fu had come to his door. Why don't we give him this room? I just don't know if he dares to live in it. Ha ha, your kid has also learned to be bad. But you and I are thinking of the same thing. This iron rooster is always thinking of taking advantage of us. And we are not easy to bully. Junko pushed his way out of the door just in time to meet up with old Pei, who was knocking on the door. Good boy. You have money to burn in 2 rooms. By the time he came to Junko's side, he sensed something was wrong. This kid was stinking all day long before. How come he's smiling at me now? It's not right. No. Why does it still smell like blood? The old payer, who was smiling and laughing in the last second, had an instantly serious expression. He stared at Shunzi in death and whispered, Brat, did you kill someone? You tiger, just get on the car and make things happen. Nothing, killed a few brats in the process. Hearing this, the old pay a roll of the eyes. Look at this as talking about the human language. The old pay shivering and pointing at Shunzi. Okay, you're great. You cattle. Average. Okay, what's the point of talking about this? I've prepared a room for you. Old payer. It's not much better than standing in front of a crowded room. Chapter 58, Train Failure. Taking care of the Yen brothers in the process. Fu Yong was pulled into the room by Shunzi, and if it wasn't for the blood on the wall that hadn't dried, he would have believed in the evil. Then do I still have to thank you for the dead man's room for me to stay in? How come I didn't realize before that you kid has so much heart? Fu Yong's face was full of dislike, and Shunzi didn't spoil him. Then you can say whether you'll live or not. There won't be this store after this village. Live. How not to live? There is a cheap not to take advantage of. And there is your boy to me as a bodyguard. I am afraid of what? With that, he just took out the spare sheet and changed it, and the corner of Zhao Kai's mouth twitched. Come on. We're underestimating the level of shamelessness of this iron rooster. Originally, Zhao Kai also wanted to discuss the old pay. Now it is good. People's skin is thicker than the city walls. Do not care about these things. Or their own young. Okay, be careful. I'll go back and get some sleep. The train was not fast, and it would take at least 3 hours to get from this side to Sioux City. And with halfway stops, a little longer wasn't out of the question. Go to sleep. I'll yell for you if something does happen. The death of 5 ghost agents didn't cause much of a ripple. while Shunzi rested. Zhao Kai continued to monitor the carriage. After reading for half an hour and realizing that there was no useful information, he also fell asleep. And when he woke up again, it was already time for the train to stop at the Kara City train station. "Kid, wake up to the place." Hearing a knock on the door outside, Junko got up nimbly, and when asked he realized that he was now in Karachi. "There's been a train breakdown, and I'm sure it won't be fixed for a while, so I'm going to take a trip out. I'll go out too, and we'll meet up when the train is ready." The two of them got off the train. Zhao Kai was also awakened. The first time he was looking for Yen Hua. When he heard that the other side was looking for the Yen family boss and too, he wanted to bring Shunzi to participate in the game. Like the Yen family brothers, this kind of traitor. Not to say worth 1,000 experience value. 500 have to have it. If you count the two traitors, how can also get 1,000 more experience? Anyway, idle is also idle. Go out to get some experience value is also good. After looking around the train station, Zhao Kai was finally able to see the hurried Yen Hua in the crowd. "Got him, he's at your 9 o'clock, about to exit the platform." Shunzi sniffed and quickened his pace, following towards Yen Hua. After getting off the train, Yen Hua directly boarded a yellow car. Shunzi beckoned, and immediately a yellow car came. "Master, follow that car in front." "Okay, you can sit tight." The yellow car master did not ask more questions. Do their line of work to see more? Some aspects are silly good, and as long as the money to get, bother to care about other things. Why? After following about 800 meters, Yen Hua walked towards the inside of a residential area. Shunzi paid his money and followed closely, not expecting that he would meet a somewhat surprising person. Su Renjie, why is he here too? At first, Zhao Kai also padded a lot of medical bills because he even got the other party to lose his job, but now it seems that he still looked away. Shunzi similarly recognized Su Renjie and began to exchange words with Zhao Kai. "Brother Kai, this guy wouldn't be from the blue party as well?" "I didn't see it. Who cares about the blue party and the red party? As long as they don't mess with us, then it's fine. Follow them up first to see what's going on. I'd like to see what they're going to do." The two of them, Yen Hua and Su Renjie, met as if they were old acquaintances, and after Su Renjie saw Yen Hua, he pulled him straight into the courtyard. "You mean you're trying to get your big brother in second, brother? You're a tough kid." Su Renjie see Yen Hua expression is not right, took out a cigarette, passed over. Yen Hua took a fierce smoke to mouth. "Well, the road is different. I will not, because they are my relatives, will be indifferent. They do those things, die 800 times are enough." Talking about getting his own brother, Yen Hua's heart is still thinking about the train to personally kill Zhang housekeeper. He thought all the way but did not figure out, why get along with more than 20 years of relatives, said betrayal. He cannot figure out. "Alright, I'll make the arrangements on this one. And don't worry, you'll be glad you made the decision today." Su Renjie patted his shoulder very decisively and agreed. It wasn't that he was saying this because Yen Hua was on good terms with him, he was saying this. The real reason was because someone from above had already given the order for the Yen family to be killed. Ever since the Yen family's help in transporting ammunition for the devils was revealed last time, there was no way they could have a good ending. Even those who had done business with the Yen family before had quickly withdrawn their hands at the sound of the voice. Now, in addition to individual ruthless people, who now dares to get involved with the Yen family, that is really the old man hanged himself too low in life. If you really wait until the brats come, want to get the Yen family, that will not be as simple as it is now. Take advantage of the present Yen Hua, an insider in. Seize the time to eliminate this family of moths. Su Renjie made a trip to meet his top boss and inform him of Yen Hua's situation. "You did a good job. This Yen Laosan is quite smart. Anyway, this time the Yen family will die. It's the same if he, Yen Hua, comes to you or not." The blue party action that was also planned. Can only say that this time it was Yen Hua who caught up, thanks to him defecting to the blue party. Or else it wouldn't be just the Yen family's oldest and second oldest who died this time. Night action. This time you lead. Su Renjie spoke to the man, and Zhao Kai watched the entire time, silently memorizing the man's looks. It's useful to make a note of it in case you come across it in the future. But this night action is a bit unfriendly. The train is about to leave, and the plan will have to change if you want to get these 2 experience packs of the Yen family's oldest and youngest. Anyway, Old Pei said that the Brat's gold wouldn't arrive in Sioux City until about 20 days, so it was perfectly timed. After figuring all this out, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were prepared to spend half a day in Songzhi first, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until early tomorrow morning before departing. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 20 or so people led by Su Renjie were checking their weaponry, and if Zhao Kai had been paying attention, he would have seen that what these blue party agents were holding was clearly the silencers he had asked Wei Xiaohai to sell on the black market. Early no Su Renjie action position of Zhao Kai has long been in Shunzi first action, that is 2 experience packets, let to the blue party people. That is not a joke. There are times when the blue party guys get violent, But Zhao Kai and Junko are even more violent. After learning the location of the Yin family's oldest two, Junko skillfully finds that hotel. What halfway ambush that is simply a waste of time. Directly meet by Ubius and two dog traitors on the road on the line. Mr. Kimura, I'm afraid I'm going to have to trouble you for protection this time. Those damn blue party agents are already onto us. Don't worry, both of you. We in the footbath country will never give up on any of our friends. Ha ha, since Mr. Kimura opened his mouth, then the two of us are relieved. Come on, drink. Mr. Kimura, I'll drink to you. Zhao Kai, who was outside the door, saw the Yen brothers nodding to a small book inside. I didn't expect there's an unexpected pleasure today. Shunzi, I'll leave it to you later. Don't worry Kai, none of the people inside will walk out alive, said Junko as he knocked directly on the door, smoothly putting on a monkey mask he bought from a roadside stand. Sir, the wine you asked for has arrived. The door to the room opened with a creak. The henchman who opened the door saw a masked man and before he could speak, Junko shoved a pistol into his mouth. Put. 2 shots carried away. Seemingly hearing the sound of gunshots, the Yen brothers and Kimura-ku, who were drinking, looked towards the door at the same time. The corner of Shunzi's mouth under the mask hooked up slightly. Dog traitors and the little devils. Your end is here. Not waiting for the people inside to react, Junko drew his shotgun out from behind him and fired a high-explosive shotgun shell directly at him. The power from the bullet explosion instantly blew the table to smithereens. Seeing this scene, the bodyguards and ghosts inside the room still wanted to resist, but Shunzi wouldn't give them a chance. Bang! 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 3 rounds with lead beads were fired, instantly sweeping down the field. Just in case these ghosts weren't dead through, Junko had thoughtfully refilled their guns. Zhao Kai's side was all smiles when he received the experience, gaining over 1500 experience at a time. It wasn't a wasted trip. After taking care of the people inside the room, Junko skillfully tied the rope and went down from upstairs, trying to catch them. It's impossible. The gunshots upstairs quickly caused panic, while the sound of the gunshots also caused Su Renjie and the others, who were ambushed outside, to freeze. What's going on? Here comes the fight inside. At this time, one of his men ran out of the hotel and gasped. Someone did it. A guy with a monkey mask slaughtered all the Yin family members, and I heard that several little devils died inside. Chapter 59, Unexpected Joy. When he heard that the people inside were all dead, Su Renjie was also full of consternation. Who do it so fast? And still directly into the hotel to shoot in front of the face. This is a ruthless person. Suddenly, Su Renjie's mind thought of someone. The mysterious man who had previously gone on a killing spree in the rented world. Could it be him? What do we do, Captain? Do we retreat or what? Su Renjie heard his men's voices and came back to his senses. Retreat first. It's better to have someone to fight for us, or else there will definitely be brothers who will have to be folded in this side today. The brats and the bodyguards of that Yen family's brothers aren't vegetarians. If the Yen family's oldest 2 were easy to bully, he wouldn't have acted so cautiously. After returning to his residence, Su Renjie reported what had just happened to his own boss. The man on the opposite side of the table nodded his head as he listened. Interesting, you said that guy is also here. So do you think he is also running for that gold? Maybe we can make use of this good knife this time. I have heard that this is a ruthless person who shot the ghost general at the entrance of the ghost command. Sir, this isn't good. I'm afraid we're going to get retaliated against if that guy finds out. This guy isn't a good communicator. I've heard before that this guy has beaten up our men too. Before Junko had killed the blue party, people also helped each other. Completely erratic, giving the impression that he did things as if it was just based on his mood. The man heard this and expressed his approval, smiled and said, "Of course I know that this guy is not simple, but the more this kind of person is, the more conceited he is. As long as we have the right means, we can definitely let the other party draw a little bit of firepower for us. Then again, we can cooperate with the other party. I will report to the chief about this matter. All you have to do now is to rush to the city of Su at once to prepare for the action." Seeing his own officer clap his hands, Su Renjie couldn't say anything more. It was good to carry out the mission. And to be honest, he was also eager to see in person how powerful this ruthless man who had smashed his own rice bowl was. Yes, on the other side, Zhao Kai and Shunzi ran directly towards the train station after getting the Yen brothers and the ghost agents killed. 2 people's luck, just in time to catch a train to the city of Su City. This time the darkness of the 2 did not buy tickets, climbed directly onto the train. Su Renjie got on the train almost on the back foot, and the 2 of them just brushed past each other in the aisle, not recognizing anyone. After more than an hour of traveling, the train stopped at the Su City railway station. Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't rush to meet up with Lao Fu and the others, but instead followed Su Renjie and the others in preparation to see where these guys' lair was. This time the action of the brats will be very vigilant. Zhao Kai is afraid to rely on Shunzi and Lao Fu, they are not enough. If you can use the blue party people to consume the strength of the brats, that is really good. Zhao Kai and Lao Fu and his informants are thinking of using the blue party as a gun, while the blue party is thinking of utilizing Junko as a mysterious person. And it's all about who has the best skills at times like this. After leaving the train station, Su Renjie led his men directly towards the city center. About 500 meters away, he suddenly turned around. If not for Shunzi's quick reaction, I'm afraid to be discovered. Seeing that no one was behind him, Su Renjie pulled over 2 of his men and whispered a few words, and then a group of men split up and left in 3 different directions. Because he was far away, Zhao Kai didn't hear what he said. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kai directly exploded. Holy, did this guy sense something? But we're so far away from him. How did he notice? Or is it just a coincidence? Zhao Kai spat out, thinking that he had still underestimated the people of this world. Junko could have that strange sixth sense, and I didn't realize that the surname Su was also very powerful. In order to ensure that the next operation went smoothly, Zhao Kai also told Shun Zi to pull away, and he was ready to get on board himself. The distance of 200 meters from the free viewpoint. If this could still be discovered, then he would admit it. Along the way, Su Renjie turned back and forth several times. That feeling of being spied on made him incredibly cautious, and even began to take a detour around the city, almost not giving Zhao Kai dry red warmth. This grandson is detrimental enough. This is taking us on a detour. Okay, then let's go around. Let's see who has the patience. I'm still going to fight with you today. The 2 groups of people went around the city for over an hour like this, and in the end, Su Renjie didn't go to the contact point but went directly to a hotel. Kai, are we being fooled by this kid? Shun Zi so said. Zhao Kai nearly stormed out, gritted his teeth. We play the eagle did not expect to also be a lesson. This kid is absolutely intentional. Damn, not with. We also into the hotel to sleep. After entering the hotel, Zhao Kai is still not dead, has been staring at Su Renjie, but this guy is good. Fell asleep. To the back of the Zhao Kai want to directly get killed each other. By the time the latter part of the night rolled around, Zhao Kai couldn't stay up any longer, and just as he was about to yell at Junko to get up and replace himself, someone in a room at the end of the building moved. Although Zhao Kai's attention was on Su Renjie and the others, he also had his eyes on the surrounding rooms, just in case he could run into the brat agents. As of now, he didn't believe that the brats wouldn't send someone to prepare in advance. As it turned out, he and Junko had always been lucky. Mr. Yoshino, our men should be here. What time is it? 3 a.m. Sharp. Well, get ready to move. Better be able to bank this shipment before sunrise. These damn dragons are still trying to rob us, so let their own people personally help us get it out of here. Yoshino Takamina's face did not hide his contemptuous smirk. As long as the dragon's internal ministry was not an ironclad one, they had countless ways to safely transport back the plundered belongings. The greedy ones are always the betrayers. Reading the 2 men's conversation through his lips, Zhao Kai's fists subconsciously clenched. The little brats really had a good plan. Having the bank's people give them transportation. Does this mean that there are kitty people inside the Sioux City Bank as well? Or the kitties wouldn't be doing this? Now Zhao Kai finally understood that the brats had the guts to take the land route. It was confident. It's true that traitors are everywhere. These dogs don't care that the gold will turn into bullets and shells that hit their countrymen when the time comes. They only focus on their own interests. This is why Zhao Kai hates traitors. These can no longer be said to be people of the Dragon Kingdom. If he hadn't found out tonight, maybe this would have gone away. But it was a coincidence that he ran into it. Surname Sue's kid. I still have to thank you for taking us both around in circles now. It really should be the saying that it's a blessing in disguise. Shunzi, get up and get to work. At 3:30 a.m. The lights came on at the Sioux City Bank, where the lights had already gone out, and the vice president himself came to receive them. Don't worry, Mr. Yoshino. We will definitely deliver this shipment safely without any problems. When the time comes. A greedy gaze appeared on the vice governor's face. Opposite Yoshino, Takamina smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. We in the Footbasin Kingdom won't treat any of our friends poorly, and from now on you'll be the president of the Jiangnan region. Ha ha, well said. We can all be friends. Zhao Kai and Junko, who were observing this side from the shadows, could no longer help themselves when they saw the 2 men's gesture. Brother Kai, I can't help it. This traitorous dog traitor, I'm going to get him killed. Chapter 60, 10 chests of gold and getting rich. Wait a minute. I'd like to see what other unseemly deals these guys have with the brats. As soon as Zhao Kai's words fell, Yoshino Takamina in the distance spoke up. Governor Lee, how are the preparations of the food supplies that I asked you to collect before? Our Footbasin country is in great need of this batch of food. What? This dog also when the little kid has food trading, does not mean that the little kid ashore is full supply state. before the Yen family to help smuggle ammunition, and now there are people stealing to the ghost to prepare food. This battle still play what strength. Ha ha, Mr. Yoshino, don't worry. We've been working together for so long, don't you still feel uneasy? The stuff has already departed in the afternoon. I believe it will be shipped to Shanghai soon. Hearing this, Yoshino's old face was about to turn into a chrysanthemum smile. Yoshi, Governor Li is worthy of being a friend of our footbasin country. Shunzi in the back heard Zhao Kai's retelling. The anger in his heart was already about to spurt out. He raised his gun and aimed it at the two guys who were kanji. He almost didn't carry them away directly, but luckily he held back in the end. Now he had long since been the reckless kid who only knew how to kill ghosts before. He knew that the person opposite him had a great use for him. Kai, I'll see if I can capture these two dogs alive. Maybe I can snap something out of their mouths. That's a good point. Now that we've found it, it would be great if we could follow the trail. Do it. I can't help it a little. In the next second, Shunzi directly launched an attack on the enemy in front of him. The bullets fired from the automatic rifle were the sides that harvested the lives of the ghosts, accompanied by a burst of sound of bullets entering the flesh. The four bodyguards Yoshino Takamina brought with him were instantly shot and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yoshino and also Li Mingkong, two people, froze for a moment. Obviously did not expect this kind of thing to happen. How good suddenly dead? After all, Yoshino Takamina was in the Secret Service and reacted quickly, directly approaching quickly towards the car next to him. Li Mingkong reacts and tries to run for the bank, but Junko won't let him and raises his hand and shoots both of his legs off. My leg. My leg. Li Mingkong wailed as he clutched his blood-stained thigh, while Yoshino Takamina commanded the rest of his men to return fire. Baka. Counterattack. Faced with a dozen or so ghosts firing at the same time, Shunzi is not afraid at all. Through the cover as well as his godlike marksmanship, as long as the ghosts appearing inside the scope fell to the ground one after another, a magazine empty opposite the three people left hiding behind the car. Oh, still want to hide? Can you hide? Junko directly switched to a new magazine as he fired and approached. The bullets hit the car and the three ghosts, including Yoshino Takamina, didn't dare to show their heads at all. Sir Colonel, we've been ambushed here. You must pull out of here quickly. The Empire still needs the officer. We'll cover you. The two ghost agents looked at the officer beside them with a serious face and began to shoot at the front of the car. However, as soon as the two of them revealed half of their heads, bullets flew towards them. Seeing the violent deaths of two of his men, Yoshino Takamina couldn't care less and scurried to the back. It's too late to run. Inside the scope, Yoshino Takamina was on his hands and knees towards the alley, and two shots from Junko broke his legs in the same way. Yoshino Takamina, who had been shot in both legs, fell on his face and shattered his glasses. Zhao Kai scanned the surroundings and said, "It's all taken care of, but you have to be careful of that old geezer. He still has a gun in his hand." After Zhao Kai so reminded, Shunzi once again made up two shots, this time two arm joints. Joints are broken the other side. How to hold the gun? Junko jogged to the car next to the car. As soon as he opened the door, he saw several suitcases placed on the back seat. Open a look. The light shining under the golden light is a little eye-catching. Kai, it's gold. Lots of gold. Shunzi opened the remaining four suitcases. No surprise, it is full of neatly yards of gold bars. He picked up a piece of weighing. A piece of gold bars are almost half a kilogram. Shunzi Ruff also counted. A suitcase put 20 gold bars. A gold bar according to the current market value of about $400. 100 gold bars, that is $40,000. This is the rhythm of wealth. Let's collect and then get those two Yakuza out of here. A shot this loud must have alerted someone. Zhao Kai stepped on the right thing. Just now when the gunshot sounded, Lao Fu and Su Renjie heard it from both sides, and now their people are rushing towards this side. Shunzi also knows that time is short. After receiving the box into the space, quickly clean up the battlefield. This is a dozen pistols. Cannot be wasted. After doing this, he then knocked out the two guys, Li Mingkong and Yoshino, and took them away. Relying on the physical strength enhancement bonus, it was not a problem at all for him to run with an adult on one shoulder. By the time Su Renjie and his men arrived at the bank's entrance, Shunzi had long since disappeared with his men. Boss, the people who took the shot were really ruthless. A dozen corpses were shot to death. We just looked. They were all ghosts. Kid, what are they doing at the bank? The words just came out of his mouth. Su Renjie looked like he thought of something. Ghosts, banks, no good. Something's going to happen. Hurry up and follow me. After Su Renjie and the others left, the old payer also brought people. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, frowned and said, "No need to look. It must be that kid who made the move. Let's go. Our plan will have to change." Old Pay, this kind of old fox at a glance to see things are not right. If the little kid in advance through the walk bank will be transported gold, That means that they this time a great deal of likely to have come late. Because of the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, the plans of the brats were once again destroyed. Su Renjie went back and told his own officer about the situation, while Lao Fu tried to find a way to contact Shunzi. As the main protagonist of this incident, Junko was now interrogating Li Mingkong, the dog traitor. Two big mouths slapped over, coupled with the pain in both legs. The Li Mingkong who was pretending to be dead couldn't pretend anymore. Good man, don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you as much as you want if you let me go. Shunzi smiled coldly at his words, those eyes with murderous intent staring deathly at Li Mingkong in front of him. If you want to live, then explain everything you know, or I'll show you what it means to beg for your life and not be able to die. Li Mingkong gulped at the words and shivered. Cooperate. I'll cooperate. 10 minutes later, Li Mingkong gave a clear account of how he had colluded with Little Ben. 4 years ago he began to do things to the brats. During the period his intermittent to the brats sold a lot of food at low prices, and threw a lot of internal information to help the brats' enrichment. The most important thing is that this dog for the brats to pass a lot of information harmed a lot of people. This one time the brats transported gold was through this guy's vice presidency. While the attention of the red and blue parties was on the ghosts, the guys had already shipped the gold through the traitor's doorway. So who would notice a vice president who usually shouted the loudest about patriotism? This guy, Li Mingkong, was also a familiar face on the blue party's side, and no one would suspect him at all. You're saying you've helped the brats transport a lot of treasures before, so I'm asking you where they got the stuff. You can't get that much treasure by those birds of a feather of theirs, can you? Chapter 61, Withdrawal. Li Mingkong met Shunzi's murderous eyes. Words blocked in his mouth stammered and did not dare to continue to say that thing if he said out loud. He felt that he could be killed. Shunzi's supervisor does not speak, pulled out the dagger from the waist and shook it, and then a knife inserted in front of the thigh root of Li Mingkong, and directly all of a sudden, the dog traitor scared to pee. My patience is limited. You'd better be honest and maybe I'll make your death easier. Or your family. He. Shunzi had a smile on his face. Li Mingkong on the opposite side had collapsed. Devil. You're the devil. Woe is me. I'll say it all. With Li Mingkong's opening, Zhao Kai's face was green. He didn't expect those gold and silver of the brats to be gotten from grave robbing. No wonder they all had to launch cargo ships to transport it. This can be explained. Junko asked some more things from Li Mingkong, and after realizing that there was nothing important, he finished him off with a shot. A traitor rewarded 2,000 experience points, but Zhao Kai couldn't be happy. The trail regarding the gold is now broken, and the gold is completely unknown where it has gone, except for the previous 10 boxes. One can only hope on the ghosts next to them. At first, Yoshino Takamina was still there with a stiff upper lip and even cursed, but in the face of the countless tortures in Zhao Kai's head, in the end, this old geezer still gave an account. Although land transportation has been completed, waterborne transportation is not yet finished. Tomorrow a ship transporting small books will sail past the Karachi docks, and that will be the last chance. After resolving Yoshino and reaping 2,000 experience points once again, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were ready to meet up with Lao Fu. According to Yoshino, there are a lot of hidden agents on the ship, and it's more or less dangerous to rely on just 2 people, so it's better to get help at a time like this. By the time the 2 of them arrived at the predetermined enemy side, Old Pei and the others were already waiting for a long time. Just waiting for you. Give the group a rundown. Shunzi sat down at the table and swept a glance at Lin Xiaoyu across the table, wondering why this woman had come. Lin Xiaoyu on the opposite side was also looking at him, nodding slightly as a greeting. We've all been fooled. The kid's gold has long since been shipped. Junko recounted what had just happened and instantly drew the ire of the people in the room. Sun Daji stood up and said angrily, This group of dog traitors helped the ghosts dig the grave. They are not afraid of the old ancestors crawling out of the ground to take them away, taking our money and hitting us. The little brats are really playing a good game. Lin Xiaoyu also cursed with a cold face. Okay, all quiet. Is this the time to talk about this? Boy, go on. I've gotten word that the Bratz ship will cross the Kara City dock tomorrow. That will be our last chance. As long as the Bratz ship crosses the Kara City dock, it's very likely that their battleships will come right in to meet them. So we'd better be able to strike before the other side pours up to the Kara City dock. After the words were said, everyone's expression became very grave. If it was really like what Junko said, the value of the gold and jewelry that boat carried was worth $1 million or even several $1 million less. And later on, all of these would be turned into bullets and shells shot at the people of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter what, we can't let the brats get away with this. Deeply aware of the seriousness of the problem of the old pay also do not waste time, began to confide. Comrades, this action is of great significance. We absolutely cannot let the brats get away with it. Now we are divided into 3 ways. All the way by Comrade Sun Da Ji lead the way forward for the Tsongsher City North to check out the situation. All the way by me to lead the way forward for the Tsongsher City Dock. Comrade Lin, you immediately return to Shanghai. We'll be here to tell Comrade Chunqing situation. We have to prepare for the worst. Yes. As the room dispersed in an orderly fashion, Old Pei approached Junko and asked, which way are you kid going to go? Do you want to come with me? Forget it. I'd rather be on my own. Something always happens when I follow you. Asterisk 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 off. Which time wasn't your kid causing trouble? And you're blaming me for it. Talking as if I begged you. Don't follow and pull back. Save me the trouble. After leaving, Old Pei found his informant in the blue party. And after explaining the situation, the man cursed. This group of people, there is really no thing they can't do. Digging graves, this kind of broken children and grandchildren thing they can do. Or help the ghosts to do it. Alright, cursed and cursed. Let's hurry up and talk about what to do next. If we let the ghosts ship get away, we'll be the ones in bad luck in the future. The man sighed. Hey, I'll see what I can do about this. Hopefully everything will be in time. The day has just dawned. The two parties got on the train at the same time in a hurry to return towards the direction of the warehouse city. If possible, they now want to carry the train to run. Now it is and the brats scramble for time. Who does not know where the brats ship to? In fact, the situation is far more difficult than one might think. This side of the people just got off the train. The brat ship is already about to leave. In order to cover up the ears, the brat also found on the other country's ship to cover up. This leads to the blue party not daring to stop it at all. Chen Guanghan, as the person in charge of this operation, was so angry that he spat out blood when he was informed of the situation. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This group, the brats are going to hit the door, is still there hesitant. What? You give each other to show good they will stop the war. Think of what beautiful things. This group of brats is not fed the wolf above does not order, he can only so watch. If he dares to disobey the order to do it, the brats have no matter he does not know. He is absolutely to take the blame. Maybe life will be lost. While the blue party side gritted their teeth, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi didn't stop moving. They didn't even get off the train, and headed directly towards the direction of the brat freighters' southward movement. Blue party look forward and backward, not dare to do. Zhao Kai and Shunzi, two people will not spoil the ghosts of the problem. What the ghosts of the warships to receive, rich and powerful. As long as you find a way to climb on the ship, that there is still a chance. Come hard cannot then come to the dirty tricks. Anyway, now Shunzi's ghost language has been able to skillfully to be able to communicate with the small book. As long as the boat will be able to steal the gold as before to steal the ghosts' guns and cannons. Let's hope it's in time. The two men hurried and finally arrived at the pier just as the brat ship was about to sail near Shanghai. Looking at the warships docked on the river and the little Benji who was disembarking, Zhao Kai sneered. Wouldn't think that's safe, would you? I'll teach you a lesson today. Junko changed his outfit and approached directly towards the dock. Now the people on the boat were moving down. Later was it time to move the loot. Relying on a handful of fluent ghost language, Junko didn't have to make much effort to blend into the crowd. He first pretended to be looking for something and then showed a look of urgency. No good. I forgot to take my stuff with me. Saying that, he walked towards that ship, but his move also attracted the attention of the ghosts on the shore, and one of the ghosts directly stopped him. What are you doing, Private Marseille? I left my luggage on the ship and need to go back and get it. Junko specialized in going along with the ghost soldier's accent, an authentic Kansai accent. Hearing the accent of his hometown, the brat's face eased. Kansai? Hi, I'm from Osaka to do business over here. I didn't expect to be recalled. What a shame. I haven't made enough money yet. How are you guys doing over here? I haven't been back to my hometown in years. Playing the emotional card is something that works very well with people from either country. As expected, that ghost put down the weapon in his hand when he heard this. Me too. I've been here for 4 years. Are you going back to your country? I really envy you. It's all for the empire. Sometimes I envy you guys. You're the pride of the empire. A horse gave the brats a whole lot of pleasure, and the two men talked logically. Relying on an authentic Kansai accent, Junko managed to get acquainted with the ghost in front of him, and in the end, after promising to buy the other party a drink, this little kid let Junko go up. Arriving at the ship, Zhao Kai directly opened God's perspective to dissect the entire ship, and with little effort he found the cabin where the gold was stored. Do not know without looking at a shock. This cabin inside the gold and all kinds of treasures have to be counted by the ton. Really, if the brats had shipped them, the value of these things manufactured would have armed at least 2 divisions. Chapter 62, The Eve of the Storm. After coming to the ship, Zhao Kai commanded Shun Zi to force the people to go. But in order to enter the cabin full of gold and silver treasures, you must solve the ghosts guarding the entrance of the passageway as well as the door. Zhao Kai looked around the entire ship. he didn't spare either the deck or the lower cabins. In addition to a dozen or so ghost soldiers, there were quite a few gun-toting secret agents on board, adding up to hundreds. Trying to blend in and take the treasure without understanding the sound is not a simple matter. The slightest mistake may be blocked by the ghosts on board, but we can't go back empty-handed after all this. The stuff is in the storage area below the cabin. I'll give you the enemy's position and you take care of them. Upon entering the cabin, a ghostly agent came face to face. What the hell? The ghost agent was alert and was already making movements to pull out his gun. Zhao Kai warned promptly at this point. There are 4 other people in the next 2 rooms. Try not to tangle with him. I left my bag in my room and forgot to get it. I came back to get it. When these words were said, the ghosts on the other side of the room instantly changed their faces, and the movement of touching their guns became more obvious. This is where they live. Why haven't I seen this number before? Something's wrong. Realizing that something was wrong, Shunzi didn't wait for Zhao Kai to open his mouth to directly pull out his gun and shoot. Puff 2 shots directly finished off that ghost agent, and the other 4 agents who heard the commotion also went out. The sound of gunfire inside the cabin immediately drew the attention of the ghosts outside. No good. It's going to be bad. Hurry up and run to the front. Take the stuff away first. Zhao Kai was busy using the system to create explosives while reporting the position of the ghosts in time. Running from the front later was definitely not an option, so he would have to find a way to blow the ship out of the hole and then run away. And to get to the lower levels quickly, surely a direct targeted blast would be straightforward. Just now he estimated the thickness of the ship's deck, wanting to open the mouth to the next level necessary to use that kind of high-temperature metal jet. Otherwise relying on ordinary bombs is not really possible. It was about to be upgraded soon, and if you synthesized a high-powered bomb, the experience value would go back to what it was before again. Facing the ghosts that kept pouring into the cabin, Junko directly switched to a shotgun and sprayed the ghosts across the room. Further on, yes, that's at your feet, put the bomb here, and below that is the cabin where the devils keep their gold and silver treasures. Still trying to stop us? The little brats think so. Junko shoots with one hand and plants a spiked bomb with the other. Back off. I'm telling you this thing is powerful. Baka, get that guy. The ghost soldiers as well as the secret agents were still rushing this way, attempting to block the two. However, by the time they looked up, the person they were chasing had disappeared, followed by an explosion ringing out, along with a bright, blinding light. Zhao Kai took a look at the hole that opened up and silently gave a nod to the system. Let's go. Shunzi jumped down the hole, and threw 2 grenades into the front of the passage before he left, and the ghosts who ran over were instantly blown out. After landing to see the cabin of those loaded with gold and silver boxes, Shunzi hurried to the system space inside the collection of things. Do not forget to set up the bomb. The brat ship that do not want, not to give it a big hole, are sorry outside so many people chasing. Kai, okay, then you stay out of the way, don't get splattered by the bombs, and we'll make an opening through the boat and jump straight into the river. Junko obediently found cover and hid, and after a violent explosion the cabin was melted by the hot metal in a large hole a meter in diameter. But the fire from the explosion was likewise seen by the ghosts outside. Baka, what's going on? Why is there an explosion? No, that's where important goods are stored. Baka, put out the fire. The little devils on the shore leaned toward this side, and then they saw a figure jump out of that hole and fall into the river, followed by a series of explosions echoing in their ears. In order to destroy the corpse in order to blow up more thoroughly, Zhao Kai but endured the pain to get 20 high-explosive C4 bombs. The explosion power instantly blew the boat into 2 halves. Even the Shunzi who was already drilled into the water were affected by the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing the ship that was rapidly sinking into the river, the ghosts on the shore all panicked, and even the warships docked behind them were approaching this way. Baka, all of you go down and fish for the chests. They're full of gold, the ghost officer shouted, and both the ghost soldiers and the secret agents all jumped into the water. Just as these devils approached the wreckage of the ship, the improvised time bomb that Zhao Kai had Shunzi leave behind exploded twice, hitting the little devils hard again. By the time the brat warships came by, the ship had completely sunk to the bottom of the river. At this time the little devils thought there was treasure under the wreckage, and one after another they sent out dive teams to look for it. The duo, who had already gotten out unscathed, barely escaped with a laugh at the sight of the brats' behavior. Ha ha, Kai, this group of brats are still looking for it. Things can be in us. They cannot find things even if they turn the river bottom sediment a few times. Ah, this group of brats, tired of them. This group. Finding a riverbank where no one was looking, Junko changed his clothes and walked towards the concession as if nothing was wrong. Now that we have gotten so many gold and silver treasures, we won't be short of money for future development. Although he had just taken out 3,000 experience value at once, but in exchange for more than 10 tons of gold and several tons of silver treasures, it was a completely blood-earning deal. The two of them were still suffering from the headache of funding for the event, but now it's good to get rid of the root of the poverty disease at once. As long as you realize all that gold and silver, you can't develop as much as you want in the future. While Zhao Kai and Shunzi's side was happy and wanted to fire off cannons to celebrate, the brat side exploded. Admiral Kiyoshi Hasegawa of the Kitties, however, stormed out. Baka, what are you talking about? Our freighter was blown up and still sunk. Are you guys kidding? Where's the gold? Send someone to salvage it quickly. It's military money for imperial operations. Facing the old ghost's questioning, the ghost first sergeant on the opposite side stammered. Your Excellency General, we sent men to salvage them, but those things seem to have sunk inside the mud and sand at the bottom of the river. And with our strength we are simply incapable of salvaging them. Baka Yalu, waste, all a bunch of waste, under their own noses can let the enemy get away with it. What do you do for food? If you can't get it, you have to get it for me, or you go to hell. Kiyoshi Nagatani growled out. He was now completely storming out. As the spokesperson of the Footbath Kingdom on the Shanghai side, he was already on fire from the recent events. And now, well, he was once again slapped in the face. Damn you. Don't let me catch you or I'll make you regret coming to this world. Chapter 63, The Ghosts Who Shirked Their Responsibility. After returning to their residence, Zhao Kai and Shunzi called Li Hei and the four of them over. Chairman, didn't you go out on an errand? Why are you back so soon? Li Hei, who came in, was the first to greet them, and the eyes of the other three all fell on Junko. When you're done, you'll come back naturally, and it's me who has something for you to do this time. Li Hei, do you know where there are houses for sale in the tenement? The place should be big, don't worry about the price, I just want the place. Four people heard this, looked at each other. The eyes clearly said, our boss, this is rich before the poor sell gun barrels, now buy a house without blinking an eye. Shunzi looked at the dead man who was blinking there, did not have the good sense to say, alright, you guys don't want to be there with big eyes to small eyes. Your president, I went back to my hometown and made a small fortune, and in the future I don't have to worry about the problem of funding for a short period of time. The other three didn't think much about it. Wei Xiaohai the smart monkey instead had his eyes gurgling and didn't know what he was thinking. President, there is indeed a place when you say that. There are quite a few houses over Suzhou Creek, but they might be a bit high price-wise. The price is not a problem, and you will not kill the price? This matter on you and Xiaohai together to solve it. My request is that the place can accommodate our people to live and training to carry out, or that is the word. The problem of money, do not have to worry about it. Talk about it together and then look for me to get the money is good. Do you have anything else to say? If not, then all disperse. That's right. Hi stays, I'll take you for a long night. Just now he noticed that Wei Xiaohai's eyes were out of place. This kid definitely guessed something. When Li Hei and the others left, Wei Xiaohai came up and whispered, President, did you blow up the ghost ship? Don't you know that the ghosts over there are crazy right now, and are catching murderers everywhere? Don't talk nonsense. Your boss, I'm not some monkey who has that ability to cause havoc in heaven. The ghost ship must have been bombed by the Blue Party's people. Admitting it is impossible to admit, and the Blue Party has to take the fall for this one. Wei Xiaohai nodded his head to show a look of realization. Understand. In the future, to do anything is the Blue Party to take the black pot on the good. The sky is falling and there's a taller man to keep an eye on it. And he can't even look at the Blue Party right now with this cowering look on his face. If they have dozens of millions of troops in their hands, they have long been dead with the ghosts. Where would they still let this group of short-foot so arrogant? In the evening, Shunzi and Wei Xiaohai camouflage after some towards the direction of Honko, where the brats are located. Looking at the fight, cannot just sit back and do nothing. Let's go over to the ghosts first and see if we can get a little intel and kill a few more of them on the way. Inside a tavern located 2 blocks away from the ghost command, the ghost navy and army are arguing over the shipwreck. Baka, you army Maru are a bunch of losers. You can let the enemy blow up and sink a ship from under your nose. Why don't you just thank His Majesty the Emperor? The Empire doesn't need you losers. Ghost navy and army have a grudge, this is common knowledge. As long as the two sides collide, that friction is inevitable. This time the shipwreck that is touching the interests of the navy. That shipload of treasure that is to be transported back to the mainland. And then who is transported? It is still not their navy. Cannot have a little benefit to go on such a trip? Now it's good. Not to mention the favors. And their own officers are being held accountable. Opposite the ghosts of the army was posted face output where can still endure. A drunken red-faced army major pushed away the woman next to him, angrily scolded. Baka all road. You Navy Malus still have the face to say that the battleships were parked there at that time. And in the end, even let the enemy slipped away from in front of you. You really a bunch of mentally retarded waste. Just as soon as he entered the tavern, Shunzi and Wei Xiaohai saw a scene of ghosts and navy and land forces spraying each other. Zhao Kai could not help but want to laugh at the scene. Ha ha, This group is still in that dog bite dog. Later we will think of a way to arch the fire. And what is the meaning of just moving the mouth? While the two were watching the play, Zhao Kai saw an acquaintance in this tavern. Junko, remember that homie you invited for a drink earlier? He's drinking in the back. Earlier he was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with the ghosts in here. And now wasn't the chance. Shunzi poked Wei Xiaohai, signaling him to just keep quiet and play dumb. Kojiro Watanabe on the other side also noticed Junko's figure and waved at him with some excitement. Here, Yamamoto-kun. Earlier he had thought that one of the rich homies he had managed to come across had been blown up, but now well it was totally overthinking it. Shunzi brought Wei Xiaohai close. The kid had a good eye and directly poured the wine for the two. Watanabe glanced at Wei Xiaohai and asked, Yamamoto-kun, who is this? Oh, this is the child of an old relative. I brought him here because I saw that he was resourceful, but it's a pity that he's a mute. You're the only one who's so kind. Yamamoto-kun. By the way, yesterday's incident didn't scare you, did it? Speaking of this, Junko's face changed and said very bitterly, AI. Fortunately at that time, I stayed with Watanabe-kun for a while. You don't know that at that time I was just close to the top of the boat when the sound of gunshots rang out, and I didn't dare to go towards the boat because I was afraid. At this time, Shunzi's expression reveals a look of fear. Next to the Wei Xiaohai look at the stunned. This is the president of it. Perform up there is no cracks. It seems that they have to learn a lot of things in the future. You don't know Watanabe-kun, but you saved my life, so you mustn't excuse yourself from my treat today. At this time, next to the Ghost Army and Navy 2 Major has bare arms to fight. Junko took the opportunity to ask, Watanabe-kun, what is going on? All Imperial soldiers how to fight. It's better if we don't talk about it. Speaking of which Watanabe Kojiro grunted coldly. These damned Navy malices go around causing trouble just because they have some status. Without further ado Yamamoto-kun, I'm going over there to help. Bakayalu, damn Navy Merrick, bully, Nishinai. The Ghost's Army Major with his men swarmed up to directly wrestle with the opposite Navy. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kai and Shunzi had only one thought. That is, the opportunity has come. What would happen if we went outside at this time to shout at the door of the commanding officer's office? Two majors dry humping at least two more SGTs pulling the plug, right? Wait until the ghosts come and then take the opportunity to hide a few bombs inside the tavern. Wouldn't that earn a lot of experience value? Don't the brats like to mess things up? Then let them taste the taste of being messed up. Shunzi took advantage of the two sides to dry fight, and pulled Wei Xiaohai to a corner. I have two bombs here, you want to find a way to hide it. I will go to call out to the people. Wei Xiaohai nodded and took the two C4 bombs from Shunzi's hand. Not to mention two of these, one of them would be able to topple this not-so-big tavern. Using two of them would be letting the little brats die a bit more directly. Junko exited the tavern and ran towards the front of the command with a tense look on his face. On the way there were encountered patrols of ghosts that leaned towards the tavern once they heard that it was the Navy and Army that pinched each other. One of the ghost squad leaders was furious on the spot. Baka Yalu, these horse deer really think we're easy to bully. You two go to the pier to find His Excellency Osamu. Hi! The two ghost soldiers hurried towards the pier. At the same time, the Navy that suffered a loss was also running towards the direction of the command with a swollen face, just in time to run into the Navy's first sergeant who was about to go out. As soon as I heard about the fight with the Army coming, it was still bearable. It was a matter of the Navy's face. Take me there. In this way, the two colonels of the Navy and land forces hurried toward the tavern with their men, and by the time they entered, the tavern had been smashed to pieces, and a dozen or so grunting ghosts were lying on the ground. The two Osamu's faces were very ugly at the sight. And not far away Junko watched a group of ghosts go in with his mouth agape. Zhao Kai was equally excited because he was going to be promoted as long as he got two ghost Osamu killed this time. Let's go! Don't get held up then. Shunzi pulled Wei Xiaohai in the opposite direction, and they had just gotten out of the ghost's territory when two huge explosions rang out behind them. Chapter 64, Advancement. Unlocking new skills. Form, Machine Gun. Next evolutionary form, Ground Suppression Artillery, 0/50. 000, 1100. Branching evolution, Sniper Rifle, 0/10. 000. Submachine Gun, 0/10. 000. Automatic Shotgun, 0/10. 000. Bazooka, 0/20. 000. Mortar, 0/20. 000. Flamethrower, 0/10. 000. Grenade Launcher, 0/10. 000. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the user for reaching a fit of 50%. The system space has expanded to 50 compartments, and the user has gained the talent, Carrier Proficiency. The holder is able to skillfully operate all kinds of carriers. Zhao Kai glanced at the introduction of the talent and didn't have the excitement of obtaining the talent before. although the carrier also included airplanes, tanks, and battleships, but at the moment, the carrier proficiency seemed to be inferior to the previous two talents in terms of practicality. It's better than nothing, I guess, than nothing at all. Looking at the unlocked machine gun forms, basically any light or heavy machine gun or general purpose machine gun that was available in the previous life is unlocked. In terms of practicality, Zhao Kai thought that as far as the current machine gun was concerned, it was not as practical as the previous automatic rifle and shotgun. This is an urban terrain. The machine gun is too heavy. You cannot set up a machine gun and the enemy just frontal. It is not a living target. The only slight advantage of the machine gun is that one of the heavy machine guns can fire large caliber bullets, which can pose a threat to the armored forces that the kiddies are going to come up with later. Then look at the upgrade to the next stage of the experience value. Zhao Kai almost didn't roll his eyes and fainted. 50,000 experience value, which has to get to when there are those branch upgrades. The experience adds up to 90,000. It has to be a monkey's age to get together. Thinking of this, Zhao Kai didn't have much of a heart. It was time to take a good rest after being busy for such a long time. The two of them, he and Junko, were sleeping soundly, but the kid side was blowing up. Another attack. Another one in plain sight. 2 colonels, 2 majors, and dozens of Navy and Army soldiers were all blown up. Kiyoshi Nagatani, who had learned the news, almost didn't die of direct anger. Baka Yalu, arrogant, just too arrogant. How dare the damn guy. This is looking for death. The old ghost is incompetent and furious. Just less than a month. The area he is responsible for the death of an admiral and several major. These can be the Empire's talent. Having lost so many boosters at once, his patience was now worn out. Nagatani Kiyoshi knew very well that as long as the current situation continued, as long as he couldn't capture the enemy, then his side would be constantly attacked, and by then I was afraid that the plan would be completely disrupted. Thinking about it, he felt that he could not go on any longer, and had to launch a large-scale attack quickly to be the best way to solve the problem. Thinking of this, Kiyoshi Hasegawa reported to the top overnight. It was only then that his face eased a bit when he learned that 2 divisions had already departed from the mainland and would be on this side of Shanghai by the end of the month at the latest. Now all he had to do was to make preparations before the reception. As long as the main force went ashore, what dragon country, blue party, red party, all of them had to sink under the iron hooves of the Imperial Army. Nagatani Kiyoshi's eyes went cold. Damn you! I don't care who you are. If you dare to go against the Imperial Army, you will all die. Zhao Kai and Shunzi both slept through the night, and when they woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The two of them rest this time. Wei Xiaohai cannot be idle. Just back from the ghost side of the kid went to find Li Hei for the matter of finding a house to bother to go. After an afternoon of negotiation, it was finally a done deal, and now it was just waiting for the money from the president's side. You two are pretty fast. You got it done in such a short time. Tell me how much money was negotiated. Seeing the president greet him, Li Hei and Wei Xiaohai both looked at each other, revealing some difficult colors in their eyes. Finally, Wei Xiaohai answered, Chairman, the price of a house in the rented world is a bit expensive. 10,000 square meters. So I say let's forget about it. It's not good for us to have this money. 10,000, this is what price. Ordinary people cannot earn money in a lifetime. Go to buy a broken house in the county and Hua boundary can buy dozens of square meters. There were times when Wei Xiaohai couldn't figure out what his own president was thinking. Here the price of this time. Zhao Kai is also stunned. Really did not think that the price of this time so high. No money in the hand, that really do not even dare to think. But come to think of it, after all, the inside of the tenement was protected, so it was understandable that the prices were more expensive. And even this price wasn't much of a problem for him. Right now he had more than a dozen tons of gold laying around in his space. Taking some out slightly would be enough. But he didn't want to just shell out the money so easily. What is the owner of the house? A foreigner or a Rukoku? The foreigners, he did not intend to pay. His own country's territory. Why do I still have to spend money? As for if the country is also good to do, first look at the other party has not done bad things. If they have done bad things, he has a myriad of ways to make the other side disappeared. When Shunzi said this, Wei Xiaohai understood. Boss, it's a Dragon Nation person. That guy, I haven't been able to find out his identity even after checking him for a long time. That guy is definitely weird. Monkey, you say, so I also feel wrong. That guy seems to be in a hurry to sell his house. According to the location of his house, the price must be more than 10,000 yuan. That guy sells so cheaply, and also said that as long as the gold. I see that this guy is definitely something interesting. You two take me over there. I'd like to see what this guy is. The rush to sell the house and run away is doing something wrong, isn't it? The three came to the rented area. Li Hei pointed to a big villa in front of him. Boss, that's it. Wait, Isn't that the guy surnamed Wang? What is he going to do so late at night when he's so tightly covered? Watching not far from the villa walked out a person. Li Hei recognized each other at a glance. It is not the Wang Jinkai who has been talking business with himself. Shoo, don't talk, keep up. Just by looking at it, Junko was suspicious of the other party. How this mannerism looked like a secret agent. If the other party was really a problem, then he wouldn't mind solving the other party. The three followed all the way inside a hotel. Li Hei and Wei Xiaohai didn't go in, and Shun Zi followed alone. As soon as he entered, he saw the other man talking to a man about something, and Zhao Kai and Junko got close enough to hear them. No, you guys have to find a way to let me leave. Li Mingkong is dead. The Yen brothers are also dead, and the Blue Party's hoeing squad has been on the move lately, so I don't want to be targeted by those maniacs. I've also taken care of the food for you, and I can't help you much by staying over here. Mr. Wang, have you thought about it? If you leave now you are going to lose a lot of things. I am ready to recommend you to be the Vice President of the Economic Maintenance Council. If you leave now, this Vice President will be gone. Wang Jinzai, who was clamoring to leave in the last second, hesitated when he heard the word Vice President. He is a capitalist and knows what Vice President means. According to common sense, this Vice President is not his turn, but the Blue Party Ho team hands to kill a lot of people, resulting in a lot of people working with the brats died. He is a replacement on the throne. The little devils want to control the Jiangnan region that will not be able to do without the help of these traitors of theirs. Chapter 65, the fight begins. Hearing this, Zhao Kai and Shunzi have already given Wang Jinzai the death penalty. A dog traitor alive is also a waste of air and the opposite side of the ghosts to be solved together. While the duo was busy preparing for the battle, the others weren't idle either. Especially the Blue Party is already prepared to preemptive strike. The brats, so many important people died in Shanghai. The other side will not be so easy to turn this matter over. What mediation even the Blue Party senior management this time also do not expect. With several colonels dead and no generals, this kind of thing wouldn't be easy for anyone. It can be said that Zhao Kai and Shun Zi snuffed out the idea of the Blue Party swaying from side to side. If you don't get tough, I'll force you to get tough. Now this kind of time is to fight, also have to fight. Do not fight, also have to fight. If you can seize the opportunity, may also be able to prevent the ghosts landed to carry out follow-up action. Having the enemy unfurl their ranks to fight on land and the other side fighting a landing battle are two entirely different things. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi took care of Wang Jinkai and that ghost agent, not only sweeping away the small treasury in Wang Jinkai's hands, but also forcing out from the other side the place where the grain was stored. The food that had been used to finance the enemy was halfway cut off by the two men. Getting so many benefits from a trip out was something Zhao Kai hadn't expected. It's true that when luck comes you can't stop it. Now you want money and food. Even if the little devils come you're not afraid. Looking at the piles of grain in front of him, Shun Zi's eyes went straight. Brother Kai, we won't be able to finish these grains even if we eat them for decades. Ha ha, eat slowly if you can't finish it. From now on this is our territory. Let Blackie and the others come over here to train. This place is perfect as a training base. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of harvesting food, an explosion interrupted their thoughts. Then there was another series of explosions. What's going on? What's happening? A fight. Listen to the sound coming from the north. That's not the direction of the 8 bridges. Baziqiao, an important location that bridges Hongkou and Jabei, can be said to be the doorway to the ghost-controlled area, an outpost of the ghosts, which has a considerable number of fire points. Zhao Kai was shocked in his heart. This July hadn't passed before the fight started. It seemed that he, the big butterfly, had already rolled up a big storm. Shun Zi just ran out of the warehouse to see the air vaguely warplanes flying over. Look at the direction, seems to be running towards the Brat command. Kai, this is a fight. What should we do? Should we go over and take a look? Go? Of course we have to go over there. The Blues offense alone surely can't take it down in a short time. Let's go and give them a hand. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi acted immediately and rushed straight across the lease towards Dam Ziqiao. At this time the Blue Army has already exchanged fire with the Brats, although they used a surprise attack tactic, but the Brats are not unprepared. As early as before, the Ghost Naval Special Operations Team has been around the defense. Tanks or machine gun vehicles. As long as the power can be mobilized, Brats have been used, as well as before the Brats' sneak-shipped weapons are also has been fully armed. A Type 89 tank and 2 infantry guns straddled the opposite bank, and there was absolutely nothing the Blues could do about it. If it wasn't for Zhao Kai and Shunzi blowing up a warehouse of the Ghosts earlier, this would have been even harder for the Blues. The two also tried to blend into the Hongkou area as before, but now the defense line of the Brats was so tight that not a single ordinary person could be seen on the streets except for the Ghost soldiers. It was good that Zhao Kai had a free view, and although the Brats patrolled closely, there were places they couldn't see. After wasting some effort, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi once again sneaked into Hongkou. They did not rush to do it but observed in the surroundings, not to see, but to see a shock. Nearby residential buildings have been made into a fortification by the brats, with more than a dozen machine guns mounted on them, which if someone rushes this way from the opposite side of the street will absolutely instantly be shot into a sieve. After Zhao Kai's narration, Junko recorded these points of fire with a pen and paper. Just before Junko's arrival, a group of Blue Party agents had already infiltrated, and their mission was also to look for fire points hidden in the shadows by the brats. However, heaven forbid, they were spotted by a kid patrol after seeing several of the kids' fire points. The two men shot up straight down the street when a distant sound cut Junko's movements off. He could tell it was coming from nearby. Soon, a hurried team appeared from Zhao Kai's perspective. Pull back. Get the intel out first. I'll cover you. Zhao Kai hid his eyes and saw that he was still an old acquaintance. Surname Su. It's really you everywhere. I'll put it together. You don't bring people to my side. Looking at the ghosts following behind the other party, and the ghost soldiers that kept leaning towards this side all around. There must be at least 50 of them. If this is surrounded, the other ghosts can definitely support them quickly. Seeing Su Renjie with people running this way, Zhao Kai can only let Shunzi do it. Originally he thought to try the power of the machine gun but thought better of it, or automatic rifles with smooth hands. 416 Hong Kong dollars appeared in Shunzi's hand, and inside the night vision scope he could clearly see the ghosts chasing from the opposite side. Poof, poof, poof. 3 single shots directly killed 3 ghosts. Shunzi is too much trouble for single shots, so he simply changed to a 45-round expanding magazines began to sweep up at the ghost chasers, leaning against the view of the second floor. An automatic rifle with a 45-round magazine had more firepower than a machine gun, and in the blink of an eye a dozen or so of the little devils were knocked down. Looking at the ghosts that kept falling to the ground, Su Renjie knew that he had run into help. Captain, is that our reinforcements? I think so. Men grab and retreat. Su Renjie didn't tell the truth to his men. He was clear that no one was picking up this operation, and if someone was out to do it then it would have to be that mysterious man. Although it was unclear why the other party had appeared here, it seemed that the other party had come at the right time now. Su Renjie ran and retreated, and upstairs, Shunzi finished shooting an expanding magazine without changing bullets, and directly loaded grenades into the grenade launcher to blow up the street. This scene could give the Blue Party agents a dumbfounded look. Captain, which team of brothers is this? How come they are so fierce? The small cannons are coming up. The surviving agents had their mouths open one by one. Why did it feel a bit wrong? Still have the heart to bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry up and run for me. That is not our people at all. That is the mysterious person who killed the ghosts before. This word out of the crowd only then reacted. One by one scattered to the front. There is this ruthless person, break the back. Tonight is considered to be alive. Facing dozens of brats. Shunzi relied on rifle grenades to blow up the other side, did not dare to move forward. Zhao Kai saw Su Renjie, they ran far away before he opened his mouth. Quickly retreat. The other direction of the ghosts are also coming. Chapter 66, Battle Map. Assistance. Junko didn't take the stairs, and tumbled straight through the window of a room on the opposite side of the room, and after a roll to unload his strength, he ran wildly in the direction Zhao Kai had said he would go. By the time the brats arrived, they didn't even see a single person except for the shell casings all over the second floor. Baka Yalu, it's that damned guy again. Report it to the brigade commander at once. We definitely can't let him get away this time. The face of the squadron leader leading the team was very ugly. Just now it was clear that he was going to catch the Blue Party's people, and just let those guys run away from under his nose. The most important thing was that a squad was actually pressed by the other side. The entire squad was almost wiped out. The little devils were searching the place profusely, and the two, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, had long since run away. It's impossible to catch them without taking out a few hundred people to do a dragnet, let alone in an urban area. With this terrain duo trying to run, there is simply no one who can stop them. The two of them were patting themselves on the back, and the Blue Party side had blown up. After Su Renjie got out of danger, he approached his officer to give a full account of what happened. The opposite man was also very surprised to hear that they had seen the mystery man. That is the dragon's head and tail of the ruthless. The above is thinking of ways to find each other to pull together it. I'll report this to the chief. It's a pity that you didn't meet the real person, or we could have gotten the other side to help us with the ghosts' layouts. The only person who can come and go as he pleases under the eyes of the little devils at a time like this today is that tough guy. Sir, we can actually use other methods. We can put out the word that we'll give favors as long as we can get the arming map, and I can see that the guy is on our side, so it might just work out then. Hearing this, the man nodded. What you say isn't unreasonable. Go ahead and give it a try. If you can really get the arming map, it's worth it to give some favors. At this time Zhao Kai and Shunzi do not know that they have been watched. The two are ready to go to the ghost side of the second half of the night to try to get the deployment of all the brats clearly. After figuring out the defense map will be given to the blue army. The two men are more clear than anyone else in front of the big right and wrong. If they can really penetrate the command of the ghosts and drive the ghosts into the sea, they are happier than anyone else. Waiting until the latter part of the night, the battle of the dam bridge has not stopped. Fighting for so long has not been down enough to see how difficult the brats. Zhao Kai sighed. Let's go and map out the location of the ghosts' fire points first. If they're still fighting after we're done with them, we'll go over there and see if we can help in any way. And then we'll throw the fire point deployments at the other side in the meantime. The patrols of the ghosts in the latter half of the night were even tighter than when they had come before. And if it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Kai was able to observe the winds and grasses around him for 100 meters, it was probably impossible to try to blend in. The two men had this time figured out all of the ghosts' open and dark fire points between Jebei and Honko. Looking at the ghosts hidden inside the residential buildings and the artillery and observers on top of the buildings, Zhao Kai couldn't help but sweat for the blue army. The other side, if they wanted to hit the door of the ghost command, the losses would definitely be less. Now at such a time he just has the heart to help the blue army is also no way. Only to fight when the time comes to hide in the dark to see if he can help the blue party to suppress these firepower. Before that it's better to get through the outer defenses of the brats. Junko glanced down at the time. It was already 3 o'clock. He had to act fast while it was still light. Zhao Kai and Junko make their way around the ghosts to the dam bridge where the ghosts and the blues are fighting. Time and time again, the blue party charged against the brats, but were again beaten down by the brats. There was no way. The brats' firepower was too ferocious. Tanks plus machine gun carriages and infantry guns. The blue party with only a few mortars was no match at all. Hey! Originally thought that the blue army is stronger than the old pay them. I did not realize that the weaponry is just barely. Heavy firepower is still too little. This kind of time still have to do our hands off. But where there are more blue guns, the brats can't possibly hold out this long. And no building fire point can hold up to a round of flak. Unfortunately, the blues didn't. And if they wanted to cross the dam bridge then they would have to physically fight the ghosts. Zhao Kai and Shunzi found a 3-story broken down building about 300 meters from the battlefield, which was originally guarded by a dozen or so ghosts but was quietly resolved by Shunzi. Even the ghosts guarding the river bank were taken care of by him. After coming to the roof of the building, the perspective can overview the entire battlefield. Shunzi took out the scope to take a look. Can clearly see the brats are setting up a machine gun to the front of the blue army strafing. After switching the automatic rifle's grenade launcher to a bipod, Junko was ready to start sniping. On the front field, the blues have begun another charge. The company commander looked at the platoon leader beside him and explained. The third platoon will be responsible for fire suppression. The first platoon and the second platoon will charge with me. I still don't believe that I can't rush through. Damn brats. Your ancestors will kill all of you later. Understood. The soldiers' faces were all filled with murderous intent. Seeing a once playful brother die under the guns of the devils, they were now thinking of avenging the death of their brothers. Third platoon cover. The rest of you charge me. Da-da-da-da. The only heavy machine gun in the third platoon fired frantically at the ghosts. And at first it did suppress the ghosts' frontal fire. But by the time the ghosts' tanks reacted, a shell flew this way. There was an explosion. And the heavy machine guns of the third platoon had only fired 40 rounds before they were taken away by a single shot. The ghosts' tank is a mobile artillery, specializing in staring at the blue army's machine gun. While the blue army can't do a thing with this tank, 3 platoons of machine gunners were blown up, and the company commander turned back with red eyes. But at a time like this it had been rushed out, and it was impossible not to. It. All of you, charge me. Men, blow up the ghosts' broken tanks for me. The blue army charged toward the ghost positions without fear, and Shunzi, who saw this scene from afar, cursed angrily, "Goddamned brats, all of you, go to hell." Put. The automatic rifle in his hand aimed at the little kid's fire point at the bridge. A ghost heavy machine gunner was killed on the spot. The ghosts next to him saw this and wanted to make up for it, but Shunzi wouldn't give them a chance. Put. Anyone who came near that heavy machine gun was immediately shot and fell to the ground. Baka. The enemy has sharpshooters. The commanding ghost squad leader saw at a glance that something was wrong, but he could not do a thing about it, and could only have the ghosts under his command increase their pressure on the blues. The 2 Type 92 infantry guns and also the tanks opened continuous fire on the front, and the blue army that rushed forward suffered heavy losses instantly. Kai, can't see the ghost's gun. Junko was also in a hurry, watching his compatriots being blown up by ghost artillery, but he couldn't do a thing about it. Yard get, put up a fight. Just these brats have guns, don't they? We have them too. Blast them to death. Since sniping the ghost machine gunner was of little use, it was better to play a big game. Zhao Kai was seeing that as long as he solved the tank at the Ghost's Bridge and that machine gun truck, the Blue Army attack would be much easier. Chapter 67, Shelling of the Ghost Defenders. As soon as Zhao Kai had finished speaking, Shunzi fetched out a Type 92 infantry gun. He had long wanted to use the gun to bombard. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by a single shot, and if there was, then there would be 2 more shots. Shunzi adjusted his firing angle while staring at the moving tanks of the brats, and had to make sure that when the time came, one shot would finish off the brats' broken tanks. This Iron King 8 as long as the Blue Army machine gun. It will run to the front to block the bullet, but said the Blue Army command are to be the Ghost's broken tanks to drive crazy. During this time the Blues tried to call the Air Force for direct bombing, but the Air Force was too busy bombing the Ghost command in the docks to care about this side. Well now, an unexpected helper has arrived. Soon, Junko finished adjusting the firing angle of the infantry gun and pulled out a modified high-explosive armor-piercing bullet from inside the space and stuffed it in. Little brats, arrogant huh, bullying us for not having tanks huh, then go to hell. At this moment, the Ghost Type 8-9 tank was straddling the front of the machine gun fire point. Bullets hit it and spattered sparks. However, there was no way to penetrate the armor. In fact, the Brat's tank armor thickness is not high. Put it this way, if there is a 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the opposite side, the Brat's broken tank is likely to a photo cannot stand. They also just bully the Ryukyuans who don't have many anti-armor means. To fall behind is to be beaten. And this situation is now on full display in the engagements between the two sides. Seeing more and more of the Blue Army's charge fall to the ground, the angry Shunzi pulled the infantry gun, and that high-explosive armor-piercing shell rushed directly towards the Ghost's tanks. Boom! After a huge explosion, the previously invincible Type 8-9 tank exploded in an instant. The tank was martyred, and the surrounding Ghosts suffered. The Blue troops who were lying on the ground to take cover were dumbfounded to see the blown-up Ghost tanks. Ha ha, well fought. Without this iron bastard I'll see what you guys take to fight with us. As soon as the words fell, there was another explosion, and the little kid's naval machine gun vehicle was also blown to smithereens. The battalion commander on the opposite side of the bridge saw the scene and his whole body went into high spirits. Well, which boy fired the gun? I'll give him a big credit. Pass on my order to charge at once, and take the opposite side with a single blow. The Blues again sent a company to join the front, and by this time the shunts on the roof of the opposite side of the building were also on fire. Loading and firing, and the smooth movement of the firepower they were hitting was catching up with one of the Brat's artillery brigades. Looking at the Ghost positions that were already covered in artillery fire, Zhao Sheng then reacted that something was wrong. Something's not right. Don't we just have 2 mortars, with such heavy firepower? Could it be that the brigade commander has sent us reinforcements? Battalion commander, I've just asked, and there's no supporting artillery coming from behind at all. Hiss, who moved then? Zhao Sheng's face was filled with questions, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out who was secretly helping him. At the back of the so-called shake his head do not want to. Damn, who cares who helped us? To help fight the Ghosts is a friendly army. Ghost's position. Continuously suffered Shunzi precision strikes, they have been dead and wounded. Before how arrogant, now how miserable. Shunzi blew up the Ghost's machine gun fire points, and then the artillery fire has been staring at the streets where the Ghost's reinforcements are coming to blow up. And how many of them are coming to blow up? And the pressure on the frontal Blue Army's attack is greatly weakened. But the sound of the guns on his side was also attracting the attention of the Ghosts. Zhao Kai saw that the time was almost up, and directly shouted at Shunzi to retreat. Retreat first, the Ghosts will be here soon. Junko didn't get attached to the battle, and put away his infantry gun and turned toward the stairs to run. Running out of the gate without looking back, he plunged in towards the river not far away. By the time the Brats sent people to this side, in addition to the 24 corpses, not to mention the enemy, not even a Ghost shadow to see. When the Ghosts who came to support them saw the scene, each of their faces turned into a pig's liver color. Baka Yalu, it must be that damn guy again. How the hell did he get in here? Give me a chase. That guy must not have gotten far. As the little devils rush up to eat farts, Zhao Kai and Shunzi have successfully crossed the river to the other side. The Blues at the dam bridge should have taken it, and all that remained to be done was to get the layout map to the Blue commander's desk. This was no problem at all for the 2 men who strolled the Ghost patrol area like it was their home. Zhao Kai and Shunzi advanced carefully all the way, and finally, they were able to see where the Blues were gathering. Looks like this side is the Blue Army's command post. Kai, should we sneak in or what should we do? Zhao Kai shook his head. It's too troublesome. Just grab someone and let the other party run errands. Say again, then grab someone and have him deliver it. Junko was a man of action and instantly bowed and moved toward the front, where 2 blue patrolmen happened to pass in front of him. They were about to turn around and leave when something landed on the bottom of their feet with a thud. Who? The two soldiers were instantly alert with their weapons in their hands scanning around. However, they found nothing after sweeping around. It was then that one of the soldiers noticed something at the bottom of his foot and picked it up to see that it was a rock wrapped in paper. Old stuffy. Look at this. There's writing on it. Another soldier who heard the commotion walked over, and when he took the paper and looked at it, his pupils widened violently. 3 words were written on it in a twisted manner. A layout map. Taking another look at the information labeled above, Old Boring realized the seriousness of the problem. Old Lou, let's go back quickly. There's something big. I don't know who threw this thing, but it's obviously of great use to your side. As for the matter of distinguishing the real from the fake, it was not something that their 2 big-headed soldiers had to think about. The 2 men handed the note to the platoon leader, who read it and immediately reported it up the chain of command. And in less than 5 minutes this arming map came to the table of the commanding officer of this operation. Brigade Commander Hua Jingjong looked at the 2 layout maps in front of him and already had considerations in mind. Previously, the Blue Party's Secret Service side sent a map of the armored defense, but it was only labeled with some positions. Compared to this new map labeled with the firepower of the Ghost's troops, the gap came out at once. The fact that both maps have the same labeled locations also sidesteps the fact that there is no problem with this arming map. What just happened over the damn bridge Hua Jingjong already knew. The mysterious man had struck out, or used the roughest method to help the Blues in action. For the Shanghai mystery man, the Blue Party up and down that is both love and hate. Hate is those who do not see the situation clearly high level. They scolded the mystery man to do things. Love that it's the staunch main warriors. And the Mysteron's actions are really blocking the way back for some guys. And Hua Jingjong is a staunch main warrior, as well as admiring the mystics. Now that he himself has been helped by the other party, this favor is considered to be owed. But even if you get the defense map, you still have to be cautious. There is no way. The map of the Ghost Fire network layer by layer, before launching an attack, must be well planned before the good. Chapter 68. You guys play tanks so much? In order to be able to penetrate the heavily defended streets of the Brats with a single blow tomorrow, Hua Jingjong also asked for instructions from his superiors and prepared to ask for 2 tanks to come over. Don't think the Brats are the only ones with tanks. The Blues also paid for a dozen tanks from other countries. Although it was only some light tanks, it was enough to deal with the Brats. After all, the Brats' tanks were not much stronger. Hua Jingjong thought that these iron guys open the road. When the time comes to cross the street, Ghost blockade should be able to be quite simple. As for the matter of the Brat's street fire point, he wasn't going to say anything about it now. After all, there was no guarantee that there were any Ghost's eyes and ears in the ranks. In case if the news leaks out and the Ghosts make adjustments, it won't be a waste of effort. The next day at dawn, the streets of Shanghai were filled with newspapers about the war. When they saw the news in the newspaper that the whole country was mobilized to fight against the enemy, those who were still holding on to their luck before were all in disarray. There's a war. There's really a war. No, I have to hurry. The people located in the county seat of Shanghai have packed their bags and are ready to leave this place of wrongdoing. Those who had money found a way to take refuge in the tenements. Those who didn't then had to go far away. Looking at the people dragging their families on the road, Zhao Kai and Shunzi's heart is very bad. The crowd inside the 2 also saw an acquaintance, Old Pei. Old Pei also noticed this side and jogged all the way over. And before he could speak, Shunzi choked out a sentence. Are you guys scared of the Brats and then going to run away? Fu Yong's face instantly darkened when he heard this. We are such people in your eyes. Isn't it true? Aren't you afraid of the Ghosts running away? Seeing that the hat of cowardice is about to be deducted from his head, Lao Fu will not just take the blame. Who says we're going to run? The behavior of the state is the responsibility of the people. That is, everyone else has run. I will not run. His pair of eyes were dead set on Junko, as if he wanted to eat the other man. Anyone who was treated as a deserter wouldn't have a good temper. If it wasn't for the large number of people around, Lao Fu would have wanted to have a fight with Shunzi, this foul-mouthed brat. Looking at the somewhat agitated Lao Fu, Shunzi perfunctorily consoled. Chang Chang Chang, not to run, not to run. I just casually said. Why are you so anxious? I have something to ask of you today. This is not the place to talk. You come with me. Shunzi led Fu Yong to the alley next to him before he opened his mouth and asked. Let me ask you something. Is there any way you Red Party can get some tobacco leaves? My needs are a bit big. At first Old Pei thought it was something big, and when he heard Smoke Leaf's brow furrowed, he couldn't help but ask. What are you looking for Smoke Leaf for? What for? Of course it's business. Old Pei. Want to follow me to make money? Junko raised an eyebrow. This time he had listened to Zhao Kai to cooperate. Although they now have cigarette machines in their hands, they don't have raw materials or labor in their hands. If only we could strike a deal with the Red Party to get paid directly. Zhao Kai had it all figured out. When the time came, the Red Party would find someone to provide the labor to produce it. and he would only be responsible for providing the machines and then taking the money. After some explanations, the old payer's expression became serious. According to you, we still take advantage of you. You kid is really black-hearted. We provide artificial raw materials, you give 30% benefits. Shunzi sniffed and rolled his eyes. Then you say do not do it on the end of the matter. The big deal is that I find someone to do it myself. At that time you are a son have not. I am looking at our relationship to look for you. Oh, almost forgot. You an old boy still owes me money. When to pay back? Do not need to, I will go to your base at that time to go to a trip. The old payer who was talking loudly in the last second directly wilted when he heard this. He was really afraid that Shunzi would go to the base to make trouble. And then he, the old payer, would be famous. To be honest, actually 3 points of profit was quite a lot. If it was anyone else, Zhao Kai could squeeze them until they vomited blood. Count on you kid to be ruthless, but it's useless for me to promise. I'll have to report this matter. You wait for news. As if he was afraid that Shunzi would call in the bill, old Pei ran faster than a rabbit. Seeing that it was about time, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were ready to go over to the dam bridge. If nothing else, it won't be long before the blues are fighting the brats. Those two streets deployed Zhao Kai watched. Even if the blue army finally hit down, that will have to pay a big price. He did not want to watch the other side will be wasted troops in the alley fighting with the brats to kill. Even if we die, it will be on the way to attack the Ghost Command. As long as we take the Ghost Command, we can definitely drive the little devils into the sea. Junko had just walked a distance of 300 meters when the sound of gunfire resounded again from the direction of Honko, where there had been an hour's pause. It was a good thing that they were not far from the opposite side of the road, and ran some distance to it. Junko was up to his old tricks this time, and blended right in dressed as a little kid. He hadn't been out on the road long when a ghost officer saw him. Which squad? You've been requisitioned. Shunzi followed that ghost squad leader, and just as soon as he got to the front, Zhao Kai saw a scene that made him do a double take. Only a lone tank was seen driving in toward the street positions of the kiddies, without even a man beside it. Holy, that's how you guys play tanks. Cloth tank synergy. In the eyes of the blue army, the tank is to charge for the infantry. Wait until the tank knocked out the ghost fire point behind the infantry and then follow. As for the cloth tank synergy, this kind of thing they estimate that they have never heard of. For an army that has never used tanks before, it's normal to get this kind of operation going now. Zhao Kai looked at the blue army tanks that is anxious to slap the thigh. I'm convinced, on such a fight, you can fight over is strange. No, something has to be done to make the blues change their offense. Just as Zhao Kai was trying to figure out how to get the blue army Bhutan to synergize, a couple of brats pushed an infantry gun in from behind the street. It's broken. It's going to suffer. This would never hold up with that tank if it was hit by an infantry gun. It's too late. We have to hurry. The squad leader leading the group was still urging them to run faster. Seeing that they were about to reach the front position, Zhao Kai opened his view to look around and realized that the ghosts inside the buildings on both sides were outputting firepower to the street. Shunzi, find a way to knock out the ghosts' infantry guns, then go upstairs and support the blues. Shunzi understood. At some point he already had 3 more grenades in his hand, and threw them directly towards the soles of the ghosts' feet in front of him. Ghost squad leader completely did not expect a spy inside the team. When he saw the smoking grenade, was too late to react. Together with him, a dozen or so ghosts were blown up on the spot. He also took a grenade shot at the kid pushing the infantry gun, which sort of took care of the blues for the time being. Because this is a dead zone of observation, no one even notices this side. After resolving the ghost squad leader, Zhao Kai commanded Shunzi to run towards one of the residential buildings. Although there is only a ghost squad inside, but there is a heavy machine gun. This side of the fire belongs to this side of the most ferocious. If this is not quickly resolved, the blue army will be at least dozens of soldiers will be sacrificed. Chapter 69, Universal C4. Send the ghosts to heaven. When approaching the entrance of that residential building, Shunzi suddenly had a flash of insight and said, Kai, do you think we can disguise ourselves as delivering ammunition to the brats? And then we'll put the bombs into the building while we have the chance. So wouldn't we be able to blow up the brats in one go at the same time? And that would be safe too. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up at his words. Good boy. You're really getting bad. Okay, let's do it. Junko directly took out a box of bullets from inside the system backpack and headed upstairs with it in his arms. Because he was dressed as a ghost soldier, he didn't attract much attention. The commanding ghost sergeant, seeing that it was the one carrying the ammunition, pointed to a corner not far away. Just put it there. Having said that, he didn't even look at Junko, and it was this that gave Junko the opportunity to get his hands dirty. A palm-sized C4 bomb was hidden underneath his already empty bullet case, and as soon as the built-in timer inside cleared time, it was time to send the ghosts to heaven. By a perfect performance, Junko managed to put bombs in the buildings on both sides of the kid street. The ghost captain on the top floor of a building saw the soldier delivering ammunition in the distance braving the rain of bullets and couldn't help but praise. Yossi, this is how an imperial soldier should be. When the battle is over we must find this warrior and give him great honor. If Zhao Kai and Shunzi knew that they were favored by the ghost officers, they could probably die laughing on the spot. Still an imperial warrior? I'm the one who sends you brats to heaven. Fronting the street, the sappers were completely afraid to move forward, pressed by the firepower from the ground and roofs of the brats. Behind the wreckage of the house, a platoon of sapper infantrymen was pinned down by a machine gun on the roof of the building of the brats, and one of the soldiers was hit by a bullet on the spot as soon as he showed his head and did not move. Lao San, one of the soldiers tried to go over and pull the body over, and the platoon leader yanked him back. You kids don't want to die. Come back. Machine gunners see the direction I'm pointing in. Hit me hard on my command later. The rest of you follow me. Before this platoon leader finished handing over orders, a series of explosions came from the fire point of the building where the ghosts were in front, and the machine guns that had just been bursting at this side turned silent. Not only was the attacking blue army confused by the sudden scene, but the ghost captain observing from behind also froze. Nanny, what's happening up ahead? The phone next to them rang at that moment, and the ghosts inside said in an anxious tone, report, the fire points on both sides of our street have been blown up by the blues. Requesting support. Baka. What are you saying? The fire point we set up was blown up. How is that possible? When the original design of those buildings are one next to another, the enemy wants to solve that can only be pushed flat. How can quietly blow up these fire points? Take asterisk. Jun was puzzled. Your Excellency Major, we don't know what's going on. Anyway, all the fire points on the high ground are gone. We need support. The blues have rushed us. An explosion rang out inside the phone, and then there was no movement. Looking at the blue soldiers appearing on the street, take asterisk. Jun's face turned blue. Baka Yalu, open fire. Immediately tell the 3rd Squadron to support. Make sure to stop the enemy. Because take asterisk. Katoshi was in the tallest building. He could easily see the street in front of him, and from hundreds of meters away he was able to use the infantry guns on the roof of the building to provide fire support for the devils in front of him. After eliminating most of the ghosts' high-level fire points on Zhao Kai and Shunzi's side, they directly found a window and started shooting at the ghosts on the street. This time there was no need for automatic rifles. They just started strafing the ghosts in the street with heavy machine guns. The 12.7mm bullets hit the body of the ghosts. The hits were just missing a piece, and no ghosts could take a second shot at all. The first time he used a heavy machine gun, Junko's hands were still a little rusty, but luckily he soon got used to it. The ghosts at the street corner on the ground likewise noticed his presence. Baka, someone in that building is shooting at us. Shoot, shoot. The ghost's machine gunner turned his gun to aim at the window where Shunzi was, and I have to say that this little kid shot was really accurate, and almost all of the bullets that were fired went to the window. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Kai had just added bullet stoppers to the machine gun form, I guess this would already be open. Bullets hit the steel bulletproof plate to make a thumping sound. Listening to Shunzi was very angry. Still dare to fight back. All go to hell. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy machine guns fired continuously at the ghost's bunker, and the ghost sandbags were completely unable to block the high-powered heavy machine gun. It was only then that the blue party realized that someone was helping them, and seeing that the ghosts on the front were being suppressed, they also seized the opportunity to charge forward. It looked like they were about to charge the brats when 2 armored cars appeared at the end of the street. Take cover! Take cover! The company commander of the Blue Army leading the group shouted out, but it was still a step too late. The machine gun car of the brats swept madly at the front, and a dozen blue soldiers were shot and fell to the ground. The armored car is amazing. Give me death. Junko was already killing the machine gun, and replaced the chain of armor-piercing bullets on the machine gun to strafe up at the 2 armored vehicles. Before the Blue Army took no way ghost armored vehicles and the heavy machine guns and armor-piercing warheads of the power is simply softer than tofu. The tungsten alloy armor-piercing warhead easily penetrated the armor of the kid's armored car. 8mm steel plate still want to touch the armor-piercing bullets of heavy machine guns, is completely looking for death. The last second was still flaunting the ghost armored car with the sound of gunfire above more than a dozen holes. Inside the machine gunner and the driver was directly shot into a sieve. The 2 armored vehicles suddenly stopped moving, and Junko began to start shooting at the ghosts behind them. It took about 30 seconds before the afterthought blues dared to continue to the front. With the help of the ghosts' cover in the street, both sides were again engaged in a fierce battle. With sooner as the high ground for fire suppression on the blue side, there was arguably a lot less pressure. But soon take Katoshi also noticed Junko's position. Baka Yalu, it must be that damn guy. Turn the gun to the window right now. I'm going to blow him up. The ghost artillery adjusted its firing position, and a shell flew straight at the building where Junko was, and the shell blew a hole through the roof of the building. The falling rock narrowly missed Junko. The brats are so quick to react. It's not safe here anymore. Hurry up and retreat. Zhao Kai tells Junko to move, but the kid's mind is on how to the other guy. He took out his 8 magnification lens and looked at the building 2 streets away, clearly seeing a number of ghosts standing on it. Kid, found you. Junko pulls out a rope and climbs to the roof platform, removes an infantry gun and prepares to strike. Adjust the firing angle, then load and fire. The 70mm shells were accelerated by gunpowder and flew directly toward the roof of the building where Katoshi was. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi watched the shells fly out and sneered. How dare they fight back? They really don't know how to die. Katoshi, who was watching with binoculars, didn't realize for a second that he was about to be in big trouble. Fire! Keep firing! Boom! A shell exploded from the bottom of his foot, and Katoshi and the ghosts surrounding him all took off in place. Chapter 70, Fierce Alley Fighting. Katoshi's violent death directly paralyzed the kid's chain of command for a short time, but the ghosts who participated in the battle were veterans of the war, and the presence or absence of a command had little effect on them. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi blew up several high-level fire points on this side of the street, and the pressure on the Blues' frontal attack was reduced by a lot, but that didn't last long. There were a lot of ghosts in the area, and even without the high-level fire points their strength was still increasing. More and more ghosts poured into the streets relying on cover to fight the Blues. Seeing that the Blue Army's attack is once again blocked, Zhao Kai and Shunzi can only provide support for the Blue Army from the roof of the building with their infantry guns, but the urban environment is so complex that the area where the two men are located does not effectively provide help to the Blues. This alley battle is really difficult. There are too many brats. Zhao Kai frowned. At this rate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hit the commander's side for a day today. Looking at the Blue soldiers falling inside the pools of blood on the streets below, Junko was equally filled with anxiety. Kai, what should we do? Should we go down and help them? Hey, I can see that we are both laborers. Go, but pay attention to safety. If there is danger, you must evacuate immediately. Now this situation was no longer something that the two of them could easily control. The bullets that flew across the street that were really walking by were at risk of being hit. But as soon as they saw those brazen soldiers, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi felt compelled to do something for these men who defended their country. Junko flew down the stairs. Just then the sound of fighter engines came from the air. It was the Blue Air Force coming. Just when Zhao Kai and Shun Zi thought that the frontal attack of the Blue Army would be easier with the support of the fighters, the two fighters that flew in to drop the bombs turned out to be askew. The Blue space was supposed to be in the early stages of construction, and the pilots in it were still so much less capable that it was simply impossible to do accurate bomb drops. After watching the performance of the Blue Air Force, Zhao Kai really for them to pinch a sweat, which if encountered the little kid's Air Force this is to eat a big loss. Not long after this thought was born in him, several fighters flew over in the direction of the sea, and the anointed flag markings could be seen at a glance that they were the airmen of the Little Devils. The two fighters tangled up in the airspace directly above the block, and at first the Blues looked like they could handle one or two of them, but it wasn't long before the kiddies realized that their opponents were a bunch of novices. Ha ha, these Rokoku people are really naive. At this level they still dare to be enemies with the Imperial Air Force. 3 ghost fighters took advantage of the opportunity to clamp down on one of the Blue fighters. Bullets hit the wings of the fighter's off-balance speed towards the ground fell. The 3 ghost fighters were also arrogant, and began to sweep the streets at low altitude after shooting down the Blue fighter. The Blue soldiers who were fighting the ghosts on the ground were hit by the machine gun and fell down in a large number at once. Take cover! Take cover! The officer leading the group rushed to get his soldiers to take cover. But how could a man be faster than an airplane? The Blues, who were about to take the streets, were instantly hit hard. Zhao Kai saw this scene and his anger surged. Bully. Shunzi, him dog days. At this moment, Shunzi's eyes were also red, and the bodies on the ground made him think of the folks in the village. Damn it, damn all the brats. The flames of anger made Junko's entire body become hyperactive. And after removing the bullet stopper from the heavy machine gun he actually lifted the nearly 40-pound heavy machine gun and then fired at the low-flying enemy planes. It's nothing to pick up a nearly 40-pound heavy machine gun, but it's the ability to counteract the machine gun's recoil for a precision hit. Relying on the effect of physical strength enhancement, Shun Zi was completely a humanoid weapon. The bullets of the heavy machine gun poured fire into the air, and the ghosts who were laughing and grinning in the last second were directly shot into a sieve. Blood stained the cabin, and the out-of-control fighters fell rapidly into the air. The remaining 2 ghost fighters hurriedly pulled up their altitude when they saw this. but it was impossible to run away when they were targeted by a sharpshooter like Shunzi. Junko carried his heavy machine gun and fired at the two enemy planes in the air. The heavy machine gun was perfectly capable of acting as an anti-aircraft machine gun at a time like this. The flight altitude of the little devils is not even 300 meters. Hit by the heavy machine gun 12.7mm bullets, that is only a part of the crash. The blues on the street looked at the bullets that kept flying behind them one by one in disbelief. Who did this? It's simply too good too. All three of the Ghost's airplanes were shot down. Without the Ghost planes to harass them, there was much less pressure on the blues. On the other side, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were also approaching this side at a rapid pace after they finished with the Ghost planes. In front of the blues was an intersection. The brats had purchased a lot of cover in the street, and the machine guns went that way. The blues couldn't rush through at all. Now they can't rely on the Air Force, and they don't have much heavy firepower, and the only thing they can rely on are the two light tanks. But it's just that the Blue Command doesn't know anything about cloth tank synergy. Tanks in front of the charge infantry and then back to sea. Even if the tanks pulled out a fire point behind, the soldiers cannot rush through, because the kids' people will soon fill up to continue to the front of the fire suppression. Zhao Kai felt a toothache when he saw this operation again. I'm convinced. Can't you infantry tanks charge together? Look at the lonely tanks on the street and the brats that will soon be supported over the tanks. Zhao Kai cursed. Forget it. I'm just won the life of the old mom. Shunzi, do it. Shunzi saw the arrogant ghosts on the street. He could not help it for a long time. After hearing Zhao Kai's voice, he directly changed the machine gun in his hand to an automatic rifle. Against the fortifications constructed by the kiddies, no 40mm grenade could not solve the problem. Shunzi took aim at the most fiercely fighting Ghost heavy machine gun at the front, and with a thud, a high explosive grenade with his anger flew towards the Ghost machine gunner. With an explosion, the kid's heavy machine gunner hiccuped instantly. The Blue Company commander reacted quickly. He saw that the Ghost machine gun was gone, and immediately asked his soldiers to launch a charge. As for who made that explosion just now, he pressed on. Brothers, go, the kid's machine gun is gone. Just run in front of that bunker and we'll win. Kill. The blue soldiers swarmed up, with absolutely no tactical movement at all, except for the machine gunners suppressing fire from behind. Is this the level of the military now? It's really just piling on human lives. Seeing the brats rushing up behind him, Zhao Kai could only let Shunzi take cover on the sidelines. In order to allow the blues to rush to that bunker, Junko switched from anti-personnel grenades to smoke grenades, and after 3 consecutive smoke grenades, the center of that street was already covered in smoke. The kid who lost his target cracked. Baka, where did the blues get that smoke bomb? Chapter 71, Fighting. You started being the good guy. Having lost their target, the brats couldn't see anything but fire haphazardly toward the front. The Blue Party Company commander was not a stupid man, and when he saw that someone was helping him in the dark, he also seized the opportunity in time to lead his team forward. Bunkers that couldn't be rushed before were now easily accessible, but the smoke in front of them likewise made it hard to see the ghosts, so it was a good thing they still had Zhao Kai and Shunzi. Zhao Kai promptly gave Shunzi the ability to change the scope into a high-tech infrared scope, so that as long as the heat source appeared inside the scope, Shunzi would be able to see it clearly. An automatic rifle with an expanding magazine in the hands of Shunzi is completely a naming artifact. As long as the red target appeared in the scope inside, all by him a shot down. Looking at the experience value that was dawdling up, Zhao Kai was about to burst into laughter. Last night and today, how long has it taken for the experience value to grow by more than 5,000? Zhao Kai didn't pay attention to it before, but this time he realized that destroying the enemy's tanks, armored vehicles, and planes gives so much experience. An armored vehicle gives 500, a tank gives 1,000, and a fighter plane is also 1,000. At this rate, it doesn't seem like it would be too hard to unlock other weapons. When the time comes to unlock the bazooka first, what ghost planes and tanks simply do not need to be so troublesome. Now also use heavy machine guns when a rocket to finish them. Zhao Kai thinks about the future, and Junko is already killing it. By this time the smoke had pretty much cleared, and the distance between the blues and the brats was no more than 50 meters. At this distance the machine guns of the kiddies were very suppressive, and the machine gunners of the blues were nowhere near as good as the elite veterans of the kiddies. Shunzi see the situation is not at all accustomed to the little kid problem. Once again took out the heavy machine gun will be bulletproof plate in place. Set up a tripod on the front of the fire suppression. The ferocity of the fight on his side naturally attracted the attention of the brats. Baka, there, that guy's there. Finish him off. A dozen or so ghosts turned their guns to aim at Shunzi. If it were anyone else they might have been shot into a sieve, but Shunzi's heavy machine gun bullet stopper was completely able to block the bullets from the little devils. Both sides just shot at each other, and in the end a dozen or so ghosts ended up dead first. The ghost squad leader watching from the side saw this and waved to the artillery behind him. Blow him up. Retreat. The brats are going to shell you. Zhao Kai timely reminder. Shun Zi sniffed and turned his head away at all without a bit of procrastination. When the brat artillery opened fire, he had long changed his position to continue the output. In the course of a morning, with the help of Zhao Kai and Shunzi, the Blue Army managed to take this side of the street. And just as they were about to continue advancing towards the Ghost Commander's headquarters, a retreat order came down abruptly. The blue troops who got the news were all furious. Especially the soldiers who had been in the front line were all cursing. No more fighting. Why not? Our brothers died in vain. A veteran with red eyes, like a mad beast, came to this side of the country with a dozen or so people from the same township, training together and getting on the train together. It's only been a day. A dozen people are left with him alone, and now that he says he won't fight, but anyone with a little bit of blood can't help it. The soldiers cursed, and the faces of the grassroots officers who rushed to the front line were equally ugly. To be honest, they also wanted to curse, but they couldn't. All they can do with this out of the way is stabilize the military. Alright, let's all stop arguing. We're not sure about the considerations from above, but we're going to follow orders. You and you and you. Are you guys trying to disobey orders? The young officer pointed at the cursing soldiers, his eyes intentionally looking to the rear. Right behind this group of soldiers were people. Something called the Dude. Guys who ran far away from the fight and now stood out looking for something to do when the fight was over. Zhao Kai, who had just been immersed in the excitement of the victory, had his entire face turn green after hearing the blues screaming and cursing. Code is not it. How the parallel world also has a micro grassmaster. This ing not while the morale is strong directly dry to the door of the commanding general of the brats. Armistice, isn't this just giving the kiddies time to build up their forces? Such a pig-nosed operation is humanly possible. Zhao Kai now really want to rush over to the Blue Army decision-making too big mouth. Now do not hurry to drive the little kid down to the sea by the time until the time when people warships block the door cannot have the opportunity. Hearing the Blue Army truce, Shunzi's lungs are going to explode. The feelings of Kai and I risked our lives to help you fight the ghosts. And in the end, we fought for nothing. Kai, what are we going to do now? It's not good for us to stay here if they don't fight anymore. Zhao Kai took a deep breath to calm his heart's anger. Go back to see the situation first, and wait to find out what's going on before making a decision. Junko glanced hatefully in the direction of the Ghost Command and secretly vowed to blow up the damn place sooner or later. When they got back to the tenement, the two men went straight to Old Pei. With this current situation, let's hope we can get some useful information out of this old fox. As if he knew Junko was coming, Fu Yong had been waiting at the grocery store for a long time. Bai Yi, who was watching the store, saw Junko arrive and led him directly to the second floor. Here we go. I knew you boys would come. You've heard about the Blue Army truce. Junko nodded and picked up a glass of water on the table and drank it. His mouth had been dry for a long time after working all morning. I've heard about this matter. It's the White Eagle Kingdom that interfered in the middle, saying that they're here to mediate, and that there's a good chance that Shanghai will become an undefended city in the future. Hearing the White Eagle Empire, Shun Zi frowned. They didn't come sooner or later. Now that they're fighting, they've stood up to be the good guys. I'm afraid it's not that someone has received favors from the brats. Nowadays the Blue Army is as strong as a bamboo. Although the brat command is heavily guarded, also has a lot of troops. But if the Blue Army is a dead heat, the brats certainly can't stop it. They say it's mediation. You watch. It won't take more than a few days to fight again. I think it's a trick of the brats to stall for time. After listening to Shunzi's words, Lao Fu nodded his head and said very helplessly, who says it isn't? But it's such a simple truth that some people can't see it. Hey, wait until the brat force finishes assembling. I don't even know how to fight them. He made a neck-wiping motion with murderous intent in his eyes. Just get the peacemaker dead, that's not a fight. The old pair was shocked by his remarks and stared wide-eyed. Kid, you don't want to think about it. When the time comes, the three parties will send people. And if the people of the White Eagle Empire die in the hands of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, that could be a big problem. Hearing this, Shun Zi let out a light laugh. You old fox, let's be the good guy here. What do you mean dying in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom people will be a big trouble? You can't wait for the people who came here to die cleanly. Chapter 72, Baka. Nishinai. Don't. You kid can't put a hat on me. I can't afford this kind of thing. Fu Yong had a look of I'm scared expression. If not for Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, two people know this old fox's way, probably really be cheated by him. The two of them weren't going to pull any punches with the old fox. The most important thing now was how to get rid of the people who came to mediate. When and where, who came and how many people came. Those are best known. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger. Just like the old payment said, this incident is not as simple as killing random ghosts before. Alright, let's both stop pulling our punches here. The old rules, you provide me with the information and I'll do the rest. But the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Old Pei spread his hands. You've done the most dangerous thing. Can I still refuse? Do I have a choice at a time like now? If we really let the brats buy time to rally, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as tens of thousands of dead by then. We all know in our hearts what a brat is. People like Old Pei who have been through it all. Many times they think in the big picture. In any case, this battle can't just stop. Zhao Kai and Shunzi don't care where the Red Party got their information from. After all, they are also organized people. And it's not surprising that they have some special doors in private. But the two didn't exactly pin their hopes on Lao Fu. And after leaving the grocery store, Shunzi approached Wei Xiaohai. Boss, what did you want to see me about? Shunzi carefully measured Wei Xiaohai. Said people rely on clothes and saddles. This kid cleaned up a little bit is quite like that. Plus this kid looks anxious. 15 years old looked and more than 20 years old almost. Being stared at like this, Wei Xiaohai also muttered. Could it be that he did something to make the boss unhappy? That's not true. I've been doing everything I've been told to do by the boss. Just when he was rambling, Shunzi was full of seriousness and opened his mouth. This time I have something very important for you to do. This matter is not trivial. Not only do you have to find out clearly for me, and the one who knows can only be you. Even if it is Li Hei, they can't be allowed to know. Seeing his boss's expression so serious, Wei Xiaohai's expression instantly became serious. Boss, don't worry. What is it that you explain? I will definitely do it beautifully for you. Shunzi said the truce, which the stakes away Xiaohai could not help but curse. Boss, how do these guys think? Pigs cannot do this kind of thing. Right. Fast win, not fight. And foreigners will manage us. This is not a joke. To manage them early, what to do to go. Don't worry, boss. I was really familiar with quite a few foreigners before. I'll see if I can get some words out of their mouths then. When he first relied on that resourcefulness to be a guide for foreigners, many foreigners were very happy to find him. Well, it's good that you have a number. I still say, it's okay to inquire about information, but you must ensure your own safety. I have some money here that you can use first. It's good to have money to do things. Wei Xiaohai took the money and left, immediately looking for someone to start arranging it. Originally Zhao Kai and Shunzi thought that the news, even if they had inquired about it, would have to take some time, but they did not expect that this time the Old Pei side would investigate the matter clearly after just one afternoon. In the evening, an airplane will stop at the Shanghai airport, when the White Eagle Empire will send someone over, and the mediation process will take place at the public house and the public lease. Lao Fu also inquired that the Blue Army and the Ghosts will send troops for protection, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. After knowing the location of the location, Zhao Kai and Shunzi had a bottom in their hearts, and it should be said that the two had already had a plan when they exchanged with Lao Fu before. That's when people disguised as kitties take out the White Eagle Empire. Mediation? Mediate? Don't even have to think about it. The people who sent them are definitely wearing the same pants as the brats, and this kind of person deserves to die. Saying yes, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were ready to act immediately. Gotta find a way to blend in with the kiddies ahead of time so it's easier to make a move. By the time the two came to the public concession, the door of the public house is already parked more than a dozen cars, as well as carrying a camera reporter one by one, all crowded inside. Sir, is this mediation for real? Sir, why don't you keep fighting? You're obviously going to win. A Blues representative was surrounded by reporters and had a very hard look on his face. Everyone be quiet. We believe that the representatives of the White Eagle Empire will give us a satisfactory answer. Everyone spread out and let the cars come first. In the crowd, Junko's face clouded as he looked across at the Blue Army representative. And by this time Zhao Kai had already found a ghost agent through observation. Just decided it was you, Toolman. Zhao Kai showed Junko the direction to go, and the ghost agent who was being watched didn't realize that he had been watched in the slightest. Junko first tricked the ghost by disguising himself as another agent and tricked the other into an alley where no one was looking, which is when he knocked him out. The force he used was so strong that the ghost agent would definitely not be able to wake up in a short period of time. While there is still enough time, Junko also dressed up as that ghost agent. When the time comes, as long as the hat is lowered, there is no way anyone will recognize it. After changing his clothes, he walked out as if nothing had happened. Soon, a car with the flag of the White Eagle country slowly drove in from the end of the street. Zhao Kai and Shunzi's gazes were dead set on the car. As long as the people inside showed their heads, then they would be sent away directly. Trying to come over and make peace to stall the ghosts. Are you kidding me? Surrounded by the crowd, the representative of the White Eagle Empire got down from the car, and the representative of the Blue Army greeted him with a quick step. The last to come is the kid's representative. These guys get off as a tugging appearance. Do not know also thought that the previous battle they took advantage of how big the same. As the representatives of the three countries were about to enter the public house, an accident occurred. Bakayalu, we, the Bigfoot Empire, will not admit defeat. Sinai, damn you Dragon Nation, go to hell. Bang, bang, bang. Successive gunshots broke the scene's buzz. The representative of the White Eagle Empire, who was still laughing in the last second, was shot and fell to the ground. Even the representative of the Blue Army, who was following next to him, was also shut down by Junko. But as opposed to hitting the Whitehawk representative with a deadly shot, Junko clearly stayed his hand when he hit the Blues. Although they also hit each other several times, the bullets avoided the vitals. Seeing that White Eagle representative fall to the ground, Shunzi didn't fight, turned his head and ran to the back, but by now someone had noticed him, and a reporter shouted, "It's him, he's from the footbath country. I heard him speak. He killed the representative of the White Eagle country." His words instantly caused the crowd to riot, and both the Blue Party agents and the Ghost agents chased after him towards the front. Shunzi, that is what people. To maintain a 100-meter sprint rush an hour without taking a breath of ruthless people. A few secret agents want to catch up with him is a dream. And this black pot hasn't been fastened tightly to the little kid. Still have to wake up that fated Ghost agent to wake up. Junko returns to the alley and stuffs the murder weapon where it belongs, then simply wakes up the unconscious Ghost. By this time the people chasing after him were already very close, and before the Ghost agent woke up and realized what was going on, a dozen blackened guns were aimed at him. Almost subconsciously, he raised his hands in surrender. Yet the man on the other side mistook him for a shot. Seeing that the crowd does not shoot, the Shunzi who was already hidden into the crowd silently raised the weapon in his hand. "Go to hell. You're alive, then everything will be revealed." Bang! A gunshot sounded like a signal, and the agents who heard it all opened fire on the people in front of them, as if they were afraid of being counterattacked by the other side in their death throes. Chapter 73, Rekindling of the Flame of War. What happened in the tenement was so sudden that no one reacted. The representative of the White Eagle Empire was shot in the street, and this caused an instant uproar. At the time of the incident, Kiyoshi Hasegawa, the admiral, was still discussing with his superiors about sending troops. In 3 days at the most, 2 divisions of army troops will reach Shanghai, and then it will be time to counterattack the Blues. Just as Kiyoshi Nagatani was basking in the joy of reinforcements coming, a bolt from the blue came. One of the majors under his command came to the office with a dead mom look on his face and said in a heavy tone, "General, something's wrong." Nagatani Kiyoshi instantly had a bad feeling when he heard the word something had happened, but out of a military man's qualities he listened without patience. Originally, he thought it was the battle casualty statistics that had come out, for which he had been prepared. That mystery man came out to stir up trouble and cost them a lot of money. If it was just the Blues advancing, the other side wouldn't be able to push down that one heavily guarded street even for a day. Yet the words of his men made him instantly storm off. "Your Excellency General, Representative John is dead, shot by our men at the entrance of the public house. Even one of the representatives of the Blue Army is dying of serious injuries, and now the White Eagle Empire has blown up over there, asking us to give them a statement." "What did you say? How did Representative John die? Or was he killed by one of our people? Have you got it wrong?" Nagatani Ching stood up in surprise, his face full of incredulity. That Ghost Major shook his head. At that time the reporters from all the countries nearby saw it, and that guy was already killed. The murder weapon in his hand was the same pistol as the one that shot Representative John, and at that time there were also people who heard that guy shouting something before he shot. "The Imperial Army will never surrender." Upon hearing this, Nagatani Ching felt his blood rise and a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. "Baka Yalu, how is this possible? How could there be such a stupid person? A setup. It must be a setup." He had repeatedly explained not to cause any trouble during the previous operation. After all, he had to count on the White Eagle Empire to stall them for time. But so what if they knew it was? Now the people outside and even the White Eagle Empire thought it was their move. After all, the evidence is there, and people don't believe in sophistry, and call it a slur. Why is the representative of the Footloose Nation's ass okay with it? Or has the Blue Party become so ruthless as to take a shot at one of their own? Are the people who get to participate in such meetings simple characters that the Blue Party would cut off their own arms? Everything points to the Foot Locker state, and they are at a loss for words. The Blue Army representatives were shot at in the concession, and this instantly aroused the anger of the frontline generals as well. I told you these brats are just wolves. They need to be driven down to the sea in one fell swoop. The high level suffered a shooting. This is also a moment to touch the strings of the Blue Party. This if you can still bear it, then simply be a bastard. Unsurprisingly, the battle, which had only stopped for half a day, erupted once again, although it is a truce for half a day. But this half a day the little kid has already done a lot of preparation. They had constructed a tight defense line around the perimeter of the command, with machine guns lined up and infantry guns standing on the roof of the building ready to support the streets. What's worse is that the Brat's warship sailed directly into the Huangpu River, and the Blue Army suffered heavy losses under the sustained pressure of the ship's guns. Zhao Kai, Who was informed of the situation? Cursed. This is the result of being fearful. Now it's good. People have sailed their battleships over. Although those so-called righteous country regiments of the little devils are not as strong as the veterans who have gone through the war, they have also received military training in the country before they came here. They still had an advantage over the blue soldiers. These so-called immigrants have transformed themselves into invaders, and they are sending a steady stream of reinforcements toward the central battlefield. The little devils had made preparations half a year or even a year ago, and at this rate, the devils inside the commanding general's headquarters would definitely be able to hold out until the reinforcements arrived. Now the blues have no other way but to take the command with a bloody surge of troops. Hey, we still have to be the ones to step in when it matters. Junko had long been ready to fight when he heard that, and when he returned to Honko again the fighting here was much more intense than before. The buildings that towered over them before had now been reduced to rubble by the artillery fire, and the blues and the ghosts were engaged in a fierce battle in the ruins, advancing meter by meter. Each step forward was very difficult. The little kid machine gun fire points were everywhere and the blue side could only advance slowly. The blues are not close to being inexperienced at all when it comes to fighting alley battles. In an alley fight you should be on artillery and just flatten the target at point-blank range. Unfortunately the blues don't have that level of firepower. The lack of heavy firepower is the biggest drawback of the agrarian armies. After arriving at the battlefield, Zhao Kai looked around at the surroundings while Shun Zi was on guard all around. They deliberately avoided the ghosts' high fire while searching for a suitable support point. Unfortunately, this time is not as lucky as the last time. This side of the building were all blown down. Want to charge forward? That will have to be with the brats head on. There was no way around it. Junko could only help the blues eliminate some of the kids' fire points with his weapons in the shadows. It's limited help, but it's better than nothing. After fighting for a while, Zhao Kai and Shunzi realized that the brats had too many people, and just blew up a batch of people to immediately make up for it. And it felt as if they couldn't be killed. No way. Going on like this is not a solution. This brat simply can't be killed. Is there going to be another stunt to blow up the ghost's fire point? But these brats seem to have gotten smart. I'm afraid that the trick of muddling through is not a good one. After further thought, Zhao Kai still didn't take the risk with Junko, and the two of them just secretly helped the blues advance. It's a little slow, but it's good to see that the whole thing is moving forward. A series of behavior of the two naturally also attracted attention. The blues during the period also sent people to look for Junko. Looking for a few times did not find and gave up. The little devils were just as ruthless. And these guys had the artillery on the roof of the building firing at that area directly after they learned of Shun's general location. Even the ship's guns on the river took special care of him. Seeing that the enemy's bombardment was getting stronger, Zhao Kai and Shunzi could only choose to withdraw from the battlefield. This time the two weren't going to return to the concession, but were going to go and blow up the brats' warships. After being bombarded by the opposite ship's guns for so long, if it wasn't for Junko's fate he'd probably have reopened by now. Halfway to the road when Zhao Kai had an idea. In fact, we don't need to do it ourselves. I'll get some bombs out and find a way to give them to the Blue Army. I think they should want to blow up and sink the Ghost's warships even more than we do. When dealing with the kids' cargo ship those agents can chisel the ship, and now if you give them while the bomb, the kids that warship will be sunk. Zhao Kai didn't believe that the kids' ship could withstand the power of the special bomb. Chapter 74, Shanghai's Accident. The gangs that showed their heads. Shun Zi went back to Wei Shanghai and directly asked the kid to find someone to send that batch of special explosives to the Blue Party. Face-to-face interaction with the other party that was impossible. Zhao Kai didn't want to be targeted by the Blue Party. What Zhao Kai didn't expect was that this one almost cost Wei Shanghai his life. The third hour after Shun Zi handed over the special explosives to Wei Shanghai, Li Hei and the three men with fish heads and beards came. Junko was also surprised at the arrival of the three. Why are you three here? Did something happen? Boss, something happened when Monkey went to the black market. Li Hei told what he knew, and when he heard that Wei Shanghai had been shot at in the black market, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi's faces instantly turned ugly. How is the man? Is his life in danger? It's been taken to the hospital and the doctor said to be ready to collect the body. The three of them clenched their fists, unable to suppress the anger that filled their faces. Although the three of them usually like to joke around with Wei Shanghai, but in reality that are treating him as their own brother. And now they are told that their brother is going to die. Who can stand it? Check for me. Dare to touch my people. I'd like to see who has such big dog guts. Give me a direct bounty order. Whoever can provide information will be rewarded with 3,000 yen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old man's men are touched too. I think this is someone who doesn't want to live. Black Sun Fish Head Beard. You three mobilized all the brothers to check for me. Find someone old me to lift his heavenly soul cover. This time Zhao Kai and Shun Zi are really angry. Wei Shanghai that was trained as a successor. In the future it will be the main force of the organization. And now something has happened. Whoever it is that struck this time, there will be no good for them if they find out. With the help of Zhao Kai and Shun Zi's high reward and Wei Xiaohai's black market friends, the murderer came to light that night. At 9 o'clock in the evening, 3 men, Li Hei, came with 3 cartridges in their hands as well as 3 bullets. Boss, it's been found out. It's the brats that did it. Look at these bullets, they're the bullets that came out of the brats' southern pistols. Shun Zi picked up the shell casings and bullet heads and looked at them. Zhao Kai was sure of it with just a quick scan. That's right, these are the bullets from the brats' southern pistol. It looks like Shanghai is being targeted by the brats. Asterisk 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 in hell. Mother asterisk 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 in brats. I'm gonna get him. The most grumpy Beard couldn't help himself at this time, pulling out the weapon in his hand to go outside. Luckily Li Hei stopped him. Beard, what are you doing? Can't you see the boss is here? Beard turned back to look at the black face of the Shunzi, but sat down. Boss, I just cannot be angry. These brats are really pervasive. Must be the monkey black market errand was the ghost secret agent stared at. I said to let him less to go to that place, he still do not listen. Said what some things have to be his own to do. Hey, now well, something happened. Okay, you guys don't need to care about this, do what you need to do. Beard, how's the training you've been told to do? Junko diverts his attention, and Beard immediately gets serious when he hears it's a training thing. Boss, I trained those brethren in the way you gave me. And it worked out so well that it won't be long before they can be pulled out for a practice session. Boss, are you going to lead us to the brats? That's good. The brothers have been waiting for this day. Looking at the excited Beard, Shunzi waved his hand for him to sit down. There's no hurry to fight the ghosts, but it should be soon. Beard and Fish head. The training must be good. These can be our backbone. Alright, that's enough for tonight. You 3 send some people to keep an eye on Shanghai. If it's really the brats, they won't stop there. Wei Xiaohai was targeted by the ghost agents, so he must have done something to provoke the brats. You'll have to take a trip to the black market to determine the situation. Li Hei and the 3 of them left on the front foot, and Zhao Kai and Shunzi went to the black market on the back foot. The first time they came to this underground trading place, the 2 were also shocked by the black market. There are really everything in there. All kinds of goods for sale, even intelligence is sold here. Junko found a place that sold information based on what Wei Xiaohai said earlier. Both sides of the password. That talent to take Junko to the back of a house. Inside the darkness cannot see anything, but it is true that there is a person sitting inside. I heard you came looking for information. Do you know that my information here is very expensive? A vicissitude man's voice came from the opposite side. Before he could finish his sentence, Shunzi directly kicked the man to the ground. Say, why did my brother have an accident right after he went out from you guys? Or did you have an encounter with those bastard brats? Junko turned on his flashlight and shined it on the man's face. The flash of trepidation catching him, and it was obvious that this was spoken for. The commotion in the house soon drew the attention of the people outside, and 2 gun-toting thugs ran straight this way. Kid, seek death. Faced with 2 gun-toting gang members, Junko didn't give them a chance to strike. Raising his hand and taking care of those 2 with 2 shots, the man on the ground's entire heart lifted when he saw how viciously Junko had struck. What kind of person comes up here and kills someone? Will they get themselves killed the next second? After killing the 2 gang members, Shunzi's pair of tiger eyes once again looked at the man at the bottom of his feet. I'm only going to give you one chance to tell the truth. And if the result isn't what I want to hear, then you're going to go be a companion to those guys. Junko's gun was aimed at the man at the bottom of his feet, and the man wimped out in the face of the threat to his life. I said, our boss told me to do it. I don't know anything, really. The next thing he knew, without Junko's prodding, the man was pouring out beans and giving an account of what had happened. It turned out that they are a small haul under the Qing gang. The boss is called Lu San, hand in charge of a casino. Usually this guy mixed in various places, and small Ben Collusion is not clear. Listen to half a day Zhao Kai is heard out. This road 3 is likely to be a dog of the brat secret service. Wei Xiaohai many times in and out of the black market and also have exchanges with the blue party, which was the ghost secret service stared at. Now that the fight is hot on the surface, the battle is just as fierce underground. It's only been a fight for how long? And the blue party has already fought the ghosts agents many times. Most notably in the increasing number of gunfights outside the tenement lately. Getting the desired answer, Shunzi raised his hand and killed the guy in front of him who betrayed the customer's whereabouts. The next thing is simple. The so-called road 3 to kill, by the way, to see those so-called green gang, big brother. If these guys are honest, that's fine. If they're tangled up with the brats too, then we'll just have to deal with them. The name of the green gang was like a fierce tiger to the common people, but Zhao Kai really didn't put these guys in his eyes. Chapter 75, The Black Boss Who Ran Away. After leaving from the black market, Zhao Kai and Shunzi first went to the hospital, and at this time, Wei Xiaohai had already been resuscitated. This friend of yours is truly blessed with a great life. That bullet would have hit the heart if it had been 2 centimeters off. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. If it wasn't for you, this brother of mine would be finished. Li Hei thanked him as he shoved the money into the foreigner doctor's hands, and Smith was satisfied to see the large bill. He was embarrassed to take the money for nothing when others were so generous. But you'd better be able to let him recuperate during this period of time. And you can send someone to me if there's a problem at that time. My room is on the 3rd floor. If you can't find me, you'll have my assistant look for me. Come in. Zhao Kai and Shunzi watched the whole scene. Who said that the foreigners do not know how to understand the human world? Just that take the money action that is simply a veteran. Still, the foreigner was nice, and at the very least he was getting paid to do his job. Li Hei saw Shunzi came. The previous smile completely disappeared. He and Shunzi into the ward before whispering, "Boss really let you guess right. I do not know how the monkey messed with the little brats. Just now there is even a nurse to come to poison. If not, I was next to her to see that she is not right as really something happened. Well, you did a good job. Now that the surgery is done, find a chance to take Shanghai with you. This hospital is crowded. It's not safe even if you send someone to keep an eye on it. When the time comes, we'll find a private doctor to watch over it." Li Hei smelled moved beyond words. The boss is really good. Private doctor, this kind of money-burning thing he invited up without blinking. At this moment, Li Hei is also glad that his original decision, if not run into the boss. It is estimated that this will be themselves and those brothers are played by the brats died. By the way, let me ask you something. Do you know where the leader of the Green Gang, Du Rong, lives? When he heard the word Du Rong, Li Hei was a bit puzzled. Boss, what are you looking for that old thing for? I have heard that guy is not to be messed with. Do you need me to call on my brothers to go with you? Li Hei is very sensible, did not ask more questions. In fact, he can already guess something in his heart. Shanghai accident is likely to have a relationship with the people of the Green Gang. Otherwise the boss could not ask this question for no reason. No, you guys are busy with yours, and you'd be dragging your feet if you went. Seeing that his own boss had said so, Li Hei directly described several of Du Rong's residences. Finally, he also reminded, "Boss, I've heard that the one surnamed Du has experts around him, so you have to pay attention." "A master? How high? Can you stop bullets?" For the expert in Li Hei's mouth, Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't give a damn. If the other party dared to make a move, then don't blame them for making a move. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Kai and Junko went straight to the mansion that Du Rong frequented. Looking at the large villa not far away, Rao Zhao Kai was sighing, "TSK, it's worthy of being the largest gang in the Dragon Kingdom. These people are rich. Come on, let's also look at what this mansion looks like." High iron gates coupled with a ring of iron fences, none of which could stop the two men. Zhao Kai drove God's view, perfectly avoiding the guards inside the villa, and directly climbed up to the 2nd floor with his hook claws. Entering the interior of the mansion, which could only be described as glorious, the crystal chandelier above the hall and various decorations. I'm afraid that just taking out one of them would be something that other people couldn't afford in their lifetime. Zhao Kai and Shunzi circled around the villa and finally stopped directly at Du Rong's study. Under Zhao Kai's God's perspective, the room's arrangement was completely visible, and even the secret room behind the study was discovered by him. But it was pitch black inside, so he couldn't see clearly what exactly was inside. The only way to see it is to go in and walk around. "Junko, there's an entrance to a secret room under the table. Let's go in and take a look." Junko sniffed and immediately felt around inside the room, feeling around and finally finding the mechanism on the bookshelf. "Kai, it's open." "Well, let's go check it out first. There's definitely no shortage of treasures in this Shanghai Tycoon secret room." Junko walked inside with his flashlight, the light hitting the inside of the chamber, the entry nearly blinding Zhao Kai's eyes. The secret room was large, with a large shelf on the left and right sides, and Shunzi opened one of the boxes to see that they were actually neatly yards of silver dollars. "Open another chest. It's gold." Shunzi looked around the secret room. In addition to some gold and silver money bills and pearls and agates, some treasures, he also found some letters, both with the blue party and with the brats. Du Rong can do this side of the big knot without reason. 4 people smooth plus do all kinds of black trade. Want not to get rich are difficult. I heard that this guy is still a member of some merchant bank, and even some banks have positions for him. Junko also found a thick ledger at the bottom when he looked through the letters. "Ha, Kai, there's another ledger here." Flipping it open, what was written on it looked like Zhao Kai was on fire. Above clearly remembered Du Rong do business in tobacco and soil, which is even more cooperation with the brats a lot. Yin family instead of the ghost shipments. This goods having Yin family transactions. This is not disguised and the little kid cooperation. Originally, I only thought to come to scare this old boy, but I didn't expect there to be an unexpected joy. First, I'll collect all these treasures. It's also ill-gotten gains anyway. the purchase and sale of human beings to force good people into prostitution, the dumping of tobacco to open gambling houses. This put in the latter days of which crime will not eat peanuts. After collecting all the things in the secret room, Zhao Kai and Shen Zi waited for Du Rong in the study. However, they waited for a long time without seeing anyone come. Kai, did the old thing go somewhere else? Let's wait a little longer. If there's no one else we'll leave. Anyway, we've taken the benefits and this trip wasn't in vain. After another half hour, just as Zhao Kai and Shenzi were about to leave, someone came downstairs. Madam, Master has already left for Hong Kong City. He asked me to come and fetch you all as well. Zhao Kai kept his eyes on the bottom. When he read his lips and learned that Du Rong ran away, he sneered. The old thing this is knowing that this side is going to fight ran away in advance. Count on him to run fast. Let's go. When the people downstairs were not paying attention, Junko went straight down the stairs, and soon his figure disappeared into the night. On the way back, the two men noticed a constant stream of fighters flying overhead, and saw that the attempts were headed for the Blues. The explosions didn't stop for one night, and many people lost sleep on that night. Early the next morning, Junko was eating breakfast on the street when he heard someone whispering next to him. Hey, did you hear? The Blues were bombed badly by the ghosts last night, and I heard they were forced to retreat. My home is in the vicinity of the concession. I witnessed the Blues side was bombed. Mother Lu, you do not know that the ghost planes a trip never heard. It's a pity. The Blue Army are going to hit the ghost command and was beaten back. 8. The loss of no airplane. If I have money high and low to donate 2 airplanes to them. Junko, who was next to him, didn't feel like eating when he heard the man's words. Feeling themselves and Kai bother to help the Blue Army to fight the ghosts for nothing. If the first breath of non-stop fighting, the little kid how to have time to prepare for the counterattack. Chapter 76, Southward. It's true that you're not afraid of a strong enemy, but you're afraid of a piggy teammate. Zhao Kai spat out somewhat helplessly. What could he do now that it had happened? He could only think of a way to remedy the situation. With the way the brats are bombing, there's no way the Blues can drive the ghosts out to sea before their reinforcements arrive. And even if you drive off, it's just a delay. Once the ghosts' reinforcements come, then the Blue Army will be hit by a three-way combination of air, land and sea. Zhao Kai thought about what to do about his current predicament. After thinking about it, there is simply no way to fix it. In front of the absolute strength of the individual strength will seem a little small. Now it seems that he and Shenzi can do is to find ways to try to weaken the brats, so that the front of the Blue Army easier. The little kid's bottom card is nothing more than the Air Force Navy. With these two and they can complete the landing. But what if we find a way to weaken the ghost sea and air power? The matter of blowing up warships he had thought about before. Relying on modified explosives to blow up ghost warships shouldn't be too much of a problem. As long as the Blues have something in their hands that can blow up a warship, they will absolutely organize death squads. Naval battleships solved for now. What about the ghosts' airplanes? Do I have to take a trip with Junko to the south, where there are quite a few airplanes of the brats? A lot of the fighters that fly to Shanghai now come from there. This matter might be a pipe dream for others, but for the duo of Zhao Kai and Shenzi, it was nothing more than infiltration plus blasting. Now that everyone's attention is on Shanghai, who would focus on the south? For both men this is an opportunity. You can fly from Hang City to Harbor City first, and then sneak across the sea when the time comes. As soon as we get to the island, then this thing will be set up as an office. Zhao Kai gave Shenzi his thoughts, and Shenzi directly nodded his head in agreement. Brother Kai, then when are we going to leave? Now. Set out at once without delay. As things stand, I reckon it won't be long before the brats hordes are here. We'd better get this done before they launch a general attack. From Shanghai City, they boarded a train to Hangzhou City, and after getting off the train, the two of them spent quite a bit of money before boarding a plane to Quan City, which would take them 3 hours at most to get from Shanghai City to Quan City. Zhao Kai calculated the time. If nothing else, he would arrive at the island where the kids' airfield was located by noon. As the plane took off, Junko began to close his eyes. The plane arriving a little sooner than he thought it would. Arriving at the Quan airport, Junko wasted no time in hailing a yellow cab towards the harbor. Wanting to go up to the island for 100 kilometers to swim there is definitely not possible. Zhao Kai thought that he hoped to be lucky enough to meet a boat to the island. On the harbor, the cargo ships that come and go stop and go. Zhao Kai, in order to save time, directly let Shenzi get money to open the road. A bit of poking around actually led him to it. It was a freighter from the footpads, loaded with coal and iron ore. Ms. Minako, all the goods have been loaded and are ready to go. A small book explained the situation to the woman in front of her in a very respectful manner. Just then a dozen strong men with axes rushed out of the crowd and came straight this way. That's them, these damn brats. They're the ones who started the war to kill our compatriots. Cut them down. A dozen black-clothed men rushed directly over with axes and machetes, and the gunman hidden in the crowd also instantly snapped. Huaxia never lacks patriotic people. Even if it is the lower 9 streams, he has a patriotic heart. They don't know any grandstanding. They only know that their brothers and sisters are being slaughtered by the enemy. Now the enemy is still shipping war resources from his own country with honor. The only way to fix all this is to kill. The thud of gunfire instantly threw the docks into chaos. Several of Minako's bodyguards around her were killed instantly, and even she herself was hit by a bullet. Baka, protect Ms. Minako. The kitty crew leaned over and covered Minako's withdrawal. Murder, murder, run for it, it's killing people. The sound of gunfire was mixed with screams, and Shunzi in the crowd had already touched his gun when he heard the gunfire. But fortunately Zhao Kai had persuaded him to do so. We can't kill that ghost. Maybe we'll have to count on her to get to the island. Seeing that those ruthless people were about to rush to Minako's eyes, that axe was about to split her face. Minako had all but closed her eyes and waited to die when just then a tall figure stepped in front of her, kicking the charging axeman out of the way. Minako only felt a huge force coming from her hand, and her whole body almost fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw an incredibly valiant man standing in his way and tangling with the murderers. Go protect the lady. The other ghosts on the ship rushed over with their guns, and those who struck out saw that the situation was not right and turned away decisively, leaving only Shunzi, who had been slashed, standing in place. Are you okay? Minako took a small step forward and grabbed Junko's right hand, only to see a long gash in his arm that was bleeding. At this point Minako was heartbroken and anxious, especially when she got a good look at Junko's face. This is the man who risked his life to save himself. Baka, you're all blind. Why don't you treat his wounds? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Minako turned her head and cursed the man behind her, pulling him aboard without asking if the man in front of her agreed. After getting on the boat, Minako whispered delicately while treating Junko's wound. My name is Minako Nakajima. Thank you for just now. What's your name? Minako's eyes gazed at the man in front of her, liking him more and more the more she looked at him. Junko's face was full of calmness as she said in a flat tone, Sasai Shinsuke. When she heard Junko speaking Japanese, Minako's eyes lit up in great surprise. You're also from the Foot Basin country. That's great. If not for the fact that you just made a move, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see my father. With that, Minako got up and gave Junko a 90-degree bow. Arigato. Sosokuen. You're welcome, Minako-san. I was just going along for the ride. The more modest he was, the more interested Minako became in him. And at the back of the room she even took the initiative to invite him to her home. A direct promise was definitely impossible. Zhao Kai could sort of see that this little kid's pussy seemed to be interested in this Shunzi guy. Now that we're here, it's simply impossible not to take advantage of it. To be in charge of resource transportation, this Minako was definitely not simple. All we had to do now was hang on to her. At the forefront, don't take it easy until you figure out who the other person is. Kid, you have to work hard when necessary to sell a little color is not a problem. I tell you, this little kid definitely has a big head. Our big thing cannot come true may depend on her. Chapter 77, Minako, the one who came from the wrong side of the tracks. Kai, not so much. I'm still young, and I want to get the little devils when I see them. You don't know I could barely hold back just now. Shunzi for the little kid's loathing that really carved into the bones. If not before the dock, Zhao Kai opened his mouth fast. Minako, this will absolutely have gone down to report to go. Hey, small pattern. As much as it would be cool for you to just get that, at best you'd be killing her alone. But if we use him to get inside the enemy, that's something. Zhao Kai see Shunzi some resistance, so began to play the great method of fooling. Shunzi compared to the two when they first met is a lot of maturity, has become smarter, but Zhao Kai want to fool him, is just to spend some more words. When he said that, Junko didn't say anything. He wanted to hear what Kai was going to say. This time we are not here to bomb the Bratz airport. If Minako has a background, do you think she can provide us with a boost? When the time comes to take a walk to become a minor official, that is not a simple thing. Let's blow up the ghost planes. How many people will this save? And even if she doesn't have much of a powerful background, at the very least, she brought us here. No, if she really has no use for it, it's not too late to settle it later. Having said that, Shunzi wasn't the kind of person who didn't know the big picture, and nodded his head in agreement. All listen to Brother Kai. Then let's spare her life first. While the two were exchanging words, Minako had already asked her men to go and arrange a place for Junko to stay. The woman was straightforward enough to arrange Junko next door to herself. Minako basically stayed on Junko's side without leaving during the time she was sailing at sea. With Zhao Kai, a soul from the 21st century, holding a small book of women could only mean opening her mouth. Advancement Kuan. It's been a while since I've met someone as interesting as you. By the way, Advancement Kuan, since you don't have a place to stay, why don't you go to my place? When your injuries have healed, I'll introduce you to father. He should like you too. Although Minako was now mesmerized by Junko's personality, she hadn't forgotten to discover talent. An interesting soul coupled with a great deal of knowledge. The Empire needs that kind of talent. Then I'll trouble Minako-sama. Soon, the cargo ship from Quan City docked at the pier. This time, it can only be said that the duo's luck was just too good to be true. The two of them targeting the North City airport. Minako's ship docked directly at the Bamboo City Marina. And a little further north, Zhao Kai estimated that he would be able to find the Ghost's airport. After getting off the ship, Zhao Kai and Shunzi inadvertently swept the Ghost soldiers on the pier. To be able to have the regular army come to pick up someone, with a major leading the way. It seems that Minako, this woman, is indeed not simple. The more this happened, the happier Zhao Kai was. The higher Minako's status was more favorable for the next action. MS. Minako, I heard that you were attacked by those damn Rococo people in Izumi City. Those damn guys, my Bigfoot Empire will soon make them pay. Since the two sides fought, the airfields on this side have taken off fighter planes dozens of times, not only bombing the Blue Army's airfields, but also bringing great pressure on the Blue Army's frontal attacking forces. Now that they heard the words of the ghosts not far away, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were furious. Damn, let you arrogant for a while. Wait until I find out the situation, have you good to suffer. At this time, the Oni Major also noticed the Junko following Minako around, and said with great surprise, could this be Sasai-kun? It's really thanks to you, or else MS. Minako's life would have been in danger. It's all by the way. We in the Bigfoot Empire must help each other out there. Yoshi, you're right, Sakai-kun. We Imperials need to have that realization. Under the protection of the army, Minako and also Junko got into a car and drove all the way to the city. Minako had something to do and left first, leaving Kimura Kunihiko and Junko alone in the room. Sasai-kun, since Minako-sama has something to do, let me entertain you next. Sasai-kun, you'll love the place you're going to later. Kimura Kunihiko gave a lecherous smile, and Junko almost stabbed the other without a second thought. That look he loathed to the core. When the women in the village were spoiled by these women, it was this expression that he could never forget. First, hold back. Your kid's patience still needs to be cultivated more. First see what this wants to do, then it is not too late to clean them up. Junko's clenched fists loosened, forcing back the urge to kill. On the other hand, Minako has returned to find her father. Hisao Nakajima. Father-sama. I've investigated clearly. This time the Blue Southern Army has already departed, but it shouldn't be able to match us in speed. Just when the war broke out in Shanghai, the Brat hierarchy prepared for a big war by sending troops from the mainland on the one hand and on the other hand sending troops over here at the same time. Almost all of the two divisions have now been assembled in the northern region, and with only one order they will reach Shanghai by sea at once. Well, you did a good job this time. I heard that you were assassinated by the Dragon Kingdom this time. Were you hurt, Father-sama? No, thanks to Advancement-kun saving me. Minako went over what had happened to Junko, specifically mentioning that Junko was funny. Even Nakajima Hezo, an old ghost, was interested after hearing Junko's introduction, and he looked at his daughter with a smile. Minako, you came here this time to speak for this Saki's advancement, right? If he's really what you say he is, it's not impossible to take him under your wing. Now that the war is on, building a career is not a problem, and since you like it, take the time to bring him so that I can come and meet the young handsome man you speak of. Minako pushed Junko in front of an army officer in a couple of words. If Zhao Kai knew that Minako's background was so big, he could probably just laugh out loud. At this time, Nakajima Hiso didn't realize how much trouble his decision would bring to their footbath country. Zhao Kai and Shunzi, that is what? Mobile time bomb. The two of them, that is where to go to blow up where. This existence of brats dare to their own close to recruit can only say that their guts really big. Minako's side had just stepped out of the command not too far away when a loud explosion came from the distance, followed by hurried ghosts rushing towards the front. Minako opened the car door to stop a squad leader and asked, "What's going on up ahead?" "Minako-sama, it's those damn guerrillas. How dare they attack Imperial soldiers?" "Minako-san, for safety's sake, it's best if you stay here until we catch those guys and come back to take you back." Thinking that there was another Saki advancement at home, Minako couldn't care less about the danger, and immediately asked the driver to drive forward after the group. Chapter 78, Being Raised. The tavern that Kunihiko Kimura had taken Junko to was now completely in shreds. The two men at that moment were looking at the wreckage not far away with horror on their faces. Just now the whole tavern exploded. Stay inside, dozens of ghost-size officers all were blown up to the sky. If not now, Zhao Kai and Shunzi still need to have to utilize the Kimura Kunihiko. This simply do not live to get out of the tavern. These hateful devils persecuted the locals, with the women ending up in the worst situation. And even if Zhao Kai saw the picture inside the tavern, he was also furious. Tolerance is no longer necessary. So the two take the opportunity to detonate this place of sin. Looking at a body of ghosts on the ground, the anger in the hearts of Zhao Kai and Shunzi was dispersed a bit, but for the brats, This was just the beginning. The shocked Kimura Kunihiko looked at Junko, who had been injured a second time in order to protect him, with gratitude in her eyes. Sasai-kun, if it weren't for you, I would have been in pieces with those Imperial warriors today. Arigato. Kunihiko Kimura didn't care about his injured arm and bowed directly to Junko. Minako got out of the car just in time to see the scene, and seeing Junko covered in black, she ran over to him with small steps. Advancement Kun. You're not hurt. As she spoke, Minako blared hard at Kimura Kunihiko. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy's father had some history, she would have slapped him across the face right now. Minako-san. I'm fine. Let's just get Kimura-kun to the hospital first. Hearing this, Kimura Kunihiko cast a grateful look, and Minako snorted coldly and directly recruited 4 Oni to carry the two away. Hundreds of little devils then directly surrounded the whole street, trying to find the murderer of the attack. What they didn't know was that the real murderer had long ago run away from under their noses. By the time the evening came, the ghosts in charge of the investigation had found nothing useful except some bomb remains in the bombed-out tavern. Dozens of officers died in one day, and the incident directly alarmed Hisao Nakajima. Baka, check for me. Make sure you catch the murderer who fought against the Imperial Army. The missing positions are filled immediately and must not be compromised in any way for the next operation. According to his projection, at most half a month the two divisions would march to Shanghai, and at that time he didn't want to affect the big picture because of some small things. Hi! The Oni who reported the situation had just walked out the door when Minako walked in. This time she didn't say anything nonsense and directly stated her intention. Father, I want Advancement June to enter the Imperial Army, so send him to me as my guard. Nonsense. A true Imperial soldier has to go to war. My Nakajima family doesn't need a loser. Since this is so optimistic about him, let him go to the aviation base first to practice, and if he really has the ability, I will give him the chance to go to the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, which is the stage for Imperial soldiers. Just like that, Junko was directly named by a ghost lieutenant general to go to the airport, something that Zhao Kai and also Junko did not anticipate. Originally, according to the plan at the very least, he had to lick Minako to understand, and then take the opportunity to offer to join the army. Now it seemed he had underestimated Junko's charms, and Zhao Kai froze when he heard the news. Junko was equally surprised. No, but I just blew up one of your guys, and now I'm being asked to parachute into the airport as a squad leader. Ha ha, it seems that our luck is quite good. I was thinking of finding a chance to poke around the airport, but now it's good. People are personally sending us in. The squad leader was not a high-ranking position, but at least he was an officer, a status that would allow Junko to walk reasonably well at the ghost airfield. When the time comes to sneak up on the little kid fighters to add something. Hey, still want to bomb Shanghai? No more airplanes, I'll see how you guys bomb. Of course, it wouldn't do to just accept it outright. It would only cause Minako to belittle him or even lose interest outright. To get someone's attention, you have to be unique. Under the guidance of Zhao Kai, Junko begins his performance. MS. Minako, thank you for your kind offer, but I'm sorry I can't follow it. It would be an insult to the Imperial soldier in me. Junko pushed the ensign's uniform away with some exasperation and a look that said I don't eat food handed out in contempt. Minako couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle when she saw his face. Advanced-kun, I really wasn't wrong about you, but hear me out. Minako blah 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 spoke for a while, and reasoned a great deal before Junko finally reluctantly accepted. Since Miss Minako thinks so highly of me, I'll agree to it, and if I can't do anything meritorious within a year, I'll voluntarily apply to step down from my position. Advanced-kun, I believe in you. After changing into that second lieutenant's uniform, Minako couldn't take her eyes off of it. Advanced-kun, you're just a perfect soldier. Feeling that eager eyes, Zhao Kai arched his fire at the side and said, you kid hold back first. Anyway, it's all come to this, it's not that bad. Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Hurry up and take this little. Looking at the Oni skin on his body, Junko was in a very unattractive mood at this time, but thinking that he would soon be able to enter the airport, he still held back his nausea and looked at Minako. And how does Minako-san like it? Like, of course I like. No woman can dislike a man like Advancement June. Junko wrapped his arms around Minako and said with a face full of deep love. MS. Minako, I was attracted to you from the first moment I saw you. The cherry blossoms in my hometown are not as beautiful as you. MS. Minako, you are simply the most perfect woman I have ever seen. LOL, is that really true? I didn't realize that Advancement-kun was also a greasy-tongued fellow. The mouth says it's disgusting, but the body doesn't leave the approach. Seeing this scene, Zhao Kai knew it was a done deal. Okay kid, that's fine. The show can't be too intense. Junko sniffed and took 2 steps back, her face a little ruffled as she said, Minako-sama, it was me who was rude. I'm sorry, could it be that what Advanced-kun just said was a lie? Minako asked with some loss. No, Minako-sama is the most perfect woman I've ever seen. I just don't think my current self is good enough for you, Minako-sama. Believe me, I'll use the shortest amount of time to raise my status, and when I do, I'll let everyone know about my Sasai Advance's abilities. Capable, ambitious and good-looking, such a perfect Junko had completely mesmerized Minako that she was now looking at Junko with drawn-out eyes. I believe in you, Advancement-kun, and I'll work with you on that. Having settled Minako, Junko was also heading straight for her posting at the airport. Now that the battle was getting more serious, he had to hurry up and get the problem of the ghost planes out of the way. Every minute he went faster now might save one more blue soldier. The sooner they blow up the Ghost's fighter planes, the more favorable the situation is for the Blue Army. And as for the warships at sea, that can only be solved by the Blue Army themselves. Anyway, he had left behind a lot of high-energy bombs when he was leaving. Whether or not the Blues could use them to finish blowing up the warships was not something he could care about. Chapter 79, Exploding Ghosts. Led by Minako, Zhao Kai and Junko went straight to the airport. This airfield is not small. The two scanned around here at least 40 fighter planes of various types, including many of the latest type of the kids Type 96 bomber. A single bombing run by a 1-ton loaded Type 96 bomber could cause a lot of trouble for the Dragon Kingdom. Then look at the Blues, who have nothing more than an older generation of dive bombers that can only drop one bomb at a time. The two sides are not at all in the same league in terms of their Air Force equipment. Zhao Kai thought that he had to hurry up and get rid of the fighters at this airfield so that the pressure on the Blue Army's defense could be quite a bit less. After Minako left, Zhao Kai and Junko went around the entire airport. He, the squad leader, was in charge of logistics, so checking the situation of the airport was a normal operation. For Shunzi, this airborne captain, no one dares to have disobedience. The brat army that has a very strict hierarchical system. The official level of pressure to death, this is not to play around with. Not to mention the official level. Half a level can be crushed to death. Like Shunzi, this kind of relationship, the other on the rush to make good is more or less the same. No. A ghost lieutenant saw that Junko had been brought in by the commander's car and came right up to him. Don't be overly formal. Sasai-kun, our ground crew's tasks are simple. We usually just check the storage room. Nothing happens, just stay there. Looking at the eager top officer, Junko didn't fall on many sides and returned very seriously. Your Excellency, First Lieutenant, more please. Tegami Taro's heart was relieved to see him being so polite. Ha ha, there's no need to be so serious. Sakai-kun, in the future, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me, and I'll definitely try to find a way to solve it for you. If he could climb into the relationship of the person in front of him, it might not be impossible to be promoted one step further. Taro Tegami has been in this position for far too long, so long that he was ready to give up, and now well, Junko, a seemingly well-connected man, has given him hope. Zhao Kai looked at Shunzi's performance now as very satisfied. Right. See, people say ghosts. As long as the result is good, the process is not important. Kid, you have to learn more things. Junko pretended to be eager and talked to Taro Tegami for a long time, eventually learning a lot about the airport from the other man. Necessarily, the entire airfield had a total of 70 fighters stationed in a squadron of troops, and the airmen's quarters were located in the southwest corner of the airfield. And all Junko and his jurisdiction squad had to do was check the condition of the fuselage before the fighter took off. But since Junko was a relation, the matter was temporarily handled by a warrant officer under him. Saji-kun, I have some information here for you to take back and read first. With Saji-kun's talent, I believe it won't take long for you to get it all together. After receiving the information and saying thank you, Junko went straight back to his place where he belonged. With Zhao Kai, a humanoid machine, the district of few manuals to memorize is 3 or 2 hours. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the airport suddenly received a mission notice that all the fighters had taken off to bomb the Blue Army airfields in the Suzhou area. Junko, the new squad leader, had to be there at a time like this. By the time he arrived, the ground crew was checking the condition of the fuselage, and some were adding bombs to the fighters. There was a moment when Shunzi really wanted to directly pull out his gun and mutilate these brats. This time the airplane took off. I don't know how many more people from the Dragon Kingdom will lose their lives under the bombing. Shunzi came to the front of a Type 96 bomber that was being loaded and grabbed a little kid and asked, "What's the condition of the plane? Have you found any problems?" That ghost PFC saw that the visitor was a second lieutenant and quickly stood at attention and nodded, reporting to His Excellency the second lieutenant. "No problem. Snap. Baka. Then what is this?" Junko slapped the ghost first-class soldier in the face. The loudness of the slap attracted even the nearby ghosts. Even to now Taro, the squadron leader, was attracted over. By the time he approached, he saw Junko reprimanding a private first class. "Are your eyes gasping for air? Don't you see it here?" Junko pointed to the inside of the open magazine. One of the places where a screw was suddenly missing. The ghost private first class face instantly went white at the sight. Sir Ensign, Private Marseille, I didn't see it. Baka Yalu, why don't you notify the repairman to come and fix it right away? At first, Taro Tegami thought that Junko was looking for a problem to stand up to, but he didn't think that the other man would actually find a problem. That situation just now could have easily been an accident if it hadn't been resolved in time. Hi, I'll get someone right away. Only when the private ran away did Taro Tegami come over. Sasaikuan, I didn't expect you to come up here and surprise me. Sir First Lieutenant, it's my job to make sure every Imperial fighter takes off. Speaking in a big way. In fact, Junko had just taken advantage of the inspection to secretly place a kind of small-time bomb made by Zhao Kai on the airplane. The bombs were surreptitiously glued to the inner wall of the fuel tanks with magnets by Junko, and when the brats flew their fighters into an air battle with the Dragon Kingdom fighters, the time C4 inside the fuel tanks would explode. The bomb itself may not be very powerful, but the heat generated by the explosion is high enough to detonate the oil inside the tanks, which in turn will detonate the warplane. By then the little devils will only think that they have been hit by ground anti-aircraft guns or by the Blue Air Force, and they will probably not be able to imagine that the problem is with their own fighters even if they think about it. Shun Zi did it very stealthily. All moved on the fighter planes that were going to take off, trying to find out the problem that was impossible, because these ghosts didn't have a chance to come back at all. After sending off Taro Tegami, Junko starts picking out her targets. At first he was thinking of installing bombs in every fighter plane, but on second thought he thought it would be the total destruction of the Kid Air Force that would arouse suspicion. He gave it up, but still stuffed the fuel tanks of 15 Kid fighters with bombs. Hey, we've disguised this calculation to relieve the pressure on the Blue Army. Let's hope they'll give it a go and take down the command of the brats earlier. Zhao Kai secretly prayed in his heart. There were times when he really wished that he had the art of splitting his body so that he could operate at both ends at the same time. And by then it wouldn't be a simple matter for the little brats to try to take down the city of Shanghai. The scene shifts. The fighter planes that took off from the island were already above the Dragon Kingdom, and the Kid Airmen flew towards several airfields of the Blue Army respectively. Even Jinling City they went to, ready to make a good mess in the Blue Army's base camp. Blue Air Force fighters spotted the kids' planes and immediately took off to meet them. Since it was late in the evening, aerial fighter battles could be clearly seen above several major cities. A tracer bullet cut through the night sky, and the people on the ground sweated for their own air force. It has to be a win. Perhaps the people's prayers played a role. The kids' fighter planes were hit one after another. The whole battle actually shot down 20 enemy planes at once. That's something that hasn't been done since both sides went to war, and it counts as a big win. The confidence of the blue ground troops who had learned the news was greatly boosted as they pounced once again toward the little devils. Chapter 80, You Are Simply a Genius. 15 kitty fighters crashed in the Jiangnan area, and across nearly 1,000 kilometers Zhao Kai's side received the experience. Form, machine gun. Next evolutionary form, ground suppression artillery, 0/50, 000, 18, 100. Branch evolution, sniper rifle, 0/10, 000. Submachine gun, 0/10. 000, automatic shotgun, 0/10, 000, rocket launcher, 0/20, 000, mortar, 0/20, 000, flamethrower, 0/10, 000, grenade launcher, 0/10, 000. Taking out the White Eagle Empire's representative in the concession before had also given quite a bit of experience, and counting this times 15,000, Zhao Kai was about to round up 20,000 experience points. If it wasn't for the fact that it was consumed in the accessory mall, you should be able to choose a branch to advance in at this point. It looks like it's still a little bit short, but it's getting close. There are so many ghost planes laying around the airfield anyway. If we can play the whole airfield out, we'll be able to advance straight to ground suppression artillery. Forget it, let's just unlock the bazooka first. The ground suppression artillery thing won't work for a while, and hitting that kind of long-range artillery isn't something one person can play around with, without scouts to report location coordinates. Even unlocking large-caliber artillery is useless. At close range the kid's Type 92 infantry gun could still make do. For now it seemed better to unlock the branch weapons first, both the rocket launcher and the grenade launcher Zhao Kai wanted. After some brainstorming, Zhao Kai finally put the target on top of the bazooka. This thing is good at hitting both tanks and airplanes. Wait until this time to go back. Maybe the battle in Shanghai has been expanded. You can't really do that without some means of saving your life. The little ghosts are trying to create a big air attack because of the existence of Zhao Kai and Shunzi in order to fail to fall. Not only the loss of 20 fighters, even on the ground by the Blue Army to the commanding general's door, the demoralized Blues were still strong. And while the defense near the Kid command was certainly strong, the Blues had more troops. There are times when troop strength does solve quite a few problems. The news of the loss of the battle soon reached this side, and all the ghosts throughout the airfield were cursing. Baka! What right do those Rokoku people have to fight the Imperial Eagles in their broken airplanes? It must be their luck this time. The little devils are as tough as ever. They're just like that, they won't give in until they've been beaten up. Even if they were convinced it would be a short-lived one, and as soon as they had the strength they would absolutely bite back. Zhao Kai and Shunzi looked at the furious little kid's heart as extremely happy. Of course, this cannot be shown, otherwise it can be exposed. Not only can't you show it, but you have to curse along with those brats. The little tiny dragons have only won us once by a fluke. We'll make them change it all back in the next place. It's just a dream to dream with the Imperial Army with those old-fashioned fighters of theirs. Junko's words instantly resonated with the other ghosts, especially Taro Tegami, who nodded his head repeatedly. Yoshi, Sakai-kun is right. The Rokoku people are just a one-time fluke. Wait until the next time, they won't be as lucky as this time. Just then, the phone next to him rang, and something was said inside the phone, and Taro Tegami was there nodding his head. Hi, I'll clear the airport right away. After hanging up the phone, Taro Tegami scanned the crowd and said, Gentlemen, the opportunity for a clean slate has arrived. The main office is preparing for a sustained bombardment of the Rokoku mainland. Gentlemen, go back to your preparations right away. This time it's a protracted war. At this moment, the group of ghost officers in the room all went mental. Your Excellency, First Lieutenant, it is incumbent upon you to do so for the sake of the Empire. Junko followed the officers out of the conference room and joined the ground crew directly. He sneaks his hands in while shocking the brats with his vast knowledge. No one would even be able to notice if he gave 3 or 5 fighters a hand at a time. In just one night's time, Zhao Kai had harvested 11,000 experience points. Unlocked. The bazooka experience points are all still remaining. Zhao Kai looked at the bazooka template and couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. Ugh, I thought there could be missiles. All I got was these things. The only so-called bazookas are those conventional anti-personnel bazookas. And 20,000 experience points is simply a loss. If I knew that, I might as well have unlocked the others. Zhao Kai sighed and consoled himself. Forget it. Anyway, the wood has been turned into a boat. It's better to find a way to continue saving experience. Early the next morning, Junko's reputation as a genius ensign spread through the barracks. It's not genius to master from scratch in a few hours what it takes others years to learn. This incident even alarmed Minako in the back of the room, and she even made a special trip to Junko. Shinsuke-kun, I didn't expect you to surprise me again in such a short period of time. Troubleshooting 30 times in a single night is not as good as you, or even for a mechanic who has had a lot of experience. The more Minako looked at the man in front of her, the more she liked him. She had come to see her love brother this time, but also to deliver some news. It turns out that Nakajima Hisao is thinking of letting him work out for a while, and wait until the time is right to make a push to push Junko up. But now it seems that the young handsome man his daughter has her eye on is really something. Smart and cerebral, with a knack for managing people. This kind of person is a natural for the top. That's why Nakajima Hisao decided to let Junko join the army of dispatchers. And then if he could gain military honors in the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, he would have a say in wanting to help behind the scenes. Jin-suk-kun, my father wants you to join the dispatch army. My father said the fastest way to get promoted is through military service. But this was rejected by me. The battlefield is so dangerous, there's no way I'm letting you take the risk. With Jin-suk-kun's ability, you'll be able to build up a career even in the rear. Minako thought she had made the right decision, not realizing that the man across the table's face became even more determined after hearing that. Thanks for your kind words, Ms. Minako. I would like to join the dispatch sequence. As an Imperial soldier, I want to take on the responsibilities of a soldier. And Ms. Minako, you have to trust your vision. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that the rock rises with the wind one day and rocks up 90,000 miles. And this time joining the dispatch is my chance. Minako-san, please, make sure I join the dispatch. Junko had an unwavering look on her face, watching Minako's eyes go straight up. It's worthy of the man I'm looking at. It's just so classy. Since Shinsuke-kun has made up his mind, I will convey it to Father Sama. Seeing Minako promise, Zhao Kai heart a burst of ecstasy. This if on the brat's troop carrier, directly detonated that how much experience value. Do not dare to think. Do not dare to think at all. Now that the airplanes and tanks have been bombed, all that's left is the warships. 1,000 experience points for a fighter. How much for a battleship? That's at least several thousand. I'll take any artillery flamethrower I can get my hands on. Chapter 81, Embarkation. With Minako around, Junko was unsurprisingly organized into the ranks of the dispatch army. On the morning of the third day, he went with the large group to the docks in the north and boarded the ship. This time the little devils are prepared to first reinforce one division to assist the 2 divisions that will soon be landing to blow up the battle. The 3 divisions will start the landing operation first, and then continue to increase their troops depending on the situation. The reason why the Little Devils temporarily increased the strength of a division was because the Blue Army had already taken most of the area under their control in Shanghai, and now there was only a commanding general's headquarters and some devils along the river left to resist. According to the plan of the Little Devils, originally the situation would not be so bad before the arrival of the ground troops, but the successive initiatives of the Blue Army directly disrupted their plans. Because of Junko's hand in the airplane, the Blue Air Force had a very good record, which led to a high level of morale in the Blue Army in the previous days. During these 3 days, the Blue Army also sent out death squads to blow up the warships of the Little Devils anchored on the Huangpu River. It's rumored that Kiyoshi Hasegawa, an old geezer, was seriously injured by the bombing. Air-sea support weakened. Land no. Bratz is not the opponent of the Blue Army troops. The ghosts are very powerful, but the blue soldiers more than 10. 000 cannot be on 20. 000. 20. 000 cannot be 80. 000. Until the brats inside the ground will be purged. After the encirclement of the Ghost Command, the Blue Army built some improvised fortifications along the coastline to prepare for the reception of the enemy. The brats land without a receiving force, but the arrow on the string had to be sent. In order to take the city of Shanghai, brats can only temporarily increase the number of troops a division regiment, hoping to borrow the strength to open the situation. Meanwhile, the sea fleet was heading towards Shanghai. The present situation is rather like the first battle is the decisive battle. This time Junko was integrated into a logistics unit, and his task was to ensure the transportation of supplies as the battle was brought up ahead. These brats are simply too cooperative, letting us join the logistics. They're afraid they've lived too long. If you join the fighting forces is not good hands and feet, but to join the logistics want to do things, this is not simple. When the time to get some modified or spiked bullets and shells in the inside, the brats are not being dead old misery. This time the action above the brats attached great importance, so the speed of troops is also very fast. While the 2 divisions from the mainland were engaged in landing operations, the troop transports on this side of the river were also in motion. Looking at the densely packed ghosts on that ship, Zhao Kai and Shunzi's hearts were incomparably frenzied. There were several thousand brats on their ship alone, and most importantly some of the weapons and ammunition needed for this operation were also on board. Once aboard the ship, Junko began to do his duty and began to inspect the ammunition cannons. While appearing to be doing their best, they are actually sneaking around and replacing the tampered with ammunition. Bullets and shells are replaced with questionable bullets. Some bullets are loaded with more and some with less. Less loaded bullets are less powerful. More loaded with more use the chamber will not hold. The shells were mixed with some unexploded or reduced power shells, as well as shells with very sensitive fuses, perhaps risking an explosion of the ammunition on the way. Anyway, these ammunition is not through the hands of the Shunzi ship, even if the time to go wrong cannot find his head. Of course, sneak for ammunition, this kind of thing at first cannot be too much publicity, but also have to take their time. A time to let the brats die 100 or 80 completely no problem. Wait until the battle is raging and then step it up. And there's something for these brats to suffer. While there was time now, Zhao Kai opened the system interface. Form, machine gun. Next evolutionary form, ground suppression artillery, 0/50, 000, 25, 000. Branch evolution, sniper rifle, 0/10, 000. Submachine gun, 0/10, 000. Automatic shotgun, 0/10, 000. Mortar, 0/20, 000. Flamethrower, 0/10, 000. Grenade launcher, 0/10, 000. This bombing little kid airplanes and also warships to gain experience is fast. Just unlocked the rocket launcher before. Now the experience value is so much again. Previously, Sapphire Army blew up the kid's warship with Zhao Kai's modified bomb, directly giving 5,000 experience points. Now looking at the brats troop carrying warships, Zhao Kai's heart itched. In his eyes, these are all moving experience packages, but unfortunately, he cannot do it now, and can only find the opportunity later, because Junko's image in the eyes of the other ghosts was scrupulous. Even the ghost captain on top of this battleship took an interest in him. Ensign Saki, His Excellency the Major wants to see you. Come with me. Led by the little kid, Junko met his chief of this operation, Oyama Isaki, a very warlike guy. A guy who was attached to the logistics but always wanted to go to the front line to fight. The reason why he was looking for Shunzi this time, that was because he had heard about Shunzi's deeds, and although he was a related person, he was a real talent. Want to do great things? How can there be no auxiliary it? So he hit on the idea of Shunzi, thinking of pulling Shunzi down. The first time he saw Oyama Isamuchi, Zhao Kai felt that this thing was not a good thing. That was really a natural look of evil. Shunzi was the same feeling, almost about to pull out a gun to directly this guy. Good thing that both of them finally held back. Now is not the time to turn the other cheek. Want to get him killed? That is a smooth thing. Might as well see what this guy is trying to do first. Sakai-kun, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Up the guy came eagerly, wondering how familiar the two were. Though disgusted with the guy, Junko feigned a flattered look. Your Excellency Major, my humble servant has kept you waiting. Ensign Saki doesn't need to be formal. Do it. The ghost next to him poured tea for the two and they chatted. The more he talked, the more pleasantly surprised Isao Oyama was, for he had guessed correctly that the young ensign before him was a man of the same kind as he, and as warlike. Two militants together, that's something. At first Zhao Kai and Junko thought Isao Oyama was a smart guy, but as they talked they realized that the guy was a madman. For crazy people that's fine, just fool him hard. It's good for logistical soldiers to fight. Wait until you old boy play yourself to death. Then Junko and I can rise up to take over. There's a lot more a major can do. According to Zhao Kai's idea, Shunzi began to give Dashin Yanyi fierce chicken soup. You are invincible, and the logistics soldiers are no worse than others. When the time comes to fight, you will go on and finish. In order to get this mangaka's heart, Zhao Kai even asked Junko to give him advice. From the time he boarded the ship to the time he docked, Isamu Oyama had been touted by Junko as self-confessed invincible. Yoshi, Sakai-kun, after listening to your words, I feel enlightened. Who says that logistics soldiers can't go to the front line? When we get ashore I'll take the initiative to ask for a battle, and then the two of us will definitely let those Rokoku people know how powerful the Imperial Army is. Chapter 82, starting a day of war to play dead bosses. Half a day's time, the entire division has arrived at the perimeter of Shanghai. At this time the two divisions of the brats have begun to force landing operations under the cover of aircraft and naval artillery. The advantage that the Blues had previously fought so hard to gain began to be lost rapidly when two divisions of the Kids landed. In the face of the Kiddies' naval artillery as well as fighter bombardment, the Blues had to abandon their hard-built forward positions. No way. The brats this time even out of large-caliber naval artillery. That thing landing that is a company of soldiers disappeared. What the army cannot hold so hit Junko, as part of the Kids' logistics unit, had just disembarked and they were given an important mission. Support the dock defenders and transport ammunition to them. When he received this mission, Oyama Isamuchi was thrilled beyond words and grabbed Junko's arm with both hands and exulted. Yoshi, Sasai-kun, here's our chance. The battle over there at the docks is fierce. If we can take advantage of the opportunity to show ourselves, we can definitely go straight from a logistical team to a combat team. Sakai-kun, I can't wait. As soon as Isamu Oyama waved his hand, two trucks transporting ammunition went straight out and headed towards the docks. By the time they got to the docks, the brats were fighting the Blues. But the brats weren't looking too good. The Blues were at the height of their morale and rushed with complete abandon. The ghosts on the position were beaten and wailed. Baka Yalu, where are the reinforcements? Why haven't our reinforcements come yet? Just then Oyama Isamuchi came over with his men, and the grizzled ghost squadron leader was excited to see him. Your Excellency Osamu, you're finally here. Make sure you let those damned Blues know how powerful our Imperial Army is. Being blown away like that, Oyama Isamu felt his blood rise with a rush of heat and started taking over the command straight away. Opposite the Blue Army looked at the ghost reinforcements came. Some annoyed cursed. Yards, just a little bit, and then give me half an hour absolutely can take the opposite side. These brats how to speed so fast. What do we do, sir? Do we still fight? Fight. Why don't you fight? Our reinforcements are also coming soon. The more this kind of time the more we can't slacken off. Let the brethren give me a hard fight. Once again, fierce fighting broke out between the two sides, with bullets and shells flying about. For safety's sake, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi didn't run ahead, and now this situation could only wait for that batch of hands-on ammunition to come into play. He came to the artillery position of the ghosts and started directing these little kids to fire their guns. With ammunition replenished, the kiddie infantry guns immediately fired at the Blues in front of them, and at first the kiddies fought vigorously until a case containing modified unstable shells was carried over. He knew better than anyone that Junko had done the tampering himself, and when he saw that ammo box he silently withdrew from the gun position. By the time he was 100 meters away, the spiked shell exploded just as it was shoved into the barrel, killing the kid's infantry gun along with the 7 or 8 ghosts in the vicinity. This scene happened to be seen by the Blues, and one of the soldiers shouted, "Sir, the ghost's gun blew itself up. Truly God is helping us." The explosion of the infantry gun was only the beginning. The machine gun jammed because of overloaded bullets. The rifle blew up because of too high a chamber pressure, and all kinds of weapon malfunctions were staged at this time in the positions of the little devils. Oyama Isamuchi, who was about to make a big show of himself, looked at the machine gun that kept jamming and cursed, "Baka, what are you guys doing? The enemy is coming at us. Shoot, why don't you shoot?" His Excellency the First Sergeant, Our machine gun is malfunctioning and it will take some time to troubleshoot it. Hearing this, Isamu Oyama's teeth gritted as he slammed his fist on the sandbag in front of him. Where's Ensign Sakai? Tell him to take back the front position with his men immediately. Sasai-kun, don't let me down. This time our brigade's appearance in the eyes of the top brass depends on it. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, who were groping for fish in the back, didn't know that they had been set up plainly, waiting for the messenger to come over. Zhao Kai directly cursed. Asterisk his mouth? This dog day Oyama Yangi is really inappropriate people. Before hooking up with your kid, now let you be the charge. This is really wanting to be quite beautiful. So what to do? We can't just not go. Go? Why don't you go? This son of a rushes up to seek death. Then we can only let him die first. Zhao Kai sends a spiked ammo box to Junko, looking at it as an ammo box. The box is actually a bomb, and he will send this spiked ammo box to Isao Oyama later. Junko waved his hand and the dozen or so brats under his command followed. Warriors of the Empire, the time to serve the Emperor has come. Go! Hi! A dozen or so ghosts rushed forward as if they had been given chicken blood, and Junko arrived in front of Oyama Isamuchi with ammunition support. Oyama Ishii saw him coming and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Sasai-kun, it's up to you next. I'll personally give you credit when the time comes. Don't worry, His Excellency the First Sergeant, I will take back the front position. Saying that, Shunzi directly commanded the ghosts around him to charge forward. Just as he ran out there 30 meters, the place where Oyama Yangi was suddenly exploded, and a dozen or so ghosts around him went up to the sky before they could react to what was going on. Immediately afterward, someone shouted, "The command post has been blown up by the blues, and the first sergeant is in pieces." A modified bomb wiped out the dock command level once and for all, and while Junko was only a second lieutenant, he was indeed the highest ranking officer here now. It's natural that he's needed to run the show at a time like this. Baka, the damn Rococo people killed our senior colonel, sir. Kill the chicken to give to avenge the senior colonel. With that, Shunzi urged the remaining brats to charge forward. He grabbed the two ghost subcaptains and drew a big picture. Here's your chance, you two. As long as you hold the pier, I'll personally give you credit for your efforts. And promotion to warrant officer won't be a problem at that time. For ordinary ghosts, soldiers and officers, that is a threshold. Don't look at Shunzi, just promise a warrant officer. But this is a great gift to the military chow or chow chief who has been a few years. The two ghost subcaptains were like chicken blood when they heard this. Your Excellency Ensign, we will definitely hold the pier. Yoshi, you two must stop the enemy. I must now go and call for reinforcements at once. Said to call for reinforcements, but in fact is to take advantage of the brats do not pay attention to sneak hiding to shoot black guns. Now there are just over 100 brats on the pier, and as long as Zhao Kai and Shun Zi help the blues in the dark, this pier will definitely not be able to be defended. The little devils lose the wharf, their warships anchored on the river are unprotected, and if they don't want to be chiseled and blown up by the blues, then they have to pull out. Even if the kiddies counterattack the docks, by then it would be a small price to pay. Chapter 83, Welcoming Our Warriors. Zhao Kai thought of helping the Blue Army take the pier and retreat, but he didn't expect that before Shun Zi could get the rest of the ghosts killed, the follow-up reinforcement unit of the brats came. Zhao Kai glanced at the ghost tanks in the rear and couldn't help but curse. Damn brats move so fast, almost took the dock. Go back first, don't let them find out the end. When Zhao Kai reminded him of this, Shun Zi also hurriedly returned to the team to join in. Now Junko is an old acting man. Since there is no way to help the blues when it's time to seize the opportunity to elevate his position inside the ranks of the brats, now that the top guys are all dead and clean, he's promoted this time if nothing else. The accompanying reporter who followed from behind happened to capture the images of Shunzi's heroic battle, and even the ghost reinforcements that followed were very pleased with him as a second lieutenant. Ensign, you're good. The ghost's new major patted Junko's shoulder with satisfaction. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. It was only after some questioning that I realized that the young ensign in front of me was actually a logistician. Siki Nagar was very shocked at his words. Saji-kun is actually a logistics soldier. What a waste of talent. Saji-kun, if you join my team, I'll recommend you to be the mid-captain. Faced with the solicitation of Siki Nagashi, Junko refused. Your Excellency Major, I would like to join the combat team as well, but right now there are a whole lot of things to be sorted out in terms of logistics, and with you guys fighting in the front, I'll be sure to secure the supplies and ammo for you. Junko had a look of righteousness on her face, and the more Satsuki Nagar looked at her, the more satisfied she became. You're right, Sakai-kun, so I won't say any more to you. I'll be looking to you for future supplies. It's nice to have a friend who manages logistics. At the very least it's convenient to pick up supplies later. The battle at the pier gets more and more intense, and Zhao Kai and Junko can only is to leave this dangerous place. He didn't realize that when he returned to the camp behind him, One of the reporters who had accompanied the army earlier had already spread the word about him. A logistics ensign fought valiantly to buy time for the arrival of Imperial reinforcements. And by the end of the event even the division commander was alarmed. The brats today desperately needed some incident to boost their morale. And what Junko did was unsurprisingly processed by those journalists as an Imperial warrior. In the evening, the succeeding co-captain personally interviewed Junko, along with an acquaintance, Shinsuke Kuin, looking at Minako, who was dressed as a reporter. Zhao Kai and Junko were both surprised. Good lord, this little kid pussy is chasing me here. Boy, are you that charismatic. Junko was very speechless at his words. Kai, just stop. I'm having a hard time. If it wasn't for the fact that Minako still had a use for her now, I guess Junko would have drawn his gun a long time ago. As long as it's a brat, never mind a male or female one. It's not a good thing anyway. Although she thought so in her heart. For the sake of the greater good, Junko still said with a few moments of surprise on her face. MS. Minako, why did you come here? It's so dangerous here, why did you come here? His words were tinged with worry, and his direct words softened Minako's eyes. With a smile on her face, Minako shook the camera in her hand and said, Our hero, I'm the reporter for your special interview this time. Shinsuke Kuin, quickly tell me about your heroic deeds. No woman could say no to a good-looking and capable man, and Minako was naturally no exception. If it wasn't for the fact that there were outsiders here right now, she would have wanted to just pounce on the man in front of her. She hadn't believed Junko before about making feats in a short period of time, but now she did. There was no other way. Junko could only add to what had happened before. And anyway, things had developed like this, so let's talk about it in an awesome way. Since the brats wanted to create a powerful figure to boost morale, they went along with it. And anyway, a higher status was more maneuverable for Zhao Kai and Shunzi. When the time comes to find a way to get rid of some artillery and tanks of the brats is also considered to be an indirect help to the Blue Army. Unsurprisingly, with the deeds of valor and Minako's push, Junko, a connected person who came in through the back door, is promoted, and promoted out of the blue. Originally, according to the promotion conditions of the brats, he wanted to be promoted is very troublesome, but now the brats want to create a benchmark to provide morale for the whole army. So there is now. After being promoted to lieutenant, Junko was a logical choice to become the squadron leader of a logistics squadron. In fact, even though he was now a lieutenant, he was actually the acting first lieutenant because his previous superiors were dead and gone. It hadn't been long since he was promoted, and his new assignment came along. Lieutenant Saki, now that the Imperial forces are re-establishing contact with the command, your mission is to support General Kiyoshi Hasegawa at the command with a shipment of ammunition supplies. Before the Blue Army and Zhao Kai Shunzi screwed up a lot of ammunition of the brats. Coupled with the fierce battles these days, the command's ammunition has long been in an emergency. Without ammunition supplies, it was only a matter of time before the command was overrun. The Blues' obsession with the command was deep, and they knew that they might lose a lot by taking it, but taking it would also boost the morale of the soldiers on the front lines. Today they have no advantage in strength to speak of. 10 divisions plus some other police forces. The number of full counting even 100,000 people, while the brats now have 3 divisions of troops. And another division is already on the way. For a long time the Blue Army will certainly not be able to take advantage, so they thought that even if they retreated to fight later, they would have to blow up the command of the brats, or the damn place would be a scourge. After hearing about this mission, Zhao Kai and Shunzi both lit up. Haze ka-ching ah. This mother is a super big fish. Previously, a major general had been rewarded with a full 10,000 experience points. Wouldn't a major general earn a fortune? Thinking of this, Zhao Kai's heart was incomparably excited. Go, must go. As long as we can mess with this old devil we can get away. Although Zhao Kai was also thinking about Shunzi being a spy inside the ghosts. This kind of thing could not be forced. Let's get rid of Heiskiyoshi and retreat. Then we'll retreat back to the concession and play slowly with the little devils. Hearing this, Shunzi breathed a sigh of relief. Finally it is possible to not have to pretend to be a ghost. He is really put one day did not hold back to the little kid mutiny. This mission to support the commanding general's mission is so valued by the little devils that even the armored cars have been deployed twice, in order to be able to wipe out the blue troops in the resistance. Just now, the ships on the river were already firing in the direction where the blues were, and the blues' position was in jeopardy. Junko just followed behind the brats and was figuring out with Zhao Kai how to pit these brats against each other. This time there were more ghosts. The bullets to do the trick had continued, but some other violent means were needed. Zhao Kai did not want the brats to be able to hold the commanding officer. Chapter 85, Large-Caliber Naval Guns in Action. With a thought, Zhao Kai began to purchase materials to synthesize modified grenades inside the accessory mall. The grenades to be synthesized this time although on the surface they look exactly the same as the grenades of the brats, are filled with small C4. The C4 explosion was so powerful that even a palm-sized piece could kill all the nearby ghosts. Now that the sky is darkening, later on the brats will think that even if they blow up the other ghosts they will think that the blues open fire and hit them. Zhao Kai had placed a few custom C4 grenades in each grenade case, which would detonate instantly by pulling the safety ring on the detonator inside. He'll be the first to deliver these grenades to the brats when the fight starts. The remaining 2 armored cars were equally good, and since it was dark anyway, getting 2 magnet bombs to dip underneath them wouldn't be a problem when the time came. Ghost Command. At this time the Blue Army was charging against the commanding officer. The regimental commander who was in charge of the attack was receiving bad news. Reinforcements from the brats have arrived. The frontline positions can hold out for at most half an hour. If you can't take the command headquarters in half an hour, we'll have to retreat. Hearing the somewhat heavy voice on the phone, Li Mingda's fists clenched tightly. Brigade Commander, can you top it again? Give me 1 hour. 1 hour I will absolutely take down the Ghost's command. If I can't, I, Li Mingda, am willing to be court-martialed. Died so many brothers, how can be so finished? Even his own brother was killed by the brat ship artillery. If you do not fight in, is not everyone sacrificed in vain? At this time Li Mingda felt a fire in his heart. Today even if he died he would blow up the brat command. The voice on the other side was silent for a few seconds before ringing out again. Fine, I'll buy you another 20 minutes. And when we take the Ghost's command, I'll personally claim credit for you. After the phone hung up, Li Mingda called his adjutant over. Xiangfei, how's the stuff I asked you to prepare? Chief, it's all ready. This is the bomb I got from inside the black market. I heard that this was the thing that sank the Brat's warship in the first place. Adjutant Chen Xiangfei took out the special bombs purchased from the black market, and it was clearly the mixed bombs that Zhao Kai and Shunzi had left for Li He and the others before they left. Not only does the bomb have the power of C4, but the instant it explodes it generates a high-temperature metal heat stream. Even steel plates can't withstand this kind of bomb explosion. The concrete wall of the little kid's headquarters was nearly a meter thick, and the existing artillery of the Blue Army could not be blown up at all. And even the aerial bombs dropped by airplanes were ineffective. It boils down to the fact that their shells or bombs are too low-powered. There are no fortifications that can't be destroyed by bombing, and if there are then the bombs must not be powerful enough. Even steel plates are difficult to melt easily. Mixed bomb. Want to blow up the kid's headquarters should not be a big problem. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. If 2 isn't enough, then 10. I don't believe we can't blow it up, but it wasn't a simple matter to get close to the Ghost Command. Today's command headquarters is a large superfortress. There are infantry guns on the roof of the building, and downstairs are all the Ghost's machine gunners. If you want to rush through then you can only send out death squads. As long as we can make a few openings out of the wall of the little devils, taking down the command of the devils is not a problem. Good, Xiangfei, with these bombs we'll definitely be able to take down the Ghost's command. Gather the troops at once and prepare to launch an attack. In the meantime, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi's side was already fighting with the Blue Army's troops that were blocking the front of the command. Both men's fists hardened as they looked at the blue positions being bombarded by the brat ship's guns. Since the main force of the kiddies had come ashore, their artillery had unleashed a heavy barrage on several of the blue positions. The blues also had artillery but were cowed in the face of the kids' air hands. It's true that Zhao Kai and Shun Zi messed up quite a few of the kids' fighters in the first place, but the kids still have naval carrier planes as well as indigenous fighters that can fill in the air firepower gaps. That said, it's still the blues' air power that's too weak. Looking at the brats who had already tangled with the blues, Junko also drew away ready to secretly help the blues. Finding a building with good terrain, Junko had to use his hook and claw to get to the top floor because the stairs were blown up. Looking down below where the little devils were setting up their machine guns and firing at the blues, Shunzi took out his 416 Hong Kong dollars with silencer and night vision sights and started naming the little devils below one by one. The darkness coupled with the fact that it was Junko scattering and shooting at the brats didn't attract the attention of the brats. The pressure on the blues on the front was instantly relieved by the shooting of the scattered machine gunners of the little devils. Yet before they could rejoice for too long, 2 armored cars appeared from the rubble-strewn streets. The machine guns on top of the armored vehicles swept wildly at the blue soldiers at the end of the street, and a constant stream of soldiers fell under the gun. Damn! What's with the kids' armored cars? Neither the rifle nor the machine gun could shake the armored car, and the blue officers were ready to send out death squads to blow up the armored car. Just then, the armored car, which was still facing forward and preparing for fire suppression, was blown up in smoke as if it had been hit by something. As the 2 explosions ended, the kids' armored car was out of action. Seeing the armored car in front of them lying down, the blue soldiers had surprise in their eyes. Ha ha, good shot. This shell came at a really good time. Brothers, all hold on to me. Hold on for another half an hour. The brats' command is going to be taken down by us. Upon hearing this, the blue soldiers all became exuberant, and the weapons in their hands kept firing at the onrushing ghosts, with Junko helping in the shadows. Every time the brats tried to rush through, they were pressed back by the blues. In less than 10 short minutes, the little devils were killed by Shunzi's sniping. The brats could not attack for a long time, and on the side of the command headquarters, Li Mingda had already led the death squad to make several openings in the wall with Zhao Kai's special bombs, and Hasaguchi, the great general, was looking at the end of the line. A major general either captured alive or killed. That's a huge blow to the kiddies. In order to be able to support the headquarters as soon as possible, the little kid directly behind the artillery to the entire street artillery strikes. To the back of the even 400mm caliber oversized naval guns are used. Zhao Kai and Shunzi saw with their own eyes that one of the blue positions in front of them had been hit by an artillery shell and was no longer moving, while a crater the size of a soccer field was left behind where it had been bombed. Seeing hundreds of people sacrificed in an instant, the two men were already numb in their hearts, and they didn't have the leisure time to be sentimental about how many corpses were lying on the streets. Instead of staring here, we should seize the opportunity to kill a few more ghosts. After going down from the upper floors, Junko advanced with the ghost logistics team as if nothing had happened. The blues on this side didn't hold out long enough for half an hour in the end, and the front line was lost while Li Mingda was in the midst of his final attack against the ghost command. Chapter 86, Killing. Inside the command. At this time, Nagatani Ching was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Baka, what did those guys use that they managed to blow up the concrete wall of the commanding officer's headquarters? Block it up. Send someone to block it up for me right away. The ghost co-captain next to him was full of bitterness. His voice lowered. General, the enemy's attack is just too ferocious. They are attacking from all sides, and the Imperial warriors are resisting tenaciously. But we are running out of ammo, and the warriors in the front have already begun to start a white-knuckle battle with those Dragon Kuni men. Hearing this, Nagatani Kiyoshi once again had his men rush up, getting word that a squad was heading this way, telling them to be ready to receive it. At this time the phone next to him also rang. An Imperial army has been spotted in the southeast direction. Are we going out to meet it? Send someone forward immediately to meet them. That's our ammunition. Kiyoshi Nagatani's eyes lowered. As long as it was enough ammo it could still hold out. Just a little longer and the blues would be done for. His mood instantly improved at the thought. Kamida-kun, you personally send someone to meet us and make sure to bring our support team over. Hi. Kamida nodded heavily and descended the stairs, then rallied his troops and killed them towards the southeast entrance. Even the last of the armored vehicles drove out. The face of the brat's armored car. The blue army is completely no way at all. The hand of the explosive packets are almost used. The strength of the same is also reached the limit. Today's blues and brats are complete tug-of-war to see who can't top it first. Faced with the ghosts attacking from the front and back, they could only avoid the front for the time being. When Junko entered the command headquarters with a group of fake ghosts, Kamida Ikkyo had an excited look on his face. Yoshi, Sasaikuan deserves to be called the warrior of the empire. These ammunitions were delivered just in time. Looking at the box of box bombs and grenades, Kamada Kazuo instantly felt confident again. Your Excellency, Colonel, if there's anything you need me for, my humble servant is obliged to do so. Seeing Junko in this state, Kamida Kazuo simply told him to assist in the other direction of the battle. One of them, Beard and Fish Head, were then placed at each of the two exits to defend the blues' offense. Junko gave them both a sneaky look that meant to say see what happens. Junko, on the other hand, led the others to deliver ammunition to the ghosts upstairs, just to take the opportunity to see which room the command room of the ghosts was in, and then give them a clean sweep. After entering the command headquarters, Zhao Kai began to turn on the scanning function to view every room, and soon he found the direction where Ching Hei's was. Junko, found it. The old geezer is in the innermost room on the right-hand side of the second floor. The thought of being able to take out one of the brat's generals right away excited Zhao Kai to no end. Getting this old geezer killed might be a direct upgrade. Zhao Kai observed the entire command again, and realized that the ghosts inside the entire command combined still had 300 people left, which I'm afraid that if we directly do it, we won't be able to run out, and we still have to be thinking of other ways. While his side was agonizing, the little kid's side brought him good news. Kamida Kazuo had just gone upstairs to report the situation to Hasegawa Kiyoshi when he saw that his general was already heading downstairs. Organize a retreat immediately. The damn blues have gone crazy. They've sent in more troops and are still preparing to bombard the command directly. Just now, Hasegawa had gotten the news that in order to take the command, the blue army had once again reinforced its troops by 1 regiment, and even the little used artillery had been brought out, in order to take the command in one breath. Trying to hold the blues' frantic offense with 300 men is just completely impossible. At the entrance of the stairs, Shunzi watched a group of ghosts embracing a ghost coming down the stairs. One look at the rank, his eyes instantly lit up. Kai, is that guy the Kiyoshi Nagatani we're looking for? Zhao Kai nodded. That's right, it's this dog. I was still thinking about how to get him killed, and this time he came out on his own. It's really true that if there's a way to heaven and you don't go, there's no door to hell and you're coming from there. If I'm not mistaken, these devils know they can't be beaten. They're retreating. Zhao Kai's gaze fell on top of the only armored car inside the command headquarters. If the old geezer wanted to run out safely, there was a high possibility that he would get into the armored car. If this is, then it's a good solution. Junko was already an old hand at the matter of installing bombs on carriers, and while the brats were arguing there, Junko placed 2 C4 bombs with magnets on the bottom of the armored car. After some discussion, Kamada Kazuo pulled Junko over and gave Hasegawa Kiyoshi a grand introduction. Admiral, this is the Lieutenant Sakai we talked about earlier. He's the one who led the men to hold the dock. Greetings, General. Kiyoshi Hasegawa carefully sized up the Junko in front of him and was very satisfied. You're very good, Lieutenant Saki. And since you're good at defense, there's a mission for you now. Hi, General, please instruct. Lieutenant Saki, take your men and hold the command. I trust in the strength. Hearing this, Zhao Kai and Shunzi both want to give this slap in the face, saying good words, but not to let us be cannon fodder here to give you an old thing to delay time. But that's good. It's the perfect opportunity to get out of it. Hey, my humble servant has held command. Kiyoshi Hasegawa nodded in satisfaction, turned his head and got inside that armored vehicle. Except for 100 ghosts left behind to help guard the commanding officer's headquarters, all the other ghosts were withdrawn from the entrance at the southeast corner. Looking at the back of Hayes **** at Qing's departure, Zhao Kai sneered in his heart. Old devil. Still wanting my good disciple to serve as cannon fodder for you. You go to hell first. The armored car had not gone far out of the command when the fire from the explosion engulfed it, along with the little kids following around it, who were also caught in the aftermath of the explosion. The blue army that was outputting to this side was also dumbfounded when they saw the scene, but the battalion commander who was leading the group reacted quickly, and directly took advantage of the brats' lives to take their lives, and rushed over with his men. Kiyoshi Hasegawa's sudden and violent death went equally well on Junko's side, and the grenades that had been moved didn't even need him to do anything for the brats to die violently on their own. Taking advantage of the incomparable chaos of the scene, Shunzi took the bearded fish head and killed them. Before leaving, he also faked his own death scene. Since he wanted to get out of it, he had to go completely. On the front foot of the crowd leaving, Li Mingda killed in with his men, looking at the ghost bodies all over the ground, his excitement overflowing, but not finding Kiyoshi Hasegawa, the old geezer, was something that annoyed him. Chief, do you think it could be that this old geezer knows that he can't hold it already, is running away early? Well, it's quite possible. Alright, let's forget about that for now and blow up the damn place. Since we can't hold it, we can't leave it to the brats either. Chapter 87, Faking Death to Get Away. Format, Ground Suppression Artillery. Next evolutionary form, Flak, 0/50, 000, 12, 000. Branch evolution, Submachine Gun, 0/10, 000. Automatic Shotgun, 0/10, 000. Flamethrower, 0/10, 000. Short Defense Gun, 0/30, 000. Looking at the interface that had changed, Zhao Kai was thrilled beyond words. Killing this old devil Nagatani Ching even gave 60,000 experience points at once, directly making him rich. Counting the previous experience gained, Zhao Kai unlocked the sniper rifle and grenade launcher together this time. Ground suppression artillery, which includes mortars. Good thing I didn't spend that wasted money to unlock it in the first place, or else it would have been a bloody loss of 20,000 experience points. Once the ground suppression artillery is unlocked, the howitzers and cannons and rockets are all here, but unfortunately, they're all towed guns. I'm afraid that if you want to unlock the vehicle and gun kind of artillery, you'll have to unlock the armor units first. In addition to completing the upgrades, Junko, the first user, had finally reached 100% progress and unlocked the last skill. Danger Sense, reacts before encountering a life-threatening situation. With this gain, even if Zhao Kai left Shunzi in the future, Shunzi would be able to deal with some dangers. After this period of time together, Zhao Kai believed that Shunzi was already able to stand on his own. The first user's progress reached 100%, and Zhao Kai similarly unlocked a new skill. The expansion of perception is one aspect, but more importantly is the new skill, splitting. Before, Zhao Kai could only have one user, but now he could split 5 times, which meant that he could now give the changed weapon to someone else, as well as pick a new host within the user. To be honest, Zhao Kai really didn't want to leave Shunzi right now, but he also understood that if he didn't select a newcomer, Relying on Shunzi alone wouldn't be able to provide the huge consumption of experience value in the future. Now that the artillery is here, isn't it going to be airplanes and tanks soon? That experience value must not be consuming a huge amount. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. A good host was not that easy to find. And before the Zhao Kai did not plan to leave Shunzi. At the very least he wouldn't leave until Junko had his wings. Zhao Kai has already thought about it. He wants to make Shunzi the new Shanghai strongman. And all the green gangs and red gangs will have to step aside. He wants to build a force with money and guns. Don't look at the youth gang is quite popular now. Meet the blue army with guns that also have to be convinced. With a gun, there are words of persuasion. Without a gun barrel, even more money can only be used to send benefits to seek stability. Give the money earned to those who have that money to purchase weaponry. Doesn't he smell good? This time when he came back, Zhao Kai wanted to meet the White Eagle Nation arms dealer that the two of them, Beard and Old Fish, were talking about. Before robbing the brats and do Rome's gold, not to mention buying guns and cannons, even tanks and airplanes he can afford. But before that, you have to go to meet the old fox Fu Yong. I do not know in the Red Party Cooperation cigarette business this guy get how it is. Inside a rented grocery store, Bai Yi was still cleaning the store like before, and when she saw someone coming, she almost subconsciously opened her mouth and said, "This gentleman, what do you need? We have all the daily necessities here." Waiting to see what the visitor looked like, Bai Yi was slightly stunned. "Why are you here? Where's old Lu? I'm looking for him for something." Hearing that Junko wasn't here to see her, Bai was a little disappointed, but the disappointment on her face was quickly masked. "You're looking for the store manager. He's busy stocking up these days and I don't know exactly when he'll be back." "I'm back." "Ha, what are you boys doing here?" Fu Yong took his hat off and put it on the counter, and he was a little surprised to see Junko arrive. He'd been running this thing ever since it was discussed above as a partnership. After his tireless efforts, he was finally able to negotiate the matter. "Come upstairs. It's just as well I have something to discuss with you." When they came to the room on the second floor, the two of them didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. "I've already communicated with the top about what you said earlier about rolling cigarettes, and as long as you can provide the machines, it'll be as you say. Something like cigarettes is definitely considered a money-raising tool, and as long as the people in the Red Party aren't stupid, they'll definitely oblige. Having them contribute labor and materials to roll cigarettes is pretty much a no-brainer. I didn't expect you to be so fast, but dozens of rolling machines can you bring to the place? Do you need me to make a move?" Fu Yong waved his hand. "This won't trouble you. We're not a dry food. You leave the machine to me. I'll find a way to send it out at that time." After that he gave Junko an address to send the cigarette machine to. "TSK, it's rare that you, an iron rooster, have a time when you pluck your feathers," Junko teased. Fu Yong gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, "Brat, how come I didn't realize you were such a poor talker before? You really got a bargain and still sell your good behavior." "Alright, I'm too lazy to bull **** with you old fox. Let's go. I'll have someone send you the cigarette rolling machine then." Shunzi got up and walked towards the stairs. Lao Fu reminded behind him, "You kid, recently be more stable. Recently inside the concession is not peaceful. If the brats are watching, it will be trouble again." "Got it. If the brats run into me, they're the ones who should be out of luck." After leaving the grocery store, Junko went directly to the training warehouse. At this time, the Beard and also the Fish Head they were talking excitedly about something. "Brother Blackie, you didn't see it. Those little devils were no match for us at all. At that time, Old Fish and I were holding our guns and blitzing at those devils. That feeling, it was simply exhilarating." Next to Wei Xiaohai heard this and said in a bad mood, "You guys are having a good time. Do you know how much money you've wasted this time out? 20 men died. This pension must be several thousand. And ammunition consumption. These are all money." Wei Xiaohai sat in his wheelchair and sighed repeatedly. "Really do not know the price of firewood, rice, oil and salt when not in charge of the family." Zhao Kai and Junko looked at the crowd atmosphere so feel good. If the dead air that is no fun. They were happy on their side. The kid's side was already blowing up. The violent death of a major general and the loss of the imperial warrior who was to be launched as a typical warrior has infuriated the Kitty Dispatch. Especially when the Ghost Navy learns of the violent death of their own admiral. They are about to wash the ground with their ship's guns straight away. For this very wasteful attack, the Ghost's top brass naturally would not approve. You can see how petty they are by the design of many of their weapons. If they had the determination of the ship's guns to wash the ground, the situation wouldn't have gotten to this point. And in the end, they still wanted to maximize the results of the battle at the smallest possible cost. The morale of the Blues is high today, which is very unfavorable to the kiddies who are landing. Chapter 88, A Big Deal. Li Hei, take me to meet the merchant of the White Eagle Empire while you have time. I have a big business to talk to him. Junko approaches Li Hei and asks him to lead the way to the guy who sold him the arms earlier. Zhao Kai and Shunzi both wanted to know if that guy was bragging or not. If the other party could really get tanks and airplanes, future cooperation would definitely be inevitable. Boss, that guy is a black heart. Let me talk to him when the time comes. Zhao Kai and Shunzi couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Black heart. There can be blacker than us. If that guy is not honest, then I'm sorry. The warehouse was all ransacked for him. Li Hei led Junko to the busiest villa area in the concession, where arms dealer George's villa was located in the center of the villa area. To be able to live in the concession, money is one thing, and this guy can sell arms and has a lot of power behind him. Upon arriving at the door, the villa butler came. Wait a moment, gentlemen, I'll relay the message to Mr. George right away. Soon, a man wearing a backpack pants walked over from the villa. His face was full of excitement when he saw Li Hei. Oh, Li, my big client. Are you here to give me money today too? George also noticed Junko next to Li Hei at that moment and couldn't help but ask, Li, who is this? Mr. George, this is my friend, and this time he has a big deal to talk to you about, and I'm just here to accompany him this time. George swept his gaze back and forth across Junko's face in an attempt to see through him. Ha ha, since it's Li's friend, naturally it's also my friend. Please come in. Walking into the villa, which was even more prosperous than Du Rome's villa before, there were many famous paintings and treasures in the hall, and there was a bust of George hanging in the center. Zhao Kai's first time was to turn on the scanning function to look over the entire villa. Just like Du Rome's villa before, there was also an underground secret room, and it was full of all kinds of weaponry. Looking at the shapes of those gun structures, Zhao Kai also marveled at George's skill. Thompson submachine guns, 12, 7mm Browning heavy machine guns, mortars, and even 2 cannons. Being able to get these weapons, this George guy might actually be able to get airplanes and tanks. This gentleman, what do you need? Weapons or something else? As long as it's something you can say, there's nothing George, can't do. George looked like he had a plan, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. I'd like to acquire a batch of weapons from your side. There will be a lot of them, but I need to see the quality of your goods. Junko got right to the point, not intending to bull ***** with George. Hearing that he was here to buy weapons, George was unusually jubilant. This friend, of course, come with me, come and visit my shelves. Without hiding anything, George led the 2 men to the basement armory, and just as they entered they were greeted by a wall of hanging weapons. George pulled out a Thompson submachine gun from above and introduced it. The Thompson submachine gun fires 45 pistol rounds, can be loaded with a 20-round magazine or fitted with a 50-round drum, has a top rate of fire of 800 rounds per minute, and definitely has plenty of firepower. Weapons $200 apiece. Bullets $100 for 1,000 rounds. My friend Lee sourced a bunch of Thompsons from my side earlier. He should have the most to say. George's eyes were fixed on Junko. If the guy didn't haggle, then he'd rip the other guy off. I didn't expect that when I finished the offer of weapons. The man in front of me had a playful smile on his face. Mr. George, you're treating me like an ingrate. A submachine gun you dare to ask for $200 US. I can buy 3 Jinzhou Thompsons if I have that kind of money. And as for the bullets, are your bullets made of gold? Since Mr. George is using me as an ingrate, I see no point in talking about this business. Shun Zi turned to leave, while Li Hei came up to George and whispered, Mr. George, this friend of mine is very rich. The big order before was not for fun. If he leaves, you will regret it later. George was a businessman after all, and he was anxious to see the meat of his mouth running away. This friend, don't be in a hurry to leave. The price we can still renegotiate. Your dragon country has a saying, peace and harmony make wealth. Seeing that Junko was still quick on his feet, George gritted his teeth and said, $150 for a submachine gun and 70 for 1,000 rounds of ammunition. That's the biggest concession I can make. There was a cost associated with getting the weapons through connections, and a cost associated with transportation, and George felt like he'd conceded a lot with this one. He also wanted to get the weapons out of his hands as soon as possible, and to be honest, he was afraid of them smashing in his hands. Originally he wanted to sell it to the Blues, however the other side simply couldn't afford it. The most I'll give you is $100 for a submachine gun and 50 for 1,000 rounds of ammunition. I want 50 submachine guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition, if I can. The same discount is to be given for other weapons. 10 heavy machine guns, 20 light machine guns, and 20 mortars. And this is the first batch of weapons. If Mr. George is willing to do long-term business with me, an order like this, I guarantee I'll have one coming your way every other month. Hearing Junko's words, George's brain thought quickly. Although the other party's offer was very low, but he did still have a profit, and it was a long-term business. George figured that just this one deal would be enough to make him a small fortune. Yes, Deal. But I want gold. And I won't accept payment in arrears. Zhao Kai was all ready to pull the plug with this treacherous businessman. But he didn't expect him to agree so quickly. And he couldn't help but feel a little chagrined in his heart. Code. Must be the price is overstated. The Dog Day yellow hair ghost must still have a lot of money. Maybe his family is to open an arms factory. Once he thought of the arsenal, Zhao Kai had an idea. Shunzi, ask this guy if he can get motors and machine tools. If we can produce our own weaponry we won't have to spend a fortune in the future. Junko understood and began to ask questions. Mr. George, I wonder if you have any access here to motors and machine tools. Motorized machine tools. My friend, these things are not easy to get. And they are expensive. Which is not something you can get with some weapons. That means you have access. Looking at Junko's serious look, George nodded. As long as there's money, there's nothing George, can't get. After saying that he looked at Junko with a face full of shock. My friend, could it be that you really want to buy a machine tool motor? Of course, if you can get it, I can pay you a deposit up front. With that he opened the suitcase he was carrying, which was full of gold bars, and George's eyes went straight when he saw them. It was really a big customer. If he could do business with this guy for a long time, he would be able to put all other aspects of his business on hold in the future. The arms business is lucrative. It's a lot faster than any other business. My friend, I really wasn't wrong about you. Let's talk while we eat and we'll definitely give you a satisfactory result. Chapter 89, An Unexpected Gift Package. Li Hei and Junko stayed inside George's big villa for a long time. And by the time they came out the three of them already looked like friends who had known each other for a long time. Don't worry. Both of you, I'll personally have your goods delivered. When the weapons are in places when it will be hard for the little devils, their proudly armored tanks will turn into a pile of scrap metal in the face of M2 heavy machine guns. The ghosts in the air Zhao Kai and Shunzi had nothing to do for the time being, but the two of them had a way to deal with the battleships on the river. The previously unlocked ground suppression artillery had large caliber guns inside, 240mm caliber coupled with modified special armor piercing shells. Zhao Kai didn't believe that the Brat's warships could hold up to this kind of artillery bombardment. Taking advantage of the time he had now, Zhao Kai was going to go to the river with Shunzi to step on the spot to confirm the location of the Brat's warship. As long as he knew the coordinates of the location of the Brat's warships, Zhao Kai had the certainty of sinking the other party from a distance. Now that the kiddies are forcing landings to fight the blues, their offense will be greatly weakened if they lose ship gun support. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of brats, but if they can't fully spread their ranks that doesn't help either. Now but where the hands of the blue army can have hundreds of artillery, directly to the shore error than shelling on the line, why come now this scene? Those top brass are leaking some money out of their hands to buy guns now not even to fight like this. There was no time to lament the blues. As Zhao Kai and Junko separated from Li Hei halfway after leaving George's side, the two once again disappeared into the war zone as ghosts. It's only been one night, and already the kiddies are pushing back. Their tanks and armored vehicles had a natural advantage in street fighting. And the blues had absolutely nothing to do with these iron lumps. At times like this, you can only send death squads to crouch around corners to blow up tank tracks while the devils aren't looking. Zhao Kai and Shunzi had just come over when they saw 4 or 5 blue army soldiers holding explosive packages and charging under the ghosts' tracks. Although they blew up the kids' tracks with their lives, it didn't solve the situation at all, because blowing one up immediately brought one up from behind. Zhao Kai looked around and realized that there were 5 armored vehicles of the brats just in the nearby streets. And the brats were up to several hundred. At first glance, this is a key place for both sides to fight over. It was too late to think about it. Junko had already moved nimbly to find the highest point of the street, and a sniper grenade rifle just appeared in his hand. The sniper rifle plus grenade launcher was synthesized by Zhao Kai into a sniper grenade gun, which was the most suitable for hitting the brat tanks. Through the scope, Shunzi had locked on to a light tank moving down the street, and with a pull of the trigger, an armor-piercing grenade flew straight at the little kid's tank. There was a loud explosion. The little kids' Beaner tanks along with the little kids following alongside were all blown up into the air. Without waiting for the other ghosts to react, Shunzi continuously pulled the trigger, and 5 grenades flew towards the brats respectively. The brats who were raging the last second were instantly quiet. The blues on the other side look at me and I look at you with shock in their eyes. Li Mingda looked at the blown-up brat and muttered, "It must be him. Brothers, give me on. Take back the front street." With Shunzi at the back suppressing fire, no matter how many little kids rushed up they would be settled immediately. It's no exaggeration to say that one grenade is 7 or 8 ghosts, and the successive explosions are already scaring the little kids. Zhao Kai and Shunzi smoothly helped Li Ming to take back the street position, and then rushed towards the river. Relying on God's view, the two men bypassed the brats very easily, but by the time we get to the kids' makeshift camp, it's going to be hard to go any further. Zhao Kai could only rely on visual estimation to project the position of those warships. As he upgraded, his own abilities grew stronger, and his proficiency with various weapons almost skyrocketed. Observing and calculating firing coordinates from a distance was not a difficult task for him. From time to time Zhao Kai calculated the distance step by step. For this shelling of the ghost warships, not to say 10 to 9 is not close to much. After finding a safe position, Zhao Kai also directly told Shun Zi to prepare to shoot. In gun form, Zhao Kai was able to adjust the firing angle on his own, and all Junko could do was load the ammo. Soon, a huge shell with an armor-piercing warhead was loaded, and with an earth-shaking roar, the shell was headed straight for the warship on the kid side of the river. An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out above the heads of the little devils, and the little devils on the ground almost subconsciously looked up. The next moment they saw a scene that horrified them. The warship that had been striking against the guns in front of it was hit by a shell, which pierced the deck of the warship, and the huge shell detonated in the silo, directly hitting the ship's ammunition depot. The explosion from the martyrdom blast disintegrated the entire ship in less than 10 seconds. Before the little devils slowed down from the shock, another shell flew straight this way. This time the target was the Ghost Command ship on the river. This time the senior officers of the kid operation all met on the ship to plan how to take the entire city of Shanghai. Just as they reached a critical point in their discussion, the ship shook violently. Baka, what's going on? One by one, the old demons in the conference room all rose. Soon a ghost major ran into the conference room from outside. General, we've been shelled by the enemy. The warships are sailing away from this side. Everyone must not go out. On the other side Shun Zi was at this time nakedly stuffing huge shells into the cannon. Dog day brats, blow up you bunch. Rao has the physical strength to enhance the Junko. Loading 240mm caliber shells is also very difficult. If not for the existence of the loading aid, he alone is also difficult to be able to load the third shell so quickly. Not waiting for the little kid warship to move, the third shell again hit the little kid's command ship. This time the shell gave the little kid a dunking. The shell just appeared above the head of a group of old ghosts. Boom! The flames of the explosion instantly engulfed the entire command room, and all 8 generals, including the commander of the Kitty Dispatch, were carried away. Zhao Kai's side received that huge experience value when people are silly. I put together. This is Stab the Brat General's Nest, a general, 4 lieutenant generals and 3 major generals. Hair. Counting the 2 warships that were blown up. This one earned 220,000 experience points in blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Kai immediately used the 220,000 experience to upgrade. Form, anti-aircraft gun. Next evolutionary form, tank, 0/15000011231. Branching evolution, infantry vehicle, 0/1000000. Self-propelled howitzer, 0/1000000. Self-propelled rocket launcher, 0/1000000. Air defense vehicle, 0/1000000. Resource points, 50,000. After the upgrade, the split skill has been strengthened, from originally splitting 5 times to now splitting 10 times, and each split will consume a number of resource points. All those weapons and equipment that the system had swallowed before had all become resource points that could be used for splitting. Looking at the brand new interface, Zhao Kai sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, with all this stuff coming, does that mean it won't take long to unlock the mushroom bomb later? Chapter 90, An Eye for an Eye. The dispatch command ship was blown up, and the little devils went straight to madness and began to launch a frantic attack toward the blue positions. Ground troops, airborne aviation, and even the navy ships that had been lingering at sea were pulling in. In just 1 hour's time, the blues had suffered heavy losses. As the makers of all these events, Zhao Kai and Junko are both watching their men train in the rented warehouse. This will be purchased from George's hands. Of weapons and equipment have all been shipped over. Looking at those weapons, the 2 men are ready to take people to find the brats' trouble. A month of training is not as good as actually going to the battlefield. And now that the attention of the kiddies is on the blues, now is the time to take a shot at them. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi were discussing with Old Fish and the Bearded Two to make trouble for the little devils when an infuriating and incomparable news reached their ears. Wei Xiaohai was pushed in a wheelchair and came to the warehouse. His face was very ugly. President, the brats have gone crazy. They have arrested all the people in the occupied area, forcing the Blue Army to hand over the murderer who bombed the warships. And if they don't hand it over, they are going to kill all those people. In order to force the blues to hand over their men, the brats beheaded all 1,000 of the blues' captive soldiers. Hearing this, all of them all rose up angrily, and the Beard and the Old Fish directly cursed. Dog day brats, really a bunch of them, I'm going to get them killed. At this time, the expression of Shun Zi is equally cold and terrible. At this time, he seems to think of the village that once was, the same has not resisted, the same no threat, but still did not save his life. This is the kiddies, and they have no trace of humanity. Zhao Kai's anger skyrocketed when he heard Wei Xiaohai's words. Good. These brats are really looking for death. They like to kill right. They like to retaliate right. Then let them know what it is to fight violence with violence. There are so many brats in the Japanese occupied area. There are 80,000 without 100,000. Zhao Kai and Shunzi want to get them is not a simple matter. Because of Wei Xiaohai's arrival, the atmosphere of the entire warehouse has become very violent. Everyone more or less in Shanghai City have some relatives. Now the brats are going to kill their relatives and friends. Where can they hold back? 200 strong men looked at Shunzi. Chairman, let's go in this group of brats to death. Let them also know that we are not to be messed with either. Yeah, them. Looking at the crowd of excited people, Shunzi nodded his head. Good. Today will this group of mother ******** ing brats to death. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of everyone. What the Blue Army can do we can also do. Beard and Old Fish, the two of you take a team of men into the battle zone respectively. Remember, don't get attached to the battle. Your mission is to assist in the defense of the Blue Army, and if the situation isn't right pull out immediately. Shunzi knows that everyone has a fire in their hearts, and if this fire in their hearts can't be released, training will be delayed in the future. So boss, what do? I know a few kids' places inside this concession. Do I need to end them all? Wei Xiaohai looked at Shunzi seriously. Even being in a wheelchair didn't stop him from investigating the little kid. Since the other side is shameless, why should they be shameless? Like to push, then hurt each other. Control them first. We'll exchange those ghosts for those civilians when the time comes. The little devils deserve to die, but those who should be utilized should still be utilized. Xiaohai, this matter you go to your brother Blackie. Let him help you to do it. I don't care what the other side is from. As long as it is a little kid, then all of them will be arrested. After delivering the matter, Shunzi directly out of the warehouse. He is going to find the place where the brats are holding civilians and prisoners, and in the meantime, make some noise for the Blue Army to attract some firepower. Unlock the ground suppression artillery. Wanna mess with the little kid? That's much simpler. Find a suitable position. Shunzi directly pulled out a peculiarly shaped tractor rocket launcher. 12 barrels, 120 mm caliber. Zhao Kai used the split skill to classify 10 identical artillery pieces. Loading 10 large caliber rockets took a lot of effort even for Shunzi. 10 rocket launchers, 120 rounds of shells. At this time is already ready, aiming at the area where the little kid directly opened bombing. There's no such thing as a misfire. As long as it blows up, that's definitely a kid. Fire. 10 rockets fired at the same time. The flying rockets went straight to the face of the little kid. A squadron of ghosts who were preparing to support the front had not yet reacted to what was going on when they were knocked out by the sudden shells. Boom boom boom. A small mushroom cloud rose from the street. Zhao Kai used all warm pressure rockets in order to make things difficult for the brats. This thing that's a complete 360-degree no-death angle damage. The high temperature generated by the explosion can instantly engulf the nearby enemies, as well as the scorching gas with high temperature. The little kids in the asphyxiation situation can make their lungs burn up as long as they inhale a mouthful. Even if you don't die right away, there's nothing to live for behind you. Hundreds of thermobaric bombs covered almost the entire street, and a squadron of kiddies was engulfed in flames without even having a chance to react. Explosions were interspersed with screams and wails, and all sorts of sounds. The ghosts who had survived saw the team that had been engulfed in flames, and endless panic flashed in their eyes. What the hell just happened? All of a sudden a squadron is gone. The little kid panicked and ran to the back, his back in a terrible state. A brat squadron destroyed for Zhao Kai and Shunzi. This is just the beginning. See, the air flew over the brat fighter. Zhao Kai directly changed to anti-aircraft guns. Double 3-5 anti-aircraft guns instantly to the brat fighter into a muggle. The two carrier planes were shot down by Shunzi before they could get halfway to the blue position ahead. On the front, the blues took 2 fewer aerial bombs, plus the reinforcements from the kiddies weren't in place in time to support them, and they managed to hold. Compared to the smoothness of the two side, the Old Fish and the Beard side was not so smooth. Although the weapons in their hands were very advanced, they fought very hard against the crazy little kids. It was good that inexplicable understanding between them and the blues allowed them to work together to repel the brats. Blue Army and the brats frontal fight. The Old Fish and Beard will lead the men to fight the auxiliary. Heavy machine guns with armor-piercing bullets to hit the Ghost's armored car. A moment to waste the brats' half-life. Without armored vehicles to open up the road, even the brats would have to fight positional battles with the blues honestly. Inside the rented world, Li Hei, according to Wei Xiaohai, gave the location of the personal door care. Regardless of whether it is a ghost merchant or secret agent, all were killed by them in one net. By the time we got to the back of the line, there were 200 captured brats. Didn't the little devils like to negotiate? So let's talk. Zhao Kai didn't believe that those devils would really give up these devils who were raking in money for them. Chapter 91, Formation and Bombardment. Soon the news of the arrests inside the tenement reached the ears of the little devils. Upon learning the list of those captured, the only remaining division commander of the kiddies in Shanghai, Tara Sakai, became furious. Baka, how dare these Rokoku people? Tell them to let our people go at once or wait to collect the corpses of their people. In the face of the threat of the brats, Li Hei's side is just a sentence. If you have the ability to kill, the big deal is that we all do not want to be good. If we don't do it, then we'll trade 200 men for blue POWs and those civilians in enemy territory. This kind of request will certainly not be agreed to by the brats, and even door to door to carry out provocation. The result was predictable. Li Hei let people get a few old ghosts dead in front of the face of the brats, which made the brats understand that they were playing for real. Because there were important people inside the captured demons, Sakai had to consider making an exchange with the other side. Inside the warehouse, an old geezer was locked up in a room with his hands tied. Kenji Kaiba opened his eyes and felt a pain in the back of his head. He couldn't help but curse. Baka! What the hell is this place? Why am I here? At the thought of being knocked out and bagged by someone just after leaving the house, a strong sense of crisis rose in Kenji Kaiba. Bad. This can't be the Blue Party's torture chamber. We are all in the intelligence business. How can he not be aware of what tactics the Blue Party agents use? Rumor has it that even an Iron Man must speak when he enters the torture chamber. Thinking of this, Kenji Kaiba gulped, as if he had already seen his end. He became more and more certain of his suspicions until a few people were pulled out never to return. No, I can never fall into the hands of Blue Party agents. Instead of being tortured to make a confession, you should take matters into your own hands. Kenji Kaiba staggered up and turned his head about to slam it into the wall behind him. Just then the door to the room suddenly opens and Li Hei looks at Kenji Kaiba, who is about to hit the wall, and directly shoots him, breaking both of his legs. My leg! Kenji Kaiba squealed there in pain. He didn't expect his opponent to shoot. Dog days still want to commit suicide. Thing quite beautiful. Come on people, put this old ghost in solitary confinement, give me a good interrogation. If you don't have a ghost in your heart, who would believe it? Kenji Orabe was captured, and it wasn't just the ghosts who were anxious. Even the Blue Party side was anxious. For the head of this little kid intelligence network, the Blue Army is looking for a long time. It is not easy to a bit of news did not expect to be intercepted by others. Find a way to contact that guy. Absolutely can't let him send Kenji this old ghost back. The old ghost must die. Chen Guanghan's eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy Kaiba Kenji didn't know how many people under his hand had been killed. Now he couldn't let the other party live. Understood. I'll immediately mobilize everyone to find ways to contact the other side. In a room across the street from the grocery store, Fu Yang was talking to a man. Kenji Orabe, are you sure? It's better to be wrong than to let go. That guy said he wanted to negotiate with the brats. And our guys found out that the old geezer had disappeared. So you suspect that the other side took the ghost captive? The man nodded. That's right. I know you have a way to get in touch with that guy. If you get a chance, you can have him interrogated properly. You might get some unexpected news. Well, I can't be gone too long, so I'll leave this to you. After the man left, Fu Yang was in trouble, because he could not contact Junko, since the last time they met. Want to contact each other, that is really not a simple thing. Ugh, let's wait and see. I hope that kid comes to me. In the makeshift interrogation room of the warehouse. At this point in time, Kenji Kaiba was already beaten and bloodied. Worthy of being the head of the Secret Service, his mouth is hard. Baka Yalu, kill me if you can. You damn Rokoku people. The Imperial Army will kill you all sooner or later. Haibei Kenji cursed. Opposite Li Hei's face was blue. He had already determined that the ghosts in front of him had a problem. Where can an unusual little kid be so resistant to beatings? Which one was not entertained with a stick before? Only this guy in front of him has a hard mouth. Brother Koroko, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. Let's wait for the chairman to come back for interrogation, Sayumi said as he looked at Kenji Kaiba on the torture rack. Li Hei nodded. It seems to be the only way. At this time, Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't know that Li Hei had a surprise waiting for them. The two were now inside a ramshackle house a kilometer away from the kids' riverside position. Seeing the densely packed brats not far away, Shunzi had been a bit unable to hold back. Kai, just start bombing. Let's withdraw after that. The brats definitely won't be able to catch us. Don't worry, I'm getting things ready for the brats, and I'm definitely going to get them later. Bombing street building area with thermobaric bombs. This bombing brigade of brats with many tents. This time is certainly incendiary bombs are more effective. I just don't know how many ghosts can be killed in one round of rocket fire. Soon, 120 modified incendiary bombs were synthesized by Zhao Kai. Rocket explosion department is loaded with mixed fuel. As long as the explosion of the little kid want to extinguish that is impossible. Moreover, the rockets that had been modified by Zhao Kai were also capable of secondary explosions, and their power was absolutely unrivaled. 10 guns were once again set up by Shun Zi, and the direction of the muzzles were all aimed in the direction of the brat camp. 10 large caliber rockets fired in unison. In the blink of an eye will turn the brat's camp into a sea of fire. That scene can be more shocking than the previous scene of warm pressure bomb bombing the street. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Take cover. The kiddies were being blown up by the incendiary bombs, and the mixture of fuel staining the kiddies would turn them into firemen in no time. Even rolling on the ground couldn't extinguish that burning flame. Zhao Kai and Shunzi were scattershot, so the ghosts in the main camp were more or less shut down. And now at a glance, the little kids inside the main camp were busy putting out the fire. Zhao Kai and Shunzi utilized the modified rockets to directly give the brats a handful of realistic version of the fire, burning the brats wailing. Looking at the system's kill list, Zhao Kai's mood finally improved. 120 shells killed 800 brats. Barely acceptable. This time to write down the location of the brat camp. In the future even on the side of the concession can be directly open shelling this side. It's impossible for a kid to sleep in peace after today. Morning, noon and night in 3 times bombing time. Wait until the night, let the people timed fire. As long as the brats do not move the nest that is waiting to be bombed. After the fight Junko was ready to evacuate, but I didn't expect to be targeted by a patrol of brats. It was hard not to attract the attention of the ghosts by firing rockets at such a close range. Even though the two had come over to irritate the brats, they had to run faster when it was time to run. Looking at the approaching brat patrol, Shunzi put away his artillery while switching out his bazooka. It's coming pretty fast. All of you eat cannonballs for me. The quadruple rocket launcher was so powerful that the kiddie patrols were devastated before they even got close to the area. Chapter 92, Ghosts Seeking Death. After emptying the bazooka in his hand, Shunzi skillfully switched weapons and looked at the brats who were still continuing to chase this way. The grenade launcher in his hand fiercely greeted towards the pursuers behind him. A 6-shot grenade from a howitzer has more sustained firepower than a rifle underbarrel grenade that has to be reloaded for 1 shot. 6 high-explosive grenades smashed into a pile of brats, instantly killing several. Baka, give chase. Contact the other patrols immediately. We must catch this damn guy. The pursuing ghost squadron leader's eyes were red, and he got into a trike and chased after him. Shunzi looked at the brats who were still in hot pursuit. His eyes were icy cold and incomparable. Like to chase? Right. Blow up you brats. Times C4 loads were thrown behind Junko like he didn't have any money, and the little kid chasing after him would immediately be blown to smithereens. Seeing that there were more and more brats around, Zhao Kai handed the synthesized smoke bomb to Shunzi. All of a sudden smoke enveloped where Junko was, and by the time he passed a sewer, Junko dove right in. At first, the two of them worked day and night to find various escape routes in Shanghai, in order to run away at the critical time. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhao Kai and Shunzi were more familiar with the sewers than the builders. Looking at the enemy that disappeared into thin air, the little kid's face turned green. Baka Yalu, where's the man? Obviously he was here just now. Why is he suddenly gone? Search me inch by inch. I must find that damned fellow. The brats near the camp were busy looking for people, and the two of them over here, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, were already off the hook. As Junko climbed out of one of the drop-offs, he ran right into a blue force being pursued by the kiddies. Dozens of ghosts ran after 10 blues, and it looked like those blues were in bad shape. Seeing the road and pulling out his sword, Junko didn't care about the sludge that covered his body, and set up a general-purpose machine gun and swept it up to the front. The little devils couldn't react fast enough, and 7 or 8 of them were knocked down when they met. The 10 blues who realized they had someone behind them also seized the opportunity to find cover to counterattack. In the Shunzi machine gunfire under the continuous suppression of the little kid completely afraid to move forward, this side of the commotion soon attracted the other direction of the blue army. Wait for reinforcements to come, Shunzi, this only left. Li Mingda muttered as he looked in the direction he disappeared. What a weirdo. When he thought about the help he had received these days, Li Mingda really wanted to thank the other party in person. Once evacuated from the war zone, Junko returned to the rented warehouse. Just as soon as he entered the doorway, Shanghai was pushed over. Boss, you're finally back. We've captured quite a few brats just waiting for you to dispose of them. Wei Shanghai told the story of how Li Hei had kidnapped the brats in the tenement, and Zhao Kai's eyes lit up when he heard that he might have caught the big fish. Big fish. It's hard not to get another windfall. Zhao Kai urged Shunzi to go to the place where the brats were being held to see what was going on, but he didn't expect 2 of his men to run in through the door before he could take a few steps. From the looks of their faces, they were very angry at this point. What's going on? Furtive. Chased by a dog. Wei Shanghai snapped. Can't you see that the boss is over here? A little bit of eyesight. The 2 of them smoothed out their breaths before noticing that their own chairman was over here. and hastily opened their mouths. Chairman, the little devils have bullied us too much. They even gave us their chopped off heads to flaunt, and said that if we don't let their people go then they'll cut up 100 of them at intervals and send them to us. Hearing this, Wei Xiaohai slammed his fist on the wheelchair. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how did they dare? Or do they think our knives are not fast enough? Originally, he thought that by killing 2 ghosts he would be able to make the other side stop, but he didn't think that what he would get in return would be a change of heart. What Wei Xiaohai didn't notice was that at this point, his own boss's expression was already as black as a pot. Zhao Kai was already aware of what happened. Now he was even more angry than Shun Zi. Oh, it seems that those little devils are not long to remember. Not to beat them painfully, they do not know to convince. Shun Zi went out and took a look at the heads sent by the brats. His lungs were about to explode. Xiao Hai, from now on every hour interval to get a brat dead, hang them in a conspicuous place. Tell Li Hei to continue to catch brats. Give me a heavy bounty in the black market. To catch a brat 50 oceans, and to provide clues 10 oceans. Anyway, the brats have begun to attack indiscriminately. What do you care about benevolence and morality at a time like this? And there is no need to speak of morality for. What about that ghostly big fish? Keep interrogating. You have to get something out of the other guy's mouth. Just toss him around as long as he doesn't get killed. After the explanation, Shun Zi went out to find Fu Yong. He had to get the other side to make a move. And the Lin gang was a force to be reckoned with at this point in time. Mobilizing the Lin gang to find the brats will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. By the time Shun Zi approached Lao Fu, the other party directly greeted him. Brat, you really don't stop at all. You dare to arrest people in the concession. Aren't you afraid that those guys will let the little devils in to arrest you? Oh, come as you are. I'm not afraid of them. I really think this place is my own. This is the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Sooner or later I will drive this group of scumbags into the sea. Shun Zi said the bravado. Fu Yong all as he bragged, although he also abhorred the foreigners. But drive each other to the sea, this thing is really not to say that can be done. Alright, I'm not going to bother listening to your bragging. Do you realize that you've captured a very important brat this time? Junko sniffed. How important? It's not still one of the brats. Do you guys still have a use for it? It seems that you really don't know. There is a high probability that there is a head of the brat's secret service in the people you arrested. Do you understand when I say this? That guy is called Kaib Kenji, the head of the brat's underground intelligence network in Shanghai City. As soon as he heard the word Kenji, Zhao Kai instantly thought of a last name of Takagahara. Did he accidentally catch the Takagahara homunculus? If he remembered correctly, this guy is a lieutenant general. This is 30,000 experience value. Get the other party killed directly to unlock the tank. Thinking of this, Zhao Kai's heart was ecstatic. How to forget this dog? Well, in the mistake to him caught. Go back after the other side must be properly interrogated. It's not too late to wait until you've interrogated the information you can use before getting killed. However, the urgent task now is to arrest the brats. The dog's secret agents matter to go back to say. So you guys want me to help you pull something out of his mouth? Old fox, you're really not taking advantage of it. You said you guys would provide me with information. How come you turned around and became me helping you guys? Forget it. I'm not going to bother with you about this. I have something important to look for you this time. I know that your Red Party and the Lin Gang have colluded. So help me with something and I'll help you interrogate that dog's secret agent when the time comes. Chapter 93, Preparing to Join the Battle. Brat, I think you just can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. What do you mean we're colluding with the Lin Gang? Fu Yong was furious with Shun Zi and blew his beard and eyes out. Shun Zi completely ignored him and talked about his plan there by himself. Fu Yong was also shocked when he heard that he was going around catching little devils and also offering a bounty on the black market. I think you're crazy. Do you know that this will offend the people in the concession together? And you're not just slapping those foreigners in the face by doing this in the concession. You don't think the brats don't have a lot of dealings with those guys, do you? And I'll bet they're going to take a shot at you if you damage their interests. Faced with the old pay's worry, Shun Zi laughed. You care so much, why? Since I dare to do that, have certainty. If the brats dare to come, I absolutely let them have no return. Come on, don't waste your time here. Just say you're done or not. Looking at the spirited young man, Fu Yong's hand clenched and unclenched mouth. Looking a little hesitant, after a dozen seconds, this old underground party clenched teeth. Grandma, are bullied by the brats to the head. Lousy today. If you do not agree to, your kid do not know how to make up behind my back. Dry. Seeing this reaction from him, Shun Zi laughed and patted his shoulder. It's still you, Lao Fu. I really didn't misjudge you. Get out of here. Brat, no big deal. I can make a deal here. I won't recognize it out of this room. Alright, do what you want. I just want the brats anyway. I don't care how you get the men. No more nonsense with you. I have big things to do. You get the people directly to let people over the black market. When someone and your people to hand over. When it appeared on the black market that someone had paid a bounty for the Footwell Nation, both black and white thought the person who had done it was crazy. Underground secret agents of the brats went crazy to find the person who did this. The result is predictable. Tracked halfway to the road, they were all killed by Li Hei the Manette. Looking at the three ghost agents in front of him, Li Hei viciously kicked. Dog days still dare to follow lousy. Waiting for you. Suddenly Li Hei seems to have thought of a good way. Since the brats will take the initiative to come to the door, why not dig a good pit and wait for the other side? And then the brats will come to kill as many as possible. Xiao Wu, just take someone to squat in the black market. If you see anyone with bad intentions, just grab them. Remember, be careful. I'm afraid these little devils will jump over the wall. Understood. I'll keep an eye on the brats over here. The kiddies wanted the Secret Service to monitor the black market, but they still underestimated the value of their own bounty. A foot basin countryman $100 ocean. This is a huge amount of money. Money moves people. As long as the money is in place, there are people with the body of the risk. Soon there was a craze for tying up foodbenders in various parts of Shanghai. At the same time, the killing of ordinary civilians by the little devils has been stirred up by people who are interested. As soon as they heard about the evil deeds of the brats, but any dragon countryman with a bit of bloodlust couldn't help it. This group of brats, even unarmed civilians are killed. I know where there are footbath countrymen. There is no one with me. Grandma, I can't stand it anymore. Count me in. Catch the brats. In this way, many gang members all formed small groups to catch the little devils. In just half a day, the tenements and other places that hadn't been affected by the fighting were in disarray. The little devils who were jumping up and down before were all too scared to go out. Such an action directly exasperated the little kid and jumped to his feet. Baka Yalu, how dare they? And, which one killed those Dragon Kingdom people against my orders? Sakai Ping was so angry that he almost lifted the table. All this time the elite of the Doshi Empire died at the hands of that madman. Wasn't stimulating that madman asking for trouble. In just one afternoon, 5 of the Empire's elites died. Those were important people who generated a lot of military spending for the Empire. And they were hanged in public just like that. Moreover, the Empire's intelligence officers were still in that guy's hands. And if the other side's mouth was loose, the impact on the next operation would be huge. Although he was incredibly angry right now, he had to endure it because he didn't know what else that madman would do. Men, find out for me who the hell violated my orders. Also, send someone to talk to the person in charge of the tenement at once. That guy is so not taking the laws of the tenement seriously. Don't they care that something happened to a citizen of our Bigfoot Empire in the tenement? We must be given an explanation. With the pressure from the brats, both the heads of the French and public leases have begun to apply pressure. Instead of directly targeting Junko, the mysterious man, they use it to expel the Rococo people in the concession. A move that arguably shifts the conflict to Junko. It directly turned him into a public enemy. The Renta community power-up coupled with the Kitty's secret push soon put Shunzi on the map. Countless people hurled abusive attacks at the man who had ruined their lives. What big hero? I think he's just a stinking bear, capable of doing it head-on with the brats outside. What kind of skill is it to drag us down here? That's right. Why should heroism involve us? I was originally a business is about to be negotiated. It is because of this guy even dragged me down. Hearing those piercing sounds, Junko's fists couldn't help but tighten. Zhao Kai felt Shunzi's emotions and hurriedly consoled. What do you care about them? Since they like to join in, then let's have a good time with them. You can't spoil these bandits when you deal with them. There are some things you just can't follow the rules, and people don't sympathize with you just because you're weak. Powers? To hell with them. Go back and get that Kenji whatever he is first. I have a gift for the brats today. Looking at the interface that was about to advance, Zhao Kai already had a plan in his mind. It was time to show those guys how powerful they were. Didn't you want to see him fight the brats? Then satisfy these guys' curiosity. There are times when a fight is more useful than a million words. According to the system's urine, the number of splits after the completion of the advancement will certainly increase. And then directly a dozen or so tanks with the blues rushed. Little ghosts. Ha! Just trash. Back to the warehouse. Wei Xiaohai has been the C part of the Kenji beaten half dead. This guy began the mouth is indeed very hard. But 3 sticks down this old ghost is not able to top all the account. Boss, here's what I got from the old geezer. Junko took the interrogation transcript and glanced at it and stopped reading. Well, good. Since the value is gone, there's no need for him to live. Junko pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the half-dead Kenji Kaibe. And with a gunshot, the life of the head of the Brat Secret Service came to a complete end. After completing the kill, Zhao Kai was also successfully advanced to a tank. Form, tank. Next evolutionary form, War Machine, 0/300000, 500. Branch Evolution, Infantry Vehicle, 0/100000. Self-propelled Howitzer, 0/100000. Self-propelled Rocket Launcher, 0/100000. Air Defense Vehicle, 0/100000. After the upgrade, the split skill was strengthened. From originally splitting 10 times to now splitting 15 times. Zhao Kai glanced at the tank unlocking illustration. Other than the tank categories that appeared during this time period, each of those advanced modern tanks required an extra payment of experience value and resource points to unlock. The unlockables are all generation tanks, but they're good enough for what they are, as long as they're hard enough. Chapter 94, Cooperation. Another upgrade directly allows Zhao Kai to arm wrestle with the little kid's bottom, and with full firepower it's 15 tanks. These tanks are a lot more powerful than the little house tanks of the little kids, whether in terms of size or combat power. The generation of tanks comprehensively crushed the little kid. Those in the hands of the little devils are tanks to put it nicely. But if you're serious, that thing is an armored car. At this moment, Zhao Kai seemed to already be able to think of the scene of 15 Type 5 to 9 tanks driving out. By the time the tanks drive towards the center street, can there be any position that can't be beaten down? Just the thing to show the blues what a tank can really be used for. Inside the dilapidated warehouse at the junction of the concession and the war zone, 15 Type 59 tanks rolled out of it, while the teams that had been conducting intensive training earlier completed their assembly, adding up to 300 men. No one knew how to drive a tank. It didn't matter. After completing the advancement, Zhao Kai was fully capable of maneuvering the tank and even loading his own ammo, just like he had adjusted the angle of fire of the artillery before. Now it only took him one man to get 15 tanks to charge toward the brats. Brothers, the time has come to test the results of your training. Junko stood on the tank and scanned the crowd. Looking at the stoic faces, he was very satisfied. The little devils oppress our brothers and sisters and bully our fellow fathers and mothers. This time we'll let the little devils know how powerful we are. Shunzi spoke passionately, and the people below all had fire in their eyes. Kill, 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 those Yakuza. Very well, now I will form you up. 60 men to a team, each team to be further divided into 3 groups. One team to be equipped with a tank, at which time we will launch an attack toward the positions of the brats. After going to the war zone so many times, Zhao Kai and Shunzi had long ago figured out the little brats, and this time they would launch the fiercest attack against them. Under the command of Beard and also Old Fish, the 300 people quickly split into 5 squads, and the tanks also started to change formation at this time. 15 tanks are not too many or too few, but they are definitely enough to deal with the little devils entrenched in the city. Once the formation was complete, the 5 squads sailed into the battle zone. When these behemoths appeared behind the Blues commanders shuddered in fear. Brigade Commander, an unnamed force has appeared behind us, under the banner of the resistance, and with tanks. The brigadier frowned slightly. Could it be him? Send someone to deal with the other side first. If it's really that mysterious person's team, we can have an easier time with them assisting us. Everyone knows all about what Junko and the others did, both in the beginning with the arming charts and during the critical moments to assist in the offense. All the strength shown by this rebel army is strong. As for where the other side got the tanks from, the Blues are also lazy. Now this situation can fight the brats on the line. Understood. Soon, a blue army major went forward with a few men to deal with Shunzi and the others. Before he could say anything, they soured when he saw the incoming equipment. It's almost as good as not having an assault rifle in your hand, and even a heavy machine gun, which is a purely American instrument. Taking another look at the Type 59 tank, the major couldn't help but gulp. No other way. The long gun barrels and the thick body were simply too shocking. Thinking back to the brat tanks, it's not in the same league at all. Shocked as he was, the young major still hadn't forgotten the purpose of this visit. He waved at the tank and shouted, "I want to see your officers." Shunzi didn't show his head when he sniffed. His beard stood out from behind the tank. "There's no need to meet us. We're fighting the devils. So get out of the way and don't hold us up from killing the devils." Beard waved his hand. The tank started up again, and the blue major could only move out of the way when he saw it. Being directly ignored by others is a situation that a cranky person would probably have to take action. But right now, the blues officer doesn't have that kind of courage at all. Besides, this time he had come with a mission. Even if he was sent off, he still came together. Brother, it's not a good idea for you guys to just fight like this. Why don't you cooperate with our blue army? You have tanks and we have people. Let's charge together when the time comes. Beard glanced at this major in an unchanged tone. "Oh, we are now being criticized by everyone. You blues are not afraid of stinking up the reputation with us." Hearing this, that major laughed. "Ha ha, we protect our country and still care so much. As long as we drive the little devils down to the sea, those foreigners won't dare to do anything to us. We are now fighting the brats for the urban area. As long as we beat them out, the battle will be half won. The brats have more people. If they can't spread out, it will be for nothing. The young officer was very self-possessed and analyzed the battlefield situation as well. Don't look at several divisions of the brats quite bluff, but in fact it is a large group of ants huddled in the shallows. That is, the blue army does not have much artillery. If a couple of artillery regiments come in at this time, the little devils will have to roll back how they came. Fine, we can help, but we are only assisting in the battle. You have no right to command. Yes, as long as your tanks can get in front and take the bullets for us. Both sides clicked together and headed directly towards the center city of the battlefield. At this time, Li Mingda was commanding his men to fight with the brats, and the streets were already covered with the corpses of both sides. There's too many of these brats to defend. The pig surge charge coupled with the artillery behind it for fire support, the blues suffered a big loss. Just then, 3 mighty tanks came out behind them. Captain Li, look at the reinforcements I called out for you. Li Mingda looked at his old classmate Chen Feng very excited. Can be considered to come to the reinforcements? Where did we get this tank? Good guy. What a monster. Li Mingda looked at the tank in front of him very excited. With this thing the little kid, and what is it? Beard came out from behind the tank and said, later you only need to send people to follow the tanks on the line. Clothtan coordination no. People follow the tanks to borrow the tanks to protect the enemy in the streets to clear the streets. Wait until the elimination of the enemy's vital forces, you then launch a charge to occupy the position. Li Mingda sniffing suddenly realized that the original tanks are used in this way. When he thought of the previous scene of only letting the tanks charge, he felt bashful. It seems like people and tanks charge together to better effect. Just this big iron guy is a complete mobile fortress. Li Mingda nodded. I know. I'll send someone to follow the tanks later. We have to make the brats look good this time. After some preparation, a platoon completed its assembly and again attacked toward the street where the brats were located. The moment the Type 59 tanks appeared on the street, the eyes of the little devils went wide. Nanny, what is that thing? An enemy chariot. Chapter 95, you're as ridiculous as your bunker. Baka Yalu. Shoot, don't let those longboat people rush over. The ghost squad leader in the position drew his saber and directed the firing, and a succession of bullets came toward Beard's side. When they heard the gunshots, the soldiers followed by the blues almost subconsciously got down. Beard saw this and directly gave them a kick. What are you afraid of? Our tanks, not to mention the bullets. Even the brats' infantry guns can't take us. What are you waiting for? Lift the gun and shoot. After saying that, Beard picked up the submachine gun in his hand and shot at the little kid's fire point in front of him. Zhao Kai kept his eyes on the situation in front of him, and when he saw the heavy machine guns of the brats, he maneuvered the tank to aim the barrel of the gun at the brats. Boom! A shell went straight to the heavy machine gun position of the brats, and the heavy machine guns of the brats, which had been clamoring in the last second, instantly became motionless. Both the machine gun and the shooter's deputy were all taken out in an instant. The blues were stunned as they watched the kid's heavy machine gun get blown skyward. That's gone. Previously, they in order to take the brats' heavy machine gun position that was launched several times to charge. The number of dead and wounded added up to a platoon. The brats are not only fierce firepower, their marksmanship is also very accurate. Relying only on the infantry charge, in this not spacious street is almost difficult to take a heavy machine gun position, yet it was this position that had plagued the blues for so long that was gone in an instant. At this moment, the blue army shouted as if it had been beaten with chicken blood. Brothers, all give me a hard fight, so that the little devils on the other side will also know how powerful we are. The blue soldiers ducked behind the tanks and fired sideways, quickly suppressing fire on the brats in front of them. Having been knocked out of a heavy machine gun fire point, the ghost squad leader immediately waved for the ghosts behind him to make up for it. Looking at the little devils with crooked handles, Zhao Kai wouldn't give them a chance. Death to all of you. The parallel machine guns on top of the tanks immediately opened fire on the brats in front of them. The 7.62mm machine gun hit the little kid and splattered blood mist. 5 heads of little kid couldn't die anymore. Baka Yalu, keep going. Watching the machine gunner fall to the ground, the ghost squad leader was not satisfied and continued to let the ghosts behind him charge upwards. At this time the distance between the two sides is already less than 100 meters. Beard with the soldiers under the hand immediately with submachine guns to the front of the brats' fire suppression. So close to a dozen submachine guns firing at the same time, brats do not dare to show their heads. Coupled with Zhao Kai and Shunzi, 2 people cooperate. Tank guns and machine guns that are dead towards the brats. Hello. A ghost squad against a Type 59 tank has absolutely no chance of winning. A few shells down the streets of the little kid was purged. Seeing that it was about to advance before the eyes of the little devils, the Type 59 tank was hit by a shell. But unfortunately for the little devils, the Type 92 infantry gun had absolutely no way to do effective damage to the tank. Mother, this iron guy's so powerful. Just now, if I'm not mistaken, if the tank was hit by the shell, right? A blue veteran looked at the intact tank in amazement, his mind still raising waves of shock. Old Wang too. You're right. I just saw it too. The two soldiers were wide-eyed and wondered where the officer had gotten this treasure from. Not far away in a small building, the little kid who had just finished firing the shells was full of consternation. Nanny, obviously hit. Why nothing at all? How is it possible? I must have blurred my eyes. Just when the kid artilleryman was full of questions, Zhao Kai was already finding the kid's position based on the point of impact. Looking at the residential houses not far away, Zhao Kai sneered. Hiding in a house is safe. What are you thinking? You guys are as funny as your bunkers. Junko, change the shells and to hell with the little devils and their broken buildings. Shunzi sniffed and immediately found the cloudburst shell, which was a modified artillery shell by Zhao Kai that was effective against the fortifications. With a muffled bang, the shell went straight for the kid's face. After the specially modified shell hit the building where the ghosts were, the high temperature generated by the explosion instantly engulfed the little kid, and the infantry gun at the center of the explosion was directly burned into rags. Without the artillery to fire on this side, Beard and the blue team quickly cleared out the remaining brats. Old Wangtu slashed the ghost squad leader to death and snatched the saber lovingly. Ha ha, the kid's saber is mine. The appearance of tanks in the city. This kind of thing quickly reached the inside of the command post of the little kid. The ghost captain was very angry when he heard that the position was gone. Baka, a bunch of waste. Immediately send troops to launch a counterattack. What's the big deal about the Blue Army's tanks? The Empire's battle tanks are invincible. Without waiting for the Blue's side to gain a foothold, the kiddies launched an attack on this side. This time the head of the 289 type tanks. This thing is still very powerful in the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, but this time they are against the 59 type tanks. 100mm tank gun that is not a joke. 2 shells were fired. The tanks that the brats were so proud of were instantly on their backs, and the brats that followed them were in the center of the street, and were suddenly caught in a dilemma. Just then 2 kitty fighters came this way and started strafing the Blues in the street. Beard saw this and shouted, "All hide behind the tanks. Quick!" The Blue soldiers had seen the defensive tanks in front of them, and that was with complete confidence in the big guy in front of them. The little kid bullets hit the tank to initiate the sound of thumping. Zhao Kai looked at the experience package delivered to the door, could not let go. Junko was also a grumpy man and set up his heavy machine gun and strafed the enemy planes in the air. In order to be safe, Zhao Kai also added a bullet stopper to the heavy machine gun, and with the presence of the bullet stopper Shunzi was able to show his head and output with impunity. Heavy machine gun bullets hit the top of the kid's fighters, and tracer bullets hit the fuel tanks and caused a direct explosion. The little kid who flew the plane was engulfed in flames before he even had a chance to scream. Previously, the Blue Army thought that the difficult ghost heavy machine gun position was solved by a cannon, and the enemy aircraft that gave them more headaches was also shot down lightly, and for a time the Blue Army's morale increased greatly. 15 tanks in conjunction with 1 regiment of Li Mingda took down in just 3 hours the position that could not be chewed down in half a day before. The area under the control of the brats was already small, and now that it's been screwed up like this, the space is once again compressed. Now if we take the dock, the kiddies will lose a landing point. For this situation, the kiddies will certainly not let it happen. When Zhao Kai and the others hit the vicinity of the pier, that resistance to the attack instantly became greater. Not only did the number of kiddies skyrocket, but even the number of times they were shelled increased. The little kid with the cannon directly opened bombardment, even if the 59 type tanks to get a shot cannot carry. No way. Zhao Kai and Shunzi can only choose to avoid the front. The tank attack to assist the Blues is over for now, and Zhao Kai is ready to go for the big kill on the little devils. Guns are something that not only the kiddies have. I just don't know what it would be like for the kiddies to be hit by a huge caliber shore defense gun. Chapter 96, a shore defense cannon. With the darkening of the sky, the Blues slowed down a lot for the kid offense. Facing the heavily guarded docks, the Blues side was completely helpless. Li Mingda also wants Junko and the others to help attack the docks, which is unsurprisingly rejected outright by Junko. 59 type tank is very hard, yes, but that is also relative. Let it carry the brat infantry gun is okay. If it is hard to carry large caliber artillery, that is also to send a person's head. And Zhao Kai already has a way to deal with the brats. The brats have hard shields, then bring out spears that are harder than they are. Taking advantage of the night, Zhao Kai and Shunzi silently withdrew from the battlefield and came to the edge of the war zone. Old Fish and also Beard and the others were left behind by Shunzi to assist the Blue Army in their attack, and when they left, Shunzi gave him the infantry gun that he had gotten from the little devils earlier as well. Heavy machine guns coupled with infantry guns. Even if the kiddies send out more armored units, it's all for naught. Without the armored units up front, it should be an easier fight compared to the Blues. In these ruins at the edge of the war zone, a huge artillery piece is quietly emerging. Here before Shunzi let Li He buy it with money. Underneath is a huge underground warehouse. Even if there is a cannon appeared is not a surprise. The design of the system's coastal defense gun is very user-friendly. Not only large caliber but also with hydraulic lifting capability. When not firing, the gun can be completely retracted into the ground. As the system was upgraded, the functions were not limited to simple form transformation. And this time, the shore defense gun was a self-built function. Of course, the resources needed to have this effect are huge. If not for the fact that the two had gotten a lot of belongings from the little devils and also from Du Rome before, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to get this huge cannon. With a mechanical roar, a huge cannon just appeared on the ground. The 406mm caliber barrels are a sight to behold. For this day and age, artillery of this caliber is proper justice. Zhao Kai and Shunzi plan to use this giant cannon to bombard the camp of the brats tonight. This group of brats before not bombarded quite cool it. Now also let them taste the power of large caliber artillery. Moreover, Zhao Kai had a modification mall, so as long as he had enough resources he could modify any ammunition. Whether it was the pier where the brats were or the battleship floating on the river, he was sure that one shot would send the other into the sky. Kai, are we really going to use this to bomb the brats? I'm worried that the brats are desperate enough to send planes to bomb us. Shunzi's worry was not unreasonable, while Zhao Kai smiled blandly at his words. Come as you are. I'm afraid they won't come. Let the little devils know some of our power today. Zhao Kai had Shunzi stand 4 anti-aircraft guns near the shore defense guns, and at the same time equipped these cannons with automatic loading machines. He was able to operate the insta-fire, and as soon as the loading problem was solved, the brats just came and died as many times as they could. How good can the little kids' planes be? But how many rounds of anti-aircraft artillery can they stand up to? Once ready, Junko leaned on the mechanical feeder to feed a huge shell inside the chamber. This is a Zhao Kai modified huge cloudburst bomb. 406mm cloudburst bomb. One shot is estimated to be able to level half of the street. The little kid cat in the dock residential area does not come out. Then never come out. Under the dotted stars, the blues are still launching their attack on the docks. Waves of men launched a charge, and in the face of the impermeable fire point of the brats, it was useless to have more men. A company folded in just half an hour's time. At this time, Li Mingda was full of worry. He did not expect that even the mysterious person with great ability could not take the brats. Now in this situation they must take the dock immediately. Only then can they have more energy to deal with the brats in other directions. But relying on one regiment to take the brats dock, this is not easy. Even if another regiment is estimated to be difficult. Just as everyone lowered their heads and sighed, an ear-piercing air-braking sound rang out from above their heads. Li Mingda and the blue soldiers almost subconsciously looked up, and before they could react to what was going on, the ghost position in front of them was completely silent with a huge explosion. The explosion of the large cloudburst bomb raised a small mushroom cloud, and the heat from the explosion went straight to the blues' faces, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. That's the effect of the cloudburst explosion drawing out the oxygen. Cough cough. The soldiers were all red in the face, thanks to the fact that they were far away from the center of the explosion. If they were closer, the hot gases would have cost them their lives. Looking at the front that had been leveled to the ground, Li Mingda's eyes were glaring out. What just happened? Half of the street was directly leveled by the bombing. The other soldiers looked at me and I looked at you, and the surprise in their eyes was already hard to describe in words. At times like this it was Beard who reacted quickly and laughed. It must be the boss who did it. Chief Lee, see if this will push on. I told you our boss couldn't just walk away. What? Your boss did it? How is that possible? Li Mingda is not a little cute. The caliber of this exploding shell is definitely not small. Before he has seen the scene of the brat ship gun bombardment, but also far less than now. In just an instant, the mystery of Shunzi once again pulled up. Li Mingda shook his head. I think so much for what? All the things that happened before, which is not to make people's jaws drop in shock. Now it's the brats who should have a headache. With the support of the other side's big killers, is it still a problem to knock down the pier? Thinking of this, Li Mingda grabbed the Beard next to him and said, Brother Beard, whether we can take the pier or not depends on you. Please. Li Mingda looked serious. His Beard wanted to say something, and the words were held back at the mouth. Just with the style of our own president, it's going to be a tough night for the brats, and as for hitting the docks, that's just a matter of passing. We're all brothers who fight ghosts. Why talk about these useless things? We'll help you fight together when the time comes. The blues are very excited on their side, but the little kids on the other side are about to blow up. Baka, how is that possible? Where did those Rococo people get those cannons? Co-Captain Hiroshima Ryoso looked at the flames in the sky full of dismay. This power, could it be a shore defense gun? But he'd never heard of the blues having it either. Without waiting for him to figure it out, another huge shell fell from the sky, and this time Ryoso Hiroshima witnessed the entire explosion. A warehouse they had used to fend off the blues was instantly blown to smithereens. Soon a kid second lieutenant came running over with a wretched face and reported, "Your Excellency the Joint Chief, 2 squadrons of our Imperial warriors are in pieces." "What? 2 squadrons of Jade?" Ryoso Hiroshima angrily grabbed the collar of the visitor. At that moment his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. In his opinion, only the Imperial Army had ever been qualified to bloodily abuse the dragons. When had the dragons been able to fight back? And to him as a commander, the destruction of the 2 squadrons was a complete disgrace. Chapter 97, No Use Hiding Far Away. Hiroshima Ryoso's face clouded over. With the tanks in front of him, and now the artillery, the enemy was nothing like what he had imagined. He couldn't for the life of him figure out where the blues got these deadly weapons, but being passive was not his style. Realizing that something was wrong, Hiroshima Ryoso immediately reported the situation. Large caliber artillery was not the only thing the enemy had. The outer suburbs of Shanghai would have been flattened if it weren't for the enormous drain on the ship's guns. The kiddies from top to bottom that are all gamblers. They want to get the most out of the war for the least amount of money. Wanting to take Rokkoku and not giving up artillery shells. The fight to this point Zhao Kai and Shun Zi is one aspect. The main thing is that the side of the little kid is too arrogant. Like to save ammo? Now that's a problem. Hiroshima Ryoso reported the situation at the pier. Originally the top brass of the little kid for the dispatch troops command layer overthrow is already very angry. And now tell them that the enemy still has artillery. This time also let the little kid completely unable to hold back. Fighter planes on both sides of the southeast as well as airmen at sea all flew toward this side. And the huge ship's guns, which the brats had fired twice before, were once again aimed at this side. Hiroshima Ryoso sneered as he looked ahead. Rokkokuans, you'll soon regret making an enemy of the Imperial Army. Wait to be taken out by all of them. Not waiting long for the old geezer to be happy. Junko, who was 5 kilometers away from the dock, had already finished reloading. This time the shells were conventional anti-personnel demolition shells, but the power of that explosion was still as terrifying as ever. A shell landed. The grounder followed by violent vibration up, was hit by the little kid that is without saying a word was carried away, and still the kind of body bones. 3 rounds of shells almost dry crushed a brigade of brats. This kind of war results can only be described as horrible as this. However, the 2 of them, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi, were not satisfied with this, and 10 24-unit rocket launchers were set up by Shun Zi. The current Junko was really a living bull horse, loading a super cannon and 10 rocket launchers by himself. Even with his increased physical strength he was tired and sweating. Junko was there bare-chested, using the auxiliary loader to load the rocket launcher, tired but inwardly very excited. Little devils, today not to blow your out all count you pull clean. Come to Dragon Country to show off. All give me hell. With the last shell pushed into the chamber, a shower of meteoric fire was about to descend. This time the rocket launcher shot shells 240 rounds. The little kid is afraid that I have not seen so many shells fall at the same time. I just do not know whether the ghosts on the pier to carry it. Whoosh! A rocket crossed the night sky. The long tail flame was particularly conspicuous in the night sky. The people inside the rented area could not help but sigh when they saw the rockets rising into the air. What is that thing? A shooting star. Inside George's villa, the arms dealer was also shocked by the scene in the distance. Holy shay! What the hell is that? I thought the blues didn't even have a few cannons. So what's in front of them? Above the street, the little kid's special agent saw that meteor shower in the air, thought it was his own family's artillery. Ha ha, the dragons are going to be finished. The Imperial battleships are powerful. The lowly dragons should be enslaved by the Imperial Army. The 2 little devils were just blabbing away in the tenement. They seemed to have forgotten the bounty the black market had placed on them. Not far away from the brats on the stall, 2 members of the Lin gang looked at the 2 ghost agents with glowing eyes. Old 6, come to life. By the time the 2 little devils passed around a corner, 2 large sacks covered them, followed by a thumping thump of a big stick. Bakayalu, I bar you? How dare you scream? 2 gang members swung the big stick with the wind. Bang bang, dozen down. 2 little kids will be more in the air and less out of breath. The rentier ghost agents took a beating, and at the very least they survived for 2 more seconds. But the ghosts on top of the pier weren't so lucky. Warm pressure rockets instantly turned half of the pier into a sea of fire. Can you use ordinary rockets against the brats? They must be warmed up. If the huge cannon blasts in front of them had given the Blue Army a big shock, then the meteor fire shower now could already make the Blue Army soldiers drop their jaws. Often in the brats' hedge where they have seen this situation, or the Blue Army wear this ability. If there is this kind of firepower, I'm afraid that the brats cannot even go to the shore. What they can do now is not to lament, but to do their best to drive the brats into the sea. Even if it costs them their lives, they have to protect the land that gave birth to them. Li Mingda was a qualified commander. he saw that the brats were suppressed, and immediately ordered his men to seize the position. Zhao Kai and Shan Zi and Li Mingde, three people, seem to have a tacit understanding, as if the rocket launcher Su Jin firing directly to the blue army to open a path to charge. Looking at the army flooded with artillery fire, Hiroshima Ryoso's heart was dripping blood. Why hasn't our artillery support come yet? Why hasn't it come yet? The old geezer once again urged the fleet behind him to open fire, and Zhao Kai took precautions against this as he fired a cannonball with a camera function into the air. Relying on the screen analysis, he also locked the position of the brats' naval warships at sea. Think hiding in the sea is safe. I am a shore defense gun. A 30 to 40 kilometers is not as simple as drinking water. At this moment, Zhao Kai was a complete supercomputer, calculating the firing parameters just by relying on some images. The massive shore defense gun automatically turned its muzzle, and Junko, the toolman, shoved a high-powered armor-piercing demolition round into the chamber. But make sure you hit it. Boom! The ground shook violently once again, and the cannonballs that carried Zhao Kai's endless rage flew straight at the warships in the Sea of the Brats. Just as the brats were about to turn their guns to bombard the docks, huge armor-piercing rounds fell from the sky carrying great kinetic energy. The 406mm caliber armor-piercing round smashed right through the deck of the warship, followed by a huge explosion. Boom boom boom! The shell's combat section detonated, creating an explosion that instantly slaughtered the little kids inside the cabin. A shell is not enough to sink the brat warship. Zhao Kai and Shunzi cooperation immediately fired a second round. Completely does not give the brat any opportunity to remedy. Rising from the sky in flames from the Little Devil warship, the battleship with the biggest caliber guns of the Little Devil sank completely into the sea in a series of martyrdom explosions. Meanwhile, the Little Devils at the front pier were already suffering heavy losses from the rocket fire, with a subsequent regiment of the Blue Army joining the battle. The remaining men of the Kid Coalition could not hold back these wolf-like Blue Army soldiers. The Little Kid Riverside base camp wants to send reinforcements to hold the pier. Zhao Kai will not give them the opportunity. Direct artillery blockade of the key road. Come to be bombed. Chapter 98, cool. And the money is gone. Faced with shells falling one after another overhead, the Kid support troops could only dodge while charging forward. At first this group of brats did not believe that they thought they could rush through the artillery blockade, but the result was that the temperature pressure shells fired by the rocket launcher directly helped these brats go to hell. Shortcuts don't work, then you have to go around. And before the Kitty team could get around to the front, Hiroshima Ryoso's team was being blasted to pieces by the Blues and the Coast Guard guns. Looking at the pier, which had been shattered into pieces, the eyes of the little Kid's support troops were filled with incredulity. Baka Yalu, kill the chickens, finish them off. The head of the brat support brigade, that was very iron, knowing that the enemy was very strong, still dared to go forward. At first, Li Mingde and the others were planning to have a good fight with the brats, but his face suddenly changed when he heard the sound of the airplane's engine. No good, the Kids' planes are coming. Take cover, take cover. Li Mingde waved his arms and shouted, trying to make the soldiers behind him hear it as well. But under the loud gunfire, the soldiers behind him had no idea what he was saying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ghost planes are coming. Take cover. Rushing up, Beard and also Old Fish and the others pushed the blue soldiers to run. The heavy machine gunners found a suitable angle to shoot directly into the air. Don't care if you can hit it or not. If you hit the bullets, you can force the kids back. Looking at the tracer rounds coming up from the ground, the kitty fighters were really pulling up. But there are also bold towards the ground dive. In the tracer bullets under the shimmering light, heavy machine gun shooter firepower. Several heavy machine guns under the combined force froze down the little Kid a warplane. Damn it, where did these Rococo people get heavy machine guns? The ghost airmen were inwardly very puzzled to see friendly forces being shot down. If it weren't for the fact that the mission this time was to find the enemy's heavy artillery positions and blow them up, they'd probably be dropping bombs on the bottom by now. Looking in the direction of the rockets flying in the distance, a dozen or so Kid fighters accelerated and flew over. Not good. These brats will not be running to the boss. Hurry back to help. Beard saw the situation is not good to turn back, or the Old Fish will pull him. What are you doing? Even if you go back is too late. And you think the boss cannot have prepared in advance. The boss is so shrewd, surely will not let them put their own injuries. The position where the rear is located. The brats were 500 meters away from Zhao Kai when he spotted the other side, and immediately turned the 4 double 35 anti-aircraft guns to aim at the direction the brats were coming from. Waiting for you, all of you. Go to hell. The 4 twin 35 anti-aircraft guns opened fire with a succession of thuds. After Zhao Kai's thorough calculations, there was a high probability that the shells fired would hit the little Kid's fighter planes. This time he fired a blooming shell. As long as the shell explosion can form a curtain of bullets, the little Kid aircraft, if you run into it, will not last long. As far as the brittle planes of the kiddies are concerned, double 35 is simply too much to beat them. with a fireball rising in the air. Zhao Kai knew that it was the kitty fighters that had been hit. Facing the sudden shells, the kid airmen were completely too late to dodge, because Zhao Kai was not firing tracer rounds, and with God's view in place, he didn't need any field of view at all to provide shooting information. The little devils can't see the shells and naturally they can't dodge them. Baka Yalu, how did the other side find us? Quickly pull up the altitude. A photo effort. 15 fighters were shot down 5, and for that they still wanted to blow up the enemy position, before they could see the guns. What was left was a little kid pulling up an altitude in an attempt to dodge, not realizing that all of this was useless in Zhao Kai's eyes. The 4 anti-aircraft guns tracked and fired as the position of the kid fighters changed, and fireball after fireball fell toward the ground. At the very last moment after the ammunition had been emptied, the last of the kid's fighters was shot down. From the beginning until now, the kid airmen had racked their brains but had not flown above Zhao Kai's head. After removing the aerial threat, Zhao Kai and Junko both continued to suppress fire on the front. This will be the Shunzi. Loading ammunition is already tired into a dog, but the good thing is that the effect is very significant. From the beginning to now blowing up the ghosts have a coalition. A cannon, a squadron disappeared in situ. This is not a joke. Favoring the brats still had iron forward. This is not to send a person's head. The next few moments were spent in a battle between the blues and the brats over the modest dock, and artillery fire from both sides had blown the lot to pieces. The bodies piled up on the ground were indistinguishable from each other, and both sides were endlessly increasing their forces towards this area. At first the artillery fire of the brats was still fierce, but with the cooperation of the Blue Army agents and Zhao Kai, the brats' cannons were already afraid to fire. Blue Army intelligence officers put their lives on the line to report coordinates to Zhao Kai and Shunzi, while the 2 men used the coast defense guns to carry out precision strikes without giving the little devils a chance to fight back. During this time the brats also sent out agents to try to take out Shunzi. The result was predictable. Zhao Kai, who had harvested a wave of experience value, directly unlocked the modern vehicle and gun integrated anti-aircraft vehicle. And just an anti-aircraft vehicle turned the incoming brat agent team into muggles. The kid land artillery was still trying to blow this side up, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. anti-aircraft vehicle relied on its superb defense system to disintegrate the kid's shells in the air. Technology is the power of the saying that is not wrong at all. A modern anti-aircraft vehicle is a one-man band. The little devils didn't know why the shells that had been fired hadn't blown up the enemy positions. All they knew was that their artillery was getting low. Cannon shot 10 rounds is not as good as other people 1 shot. Zhao Kai operating shore defense gun 1 shot is the little kid's small half of the gun position. It was a great night for him, but his resources also plummeted on this one night. The experience value was zeroed out, and the gold that had been saved before was much less. Looking at the depleted gold in his backpack, the smile on Zhao Kai's face froze directly. My gold. It's gone. So much at once. A night's time let Zhao Kai intuitively feel what is fighting a war to burn money. A night to burn the money this count are millions. At this time, Zhao Kai felt his heart was dripping blood, but on second thought he felt it was worth it to help the Blue Army take the pier and compress the survival space of the brats. You can make money again if it's gone, but if you let the brats get the upper hand, that's not something you can make up for with money. The main thing is the kind of pain that comes from killing little devils. Thinking about the little devils that were blown up last night, Zhao Kai's mood is extraordinarily soothing. Come on Junko, call it a day and go home. Go back and rest until it gets dark and we'll come back. Zhao Kai operated the shore defense gun contracted to the ground. The brats are bound to bombard this side during the day. This kind of time is still good to hide. After all, the cannon swings its own head. This kind of thing is still good to hide a little. Chapter 99, The Little Yakuza Who Doesn't Open His Eyes. After returning to the residence, tired for a long time, Shunzi directly exhausted, paralyzed in bed. Good thing that physical strength enhancement can accelerate the speed of body repair. Otherwise a night Shunzi would have died of exhaustion. Junko falls back to sleep while Zhao Kai wonders where to get the money. The way we spent last night, even if we had a mountain of gold, we wouldn't be able to afford to spend it. Kingsford, where am I going to find Kingsford? Suddenly, Zhao Kai seemed to think of something. Shanghai tycoon do wrong. This old boy must have money. Lao Du. It's decided that it's you. Your money isn't clean anyway, so I'll take it away to fight the little devils to wash away your sins. Engage in tobacco soil, selling women, gambling, which come to money is not stained with blood. To be honest, Zhao Kai would like to get rid of each other by hand. Unfortunately, this guy is a thief and has long since run away when he saw that something was wrong. At this time, Zhao Kai didn't know that this guy Du Rong had come back a long time ago. Exactly should be had to come back. Even if his surname Du is more powerful, he will have to be honest when he meets a military master like the Blue Army. Inside the rented villa, Du Rong's face turned sauce purple as he looked at the empty basement. Which did this? Where's the old man's money? He had only been away for a while and his family's money had been stolen. Were all the thieves in the rented world so rampant now? Someone, call the old man to the police right away. Mobilize everyone to investigate for me. No matter who took my stuff, I'll take your life. The money within this villa is only part of the story, but the feeling of being insulted is unbearable. There's another reason that the people at the top are asking for money again. Do Rong can be developed in Shanghai City into the present situation if it will not come to things I'm afraid that would have been finished. At best he's a mogul. At worst he's an ATM for some of the blues. In addition to the blues men he had to feed, there was no shortage of hits for the rent-a-foreigners. If you want to get a foothold in the rented world, what does that depend on? Doesn't it depend on connections? On this day, the entire green gang moved to come. The black and white all looking for the thief who stole Master Du's things. Even the blue party secret agents are on the hand. The rent world made such a big commotion. Wei Xiaohai was also aware of the news of Du Rong's return. For the matter of Du Rong's stolen home, Wei Xiaohai's first thought was of his own boss. I heard Blackie say that the boss was angry and out of town the day he got hurt. If that's the case the other side is looking for the self-president isn't it? Wei Xiaohai shook his head and smiled. Alas, there really is a wrongdoer who delivers to the door. Underground tycoon, you're going to be unlucky. When Junko woke up, Wei Xiaohai told him what happened during the day. What with the blues and the kiddies fighting somewhere again and the head of the lease not being honest about a range of things. In particular, he focused on the matter of Du Rong mobilizing all his forces to find the thief. While Junko had a serious expression and didn't know what he was thinking, Zhao Kai was listening with great interest. TSK, Boss Du, you're really my lucky star. You're in such a hurry to send me money. Kai, get that old thing or not? If you ask me this time we must teach him a good lesson. Not to mention that the old boy is ironically rich. Ha ha, you kid and I think together. Money this thing is definitely the more the better. Let's go. It's not too late. Let's give that surname Du a lesson today. After changing his outfit, Wei Xiaohai directly asked the people below to show Shunzi the way. As the two walk along, Shunzi and Zhao Kai are discussing how to get money out of Du Rong when they don't expect a foreigner patrolman to walk by. Dragons, get out of the concession. You are not welcome here. What? The two patrolmen who came up to block Junko and the man who led the way in a left-right pincer stance, both with batons in their hands, looking like they were going to do something about it. Seeing the two Yankee shunts brows furrowed, Zhao Kai's smile disappeared. Damn it, this group really treats this place as their own home. It seems that we have to take good care of these foreign adults. When the two patrolmen saw that Shunzi and the others didn't say anything, they became furious. Since they came over here where they were treated like this, they were self-confessed human beings. The lowest status of the Dragon Patrol, and then up as these San and Viet monkeys. These guys are not easy to come to this place where they can show off, but not in the eyes of no one. The passers-by saw Junko, who was blocked by the patrolman, running away quickly. They didn't want to get caught up in the trouble. Are you deaf? I told you to get out of the tenement. The two patrolmen snapped again, and Junko didn't say a word with a smile on his face, just kept backing away until he retreated to the mouth of an alleyway, and then pulled $10 silver out of his pocket. Sir, a little meaning to take it to drink. We'll leave right away. Right away. Seeing Junko bowing his head in submission, the two patrolmen spat at him and cursed in English. These pariahs are really all guilty of scaring them and they'll cough up the money. Hearing this, Shunzi didn't cover up, and put the two foreign devils down in a swift manner, and the henchman next to him also reacted quickly, stomping on the mouth of one of them with a foot. Behave yourselves, and watch out for your dog's head if you move again. Junko put a gun to the head of one of the patrolmen. Feeling the cold muzzle of the gun, the patrolman who was just about to start cursing hardened and held his words in. Can be selected over as a patrol? These San are not nothing stupid. If they do not know that today encountered a tough opponent that they simply head to death. You stay here and watch the two of them, and if they move you just shoot them. Yes. Shunzi casually took out a pistol with a silencer from the space and handed it to the henchman next to him. He was not a good person. Since someone was looking for death he was not afraid to waste 2 bullets. The two San who had been strutting their stuff in the last second were already shaking like chaff after hearing Shunzi's words. Looking at them like this, Junko sneered. Bah, goons. I'll come back to clean you up later. Junko tied up the two San in 3 tries and dragged them deeper into the alley. And by the time he came out he was ready to teach the foreigners who were causing trouble a good lesson tonight. Solving the 2 minions won't solve the current problem. If you want to solve the problem then you have to find the people above you. Junko went back to the villa to find out from Wei Xiaohai where the governor of the concession lived. The previous order to boycott the dragons came from the other side. This trip to the other side won't be over until the other side is subdued. The higher the status, the more afraid of death they were, and both Zhao Kai and Shunzi felt that this foreigner governor would be a man who knew what to do. The busiest part of the concession, where a number of mansions and villas are situated, is where those who manage the concession live. The more prosperous it was, the more difficult it was to get in, and if it wasn't for Zhao Kai's ability to see things around him, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to hide from the patrols outside. After some effort, Junko smoothly entered the target villa, and even more arrogantly sat in the other side of the study. Chapter 100, I heard you were looking for me. Governor Rick the Yankee, who had had a busy day, came home from the police station in an automobile. The concession was in a state of disarray during this time, and naturally they, the foreign lords, spent their time discussing countermeasures. Today Rick set the tone for the next period of action. No matter which side of the people, as long as in the tenant community trouble caught squatting police station. This approach is very crude, but it does work. Only half a day after the execution, the concession and the neighborhood have become much quieter. At least there are fewer firefights and street fights. Neither the Blues nor the Kiddies want to get into trouble at a time like this. Even if both sides are fighting head to head, they have to take it easy. The car pulls into the mansion, and at this point Rick is completely oblivious to the fact that he's in for a bad night. Zhao Kai spotted him from the moment he left to enter the villa's front door. But it's finally here. I thought this guy wouldn't come back. Soon. A changed Rick was walking toward the den. The moment he opened the door, a large hand covered his mouth. Don't move. Rick's pair of eyes glazed over and a whimper escaped his lips. What's going on? Why is there someone else in the house? And it still looks like they're coming. In the face of life-threatening danger, even someone in Rick's position has to be honest. After all, you only live once. Junko dragged Rick to the front of the desk and backhandedly unlocked the door before leaving. After tying Rick to the chair, Junko stared at him sorrowfully and didn't say a word. The more this happened, the more scared Rick became, and in the end he couldn't hold back and said, "What in the world is your excellency? Administrator Rick really likes to joke about how you guys have been looking for me for so long that you don't recognize each other when you meet." At these words, Rick nearly died of fright. What a guy! The guy who keeps himself and the others busy by making things happen in the tenement. For a moment Rick's anger spewed out, but he quenched it at the look in Junko's eyes. Anger won't help in this situation now, so let's think about how to send this demon away. This is the devil who has created so many great things, and he himself has just recently given the other side the eye. At the thought, Rick couldn't help but gulp, the fear in his eyes deepening. All of this was watched by Zhao Kai and Shun Zi. It's good to be afraid, but I'm afraid of the kind of guy who can't see his own situation. And when that happens, it's not going to be fun. Don't be afraid, Mr. Rick. I think there might be some misunderstanding between us, said Junko, pulling out his pistol and slapping it onto the table. Rick watched in horror, cursing inwardly. What a piece of work, the table turner. In his heart, the guy's face was calm, and he quickly changed his demeanor. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Wait until tomorrow and I'll talk to the other people in charge to stop making things difficult for you. Junko nodded and didn't say anything, just kept fingering the pistol on the table. It's all here. Rick is no cutie pie. It's all about fishing for favors. Facing a vicious guy, Rick eventually chose to compromise, not wanting to inexplicably lose his little life here. I'm willing to pay for my behavior, and there are gold bars in the safe next to me. All yours. Ha ha, then thanks to Mr. Rick's kindness, wouldn't I be making Mr. Rick lose face if I didn't accept this? Junko's words were straight up murderous, and if it weren't for Rick's good heart, he'd probably be blowing a gasket by now. Even though he was disgusted, he helped open the safe, and Junko looked at all 20 gold bars inside and packed them away. Zhao Kai was still a little unsatisfied. 20 yellow croaker looked like a lot, but if they were all turned into cannonballs, they wouldn't be able to fire a few rounds. At such a time he can only comfort himself. Better than nothing, and will have to patronize Durong, this big fat fish. He still do not believe that the surname Du's hands do not have money. After packing the gold away, Junko was still smiling at Riker, his smile giving him a creepy look against that half-face mask. Mr. Rick, here's a reminder for you. It's best to do what you promise. Don't think about going against the grain. Of course, you can try. Only next time I don't know if you'll have such good luck. Junko tumbled out of the second floor with great panache. An administrator was threatened, and Rick subconsciously was about to call for someone. His hand paused on the phone before he finally relented. Asshole, crazy, just a crazy person. Rick smashed angrily in the den, and by the end of the day smashing the entire den his anger was not removed. On the other side, Zhao Kai was already commanding Shun Zi to withdraw from the place. By the time Junko reappeared, he was already on Durong's side. The large villa from the beginning was now even more heavily guarded, and Zhao Kai also found many more people hiding in the neighborhood. TSK, the old thing seems to be angry, but just these cats and dogs can't stop us. Even though he had been here once before, for Zhao Kai coming over here was like coming home. and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was more familiar with this place than Du Rong. Inside the villa, Du Rong was discussing things with a few of his inner circle. It's time to give favors to the top again. The Blues want military money. The rentier in charge wants favors. He could have afforded to pay for it if it hadn't been stolen before, but now it's still a bit of a stretch to get all the money he can spare. It's true that Du Rong's personal wealth value is high, but that's only if he can take it out. Nowadays, in this situation, everywhere needs money to operate. Du Rong is in a hurry. Still haven't found that yet. Back to Master Du. That little thief didn't even go to sell the stolen goods, and we don't have a clue. Bang! Hearing this, Du Rong slapped his hand on the table and angrily cursed. Wastes, all a bunch of wastes, one by one, usually bragging about how great they are, but when it comes to doing things, they are dumbfounded. Just when Du Rong was in the midst of anger, several things shaped like grenades flew in from the doorway. The crowd who heard the commotion subconsciously turned back, and immediately afterward, they felt a white color in front of their eyes. There was also a buzzing around his ears, and after a period of heavenly rotation, all the people inside the hall turned into huddled limpets. Flashbangs? This stuff is not for the average person to hold up against. Taking down several important figures of the Green Gang in one go was a complete surprise. To say that before, Zhao Kai was only thinking of blackmailing the surname Du once. Then now he changed his mind. He wants to get his hands on the entire Green Gang. It doesn't matter if someone doesn't serve. Just kill them. He doesn't have the leisure time to play with these green skins. In this Shanghai city, he has absolute confidence. Shunzi found Du Rong from the crowd and lifted the Shanghai tycoon up with one hand. I heard you were looking for me, and now I'm here. Chapter 101, Taking Down. Du Rong was lifted up by Junko's entire body, still dazed at this point due to the effects of the shock bomb, but he also woke up a few moments with a jolt when he heard the words, "You sought me out." What? You're the one who stole from me. How dare you come to my door? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Du Rong was waiting for his bodyguard. However, the opposite side of Shunzi's mouth was hooked up. Reaching out and pulling out a gun to the second floor was to fire 3 shots in a row. Put! The 3 gunmen on the second floor fell to the ground in response directly from above. The sound of the body hitting the ground hit Du Rong's heart hard, and without waiting for him to react, Junko used him as a shield while firing continuously at the second floor. In the twinkling of an eye, all 10 gunmen that Du Rong had ambushed on the second floor were killed. At this time, Du Rong was already recovering quite a bit. Looking at the floor that was stained red with blood, his heart directly cooled in half. What the hell is this? Is this still a human being? Not only can he silently feel into the villa but also take out 10 gunmen with a wave of his hand. Du Rong's body went soft when he thought of the image he had just seen. It's over. We've hit a tough spot. After doing so, Shunzi just sat in front of Du Rong with a big strut. It said outside that you, Boss Du, are omnipotent, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. I'll give you a chance to work for me. But of course, you can refuse, provided you can get out of here. Facing the ruthless Shunzi, Du Rong, the tycoon, also dared not make a move. Being scared like that made his mind a lot more alert. If I'm not mistaken, a lot of the things that happened in the previous lease were the result of the people in front of me. What, killing ghost generals to blow up ghost ships? How come the Blue Party agents were not so powerful before? Some things can be thought of with a little thought. Is such a ruthless person really something he can mess with? Thinking of this, Du Rong's forehead was instantly covered in fine sweat. Looking at him like that, Junko smiled. Think about it, you only get one chance. Unsurprisingly, Du Rong, who had been stabbed in the lair by someone else, was convinced that he didn't feel he could live any longer than the general of the brats. And thinking about it in another direction, it's not a bad thing to have someone with such an ego up front. Taking in Du Rong was simpler than imagined. Zhao Kai wasn't worried about this old thing having other thoughts. As long as the other party had a change of heart, it would be fine to directly resolve it. After getting a fortune from Du Rong, Zhao Kai and Shunzi turned their heads and left the villa. At this time, a few of Du Rong's other minders also came to their senses. Just now they were in a daze, but they heard a lot of things. Boss, do you need me to send someone to kill that kid? I still don't believe that he's a copper skin and iron bones. Get a few dozen gunmen and still can't kill him. Without waiting for Du Rong to speak, the bald guy who was just yelling about getting Shunzi killed instantly stopped moving, and the bullet brought up a bloodstain that splattered the others' faces. All at once, the whole room fell silent. After the shock was immediately lying down, Du Rong, who saw his men die violently, was now too shocked to say a word. Turns out the guy wasn't intimidating. He was really a bit evil. Killing the chicken to show the monkey. Zhao Kai played this idea. He knew someone would be unconvinced, so he was watching this side even after Junko left, and he didn't think he'd catch him. After all this mess, as long as these people aren't cuties, they'll know what to do next. The rented world is darkening and the war outside is flaring up again. The sappers and the brats were fighting in the city. And Zhao Kai and Shunzi heard the commotion and rushed straight towards where the coast defense guns were. No good. Our place has been discovered. Across the distance Zhao Kai saw that the brats were attacking the shore defense gun position. The old fish and the beard, and they had been completely surrounded by the brats. Before the two left after Shunzi called the old fish and they called over to guard the position. I did not think that the brats even had the guts to dare to come over. Faced with the constant shelling of the brats, even the old fish who had undergone enhanced training could not hold their own. More guns are burning fire rolls in front of artillery, and there is absolutely no comparison between the two. All them hold it for me. Beard, a strong man, personally operated a heavy machine gun shooting at the pouncing brats. Wherever the bullets went the brats fell to the ground. Where are the cannons? Give me a hard blast. 10 Type 92 infantry guns rolled out and blasted away at the brats. Baka, kill the chicken give. The kiddies launched a piggyback attack and grew in numbers. Zhao Kai tells Shunzi about the battle, and hearing that his generals are surrounded by the brats, Shunzi decisively pulls out his tank and rushes off. A Type 59 tank that had been modified by Zhao Kai appeared in this way, and the external armor given to this tank had more lasting combat power. The Type 59 tanks quickly entered the battlefield as they sped along. The kiddies who were attacking the shore defense gun positions looked at the tanks directly behind them and turned their guns to fire. 2 Type 92 infantry guns opened fire on the Type 59 tanks, and as before, the shells did absolutely nothing to hit the tank armor. The first round of the kit is over. It's Zhao Kai's turn to return the favor. The tank gun and the heavy machine gun on the roof of the vehicle fired at the same time, and in a few moments, the little kid in the way of the front of the settlement. The action does not bring a little bit of procrastination. A tank went single-handed, and that roused the ire of the brats. Baka, arrogant, they don't take the Imperial Army seriously at all. Send 2 squads to outflank them and go blow up their damn tanks. Hi! The 2 ghost squads spread out and marched, running fast as they thought the other side couldn't notice them in the middle of the night. In Zhao Kai's god's perspective, the brats looked a little funny like that. Junko, hearing the ghosts coming, poked his head out and shouldered a bazooka and fired 4 times in the direction the kids were coming from. 4 rockets shot out. The little kid did not even have the opportunity to react. With the explosion of firelight, running in the forefront of a ghost squad died violently on the spot. After the bazooka hit, Shunzi continued to set up the tank heavy machine gun shooting at the front, with a thick bulletproof plate in. The bullets on the front of the brats completely no threat to him. Facing 2 squads of ghosts, Zhao Kai and Shunzi cooperated well with each other, and various means were used. And at the back, even the flamethrower Shunzi used. 59 tanks turned into fire-breathing tanks in seconds. Burning, the little kid wailed. Before, the brats bullied the blues in their tanks and armored vehicles. Now it was their turn too. Zhao Kai and Shunzi knuckled down and taught the brats a lesson that sometimes more people aren't always useful. 2 ghost squads were taken care of by Shunzi in less than 10 minutes. 1 man and 1 tank just rushed in amongst the little devils. And when they came to the place, Junko directly opened the basement and pushed out the weapons inside. 4 anti-aircraft guns were used by them as machine guns. And the kiddies outside were instantly confused. Bakayalu, what are they doing? Hitting us with anti-aircraft guns. Chapter 102, Li Mingda's Invitation. Zhao Kai and Shunzi's side was fighting with the brats, and the Blue Army's side should have come even if they were slow to react. Hearing the commotion, Li Mingda personally came to reinforce him with a special company in his hand. The ghosts encountered along the way were all solved by these elite soldiers, and by the time Li Mingda killed his way out to this side, the battle on this side was already at an end. A tank and 4 anti-aircraft guns continued to fire at the brats. Li Mingda was shocked by the image in front of him even if he had seen how powerful Shunzi and the others were. Machine guns hitting infantry. This kind of heartlessness is hard for the other side to do. It's just too good to be true. Fighting the little kid can't follow them to reason. This group fight to this moment cannot be less against the Blue Army crooked tricks. What sulfur gas bomb? This group cannot be less used. Machine gun out where the little kid or opponent, no matter what place they hide, is useless. No piece of concrete can carry a high-speed flying shells. It didn't take long for the ground to be littered with kid pieces. Li Mingda brought his men over just in time to see Junko climbing out from inside the tank. Speaking of which, this was the first time he'd met Junko, the mysterious man who had made a name for himself in Shanghai. Originally I was thinking of backing you guys up, but I didn't think I'd be watching a good show instead. Li Mingda put his gun away, his eyes intentionally glancing at Shunzi. In addition to the body a little more robust, other and normal people are not much different. Why this guy can be so powerful? Is this really the man who got several ghost generals killed? Just some brats. If they're not afraid to die, then come on. After saying that, Shunzi's words changed. I think you'd better hurry back. When it comes to this kind of time, your people are better used on the blade. Looking at the people following behind Li Mingda, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi's hearts raised their impression of Li Mingde quite a bit better. To be able to bring an elite company to aid at such a time, they hadn't helped them in vain before. Brother, are you interested in joining our Blue Army? Just with your ability. Joining the Blue Army can at least make you a division commander, even if it's not impossible to go further up. Li Mingde took the initiative to throw out the olive branch. Zhao Kai could not help but shake his head in his heart. This blue party played the abacus snapping. A division commander wants Shun Zi to join. Dreaming is not the way to do it. Of course, he wouldn't let Junko go even if the Blues gave him a general. Why join the Blues to find out if you have the strength to do so? It's not like you have nothing to worry about when you're in someone else's hands. And the Blue Army played what idea two people are clear. Nothing more than these weapons and equipment. Want to empty gloves? That is impossible. Not only can we not let the other side do that, but we have to ask the Blues for favors. Myself and Sooner have helped the Blues in so many battles it's reasonable to ask for some military funding. Isn't it? Without the need for Zhao Kai to open his mouth, Shun Zi rejected Li Mingde's solicitation. No need. I don't have the heart to play with you Blues. Hearing this, the smile on Li Mingde's face stagnated, followed by an understanding smile. Ha ha, we are all brothers who fight ghosts. In fact, it's the same whether we join or not. We'll have to trouble our brothers to support us later. Li Mingde waved his hand, and his men brought over a radio. We'll use the radio to contact each other when the time comes. Shun Zi didn't move. An old fish and also Beard were looking at Li Mingde and the others with a strange look. No, are you Blues so thick-skinned that you still use radio contact? If you don't know, you'd think we're the Blues. At such a time Shun Zi also stopped pretending and said with a serious face, yes, but all the ammunition shot by you Blues will have to be converted into money and paid to us. After all, our artillery shells also grow from the ground. I'll let the previous one go. What level of shelling you want depends on what you give. At this remark, a number of the Blues were there, muttering in whispers. What do you mean? We still have to pay for their snogging. We're all from Dragonland. What's this about? Although they know that their side is taking advantage, the Blues cannot admit that this is a major matter of life. Who dares to come forward at this time to speak to the other side? Li Mingde's face didn't look good either. But to be able to sit in the position of the head of the group, there were some things he knew very well. It's true that things like the other side asking for money are irritating, but it's also true that the shell thing is expensive. Yesterday someone in the Blue Army calculated the number of shells, and if you look at international prices that's already a big number. Shells are expensive and it seems reasonable to ask for benefits. Li Mingde's face changed, and his expression was serious. I will report this matter truthfully, and there should be a result soon. Li Mingde didn't dawdle and let his men contact the command on the spot. After the explanation, it was time to wait for the results, and while he was at it, Li Mingde also wanted to get closer to Shun Zi. Brother, I'm here to buy your artillery support on behalf of an individual. Junko sniffed and frowned slightly. Zhao Kai couldn't help but sigh. This guy wouldn't think of playing the emotional card for nothing. The next moment, Li Mingde spoke. Although I don't have any money on me right now, but my Li family has money. I can write an IOU first. And at that time, Your Excellency can rely on the IOU to go to our Li family to ask for money. The Li family? Zhao Kai thought quickly in his brain. Could it be the Li family? The richest family in Jiangnan. And this guy in front of him is from the Li family? Junko acted as a microphone and repeated the words again. The Jiangnan Li family? That's right. My father is the third oldest of the Li family. Confirming Li Mingde's identity, Shun Zi nodded. Yes, your Li family is a big family and I guess it's not too bad for me. As long as you have money. I have enough cannonballs on my side. One lacked money and the other had money, and the two of them talked it over in less than a few words. In the meantime, the reply came from above the Blues, who compromised in the face of strong fire support. Having seen the benefits of intensive artillery strikes, many of the Blues' top brass have begun to eyeball them. Pulling together does not work. That can only mean that the conditions are not enough. First of all, the Shanghai city of the brats to drive away. The other things later. After discussing the matter of support, Li Mingde left. The front is still waiting for him to command the battle. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. As soon as Li Mingde and the others went back, the brigade of brats pressed up and came. The familiar artillery aviation bombardment, then the infantry charge. But tonight's kitty ship artillery is subsiding. A warship, what price kitties know better than anyone. These small family stuff. Would rather run far away to save the warship. As for what happens to Army Maru, that's none of their business. After the continuous bombardment, the infantry of the kitties leaped into action. And especially as there was no enemy artillery bombardment tonight yet, they rushed with extra vigor. Then it was their turn to suffer. Zhao Kai and Shun Zi gun positions again started. Directly to the path of the brats, charge hard to greet. The brats people do not matter. The two men this side of the shells more. Chapter 103, Rescue Operations. Zhao Kai and Shunzi stayed here for a while before they were ready to let Old Fish and also the Bearded Two come and operate. Zhao Kai bound the two of them to the two slots twice, which meant that from now on the two of them also had the ability to communicate with Zhao Kai. This side of things was left to the two of them as Zhao Kai and Shunzi prepared to penetrate deeper into the rear of the brats. There should be pressure on the front and the back to make things equally difficult for the brats. And this time the two men's goal was to find civilians and prisoners of war held by the brats. Although Zhao Kai used the same tactics to make the brats afraid before, his heart was still uneasy, and at times like this, he was afraid that the brats would jump over the wall in a hurry and kill all those people. This situation was the last thing Zhao Kai wanted to see, and he had to act quickly while he still had the chance. In the vastness of the night, Zhao Kai and Shunzi quickly disappeared. By the time it reappeared it was in kid-controlled territory. Zhao Kai turned on the scanning function to search inch by inch, and soon he found the place where the brats were holding people. Those are a couple of big warehouses against the river, which now hold thousands of people. Originally, they all watched the war and wanted to run away, but they didn't realize that they knew the news too late, and when the two sides fought, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. The thwarted attack of the little devils took their grievances directly out on these flatulent people. Looking at a bloody picture, Zhao Kai really got angry for the first time. The picture in the warehouse was like a hell on earth. Hundreds of naked corpses were messily placed inside the warehouse. It was hard to imagine what had happened to these women before they were born. Damn it, damn all the brats. Zhao Kai told Junko about the situation, and Junko's expression darkened in the flesh. There's no point in talking about it. Only by killing more little devils can we console the spirits of those dead people. Junko changed into his gear and then approached towards the warehouse. All the guarding brats had nothing to hide in Zhao Kai's eyes. After finding a high point, Shunzi quickly utilized the sniper rifle in his hand to take a roll call on the brats, while telling the beard in the back the location of the warehouse where the brats were. Soon, a howitzer fell from the sky and the entire warehouse was leveled. Looking at the collapsed warehouse, the little devils were so scared that they ran into the open, and Shunzi flew downstairs to change into his automatic rifle to approach towards the front. Under the luminous scope, the little kid is a living target, accompanied by a puffing sound. The little kid fell to the ground one after another. Baka, where's the enemy? A little kid swept around with his rifle, looking around but not realizing who had fired. Zhao Kai's modified automatic rifle to eliminate the flame effect is almost nothing, and Shunzi also deliberately hide behind the cover to shoot. The little kid cannot find him at all, but more shots were fired, and the kid found out his general position based on the direction the bullets were coming from. A ghost squad leader angrily pointed not far away. Baka Yalu, that guy is over there. Shoot. Da. In a flash, all of the kids' light and heavy machine guns opened fire on Shunzi. For his part, Junko hid behind cover and stayed out of sight, quickly turning his rifle into a mortar. The safest thing to shoot from behind cover is definitely a curved cannon. 90mm mortar caliber is not big enough to deal with a squad of brats. Shunzi took out the artillery shells and kept firing at the front, and the brats who were arrogant in the last second were blown up. Wherever the little devils run the shells fly. A dozen shells went down, and Junko switched directly to his machine gun to fire a sweep at the front. With the presence of bullet stoppers, he wasn't afraid of the brats at all. Within a short time, the warehouse guards of the little devils were all purged by the two men. Hearing that the movement outside was gone, the Blue Army captive sighed. Alas, it seems that we thought too much. The brats are so tightly guarded, how can our people fight over? Even if they fight and we can't run away. Huaguoguang said this as soon as the exit of the other Blue Army is also revealed the color of despair. But there is also the kind of hard-headed people, company commander, or we and the brats fight. Anyway, we cannot survive. In it's by the brats' torture, rather than rushing out to fight. To kill one is enough. To kill two earned. One he looked like he was willing to give up his life and forget about death, causing Huaguoguang's heart to flutter. Yet before he could open his mouth, another different voice rang out from behind. No, I don't want to die. My son was just born. I have to live to go back to see them. As long as we don't make trouble, the brats definitely won't kill us. A soldier shook his head frantically, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Off you goons. Have you all forgotten what happened before? So many brothers haven't woken you up yet. My brothers, all of you, wake up. The brats don't even treat us like human beings. They don't even have a reason to kill us if they want to. Wang Yi's eyes were red, before the brats beheaded them in front of them. That kind of scene he could never forget. There were only two ways before them now, either to die a painful death or to be tortured to death by the little devils. Just then, the door to the warehouse suddenly opened, and a shadow gradually lengthened under the moonlight. What are you waiting for? If you have any balls left, follow me and kill them. A voice rang out from the ears of all the captives, and all the blues stood up from the ground when they heard the familiar Chinese. Even if they were slow to react, they should have reacted. There was indeed a fight just now, and one of their own won. Huoguoguang and Wang He jogged to the door, and said with a delighted face, "Brothers, you guys came in time, we can sort of wake you over." Wang He probed and looked toward the outside, which was empty except for the man in front of him who didn't seem to have anyone else. "You guys are overthinking it. It's just me. Now you need to grab your weapons and follow me out to kill. And besides you, there are quite a few other people you need to take with you." When these words came out, Wang and the two men looked at Shunzi as if they had seen a ghost. "Brother, you're alone. You've done the brats in all by yourself. There's a house next door with guns in it. Which one of you is the officer? I have something to arrange." Shunzi did not answer the two men's questions. This time to say more is a waste of life. In case the brats reacted, that would be the end of it. It would be fine if we just ran with these prisoners, but with the civilians this is a bit of a problem. "I am." Huoguoguang took the initiative to stand out. His top lieutenant was dead, and now he had the highest rank among these prisoners. "Very well, number your men. There are still quite a few civilians out there. It will be your job to protect them later." "Well, time waits for no one. I'll be waiting for you outside. Meet me at the front after you've gotten your weapons." Junko ran towards the outside. He was going to take out all the little devils that were coming this way, and later he had to make sure that there weren't many devils on his course of action. Chapter 104, Breakout. Huoguoguang as well as Wang He and their movements were quick, and it didn't take long for the two to finish integrating the group of captives. Everyone was clear of kid weaponry, which was a bit more extravagant than before. The rest of the people were very rushed compared to these blues who had been through real battles. Looking at a wilting person, Wang He was furious. "Look at all of you. You don't even dare to run when I tell you to run. A bunch of guys with no balls. Why stay here? You guys are thinking the brats can spare you. Think about how the brats treated us before. They are a bunch of murderous people. Follow us and still have a chance to live. If you are not to stay here and wait for death, I don't care. I'm going to count to 5. If you want to live, stand over here, and I'll remind you one last time. It's all ghosts out there, so think before you make a decision." Wang Yi's words are like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the people. Yes, run can still live. Do not run, will die. Under the strong stimulation of the desire to survive, both men and women leaned towards Wang Yi's side. Compared to Wang He, Huoguoguang was still better at coordinating and deploying, and he soon divided all the people into teams. If you fight later, remember not to must listen to the command. If you run around as a living target of the brats, more words I will not say. No matter what happens to follow, the team will be right. The crowd nodded in agreement. By the time the two led the team to join Shunzi spoke directly. "So many people walking together is too big of a target. Let's do it this way. Let's all walk in batches. The women and the elderly and the children go first." Hearing this, Huoguoguang hurriedly ordered, "A strong man with a child or an old man, with the woman following in the center." Fast. With their previous experience, these common people reacted quickly, and in no time a team of 200 men was formed. Shunzi nodded with satisfaction. "The rest of you come with me first. I've found a place that's very safe. The brats definitely won't be able to find you guys when the time comes." Under Junko's leadership, the crowd was dispersed and placed inside some hidden sewers. It didn't taste good in there, but what could be more important than your life at a time like this? Not to mention the sewers. Even if a cesspool was in front of them, they would not hesitate to jump into it if it would save their lives. After scattering these people and placing them, Shunzi asked Huoguoguang to leave some of his men behind to watch, just in case. He, on the other hand, brought Wang He and 100 blues to prepare to kill out from the front. With Zhao Kai's omnipotent perspective, the crowd walked out 300 meters very smoothly. Just as he was about to pass a fork in the road, Shunzi raised his right hand. "Halt, there are little devils up ahead. You guys stay here and don't move. I'm going to take care of them." A ghost squad appeared 100 meters ahead, coming in the exact direction of the previous warehouse location. I think the previous commotion must have alerted the brats. "Benefactor, I've come to help you." Wang He brought his men forward, moving nimbly to find a good position ready to shoot. Do not wait for them to do it. Shunzi's hand automatic rifle began to power. Poof poof poof. The trigger pull to the end of the front of the little kid is a sweeping shot. Automatic rifles with expanding magazines have much more firepower than the crooked handle firepower of the brats. Looking at the pieces of fallen brats in front of him, Wang He couldn't help but look at Shunzi twice more. Good lord, what a guy, this is shooting like a god. Other people strafing, that is suppression of fire. This guy is good directly to the enemy. All raid. Hit me. Wang He was not willing to be weak. He had been severely beaten by the brats several times before, but today was finally the day he caught his chance. Most of the other blue soldiers are of this mindset, with the existence of such freaks as Shunzi that's still afraid of what little kid. dry and finished. If it were before, a ghost squad would definitely be very tough. But now, it's just a matter of 2 more grenades. Zhao Kai saw that the brats were hiding and one by one reported the location of the brats to him. 10 o'clock. 3 ghosts. 3 at 12 o'clock. 2 at 1 o'clock. As Chokai kept naming names, Junko quickly helped the brats to hell with rifle grenades. If the precision strafing before would have been shocking, Wang Yi's eyes went straight as soon as the rifle grenade came out. What kind of precious weapon is this? It looks lightweight, not to mention it can be used as a machine gun and grenade. If only I could have one myself. Just as Wang Yi was dreaming, a bullet grazed his scalp. That fiery feeling instantly made him furious. Son of a little kid, it really gives you face. Give me the machine gun. All these Yakuza up. Wang Yi took a crooked machine gun from the side and fired 2 rounds that jammed directly. Grandma, what kind of crap gun is this? It jams when it matters. Looking at the exposed Wang Yi, the opposite side of the brats nonchalantly shot at his side. If not Shunzi timely, a grenade blew away the brat's machine gun. This will Wang Yi may have already gone to Yama to sign up. A squad of ghosts came fast and died fast. From the time Shunzi fired the first shot to the end, the whole time was not even 3 minutes. For Zhao Kai, a mobile arsenal of weapons, a squad of ghosts was simply not enough to look at. Zhao Kai thought at first that after taking care of this squad of ghosts the rest would go smoothly, as there was a sewer leading to the rear some distance further on, and once inside he could almost say he was safe. Unexpectedly, just after solving this ghost squad, a large number of additional brats appeared within the detection range. The opponents came from all around in small detachments, numbering almost 2 squadrons. Well, and give me to play on the siege. Today must let you little brats know the power. Zhao Kai remotely contacted the beard of the battery, and the beard who learned the location information immediately mobilized 4 large caliber howitzers to aim at this side. The 2 brat squadrons topped out at 500 people. Zhao Kai didn't believe that these guys could hold up against the large caliber artillery shelling. Zhao Kai was providing precision strikes remotely, and Shunzi wasn't idle either. He had Wang Yi split his men into 3 groups, which were used to deal with the ghosts in front and to the left and right, and all he had to do was to assist in the battle from there to help complete this evacuation. Everyone run up, another 500 meters ahead and we'll be safe. Whatever happens later, don't fall behind. All of you rivet me to the front. As a series of explosions rang out, Junko led the charge by driving ahead. There were some twists and turns, but in the end, everyone made it here to the sewer entrance safely. I'll take the men on guard, and the rest of you hurry down. After sending the first group of people away, Shunzi continued to cover the evacuation of the people in groups with Wang Yi and the others. By the time it was almost midnight, all the people and the blue troops were finally all withdrawn from the little devils. Now that the people have been saved, it's time to settle the score with the brats. It's not like we're just going to let that many people die before. Chapter 105, Hiding Places. I don't know the name of the benefactor, so we can thank him when the time comes. Wang Yi, who escaped death, and Huguang took the initiative to talk. If not for Shunzi, it is estimated that this would have been played to death by the brats, which is a real life-saving grace. If it were anyone else, they would have reported their names without hesitation. But Junko shook his head. Names are just a code name, and it was only in passing that I saved you guys. You'd better hurry back and rejoin the main group. Junko turned to leave. He didn't have time to chat with this group of blues. All he had to do now was find where the brats were hiding. The so-called immigrants hadn't helped beat the blues when the fight started before. On weekdays, they even oppressed the people in the area. They thought hiding was complete, and doomed these brats the moment they started attacking civilians indiscriminately. Bad things don't come in all sizes, and it's Zhao Kai and Junko's job to make these invaders pay. Separated Wang Yi, they Shunzi also do not cover up, carrying a bazooka in the hand with a gun on the folding back. Because the previous evacuation with the men had alarmed the brats, the area was now surrounded by patrolling brats. Against these loose cannons, that's just smooth sailing. Junko hid at the mouth of an alleyway quietly waiting for the patrolling ghosts to come and deliver their heads. Baka, that damned guy is here again, and he even saved those untouchables. It's a shame about the flower girls. It's okay if the little kid doesn't speak, but when he does, he has a way of taking his death. Thinking of the misery inside the warehouse, Junko's was ready to show the brats across the street what cruelty was. He's going to make the brats regret coming into this world. With the distance of the brats getting closer and closer, Shunzi, who had already changed his submachine gun, came out in a flash, and without waiting for the brats to react, the bullets fired from the 2 submachine guns pounced on them. Aha! Accompanied by a miserable scream, the arms of the little kid holding the gun were all wasted, and the guns in their hands all fell to the ground uncontrollably. A kid without a weapon is a wild dog without teeth, but for them, this is just the beginning. Shunzi raised his gun and broke the legs of all these little devils. After confirming that there was no danger, he then dragged these dead dog-like devils to a nearby house. The next step is the golden needle stripping technique. And today the two are going to make the brats pay for the bad things they've done. When Shun Zi's bright bayonet swung in front of the little devil's pockets, the little devils struggled frantically one by one there. Baka Yalu, what are you doing? The Imperial Army will not spare you. Damn you Dragon Nation. I'm going to kill you. The little kid twisted around to get closer and was kicked right out of the way by Junko. Even so, the few remaining little devils were still there cursing like a pack of mad dogs. Junko looked at the guys coldly. Curse, hopefully you'll still have the strength to shout later. The knife flashed, and the ghost who had previously clamored to kill Junko let out a mournful scream. Junko got tired of hearing that and in 3 tries removed the kid's jaws to cut the other's tongue out. The ghosts next to them, seeing such a scene, were already forgetting to curse. Their eyes now only had fear. Madman, you are a madman. The Great Spirit will not spare you. When equal treatment falls on these brats, they know fear. When he heard the word crazy, the smile on Shun Zi's face deepened. Don't be in a hurry. One by one, none of you brats can escape. The next Junko turns directly into an execution machine for Mo's feelings, but the kid is suffering from old age. At the back of the room, hundreds of ghosts were killed by Shunzi, then arranged in 4 big words: blood debt is paid in blood. Didn't the little devils want to overwhelm the dragons on a spiritual level? So let them taste this exasperation as well. What a way to repay a grudge with a straight face. You have to fight violence with violence when you deal with the brats. They are cruel, then be crueler than they are. Only if you make them fearful they won't do anything rash. Let's go. These are even a meet and greet gift to the brats. The ones behind are the big ones. Zhao Kai carefully searched the surroundings. He had a hunch that those immigrants from the brats were definitely not far away. Shun Zi nodded, and when he left, he incidentally hid a lot of trick mine bombs under the bodies of the brats. So as long as there were brats coming from behind, he could definitely make them feel good. It wasn't long after the two left that a group of brats came this way. The bodies were particularly appalling in the dim moonlight. One of the little devils who knew the kanji read, "Blood for blood." The junior captain's face was unsightly as he sniffed, and the mustache on his face trembled. Not only did the enemy brutally kill the Imperial Army of the Empire, but they also used such bad tactics. Baka Yalu, damn Rokoku, this is provoking our Imperial Army. Notify the patrols in other directions immediately. We must catch this damn guy. Men, carry all these bodies away. Hi, the little devils will be burned and boxed and sent home when they die. But they won't have a chance today. Just as the other ghosts were combining their efforts to move the body, a tiny metal ring fell to the ground. The little ghosts who heard the commotion lowered their heads, and when they saw the grenade their eyes glared out. Get down! The brats carrying the bodies panicked and threw them away, thinking they could rely on them to dampen some of the power of the blast. Unexpectedly, 2 modest grenades taught them a direct lesson. With an explosion, the body of the ghost pressed against it was blown to pieces, along with the little kid carrying the body was blown up together. Bang! 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 Successive explosions rang out from the surroundings, and a squad of ghosts was gone in the blink of an eye. 20 of them. Baka, there's a grenade under the body. All stop. The ghost squad leader waved his hand to stop the others who were still moving the bodies, a situation that Junko had expected. The C4 bomb hidden underneath was his gift to the brats. Hearing the explosions behind him, the corners of Shun Zi's mouth rose slightly. The brats had really fallen for it. Just then Zhao Kai also discovered the hiding place of the brats. No wonder I couldn't find those ghosts before. It turned out that the brats also dug a lot of underground facilities over here, completely a small air raid shelter. Looking at the size of the inside, the brats have definitely been planning this for a long time. Zhao Kai silently calculated the number of ghosts below, adding up to tens of thousands. Trying to get rid of all these people by unusual means must be a pain in the ass, and you can have the shore defense guns switch to high-powered shells and open fire. Although the little devils can be temporarily safe by hiding underground, their air raid shelters will not hold up in the face of large-caliber artillery. Chapter 106, The Collapsing Kid. The long barrels of the coast defense guns began to calibrate and were soon aimed at the hiding place where the little kid was. 3 meters underground looked quite safe, but in reality, it was just that. For Zhao Kai, it was nothing more than a cannonball. 400mm caliber cannon upwards, not to mention 3 meters. Even if it is 10 meters is estimated to come cannot top 2 shots. Beard and Old Fish worked together to push the cannonball inside the chamber, and Beard's face was filled with excitement. Blow up these little devils, and dare to bully us? Bury them all in the earth as fertilizer. With the closing of the huge gun latch, the 2 men flew away from this side. By the time they had run out some distance they heard a thud and the ground began to shake as the cannons fired. Shells weighing several tons roared out. At this time inside the underground fortifications of the little devils, a group of ghost families were sleeping. These enablers don't realize that they're already about to be in big trouble. Boom! The huge cannonball fell from the air. The kinetic energy carried by the cannonball itself easily penetrated the ground, and the cannonball struck straight into the ground. Boom! After an explosion, the power generated by the explosion began to sweep around, and the several hundred heads of brats located within this underground fortification were instantly engulfed in flames. After the smoke cleared, there was no underground fortification here, leaving only a large deep pit. The little kids at the center of the explosion all disappeared, and the little kids elsewhere were more or less affected. The Ghost Division commander who was commanding the underground command headquarters was raised by the dust above his head and couldn't help but say angrily, "Baka, what's going on out there?" Soon a Ghost Major ran in a hurry with a very ugly face. "Report, General, the enemy bombarded our underground fortifications with artillery. Hundreds of warriors have lost contact. Baka, how did they find out about our hideout? Notify the others to pull out right away. It must be that damn maniac. That guy is coming." The fear of Junko was engraved in the heart of every little kid. After all, that was a ruthless man who had killed several ghost generals. Now that they've been discovered, it's not like they're going to have to run. However, before the brats could run away, Zhao Kai had the cannons in the rear blasting this way. What howitzers and rockets and coast defense guns all greeted this side. Did not run out of the little kid was buried in the ground forever. The brats who ran out were turned into living targets. Although the artillery was fierce, Shunzi was not idle and simply found a suitable position to start sniping at the exposed brats. 1 or 2, 10 or 20. The scurrying brats were shot one by one, and there was no shortage of them, including those experience packs that could boost their experience by quite a bit. The system's experience settlement is raised according to the role of the kid's ability, even if the other party is an ordinary person. But if you have the ability to shoot and kill, will also gain a lot of experience. Before the brats withdrew those ghosts from the interior, there was no shortage of powerful characters among them. The fact that these ghosts didn't have time to withdraw to the mainland was also considered a bargain for Zhao Kai. Boom boom boom. The successive artillery shells soon turned this area into a sea of fire. Thermobaric incendiary shells, and all kinds of high-powered artillery shells were dropped here by Zhao Kai. There's no need for morality against the brats. These guys deserve to die. A full hour of shelling nearly leveled this area where the brats were hiding. There were a dozen large craters blown out by the shore defense guns alone. Ha ha, I really came to the right place this time. Opening a big gift bag is just awesome. At first, Zhao Kai would have gotten 100,000 experience tonight and that would have been the top of the list, but he didn't expect to get all the experience for the advancement. 300,000 experience to hand after the fighter aircraft unlocked. But unfortunately there is no airfield here. Otherwise Zhao Kai high and low have to give the brats a hand of carpet bombing. A new upgrade direction comes with the unlocking of fighters, warships, also unlocking missile tech upgrades. But what's with the million experience? Zhao Kai sucked a mouthful of cool air. How many ghosts must be killed in this 1 million? It is estimated that all the ghosts that came this time must be terminated. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be rushed. It's better to hurry up and earn experience. After resolving the hiding brats, Zhao Kai and Shunzi were in no hurry to end the night's action. The next time the two men went straight into the guise of artillery scouts specializing in staring at places where there were lots of little kids to bomb. Where is the directness of killing the little devils one by one with a gun as with a cannon blast? It was agreed that the cannonballs would be used sparingly, but when Zhao Kai received that steady stream of experience value he could only say that it smelled really good. Walking around to find firing information for the cannons was only one of the reasons. Another important reason was that Zhao Kai needed to collect resource points to replenish the required consumption, whether it's transforming other weapons or weapon attrition. These require resource points to support. The weapons of the little devils and various steel and metal artifacts can be recycled for resource points. At the back, Zhao Kai and Shunzi even found the place where the brat warship sank to recycle that steel. Ha ha, got rich, got rich. With all this steel you can play as much as you want from now on. A warship has a variety of almost the same weight of recycled steel. The materials to build a warship can build how many airplanes? And in the future to change the aircraft do not have to worry about the material. Toward the latter part of the night, the fighting between the blues and the brats finally came to a halt. The little devils wanted to sleep, but Zhao Kai preferred not to let them have their way. He operated the cannon in the back to bombard the brats' barracks, and did not have to hit too accurately. As long as he could scare the brats awake, this is enough. A grenade landed in the kid's tent and a squad instantly met their emperor. The other ghosts all woke up and ran outside when they heard the commotion. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the second shell didn't come. One of the ghosts then said with a black face, "All go back. What just happened must have been an accident." The crowd of ghosts dragged their tired bodies back to their resting place, and Junko, who was a few hundred meters away, was using binoculars to look this way. Still want to go back to sleep? Think of something good. All of you get in the spirit of the old man. This time it's a round of rocket fire that randomly selects a few lucky ones to send them to hell. The 12 rockets didn't land as accurately as the howitzers, but they still blew up 2 places where the kiddies were resting. The little kid who heard the explosion got up again and ran outside, and like last time, waited for a long time without seeing the shells continue to fall. By this time some of the brats were getting impatient. Baka Yalu, damn Rokoku people, they definitely did it on purpose. They don't want us to rest. Baka. The crowd of little devils were furious and green, their mouths yelling for the culprits to be killed. Slogans shouted quite loudly. In fact, they are already exhausted. Now let them fight with the blues again. I guess they can fall asleep while fighting. At the end of the day, the kiddies just started swinging for the fences. Come on. No one can stop me from sleeping. One of the ghosts directly found a nook and cranny and fell asleep. The other ghosts followed suit. Whoever was outside was always safer than whoever was inside. The result was predictable. And the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, would not let these ghosts off easy. Between now and 7 a.m. The kids totally screwed. Chapter 107, Shelling the Ghost Navy. Train Station. At the dawn of the day Zhao Kai and Shunzi didn't even sleep before they brought people over here. It's time to ship back the machines that I promised Fu Yong and the others earlier. As soon as the machine is delivered, this side can sit back and collect the money. And there's one more thing that needs to be settled, and that's asking the brats for the ransom. At first, Li Hei they have captured a lot of brats. Now the brats in the hands of the prisoners of war have been saved, and then the brats against the kill that is not much fun. Might as well use these valuable brats for a fortune. Of course, running is certainly not possible to let them run. When the time comes the money to the death of them is not just a smooth thing. After sending all the machines to the train and waiting until Fu Yong and their men returned, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi were also ready to leave. Not forgetting to remind before leaving. Hurry up and get started then. You old boy still owe me money. Originally in a pretty good mood, Fu Yong nearly fell to the ground when he heard this. You're just drilling into the eye of the money, but also still, when you have the money, you'll return it. Fu Yong cursed and left. Before leaving it's also not forget to give Shunzi a blank stare. Shunzi that is what kind of person? Followed Zhao Kai for so long has long practiced a thick skin. After leaving from the train station, Junko headed straight for the tenement, and just as he was about to enter his territory, Zhao Kai noticed a number of sneaky people around him. Yamamoto-kun, we've gotten word that the guys who kidnapped the imperial merchants are just up ahead. Yoshi, act now. Be quick. This time we must get the man out. Zhao Kai, who read the conversation of the brats, frowned slightly. The brats' reaction was fast. How long did it take to find the place? But wanting to save the people was impossible. These ghosts can be walking wallets. Zhao Kai won't let go easily anymore. There are ghosts trying to come to the rescue. Junko sniffed and pulled out his gun straight away. They're dreaming. I'll send them to their deaths. When Zhao Kai reported the location of the enemy, Shunzi fired almost simultaneously, and the two little devils who wanted to approach the holding point were shot in the back and killed on the spot. As soon as the gunshot sounded the lead ghost subconsciously looked toward the back. Just then a bullet flew toward him, hitting his chest precisely. The little kid tried to say something, but when he opened his mouth it was blood. There were 2 grunts and then no movement. Baka. Men in the back. Shoot. The rest of the ghosts reacted quickly and all opened fire towards where Junko was, and such a big commotion in the tenement soon attracted the men from the patrol house. Looking at the patrolman who was running this way, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi's 2 men's speed became even faster, and wherever the bullets went none of the little devils could survive for more than 2 seconds. Even if these brats were hiding it wouldn't help. The Shunzi grenade gun was switched to fire a blast at the brats. Just before the patrol arrived, all the ghosts were wiped out leaving only corpses all over the ground. The lead patrolman was a Rococo man, and seeing that the dead man was a ghost agent had no intention of going any deeper. Men, carry the body away. Damn it, it's bad luck. The interlude on this side of the tenement continues, and the kitty side is already blowing up. Due to last night's shelling, the top generals of the brats over here are pretty much dead. Now only the middle and lower tier of kitties were left to continue the resistance. A situation that the kitty hierarchy didn't want to see anymore. In order to be able to turn the next situation around, the brats called out all the patrol fleets in the nearby waters. The ground artillery of the little devils had been pretty much blown up by Zhao Kai at the front, and now the devils were in only a little better shape than the blues. The brats fight is a 3-pronged axe. 3-pronged axe put down no effect they also want to pull down. The easiest way to fill the gap in ground firepower is to have the Air Force and also the naval forces increase their support. Otherwise the remaining ghosts in Shanghai would be in deep. The quality of the blues soldiers may not be as good as the brats, but there are more of them, especially after a couple of wins. The blues wanted a big win through HU. If you want to beat the brats, you can't just keep sending in more troops. The blues are moving their troops. the little devils are moving their troops, and at times like this it depends on which of the two sides moves faster. If the blue army can drive the ghosts on the ground down to the sea against the artillery fire of the brats, then they will win. And then even if the brat followers come, it will be useless. Without the forward position, Zhao Kai can bombard them to death when they grab the beach and land. On the contrary, if the remaining kiddies resisted the pressure and waited for reinforcements, both sides would be in a stalemate again. Above the surface of the sea, two carrier formations of the brats were approaching the coast. All the carrier planes on the two carriers took off and flew towards Shanghai. Before the airplanes came, the kiddie battleships started firing their guns at the shore. Although the caliber of the ship's gun is small, but the range is fully capable of enveloping the blue army. The last second and the brats fought the blue army was a bombardment after having to withdraw. Damn it, all of you. Hold on. Never let the little devils rush through. Beneath the smoke, the brats' armored cars charged again. And in the face of this offensive, Li Mingda could only call for help. Originally, Zhao Kai was all set to remotely take the shore defense guns back. But after learning of the current situation he decided to continue firing them against the pressure of the brats. Dog days still dare to approach the range of my cannons. I think you are really looking for death. Zhao Kai first fired a modified artillery shell that probed the field of vision. And after learning the location of the brats' warship, Zhao Kai had beard and also old fish load in fire. As long as the kid's warship doesn't move out of position, even a howitzer with special ammunition can pierce it. Before, Zhao Kai was worried about not having the experience to upgrade. And this little kid rushed up to give away his head. Soon the 8 howitzers and the huge shore defense guns had a lock on the kiddie warships. This time Zhao Kai used all the modified high-power armor-piercing bullets. Not to say that a single shot could sink a kid's warship, but it could definitely make things difficult for the other side. Bang! 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 One by one, the shells were shot out successively and flew straight into the warships of the little devils. What the hell was that? A little kid pointed at the huge black dot flying toward him. And when he got a good look at the thing he was directly dumbfounded. Baka! It's an enemy shell! Without waiting for the other brats to react, the huge shell smashed into the deck and the destroyer was smashed like tofu. Boom! The fire from the explosion rose to the sky, and the ghosts on top of the destroyer were all wiped out without even having a chance to dive into the water. Oversized caliber shore defense guns for carriers and battleships might hold up, but destroyers can't hold up to this stuff. Before the command ship was blown up and sunk, the little kid that is a long memory. A little bigger ship they do not dare to drive to the offshore. Neither battleships nor carriers were something they could afford to lose. Chapter 108, Feast for Du Rong. The sinking of the destroyer was just the beginning. The little kid was going to have to deal with high-powered armor-piercing rounds of all sizes. Even their warships couldn't carry the continuous bombardment of armor-piercing shells, not to mention the coast defense guns, which fired one destroyer at a time without a bit of mopping up. The little devils wanted to run, but their warships had to be able to turn around too. The turnaround of a warship is not like a car, it is very troublesome, and by the time the turnaround of the little kid is completed, he looks back to see that he has already lost 10 warships. The new fleet commander nearly fainted with his breath when he heard the news. Fall back 30 kilometers immediately, and this support goes to whoever wants it. Before escaping, the Ghost Navy commanders did not forget to scold the army. The army is such a waste. So many people can't even take down a small Shanghai city. It's simply a disgrace to the empire. The Ghost Fleet was scared off by Zhao Kai's wave of shelling, and the pressure of the Blue Army's frontal attack instantly eased a lot. Wealthy Li Mingda began to call the artillery support. What a few thousand at a time, tens of thousands of foreign currencies. For him to say that this is not a matter. The less and less artillery the little devils had to fight, the more and more fierce the Blue Army side became, which resulted in less and less room for the little devils to survive. After the daily tasks like shelling the brats were done, Zhao Kai was ready to meet Du Rong with Shun Zi. If you want to unify the entire underground of Shanghai, you must receive Du Rong into your hands. As long as you can control the entire underground field, it won't be a simple matter to make money in the future. It will only be easier to fight the little devils with money. This time Zhao Kai and Shun Zi didn't intend to go directly to Du Rong. This old thing was thieving and refined, and didn't rule out the possibility of the other party taking desperate measures. After all, to have someone who had been the boss all year long to be someone else's little brother, this kind of thing would be unacceptable to anyone. Zhao Kai found Li He and directly asked him to send someone to call out Du Rong. When he heard that his own boss was already going to take underground boss Du Rong under his wing, Li He also froze. Boss? You're serious? Surname Du is our man too. Li He has been in this period of time for the organization's development headache. Shanghai City, this die stuff want to be based on the development of that is really not a simple thing. Now that he was told that Du Rong was also one of his own, all these problems could be solved at once. Soon, you find someone to go and ask the surname Du out. If this guy knows how to raise his head, it's okay. If he doesn't know how to raise his head, Ha! Shun Zi sneered twice, killing intent showing in his eyes. Li He saw this look of his own boss, also subconsciously shrunk his neck. Before he borrowed the name of the boss to cause trouble did not die is really lucky. The president of my family has no room for sand in his eyes. Don't worry, President. I'll arrange this matter right away. The surname Du will definitely come. Du family villa. Since the last time Zhao Kai and Shun Zi patronized this place, Du Rong couldn't even sleep peacefully. He thought about running away, but when he thought about Shun Zi's previous tactics, he could only choose to give up. The higher the status, the more afraid of death. Du Rong is no exception. Am I, Du Rong, going to be a dowry for someone else after working half my life? Looking at his worried old dad, Du Hai's eyes were fierce. Dad, one way or the other, why don't we directly contact those foreigners, and the Blue Army? I still don't believe that even they will be afraid of that guy. Hearing this, Du Rong blared fiercely at his son. Shut up for my old man. Where is your brain? It's all grown into a pig, and you're looking for the rent-a-cop and the Blue Army. Just look at the commotion that guy has made lately. Do the people on both sides dare to take care of him? Don't you notice that the voices that were clamoring to drive the Longhua people out of the concession before are gone? You think the foreigners would be so kind? The more Du Rong said, the more angry he became. How could he not imagine that he had given birth to such a stupid son? It is obvious that all these things are being pushed by someone. Who is doing it? Is to use the toes to think can also be figured out. That guy was a madman, and the other party was definitely more powerful than expected. After such a reminder, Du Hai also reacted. Father, you mean it's all that guy behind this? Some things are fine to know. There's no need to make a noise. Perhaps this time our Du family is really going to come to an end. Just when Du Rong was worried, the butler came with news. Master, there's a man outside who says he has something for you. The old butler didn't say much. You could tell things by the look on his face. Du Rong's heart thumped. It couldn't be that madman again. It's him. The old butler nodded. The man said he'd wait for you at the Century Hotel, and said he'd just give you half an hour. Hearing this, Du Rong frowned slightly. If this was in the past, someone who dared to speak to him like this would definitely have sunk in the river already. But now, he always felt that there was an invisible muzzle pointing at his head. If you don't go, there's a good chance your own head will explode. As soon as he thought of this, Du Rong wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Prepare the car. Go to the Century Hotel. Not long after, the Du family's father and son arrived at the Grand Hotel with their men, and the two of them were very sensible not to bring a few of their men with them. It's a good thing the two of them were smart for a moment, or the bullet would have gone through their heads by now. Junko looked through the scope at the dukes entering the hotel and loosened his finger on the trigger. Inside the hotel, Li He and Wei Xiaohai were already waiting for a long time. The two men who saw Du Rong for the first time didn't feel anything different, saying Du Rong has temperament. It's just that, it's not even close to their own boss, and this guy could be working for their side from now on. Boss Du, welcome welcome. Du Rong lifted his heart to come this way, not realizing that the person he wanted to see was not that man. He couldn't help but frown. For the detection of speech and color insight into the hearts of people, Wei Xiaohai can be said to be very sensitive. See Du Rong frowned. He is also timely opening. Our boss is very busy. Of course, if you have to see him is not impossible. This was said with a smile, but it was a chilling feeling in Du Rong's ears. Who the hell wants to see that guy? You're a bad boy. Too. That's not even necessary. Let's get down to business. Although the heart is scared to death, but in front of people cannot be stage fright, or else really lose the name of the underground emperor. Ha ha, Boss Du is a real person. Then I won't talk nonsense. Let's eat first and talk about anything on the dinner table. Since the thought of using people cannot always give people a face. After all, in the future also count on Du Rong to the organization to make money. Things have come to this point. Du Rong also did not refuse. Can only be pushed step by step forward. He would like to see what tricks the other party played. At first both sides ate fairly cordially, but when it came to business, the fireworks were up. Boss Du, in the future, this kind of forcing a good man into prostitution should be done less often. Chapter 109, Don't Fight. Sir, I'll kneel down. Without waiting for Li He to continue, Du Rong raised his hand and interrupted him. Elder brother Li, what are you talking about? To still want to make clean money in this cannibalistic place is a bit presumptuous. Time's casting the status quo. In Du Rong seems to want money must go black road. Go out of the way. After all, only these ways to money fast. Can you do a proper business? Do you have a way in? Du Rong looked very powerful. In fact, it is also in this acre of land. If you look at the whole dragon country, he really is a little bit not enough to see. Other powerful family and other people that is the benefit of partnership. He Du Rong is what? Even more powerful not still have to pay protection fees in the rented world. Going dark is not on the table after all. Zhao Kai had already thought about it. He had to find a way to make a good relationship with Li Mingda's family. He had to get more money from this guy. The money needed to hit the bottom of an artillery barrage is in the thousands of dollars. And this stuff rakes in money no faster than going dark. What can't I do with this money? Du Rong was dissatisfied. Li He just shook his head and smiled. Do old brother pattern open a little bit? Let's put it this way. In this concession even those foreigners have to give us face. We give money they can take, but if they come to reach out and rob, then sorry. Li He spread his hands. What means self-evident? My boss is very bull. Follow us to guarantee that you mix better than now. Why do you have to be on your knees to earn money? Is it bad to earn him standing up? Li He looked at the contemplative Du Rong and continued. Do old brother, what else is there to think about? There are some things that we all know by heart. Do you want to keep letting your hard-earned money flow into the pockets of those foreigners? This sentences really stimulate the old Du, both before and now. He has made connections to turn in a few protection fees, and who wouldn't want to be able to eat standing up? After some contemplation, Du Rong agreed. Good, there are some things that I can throw away and not do, but this kind of thing is not something that I alone can say. How much interest in between I think you guys are also aware of. I think that stopping the following must be someone who is not happy. Ha ha, do old brother jokes? Our bosses often say what is the sentence? Someone does not serve then beat to serve him. If again had iron then let him and Hades partner to go. Whoever stands in the way of us making money is our enemy. Keeping Du Rong is because he is capable. As for the other guys who only know how to use their power to oppress and bully the good people, sending them away is just a waste of some bullets. As for Du Rong it's not too late to wait until he's done utilizing it before sending it away. Zhao Kai wanted Shun Zi to control the entire underground, so he definitely had to clear out a group of pricks. In the next few moments, Du Rong and Li He talked a lot. Both sides also talked very well. Some business can be done, but not to their own people. Don't mention it. There aren't many women in the brats. We'll just get some. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. In order to prevent Du Rong from having other thoughts, Zhao Kai also had Li He give the other a pistol that he had splintered. Boss Du, this is a gift from our president to you. You have to take care of your own safety. Finished. Li He also does not intend to continue to stay here. Before the capture of the brats still have to change money, which must not hurry back to implement. The president, however, has said that the money will be used to fund activities when it arrives. So what's the difference between this and picking up money for nothing? By the time Li He and Wei Xiaohai returned to the place where the brats were being held, the intelligence officers were already compiling information on these brats. Whether the family has money or not, what kind of background they have. All these are recorded. Don't think the brats are tough. Even the toughest brats can't carry 3 sticks. Anyone who goes down with 3 sticks will have to give an honest account. Xiaohai, this matter can be left to you. This time we must make the little brats bleed hard for once. Don't worry brother Blackie. If I don't make the little devils bleed I'm not Wei Xiaohai. Looking at the list in his hand, Wei Xiaohai waved at the henchman next to him. Go and call this what Matsui Kazuo over. Inside the room, Matsui Ikkyo is shivering. Other ghosts at least a little hard. This guy is good. People have not entered the torture room on all the hospitality. Other ghosts at least 2 sticks. This guy is good froze a little bit of pain do not eat. And the guy's pulling so full of survival that he went straight to his knees for the executioner. Matsui Kazuo. Here. Matsui Kazuo hurriedly stood up and looked at the visitor with a smile on his face. The officer has something to answer for. Looking at the fawning ghost in front of him, the visitor resisted the urge to slap the other party. Follow me. Soon, Matsui Kazuo was brought before Wei Xiaohai. Wei Xiaohai sized him up and let out a light laugh. You're Matsui Kazuo. Hi. Yes. I am Matsui Ikkyo. What are your instructions, sir? At this moment, Matsui Kazuo was living like a lapdog. And for a moment, Wei Xiaohai thought that he had arrested the wrong person. But one look at the guy's lewd appearance. It's a little kid alright. Not bad. Compared to the others, you are very sensible. I like sensible people. I have something here that I need you to do. If you do it well the benefits are great. If you don't do it well, you know. Matsui Kazuo couldn't help but shiver as he looked at his smile and nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, sir. I'll make sure to solve the account perfectly. Matsui Kazuo agreed quickly. But when he heard Wei Xiaohai's words, the smile on his face could no longer be squeezed out. Asking for ransom from his own country was not looking for excitement, and he doubted he'd even live to walk out of the barracks once he'd entered it. What? Can't do it. Wei Xiaohai's voice went cold, as if he was about to pull out his gun in the next second. It can be done, but I need the officer to send someone to protect me. I'm afraid those maniacs will get me killed. At this time, Matsui Kazuo heart screamed bitterly. Originally he just thought to come to the dragon country to do some business, did not want to be halfway to the sack. As a rare and calm foot soldier, Matsui Kazuo was not like those idiots who shouted hooray and went to their deaths. Now that you have this, you must keep yourself safe. Ha ha, you're a bit of an interesting ghost. I'm now wondering if you're from the footbath country. Wei Shanghai sighed and directly recruited 4 people over. You 4 will follow him next to protect his safety. Understood. With 4 gunmen to protect him, Matsui Kazuo had a bottom line, and after receiving the list in Wei Xiaohai's hand, he was also ready to start moving. It's impossible to go directly to the barracks, and if you do, not to mention the ransom, you probably won't be able to save your life. So Matsui Ikkyo was going to think of other ways to contact the ghosts. The easiest and most direct way to find information is to go to the black market. As long as he showed his head in the black market, the secret agents inside would definitely not be able to resist jumping out. Chapter 110, The Pissed Off Minako. As Matsui Kazuo thought, a ghost agent approached him when he showed his face in the black market. Because the ghost agents were killed by the Blue Party as well as Lihei before, the little kids have been very honest in recent times. That is, someone knows Kazuo Matsui, otherwise the ghost agents wouldn't dare to show their heads. To be able to do business on this side of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible without some background. Inside the black market, Kanzuya Inoue sneaked up to Kazuo Matsui and carefully said, Matsui-kun. Hearing a familiar voice, Matsui Kazuo breathed a sigh of relief. Inoue-kun. The 2 voices spoke very quietly, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble some. Now the people on Lihei's side were protecting Matsui Kazuo, yes, but the Blue Party that was really murderous. If they found Matsui Kazuo, they would definitely have bullets to spare. Matsui Kazuo and also Inoue Kanzuya muttered a few words and left the black market one after another. By the time the 2 met again, they were in a secluded house. Matsui-kun, where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you for a long time. Inoue Kanzuya looked at Matsui Kazuo with some complaints. He was still waiting for the other party to treat him to enjoy himself. Every time Matsui Kazuo came to Shanghai was the time for him to enjoy himself. Hey, you don't know, Inoue-kun, but I've been suffering in recent times. Saying that, he directly flashed out the battered and bruised arm, revealing a miserable look. Matsui Kazuo is also a ruthless man. When he was beaten he dodged faster than anyone else. And now when it's his turn to ask for ransom he hits harder than anyone else. Matsui Kazuo knows very well that he can't get out of this with just one sentence. And now he has to create the appearance of being cornered. Looking at Matsui, who was covered in black and blue, Inoue Kanzuya said angrily, Baka, who dared to lay such a cruel hand on Matsui-kun? Matsui-kun, tell me. I'll go and avenge you. Kanzuya Inoue made a big deal out of it. But by the time Kazuo Matsui explained the situation, he too was instantly out of it. Upon hearing the news of the previously kidnapped man, Inoue Kanzuya's face became grave. Matsui-kun, you're the damn guy who asked you to act as a messenger to ask for the ransom. Baka, those guys are an abomination, cursing under his breath. In reality, Kanzuya Inoue's heart was pounding, and he was also afraid of being targeted by those crazy people. I have to go back and report on this, so that's all for today. Joke, what's the point of not running away at a time like this? What if someone else blocks the doorway? After all, the other party is a ruthless person who kidnapped people in the rented world. Inuyasha-kun, you have to save me. Matsui Kazuo had a bitter look on his face, and those who didn't know would have thought that he had suffered as if he had been greatly wronged. The more he did, the faster Kanzuya Inoue ran. Matsui-kun, don't worry, the Empire will not abandon you. Kanzuya Inoue patted him on the shoulder, taking that list into his hands in passing. Kanzuya Inoue's face turned green as he looked at the high ransom on it. The smallest amount is also 5,000 yang. How the other side does not go to rob. He suspected that the time the list was sent over was the time he would get a big slap in the face. Superiors hitting their subordinates to take out their anger is simply too normal for the kiddies. And Kanzuya Inoue's top boss was notoriously cranky. Damn you, Matsui Kazuo. You're really trying to screw me over. After cursing under his breath, Inoue Kanzuya left at a quick pace. They had a number of strongholds in the concession, and by the time he handed the list of names and ransoms to his top boss, Kamita Tsuyoshi, he was unsurprisingly met with 2 big smacks. Baka, why don't you come and report if you have such important information? Kanzuya Inoue covered his face and commiserated. Reporting, sir? I just got it too. Kamita's eyes just froze. Looking at Inoue, Kanzuya straight shivering hastily changed his words. It was His Excellency the Lieutenant who went through the trouble of obtaining the list from the enemy. Upon hearing this, the black-faced Kamata just broke out into a smile. Yoshi, you're very good, Inoue. With this list, Kamata was just as eager to go to the top and claim credit. As for other things that would be put aside, if this time things are done beautifully, absolutely not far from the promotion. He has heard that the kidnapped people inside a number are very important. As long as the other side of the family boat, Promotion is not a simple thing. Inside the ghost camp. At this moment, Nakajima Minako was fuming at a group of people. Baka. Waste. Simply a bunch of waste. You haven't rescued the people after such a long time. What are you guys doing for food? The capture of her own brother, Hisashi Nakajima, by the enemy has sent Minako Nakajima on a rampage. Nakajima Hisashi is the next generation of the Nakajima family at the helm, and at his young age, he is already a lieutenant colonel, so the future can be said to be bright. But it was such a character who was kidnapped by a group of madmen in the tenement. As for the young jounin from the footbath country that Junko was pretending to be for Minako Nakajima, it was nothing more than a heartache for an hour or two. After all, even if it's a talent that's going to serve the Nakajima family. Inside the room, a few ghost major was admonished by a woman who didn't dare to raise her head. Obviously Minako Nakajima didn't have any position, but these ghost officers didn't dare to resist. After all, they were all secretly pushed up by the Nakajima family. And leaving the Nakajima family, they were just destined to be cannon fodder. Just as Minako Nakajima was fuming, Kamita just arrived with the list in excitement. I want to see MS. Minako. Kamita saw a number of his fellow officers drooping as soon as he entered, and looking at Minako, whose brows were furrowed together, he quickly realized what had just happened. Kamita-kun, what are you doing here on my side instead of staying in the concession? Minako's voice was icy cold, showing signs of continuing to lose her temper. MS. Minako, there's a message from young Master Koji. Minako, who had been furious the last second, had an expression that instantly became agitated when she heard that. What do you mean? There's news of Koji. Kamata just handed over the list before speaking. This is the list I got. Those lunatics want us to pay to ransom those talents back or they will kill all of them. Young Master Koji. Baka. They dare. The Imperial Army will not spare them. Minako snapped, narrowly missing a mouthful of old blood as she looked down at Nakajima Hisashi's ransom. $200,000, why don't they go grab it? Further down the list, his own brother wasn't even the most expensive. Several of the big businessmen had ransoms in the millions each. This is to prepare to take back all the wealth previously obtained from the Dragon Kingdom in one breath. The person who came up with this solution is definitely not a good person. After reading the list, Minako threw the list on the table with a grimace of anger. Damn you Dragon Kingdom people, you deserve to die. Next to the Oni Major saw the eldest lady come to the gas thinking to take the initiative to share the worry. Spoke. Miss Minako, I still think that direct attack on the other side to come directly. Last time we went too few people. This time we send more people can certainly. Snap. Minako backhanded him across the face. Stupid. You think you guys can just take on that guy? How many Imperial warriors have been taken out by that maniac? Find a way to reveal this news to the other clans, and I'll have them pay for my Nakajima clan for this amount. Chapter 111, Here Comes the Backstabber. Trying to earn a ransom from the Nakajima family would be impossible. And why spend your own when you can get it from someone else? There was no shortage of rich people among the kidnapped, and just a little bit showing in the hands of these people's families would be enough for her. Minako contacted their families directly by the names at the top of the list. The families of these devils were attacking the Lord's messenger in the most vicious language when they heard of that high ransom. Damn Rokoku people! Sooner or later the Imperial Army will finish you all off. Some people curse, some people also contacted the military in the hope that the military can come to the rescue. After all, often hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars cannot be taken out at once. What if you can't get it out and get ripped off? Facing these people brat military is also a headache. They also want to get dead Shunzi out of anger, but they also have to have that ability to do. It's not like we didn't send people there before, but what happened in the end? They were all killed in the concession. And now that the battle with the Blues was getting more and more intense, where did they have the free time to worry about this crap? There is no way. These brats, in order to save the people, can only be out of their own pockets. Before they pulled out how much benefits from the Dragon Kingdom. Now Zhaokai so screwed up as only to let them pay back some interest. When the ransom is raked in, that's when the kiddies will be settled. Letting the tiger go is not an option. Death is their final destination. In the next few days, these brats all think of ways to contact the family to raise money. There are dishonest want to soldier the risk of direct violence. The result is predictable, all by Zhaokai and Shunzi all destroyed. MS. Minako, those people have already sent over all the money, and I hope you can get their family out. Looking at the box in front of her, Minako took the ones she needed from it. Get ready to go. How's the preparation you were told to do earlier? The flavor of intrigue flashed in Minako's eyes. Zhaokai and Junko wanted to come and get paid to kill with one hand, and Minako was playing the same idea. People she wants. Money she wants. Don't worry, MS. Minako, this time we've prepared quite a few people. Almost a squadron. As long as the enemy shows their heads, they definitely won't survive. Very well. Set out at once without delay. After changing her outfit, Minako went directly to the rented area. She wouldn't risk her life. Zhao Kai also chose this place because he wanted to see what tricks the brats were going to pull, and he wouldn't let go of any opportunity to kill the brats. The little kid is a thing Zhao Kai and Shunzi cannot be clear. They know that the little kid is not honest, so they also ambushed people in advance. This timely Blackbeard fish head 3 generals all came. It's tens of millions of dollars in one transaction. You can't have an accident at a time like this. As for Zhao Kai and Junko, the two had already taken off in their fighters using the airstrip. That's right. As soon as we get the money later, Junko will fly a fighter plane to give those devils a good treat. It was definitely time for the Blues to take the blame for such a time. And in order to fasten the black pot solidly, the two of them, Zhao Kai and Shunzi, painted the fighters with clear blue flags. The scene shifted, and inside the dilapidated factory building, the two parties were already there. Across from the old fish with Kazuo Matsui was Tsuyoshi Kamita with a gold bar. I brought the money. Where are our men? Old fish waved his hand, and then someone escorted a dozen or so ghosts over. Don't worry, as long as you don't play any tricks, we'll pay with one hand and deliver with the other. Hearing this, Kamita just sneered and said in his heart, even if it's a trick, so what? Could a group of you gangsters possibly be a match for the Imperial Army? Let you pay the price for your behavior today. This time Kamita just dared to come for another reason. That is, the opposite side of the people inside his people. Where the other side ambushed people he knew exactly. Kamita just had his men hand over the box with the gold bars, and the old fish opened it and looked at it, realizing that it was indeed gold. Waiting until all the gold bars were looked over, he then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You guys are very knowledgeable. Old fish waved his hand again for the tied-up ghosts to be let through. Kamita just couldn't hide his excitement at the sight of Hisashi Nakajima in the crowd. He'll have to make nice with his opponent later. What he didn't notice was an expression on the face of the old fish across from him that looked like a dead man. The two groups of people left one after another. However, no sooner had they stepped out of the plant than the sound of intense gunfire rang out from outside. Kamita just sniffed and cursed the unreliability of the person who did the work. This person has not even left this how to start a fight. He had no choice but to have his men leave these rescued people first. But the old fish on the other side won't give him a chance. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys still wanna go black? Give me a fight. Da. The two sides that were at peace with each other last second directly fought in a firefight inside the warehouse. And the people on Fish Head side manned an assault rifle. And their firepower instantly overpowered the ghost agents on the opposite side. Facing a dozen submachine guns strafing him, Kamita-kun could only hide behind a rock, not daring to show his head. Nakajima Hisashi, who had just been rescued, then angrily grabbed Kamata Tsuyoshi and questioned, "Who told you to do it? Do you want so many imperial talents to die? Baka!" Nakajima Kuji slaps Kamita across the face and he's all pissed off. He had seen the cruelty of the enemy during this time. It was a madman even more cruel than the Blue Party agents, and he didn't want to be caught by the other side again. If you do it, why don't you wait until everyone is safe? Kamita, who received a slap on the face, was just full of dismay. He wanted to say that this incident was planned by your sister Minako, but he stopped when the words came out of his mouth. Minako had said for him to do it, yes, but not right now. Nakajima Hisashi made his move, and the other tortured ghosts joined in. Which unit are you from? I'm going to complain to your superior officer about you. You're plotting against the Imperial elite. Baka, why don't you cover the outside and leave? Nakajima Hisashi heckled. Hearing these voices of abuse, Kamata just really wanted to shoot these white-eyed wolves to death. But he had the heart but not the guts. It had come to this, and all he could do was appease the people. Don't worry, gentlemen. There's one of our squadrons out there. The enemy will never get away. It was only when they heard that there was a squadron that these old geezers breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a squad of ghosts came outside the plant, and under the cover of the ghost squad, Nakajima Hisashi and the others looked to get on the bus. Just when they thought they were about to be safe, the sound of warplanes suddenly rang out in the air. Nakajima Hisashi looked up to see a somewhat old-looking fighter jet flying towards them, and as it got closer, he was able to see the blue flag on it. Get down! Get down! It's an enemy fighter. In the air, Junko swooped down with his fighter plane, machine guns strafing up directly below. Chapter 112, What You Say? Da. The machine gun continued to fire at the ghosts below, and outside the factory building was an open field, so there was no place for the brats to hide even if they wanted to, trying to dodge bullets by going prone. Think of something good. Junko's machine gun switch was depressed to the bottom while dropping one of the lower mounted bombs. Kid, die for me. Looking at the growing black shadow above his head, Nakajima Hisashi's eyes went wide, endless panic spreading his brain at this moment. This time he's really going to die. Boom! As a burst of fire lit up, Nakajima Hisashi and Kamita Koichi all failed to escape the explosion. The ghost squad leader looked at the debris behind him and said angrily, "Baka Yalu, shoot, shoot." The brats on the ground began to shoot into the air with the weapons in their hands, genuflecting in impotent rage. In the face of these active provocation of the ghosts, Shunzi folded back and sent them another pike of bullets. After the fight, this is strutting away. Look at the ground of the ghosts' straight fire. Baka. There was a time when the Imperial Army, had to be strafed by the blues in their fighter planes. It was a disgrace. A great disgrace. The ghost squad leader was in a rage when the old fish across the street killed him with his men. It. This bunch of brats. Kill one for $20 of ocean. All give me a charge. Fueled by money, everyone is desperate to move forward, facing the fierce firepower of old fish and the others. The remaining ghosts could only harden their heads. Counterattack. Counterattack. The quiet night was shattered by the sound of the shot, and people on the other side of the river looked this way. Who's fighting who here again? It can't be the kiddies again. I don't know. What do I care? Just go to bed and watch out for bullets flying at your brain. Ghosts a squadron against the armed members with sophisticated weapons. Originally the regular army to deal with them should not be a problem. Favor the little ghosts really cannot take the opposite side of the old fish them. All American weapons and heavy machine guns, even mortars were brought. On the contrary, on the side of the brats there are not even many machine guns. After all, this time it is not a regular battlefield. Who would have thought that the other side is so unprofessional? In the face of a continuous mortar barrage, the kids' numbers got smaller and smaller, coupled with the fact that the previous spies had been discovered in advance. The brats were still caught off guard, and many of the ambush troops were wiped out from behind by Beard with his men. The first shot fired earlier was Beard clearing out the ambushed brats. In less than an hour, the squadron of little devils was almost dead, and at the back only a few devils managed to escape. At that moment, Minako was preparing a feast for Nakajima Kuji, not realizing that the family elite she had to wait for had already been reduced to pieces. When the fleeing ghosts returned, Minako ran out excitedly. "Ms. Minako, young Master Kuji is in pieces, and so are all the others, killed by the bombs dropped by the blue fighters." Buzz. For a split second, Minako felt like her head was going to explode in. "What are you talking about? My brother is dead." "Hi, young Master Kuji and team leader Kamita were both killed by the blues." After reconfirming, Minako completely stormed off. "Baka, damn blues, I'm going to make you pay for what you've done." Minako was furious and went to contact her father. She was going to have the Imperial Air Force blow the blues to smithereens. Far to the south, Hisao Nakajima was in no better shape than Minako when he learned of his son's death. "Baka, damn Rokoku, damn blues, I'm going to bury you and my son with me." Hisao Nakajima directly contacted the Ministry of War to apply for a major bombing campaign to be launched on the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The Empire needs a victory to boost morale, and as long as we are victorious in the air war, we can definitely demoralize the enemy. Both the Army and the Navy are having a hard time opening up in Shanghai right now. The Navy was close enough to be bombarded. The Army had not the slightest chance of getting ashore, and all the kiddies could use now was their Air Force. In order to avenge his son's death, Hisao Nakajima's plan, drawn up overnight, is sent back to the military headquarters. For his bombing program, the kiddie hierarchy was positive. They've been losing too much lately and it's time to put the fear back into the blues. Regarding the ghosts' bombing plans for later, Zhao Kai and Shun Zi did not know about it, and now the two were busy building a hidden airfield. Want to be hidden? The warehouse is definitely the first choice. Several warehouses connected together is not the airport. After the experience of just flying a fighter plane, Junko felt that it was now becoming tasteless to fight ghosts with guns again. "Brother Kai, when can we also form an air force? I'm waiting to bomb the brat's old home." "There's no hurry to take your time, but it's also fast. I guess it won't take a year for this wish of yours to come true. Now all we have to do is to engage in development. There are a lot more people joining us lately. We have to purchase some weapons to do that." After Zhao Kai reminded him of this, Junko also felt like he needed to do something, and it wasn't the same thing to keep being a shirker. "Kai, want to take a walk to the brat camp? There must be guns there." Hearing this, Zhao Kai hurriedly discouraged. "Don't. There are too many people inside the brat camp. This can't even run away if it's discovered. And now we have money in our hands. Go straight to that George guy just right. Let this guy earn some first. Otherwise how do we get our machine tools and motors? These foreigners are greedy. They won't do anything unless we give them benefits. As long as there are machine tools, when the time comes to remodel it will be able to have its own weapons production line. And in the future, whether it is to produce weapons for their own use or to sell them to others is a good choice." Zhao Kai and Shun Zi agreed that they were going to purchase a lot more weapons this time. Otherwise the people who joined in would have no guns to use. Junko comes to the door again, and George goes out to greet him as he did last time. "Oh my friend, What do you need on this visit? Mr. George, I may need a bit more weapons this time. Let's go inside and talk about it in detail. Upon arriving at George's mansion, Junko shifted the conversation directly to machine tools and motors. Seeing that he had taken the initiative to ask, George could only tell the truth. My friend, you've come to the right place this time. I've gotten word from the country that there's a shipment of machine tools and motors for sale, but they might be a little pricey. It's only the dragons who want those old machine tools, which are at least 10 times as profitable when shipped over here from China. Without waiting for him to continue speaking, Junko interrupted. Money is not a problem, as long as Mr. George can ship it over, I'll take it all. And I don't want a set or two, as long as there are any, I'll take them all. The words out of the mouth of George to smile open. Buy machine tools can be more profitable than buying weapons. When the time to let the machine out of a little trouble, the other side shall not be rushed to send money to. Don't worry about it, my friend. I can get you as much as you want as long as the money is there. Chapter 113, The Ghosts Make Their Move. George, this person loves money. Zhao Kai is considered to see. As long as the money is in place, this guy really can even get airplanes and tanks. When the time comes, if he can. He also wants to acquire some warplanes from the other hand. After some friendly exchanges, Junko took another big order from George. And George's mouth was smiling from ear to ear as he looked at the gold contained in the box. My friend, don't worry. What you want will be shipped over in a month at most. You don't need to worry about anything else. You just wait to receive the goods. George patted himself on the back and assured him that nothing would go wrong. It was impossible to come over here and make a living without some background. Junko smiled at that. Ha ha, I trust Mr. George. I have things to take care of, so I won't bother Mr. George. The weapons are still the same as before. Just send them to where they were before. After leaving George's house, Junko had just gone out and hadn't gone 2 blocks before he heard someone talking. Alas, have you heard that the brats with their men have blocked the entrance to the tenement? And I hear that they have come to seek revenge. Above the street, the patrolman hurried furiously toward the entrance to the tenement. All faster. These brats can't stop for a while. The Chinese patrolmen were cursing and swearing, while those foreigner patrolmen had a look of watching what was going on. So what if the kiddies come in? It won't affect them anyway. And it's true that the dragons have been a bit blind to themselves lately. And someone had to teach them a good lesson. Shunzi pulled over a passerby, handed over a cigarette and asked, Bro, what's going on up ahead? Why are they all going that way? The man wanted to get angry in the last second. After all, who was suddenly dragged by a stranger was not in a good mood. But his expression changed instantly when he saw the smoke. Alas, the brats hid over to come. I heard came at least thousands of people. Brother, you want to go to see the fun. But don't. Hurry to find a safe place to hide. Those brats are not good people. Okay, I'll leave now. And you should hurry home too. The man leaves in a hurry. And both Zhao Kai and Shunzi realize something is wrong. Now that the kiddies were pressed almost to the shore, a brigade of troops wanted to come over that would have to cross the blue line. But now it seems clear that someone is behind it. Kai, could it be those foreigners? Who colluded with the brats against us? Zhao Kai nodded. It's very likely. I knew that those foreigners are not honest. Before they went soft, it was also a temporary compromise. I didn't expect to come to retaliate so soon. And also know to kill with a borrowed knife. These foreigners really take us as a little cutie. Want to use the little kid to deal with us. Thing quite beautiful. At the entrance to the concession, the ghost soldiers are confronting the patrolman. Baka, hand over the murderers of the Imperial Army or we'll open fire. Not far away, there were 12 infantry guns set up. Shunzi took a look at these brats as prepared. This is an artillery brigade. Then look around. Machine guns and heavy machine guns, even anti-tank guns have. These ghosts can be said to have brought all the family background can bring. But Junko wondered why he didn't see a single blue at a time like this. Zhao Kai was equally curious. The blues coming over at a time like this would definitely take care of the brats. Just as the two were wondering, Shunzi saw an acquaintance in the crowd. Someone he had seen before. A soldier in the hands of Li Mingda. At this point he was looking around as if he was looking for someone. Shunzi, there's a man on your left. A soldier of Li Mingda. He should know some information. In the crowd, Li Chong was waiting anxiously. Didn't the regimental commander say that as soon as he came over, someone would take the initiative to look for him? And now he has waited for so long, how come no one has come yet? Just as he was getting anxious, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Michael Lee sent you. At first, Li Chong was ready to make a move, but only stopped moving when he heard the name of his own leader. Looking back, he knew it was someone to wait for. The two men exited the crowd before exchanging laughs. The situation has changed. The brats want a truce, and the requirement is to hand over the murderer of their general. Zhao Kai and Shunzi's brows furrowed as they sniffed. How could they not expect to be backstabbed by the blues? Also, are those top brass and the blues pigs? Do the devils say truce when they say truce? It's mostly a reprieve. Oh, that's funny. Li Chong looked at the smile of the cold Shunzi, knew that the big thing is not good. If the master forced the eyes of the eyes, he can do anything. The ghosts of the general can be killed on behalf of other people, can also be killed. Li Chong is also in the heart to greet the senior 10,000 times. Really change 2 pigs up in those wine bags to be better. The most important thing now was how to appease the ruthless man in front of him. Seems to be afraid of Shunzi gone. Li Chong pulled in tone anxious. This matter is just the decision above. And we have nothing to do. My family had know the brats looking for things, so sent a company of troops over. Our brigade commander is also to draw some troops to help you. The troops add up to 300 people. There's nothing we can do in this situation even if we wanted to send more troops. Quite a few people are staring at this place. Li Chang's words gave Junko some comfort, but only a little. We've arranged for the men to be in the tenement, and as soon as the fight starts, I'll bring them along to help. Thank your leader for me for his kindness, but you'd better stay. Don't you all want to see what I'm capable of? I'll show you today. Junko turned to leave, and halfway there, he ran into Bai Yi and Lin Xiuyu again, not realizing that they had brought someone to help as well. Do you need our help? Shay asked. Lin Xiuyu, who followed by the side, was not in a good temper and directly cursed. A group of people. Before you helped them so much, now they still want to push you out. That group of guys' head is not filled with feces. I've only got 100 gunmen with me here, which isn't much, but it'll make it hard on the brats. Junko's heart warmed considerably as he looked at his 2 friends who had come to help, and friendship could only be witnessed at critical moments. Both Li Mingda and the current Lin gang are worth befriending. No need. Is not just some little kid. If I can let them jump up, that is really smashing their own signboard. You guys just watch. One of the little kids who came today don't want to go back. Within the house, Li Hei, they are discussing how to deal with the brats, which have been hit by others to the door if they do not make some noise a little too soft. Wait for the president first. 10 more minutes. If the president hasn't come back yet, we're on the move. We can gather the men first. When the time comes, we can just pull out if there's a situation. At this time, Wei Xiaohai is still very calm. In his opinion, the little kid is just fierce momentum. In fact, it is a group of people to send head. Self-president, that is what he cannot be clear. Today the little kid is afraid to be in bad luck.